Chapter 1 Selling Beans. Xiao Yuan, take a break. My mother Song Guizhi called out to me from the edge of the field. Wiping the sweat from my forehead, I smiled at her and said, "It's fine, Mom. I'll finish turning over this patch of land soon." With that, I continued puffing and panting as I worked the fork through the soil. Mother sighed and guiltily rubbed her legs. This scene had repeated every year since father had his accident while working away from home. In earlier years, my mother took on odd jobs to help support the family and pay for my education. But when I was in my senior year of high school, the academic pressure was heavy, and I needed more money for study materials. So my mother forced herself to work at a construction site, only to have her leg severely injured by falling debris. Now she's confined to a wheelchair, and all the household responsibilities have fallen on my shoulders. Even my university tuition is something I had to figure out on my own. I was admitted to Tsinghua University of Science and Technology, which should have been a proud achievement. But faced with thousands in tuition fees, I didn't know how to bring it up with my mom. Fortunately, the break after the college entrance exams was long enough for me to take on several jobs in the city, barely scraping together enough for tuition. I walked over to the field and said to my mother, "Mom, look, we'll have the field plowed in no time. I told you there was no need to come along." She replied, "I just worry about you, darling. You're still so young." I chuckled and said, "I'm already 19 and adult. And last year, I plowed this field by myself too. Just look how well our potatoes and runner beans grew. Mom, let me wheel you back. I'll thresh the beans later and take them to sell in town. That should cover the bus fare to Tsinghua University. Once I get there, I'm sure there'll be more opportunities to earn money. Don't worry about me. Take good care of yourself at home, and I'll bring back treats when I return." Mother's eyes shimmered with moisture. Her son getting into university had been her greatest joy in years, like a beam of sunlight piercing through her life. Villagers would praise me for getting into a prestigious university whenever they saw me, but always followed with, "What a hard life this child has had." I just smile in response. That's how things were. All I could do was keep moving forward. After all, Mom's counting on me. In the afternoon, I told Mother, "Mom, I'm heading to town now." She asked, "Are the beans secured properly?" I patted the bicycle handlebar and said, "Rock solid. See, they won't fall even if I wobble." My mother reminded me to be careful on the road, and I promised to buy her sugar sesame pancakes after selling the beans. She told me to get one for myself if I wanted, but knowing her character, I decided I'd just buy some on my way back. I rode off on my bicycle. The journey from home to the city took about an hour and a half by bike, and I figured I could make it back before dark. The thought of soon going to university filled me with a lighthearted joy. In high school, I never thought of myself as particularly brilliant. At our rural school, there weren't many students, and I could solve most of the problems. If I just studied something a few times, I could remember it well. The teachers were also very kind to me. When the college entrance exam results came out, watching others fail while my teachers congratulated me made me truly realize how well I'd actually done. After father passed away, mother rarely smiled. I always felt like a heavy stone was pressing on my chest. Now that I've been admitted to university, mother smiles more often. Finally, I understand what perseverance leads to bright days truly means. After riding for an hour, as I entered the city gate, I quickened my pace, eager to reach the market early. While looking down to check if any beans had spilled, a speeding car came rushing from behind. In an instant, I lost my balance and fell hard onto the ground. Pain surged through my body like electric currents. I tried lifting my arm. Ouch, it was scraped, blood soaking through my shirt, and my knee was bleeding too. "Buddy, you okay?" The car turned back, and a young man hurriedly got out to ask. I frowned without answering, thinking to myself, "Do I look okay to you?" He continued, "Brother, I'm really sorry, but I can see you're fine. Here's $500, I'm in a hurry, and this should cover your hospital bills." With that, he casually tossed the money in front of me and walked away. I tried to speak but noticed beans spilled all over the ground. Panicked, I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain in my knees to pick them up. Those beans were my travel money. After gathering a handful, I realized the bag was torn. With so many cars passing by, most of the beans had been crushed into crumbs. Defeated, I let the beans slip through my fingers and stared blankly at the mess before me. At that moment, I spotted 500 yuan on the ground. Bending down to pick up several hundred yuan bills, I smiled mockingly. "There's even an extra 100. I picked up some roadside leaves and dabbed them on my wound before getting back on my bike to continue towards the city. "Boss, 2 sugar sesame cakes, coming right up." Just a moment. The cake vendor noticed my disheveled appearance and bloody knee, exclaiming, "Oh dear, young man, uncle here's got wet wipes, clean yourself up quick. How'd you get like this?" Accepting the wipes, I said, "Thank you." He continued, "Did you crash from riding too fast? Your uncle here did the same when young, though never this bad. Just how fast were you going?" I smiled and said, "Wasn't watching the road." He then advised me, "That won't do, young man. You must watch where you're going when riding a bike. These past few years there are more and more private cars, you can't not watch the road. Here, your flatbread's ready." I took the flatbread and handed over a 100 yuan bill. The shopkeeper said he couldn't make change and asked if I had WeChat. Feeling my old-style phone in my pocket, I said no. He went inside to get change. 2 minutes later he said, I won't charge you for the extra 50 fun, here's 98 back. I scratched my head sheepishly and said, thanks uncle. The shopkeeper chuckled warmly, no problem, come again. Chapter 2, to Jinghua. Mom, I'm home. My mother came out in her wheelchair and said, Xiao Yuan, you're back. Why so early this time? I replied, met a kind soul who bought everything. Here, Mom, I bought you some sugar pancakes. Mom scolded me gently, silly child, you should have spent that money at school. Did your mom really need this treat? I grinned and said, it's nothing, Mom. Look, I even got a good price today, 500 yuan. As I spoke, I pulled the money from my pocket and handed it to her. That's wonderful, Xiao Yuan, Mom said. You hold on to it properly now, put it in your school bag, don't lose it. I nodded and withdrew my hand. Mother said again, Xiao Yuan, you're leaving for Jinghua tomorrow, and with my legs, I can't see you off. I just called your second uncle, and he said he won't have time tomorrow either, so you'll have to go to the station alone. Your suitcase Aunt Zhang will bring it over in a bit. I reassured Mother, Mom, it's fine, I'm grown up now, just stay home and rest. I'll message you when I get there. I heard there are buses right outside the station, so don't worry. Mother smiled and said, good, there are even buses. I asked Mother, Mom, doesn't Big Brother need his suitcase anymore? She replied, no, it's been years. Feel free to use it. I said, alright, then I'll thank the delivery guy later. Mother replied, Xiao Yuan, if you have time this afternoon, pack your things. Seeing Mother's weathered face, though it pained me, I still had to leave. By staying on this tiny patch of land, I'd never amount to anything in my life. The only option was to go work at construction sites in the city. Thankfully, I managed to get into a university in the capital through hard work. I had to leave. Once I earned enough, I'd bring Mother to live with me. That night, a booming voice rang out in the quiet courtyard. Guizhi, Xiao Yuan, are you home, Aunt Zhang? Hearing the voice, I hurried out of my room. Xiao Yuan, Aunt Zhang brought you a suitcase. Where's your mom? She just fell asleep. Thanks for making the trip, Aunt Zhang. I took the suitcase, its corners already worn, and smiled as I spoke. Oh my, why stand on ceremony with Auntie Zhang? Your mother's already asleep. Why so early today? She went to the fields with me this afternoon, wore herself out. I replied softly. Alright, good child. Our Xiao Yuan's really making something of himself now, getting into Jinghua University. Once you start earning big money, you'll take your mother to enjoy the good life. Auntie Zhang gave me a warm, honest smile. You two rest up now. I'll be on my way. Auntie Zhang. I hesitated before calling out to her in a quiet voice. What is it, child? Auntie, I'll be gone for several months, please keep an eye on Mom for me. When I start earning money, I'll repay your kindness properly. I clenched my fists, my gaze steady with sincerity. Dear child, don't you worry, our houses are so close, I'll come check on your mother every single day, I promise. Auntie Zhang grinned, her eyes twinkling. Such a filial child you are, you'll surely go far in life. Auntie Zhang, let me walk you out. Xiao Yuan, no need, it's just a few steps away. Auntie Zhang waved her hand. Ignoring her polite refusal, I courteously accompanied her just outside the courtyard. Go on back now, child. I nodded. Take care, Auntie Zhang. What a dutiful child. Not like my own. Auntie Zhang muttered to herself as she shuffled toward her home. I watched her retreating figure before turning back into the courtyard. Placing my suitcase on the wooden table, I stood gazing at it silently under the moonlight. Tomorrow I'll be leaving. What the capital city looks like, I don't know. What will happen when I get there, I don't know either. I just feel certain the capital must be 10,000 times better than this countryside. The only thing weighing on my mind is my mobility-impaired mother. Ever since father passed away, it's just been mother and me depending on each other. Before there were no choices to make, no partings to face, but now that it's right before us, I have no choice but to choose, no choice but to go. I sighed, picked up the suitcase quietly and walked inside. By lamplight, I packed the things I'd prepared in the afternoon, then took 50 yuan from my pocket and put it in the drawer. It's not that I wouldn't like to leave more, but there simply isn't any. Even eating at the school cafeteria will cost money. I packed 3 old-fashioned bread rolls and a large bottle of water into my backpack. This would be my food for the 30-plus hour train ride. If I drink more water, I'll manage to get through it. After packing everything, I sat on the hard earthen bed. Seeing a piece of sugar pancake on the table warmed my heart, and I carefully placed it in my backpack. The next day, under my mother's reluctant gaze, I carried my suitcase and left. At the ticket hall, I said, "Hello, I need a ticket to Jinghua." "Which train?" "The earliest one. At 11, only standing tickets and sleeper berths available." "No hard seats?" "None." The ticket clerk's tone was indifferent. "How about other trains?" The clerk's voice grew impatient. "Same situation. Are you buying or not? There's a long line behind you. Should have bought your ticket earlier if you plan to travel." My face flushed with embarrassment as I stepped aside from the counter. I'd never traveled before. How was I supposed to know about buying tickets in advance? All 19 years of my life had been spent in Hongshui Township. Young man, you could wait to see if anyone cancels their ticket. Don't worry yet, an elderly man beside me kindly suggested. Thank you, I nodded, silently cursing my bad luck. If there really were no hard seats left today, I'd have to stand the whole 30-plus hour journey. I could endure it. An hour later, the queue had thinned. I checked my phone, 30 minutes left. I'd wait a bit longer. Not far away, a mother and son hurried toward the ticket window. Mom, where's my tablet? A slightly overweight man rummaged through his backpack, his tone sharp. Oh dear, son, I forgot to pack it for you. Didn't I remind you multiple times before? Bring the tablet, bring the tablet, bring the tablet. Why did you still forget? The man flared up. Son, I'm sorry, I really forgot. The woman looked distressed as people around them turned to stare. Ignoring the onlookers, the man pulled out his ID card and marched forward, barking, refund the ticket. Son, you won't make it to school tomorrow if you do this. I don't care. You didn't bring my tablet, refund it now. Are you refunding or not? The ticket clerk remained impatient. Fine, just refund it. The woman sighed, utterly helpless. A few minutes later, the ticket attendant stood up, tapped on the glass, and called out to me, Hey young man, weren't you looking for a hard seat to Jinghua? Just had 2 returned. My spirits lifted instantly when I heard that, and I immediately jogged to the ticket window. You're in luck, I'll give you a window seat, the attendant said, fingers clattering rapidly across the keyboard. ID and money. Here you go, thank you so much. No problem. Her tone remained icy, but I felt nothing but gratitude. Clutching the still warm ticket in my hand, I hurried happily toward the waiting area. Boarding will begin shortly, everyone queue in order. Just as I cleared the facial recognition checkpoint into the hall, I heard the announcement. The line had already snaked endlessly long, with countless necks craning forward to see. After successfully passing the ticket check, I wheeled my suitcase in search of the right carriage. Glancing down at the luggage, I feared the uneven ground might jostle it to pieces. This suitcase gave me the uneasy impression of an elderly man in his 70s or 80s, liable to fall apart at the slightest push. Once I found my seat, I stowed my suitcase away, then settled into my spot with my backpack. This small town being the starting terminal, the crowd wasn't too dense yet. As time passed, the train prepared to close its doors. A middle-aged man with slightly graying hair approached from a short distance. Seat 65, he muttered, checking his ticket before taking the seat across from me. Catching my glance, he smiled. How old are you, young man? Looking so fresh-faced and all. 19, I replied politely with a smile. Ah, so young. By 19, I'd never even ridden a train, he remarked with a nostalgic sigh. I nodded faintly but didn't engage further. The train started moving, and as the scenery outside flew by faster and faster, I knew I was getting farther from home. Mother might still be sitting in her wheelchair, gazing into the distance. The train swayed along, and at first, I felt a pang of melancholy. But after a few hours, only drowsiness remained. When I opened my groggy eyes again, it was pitch black outside. I grabbed my water bottle from my bag and took a few gulps to clear my head. The water did wake me up, along with my stomach, which promptly growled with hunger. I pulled out an old loaf of bread, tore off a piece, and chewed. Honestly, it tasted like nothing, especially with the man across from me slurping down steaming instant noodles. Young man, can you really get full on just that bread? It's alright, I answered offhandedly. Why didn't you buy a few cups of instant noodles just in case? You must be new to this. The man laughed. Inside, I thought, I'd like to, but at $4 or $5 a cup, I really can't bring myself to spend that much. Stale bread is a better deal, one piece costs just $1 and it's plenty big. I took out my phone to text home, Mom, just finished eating. I'm doing fine on the train. Remember to eat on time too. Why is there still no signal? I sighed at the send failed notification on my phone. No way, I've still got bars over here, the man said, pulling out his phone after hearing me. But then he glanced at what I was holding and fell silent, a flicker of something in his eyes before he picked up his fork and took a loud slurp of noodles. I took out a box of braised beef-flavored instant noodles from my bag and stood up to walk toward the hot water dispenser. A few minutes later, a man returned carrying a steaming box of instant noodles and set it in front of me, saying, Young man, eat up. Uncle won't take your money. I widened my eyes and quickly replied, No need, Uncle, I'm already full. Full nothing, a strapping young lad like you should always be ready to eat, the man continued. I made too much, so consider this helping me out. It's fate that we met. With firm finality, he waved dismissively, leaving no room for refusal. I stared at the steaming cup of instant noodles in front of me, swallowed my saliva, then looked up with a smile at the man and said, Thanks, Uncle. Hey, don't mention it. Eat up. The man placed both hands on the table and looked at me. I nodded, peeled off the lid, and started slurping noisily. The man watched me devour the food ravenously and couldn't help but recall his own youth. He thought to himself that hardship was something everyone had experienced, and if he could lend a hand, he would. He also figured that nowadays, kids this age all had smartphones, even elementary school students had them. After I finished eating, the man asked me curiously, "Child, what's your name?" I drank the last sip of soup and smiled as I answered, "Uncle, my name is Chen Yuan." My stomach was warm, and so was my heart. I felt truly grateful to the older man before me. "Alright, where are you headed?" "Jinghua." "Wow, going that far?" "For school," the man asked in surprise. I nodded and said, "Going to register." "Impressive, young man. Got into Jinghua University." The man slapped the table, clearly intrigued. "I'm heading to Jinghua too." "So, what was your score?" With a modest smile, I replied, 655 points. "Oh my, so tall." My bargain bin son is in his second year of high school now, and honestly, I think he'll be lucky to get into a second-tier university. The man shook his head as he spoke. I reassured him, "You really can't say for sure, maybe he'll make a big leap in his final year." "Uncle, may I ask your name?" "Jia Gaoyuan," the man answered briskly. "Uncle Jia, thank you for earlier." "What's there to thank for? Do I look like someone who'd miss one box of instant noodles?" Jia Gaoyuan lifted his chin slightly and gave me a meaningful look. I thought the uncle across from me was genuinely kind, so I smiled at him with deep gratitude. The next day, I woke up rubbing my neck. Sleeping face down all night had left me terribly stiff. Awake I see. Hearing Uncle Jia's voice, I greeted him, "Morning, Uncle Jia. Eat up now, we'll be arriving at the next stop soon, and it's going to be packed with people." I nodded, got up to wash my face at the sink, gave my mouth a quick rinse, and returned to my seat. Just as I was about to take out my bread, I spotted the sugar-glazed biscuit beside me. Remembering the boxed noodles the uncle had given me yesterday, I pulled out the sugar biscuit, broke it in half, and handed one piece to Jia Gaoyuan, saying, "Uncle, have some too." "I've already eaten, you keep it for yourself," Uncle Jia replied, then stood up and walked away without another word. I withdrew my hand and put the half-eaten pancake back into the bag. This uncle and I boarded the train together, same destination, same 30-plus hour journey. If money weren't an issue, who would choose hard seats? It's not that I don't know how to return kindness, it's just that right now, the sweet pancake is the best thing I have to offer. By the time I finished eating, Uncle Jia had returned. He smiled at me, his eyes glinting with newfound paternal kindness. After all, I'm about the same age as his son. "Uncle Jia, could I have your contact information?" "Sure thing. If you run into any trouble in Jinghua, Uncle will definitely help if he can. You're about the same age as my son anyway." Jia Gaoyuan was very open-hearted. I smiled and handed him the phone, asking, "Uncle, what do you do in Jinghua?" "Your uncle's a cook." "That's really impressive, Uncle." "Nothing special, just a working stiff. Though the company name sounds decent enough," Jia Gaoyuan chuckled. He punched in his phone number and gave himself a test call before handing me the phone. "Give your uncle a shout if you need anything." I nodded and saved the number, granting me a slight sense of reassurance in this unfamiliar city. Chapter 4 Enrollment. The scenery outside the train shifted gradually from wild wastelands to towering city buildings. I had long since packed my belongings, hugging my nearly weightless backpack as I gazed out the window. Jia Gaoyuan looked at my youthful, eager expression and couldn't help advising, "Chen Yuan, the Jinghua station is big, but the city of Jinghua is even bigger. Just follow the crowd later, you're bound to find the exit." Though I don't know if we'll meet again someday, he always gave me a warm, affectionate feeling. I nodded, expressing my gratitude sincerely. "Alright, thanks Uncle Jia." The announcement came over the loudspeaker, "Attention passengers, the next stop is Jinghua Station. Passengers exiting at this station, please gather your luggage and belongings now to prepare for disembarkation. Keep it up, young man, study hard." "Good." I carried my suitcase and followed the crowd forward. I used to think the city train station was quite impressive, but the one before my eyes now made me truly realize the gap. The screens on either side, the smooth floor, and the winding passageways all filled me with a sense of novelty. After stepping out of the station, I gazed at the surging crowd before me, feeling an indescribable emotion, yet excitement undoubtedly dominated most of it. I took out my phone, pressed the buttons on the keypad, and carefully read the text message once more. After confirming the bus location, I approached a young man in work uniform with my phone in hand and asked, "Hello, could you tell me how to get to this place?" "Oh, the bus? Just head west from here, keep going straight, and you'll see it." "Thank you. It's nothing, you're welcome." Following the attendant's directions, I dragged my luggage westward. Most of the travelers along the way were young faces carrying suitcases. "Still using that outdated phone these days," the officer muttered as he watched me walk away. I curiously surveyed my surroundings as I walked, and upon spotting a sign that read Jinghua University of Science and Technology not far ahead, I quickened my pace. But in my haste, I accidentally bumped into someone. "Ah!" a girl screamed. I was so startled that I turned around abruptly and said, "Classmate, are you okay? You're fine?" "A big, clumsy box like you nearly knocked me over." The girl rubbed her arm, her face full of disdain. "Classmate, I'm really sorry, I was in too much of a hurry and didn't watch where I was going. I wore an apologetic expression. This girl looked so delicate that I genuinely didn't know how to comfort her. Forget it, just my bad luck. Who still uses such a worn-out suitcase? The girl flicked her wrist, shot me a glare, and strode off ahead. My face slightly flushed as I watched her walk away. In that moment, the awkward discomfort of arriving in a new city flooded all my emotions. After a brief pause, I continued walking forward, dragging my suitcase behind me. Classmate, are you from Shoka? Which class are you in? I nodded and said, hello, I'm Chen Yuan from Class 2 of the Computer Science Department. Chen Yuan, Class 2, found you. Alright, you can go up now. Find yourself a seat anywhere, we'll wait for the other classmates. The boy scribbled in his notebook and looked up to tell me. I carried my luggage and boarded the bus. When I looked up, I saw the girl I just had a disagreement with sitting in the second row. Her eyes widened at the sight of me, clearly surprised to find out we were from the same school. But her arm still ached faintly, and she immediately shot me a glare. I shot a glance at the girl. Since I'd already apologized, I didn't want to press my luck, so I walked straight toward the back. Finding an empty seat, I slumped into it with a sigh of relief and quickly pulled out my phone to text my mom that I was safe. An hour later, the guy counting people at the door said to the driver, alright, let's get going. We've got most everyone here. The driver started the car as instructed. The other students on board grew excited as they felt the vehicle vibrate. I was no exception. I couldn't wait to see what the school would look like. I gazed at the towering skyscrapers flashing past the window and whispered softly, what tall buildings? TCH. I heard a scoff come from behind me. What are you staring at, country bumpkin? Never seen a building like this before? The boy wasn't the least bit embarrassed by my gaze. Instead, he sneered at me smugly. If your mouth's got a leak, go patch it yourself, I snapped at the guy, bristling. Sure, I might be from a small town, but that doesn't mean every idiot gets to walk all over me. I looked at this weakling in front of me, thinking to myself, with this kind of person, I could take down 3 with 1 punch. How could you say something like that? The guy clearly hadn't expected a country bumpkin like me to talk back, and his fair face flushed red instantly. Don't you understand human language? I turned around directly, facing him squarely, revealing my muscular arms casually draped over the back of the chair, just to give him a bit of pressure. When he saw how I looked, he immediately backed off, quickly shifting his gaze away while muttering uncouth under his breath. I bet he was thinking, that oversized country bumpkin looks like he could throw a mean punch, better let it slide, no point holding a grudge against someone beneath me. I curled my lips in a mocking smile, despising such shameless blowhards the most. Soon the bus drove onto the campus grounds. The sight of beautiful flowers, lush trees, and students leisurely reading filled me with excitement. This must be what Mr. Gua meant by a university campus. Now I'm really here. He always said that education could change one's destiny, especially for a country kid like me. His words have stayed with me ever since. Freshmen, we've arrived at the campus. After getting off, you'll see the signs for each department. Find your own department, take your paperwork, everything about your dorm assignment, contact numbers, and item collection is written on those forms. Come over here if you're a freshman, shouted the senior student in charge at the front. Everyone, please get off the bus. No pushing. Hearing the announcement, everyone quickly gathered their belongings and disembarked in an orderly manner. After getting off, I spotted the sign for the College of Computer Science and made my way toward it. Hello, I'm Chen Yuan from Computer Class 2, I said to the girl in front of the desk. Hold on a sec, I'll find it for you. The girl replied with a smile. Here, this is yours. If you have any questions, you're welcome to come ask us anytime. Thank you. I nodded and took the sheet, expressing my gratitude. Building 8, room 303. Checking the distribution map in my hand, I got a rough idea of the location and headed toward the dormitory with my suitcase. The September heat was still intense, and carrying the heavy luggage under the blazing sun had beads of sweat forming on my forehead. The weather here in the capital is much hotter than back home. Fortunately, I'm tall and stride quickly, zigzagging through the streets. It took me less than 20 minutes to find Building 8. The moment I saw the dormitory building, I breathed a sigh of relief. The end was finally in sight after this 1,000-mile journey. Chapter 5, The Dorm Room. The third floor wasn't high, and without much effort, I found my assigned room. After double-checking the number, I pushed open the dormitory door. As soon as the door opened, I saw a handsome guy wearing a floral shirt and white shorts sitting by the bed in spot number 1. A pile of electronic gadgets spread across the table alongside a row of cola cans. Hi. The boy took the initiative to greet me when he saw me. Hi. I nodded at him and dragged my suitcase into the dorm room. I found my assigned bunk number 3, slid my suitcase under the table, and sat down on the stool, instantly feeling lighter all over. Turning my head, I noticed the boy was still looking at me, so I introduced myself without hesitation. I'm Chen Yuan. My name is Zhang Tianze. Where are you from? I'm from the north. I rolled up my sleeves and took out a bottle of water from my bag. Then aren't we all northerners? I'm from Manhwa, Zhang Tianze said with a boisterous laugh. Then I'm much more northerly than you. have you picked up the bedding and stuff yet? I gulped down a mouthful of water, finally feeling some relief from the scorching heat. No thanks, I don't want that. The quality isn't great anyway. Jiang Tianzi shook his head with a dismissive expression, clearly unimpressed with the school-issued items. Alright, I'll go get it then. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and said with a smile. I didn't feel inferior about it. You use what you can afford, no need to compare with others. Just work hard to change your circumstances. Holding the slip and comparing it with the location map, I asked a campus volunteer for directions and finally found the distribution spot, joining the end of the long queue. Not long after I left, the dorm door swung open again. Jiang Tianzi still greeted the newcomer with a casual hi, but this guy merely gave a cold nod and walked right past him, clearly unwilling to engage. Jiang Tianzi shrugged his shoulders, probably thinking to himself that I was still the better one. When I carried the quilt back to the dorm, the room was already empty. The sky had begun to darken, and everyone must have gone out to eat. I tossed the quilt onto my bed, rubbed my stomach. I was genuinely a little hungry. I opened my backpack and placed the remaining half of a sugar-glazed pancake on the desk. After drinking the last sip of water from my bottle, I got up to refill it at the water dispenser in the washroom. Though not enough to fill me up, tonight would have to do. I ate hastily, finishing the flatbread in 2 bites, then gulping down half a bottle of water in quick succession. I'm exhausted and just want to make the bed and crash. 2 days and 1 night on a hard seat followed by running around campus. Nobody could endure that. I had just climbed onto my bed using the ladder when Jiang Tianzi returned. Oh, you're back. Jiang Tianzi greeted me with a grin. He said I looked particularly pleasing to his eyes, thinking I was quite handsome, my wheat-colored skin and muscles exuding a strong, powerful vibe, unlike anyone he'd ever met before. Ah, just got back not long ago, I said with a laugh, sitting on the bed. I was planning to wait for you to go out for dinner together, but you never came back, Jiang Tianzi said, pulling out a chair and looking at me. The line is a bit long. Hey handsome, how much is a meal at the cafeteria? I asked curiously. Right now, I've only got a little over $40 on me, not sure if it'll be enough. Tomorrow I plan to look for that part-time job teacher Gua mentioned. 20 or 30 bucks, I didn't really pay attention. Jiang Tianzi's lips curled into a smile at the mention of the handsome guy, answering me enthusiastically. Are they all that expensive? I gasped inwardly, looks like tomorrow's going to be rough. Not really. I didn't go to the first floor of the cafeteria, ate on the 3rd floor instead. The food was just okay. Oh, thanks. I nodded and started spreading out the bedroll. Tomorrow I'll take you there. Anyway, it's still orientation day tomorrow, nothing scheduled at all. Sounds good. The next day, I woke up early, unable to sleep because of the noisy commotion outside. I folded my quilt, got out of bed, and headed to the washroom with my towel and toothbrush case to freshen up. Jiang Tianzi heard the sound of the door closing and turned over. Before long, he also sluggishly got up, perhaps his growling stomach wouldn't allow him to laze around any longer. I changed into a set of clothes, a faded yellow short sleeve and black pants. Jiang Tianzi eyed my outfit, seeming to want to say something but holding back. Come on, I'll take you to the cafeteria. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Jiang Tianzi pointed to the card machine and said, you need a meal card to eat here, the all-in-one card issued yesterday. You have to top it up at the card machine over there. I reached into my pocket and asked, is cash okay? I don't know either. I scanned the QR code on WeChat yesterday. Go take a look. Seeing the text on the card machine that read, scan QR code with WeChat/Alipay to recharge, cash requires smooth bills, I sighed in relief, at least cash was still accepted. I took out 20 yuan and fed it into the slot. Recognition failed, please replace the banknote. I'm a bit embarrassed, crumpling the $20 bill before stuffing it in further. Recognition failed, please replace the banknote. How about I top you up on WeChat? You can just give me the cash. Seeing my embarrassment, Jiang Tianzi offered to bail me out. Thanks for that. I took the 20 bucks, feeling it burn slightly in my hand. It's nothing. Jiang Tianzi took out his phone to scan and topped up 20 yuan. He accepted the money I handed over, patted me on the shoulder, and said, let's go, let's check out how the food tastes on the 1st floor today. The two of them picked up their meal trays and walked over to the serving window, while I carefully examined the prices listed above. Vegetable buns were 0.8 yuan each, meat buns 1.5 yuan each, millet porridge 0.5 yuan per bowl, tea eggs 1 yuan each, fried rice 1 yuan for 100 grams. Auntie, I'd like 2 vegetable buns and a bowl of millet porridge, please. The aunt efficiently picked up 2 steamed buns and placed them on the tray. I carried away the tray, grabbed a bowl of millet porridge from the counter, and successfully swiped my card, 2.1 yuan. I returned to the table and saw it laden with food. Wonton, grilled sausages, tea eggs, meat buns, an absolute feast. Are you sure that's all you're eating? Will you be full? Jiang Tianzi brought another bowl of century egg congee and sat down across from me. Jiang Tianzi and I were eating at a breakfast shop. I took a bite of the fluffy steamed bun, savoring it with relish. It was so much better than anything I could make myself. Jiang Tianzi said the congee could be refilled for free. I could see a trace of sympathy in his eyes, as if he truly believed I was poor. As for that free refill of millet porridge, I only went back for one more bowl, too embarrassed to ask for another. After finishing dinner and returning to the dorm, I noticed a bespectacled boy sitting by bed number 4. Hearing the commotion at the door, he turned around, adjusted his glasses, and greeted us with a faint smile. We introduced ourselves, and his name was Luo Guanyu. Luo Guanyu asked if the patient in bed 3 had arrived yet, and Zhang Tianzi said he'd come yesterday afternoon. Luo Guanyu said the group chat had announced that military training would start the day after tomorrow and last 15 days. He let out a miserable groan, and Zhang Tianzi also wore a pained expression. I, however, found it quite novel. After all, I'd never participated in military training before. Zhang Tianzi said to check the group chat. Upon asking, I finally learned there was actually a class group, but with my old-fashioned phone, I couldn't access it at all. Luo Guanyu wanted to add me to the group, but I could only say I'd check later. Zhang Tianzi noticed me picking up and putting down the old-fashioned mobile phone repeatedly before realizing I was using a model from many years ago. Luo Guanyu then asked about our college entrance exam scores. Zhang Tianzi said he scored over 590, while I reported 655. Luo Guanyu said he got 620, then added sarcastically that getting into Tsinghua University must have been easy. Luo Guanyu wanted to drag me into the group chat again. He picked up my outdated flip phone outright and mocked it, saying it was the same model his grandma used. He even questioned how such a phone could possibly join the group, claiming it was totally unfit for a computer science major. Then he went as far as asking if our village had even gotten internet access yet. I gritted my teeth and told him not to worry. He then said I must have put in a lot of effort to get here, a remark that offended both me and Zhang Tianzi. Zhang Tianzi's hand fumbled in his backpack for a moment, but ultimately he let it drop. Around noon, Luo Guanyu went out after receiving a phone call. Zhang Tianzi asked me if I was hungry. Just after sending a text to my mother, I asked him if he wanted to eat as well. Zhang Tianzi put down a box and said, "Here's a spare phone for you to use. Can't manage without one." I quickly declined, but he insisted, saying to just treat it as a future meal when I earn money, and added that not accepting it would mean we couldn't be friends. I really needed that phone, so I accepted it. I told him I'd look for a part-time job outside and pay him back once I earned enough. I called him Brother Zay and asked if he knew anything about part-time jobs. He said a friend had opened a shop nearby and offered to check for me. I thanked him, then opened the phone box carefully and excitedly. It was a Huawei. Following the instructions, I turned on the screen, feeling utterly fascinated by the novelty of it. After all, my neighbors still use landlines, and this old phone of mine was something I saved up to buy after the college entrance exams. Zhang Tianzi added me to the group while I was registering for QQ. Luo Guanyu was outside chatting with others, mocking me for using an old-fashioned phone. A girl nearby remarked that maybe my family wasn't well off, to which he replied that even average folks were better off than me. After joining the group chat and reading the announcements, Zhang Tianzi and I went to the cafeteria for lunch. I ordered the cheapest dish available, tomato scrambled eggs for 3.5 yuan along with 200 grams of rice, totaling 5 yuan. My meal card barely had enough funds left for just one more day, and I silently groaned at how tough it was to survive in this big city. Zhang Tianzi said his buddy's bar wouldn't suit me, but his buddy's sister had opened a cafe nearby, and he'd take me there after the meal. My eyes lit up at the news, and I quickly agreed. After finishing our meal, we walked out of campus. The area around Tsinghua University of Science and Technology was overwhelmingly bustling, with exquisitely decorated shops dazzling my eyes. After walking for over 10 minutes, we stopped in front of a very stylish cafe. Chapter 7, Part-Time Job. Ma's Cafe. Sister Rong actually named the shop after herself? That's some next-level narcissism, Zhang Tianzi remarked with a punchable grin, pushing the door open without hesitation. A few tables in the shop were occupied by customers. Zhang Tianzi walked towards the counter. Chen Yuan quickened his steps to catch up and saw a woman with flowing hair and a gentle demeanor wiping down the counter. "Fluffy sis, look who's here. Xiaoza, what brings you here?" The woman's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. "Oh right, you've started school now, haven't you?" "Yeah, sis Rong, does that mean you're treating me to coffee from now on?" Zhang Tianzi quipped with a playful grin. "No problem, who's this?" Song Qingrong shifted her gaze toward Chen Yuan standing behind Zhang Tianzi. "This is my roommate, Chen Yuan. I heard from Qing'an that you're hiring, Sister Rong. Think you can arrange something for him?" Zhang Tianzi winked with an ingratiating smile. Song Qingrong scrutinized Chen Yuan after hearing this. This arm clearly has strength in it. He's quite handsome too. He looks quite honest and simple, much more reliable than that Zhang Tianzi fellow. Song Qingrong nodded. "Do you know how to make coffee?" "Not at all, sis. Just show her, my roommate's crazy smart." Zhang Tianzi totally bragged away. Song Qingrong couldn't help but chuckle. "Alright then, it so happens that I'm short-handed here. It's just, this outfit." Song Qingrong looked at Chen Yuan's thoroughly outdated attire and paused for a moment. "I remember there's a spare set of work clothes in the warehouse. Alright then, Sister Rong, thanks a bunch. What's the need to be so polite? Chen Yuan has to put in his own effort too. Song Qingrong waved her hand dismissively. Here's the deal, you'll start by learning from me, with a monthly salary of 5,000. Once you can work independently, I'll raise it to 8,000 a month. Song Qingrong batted her lovely lashes as she addressed Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan swallowed hard upon hearing 5,000 and 8,000. Is it really this easy to make money in big cities? Song Qingrong was amused by Chen Yuan's reaction. Is it too little for you? No, not too little at all. Chen Yuan hastily waved his hands. This earned him more than working 3 part-time jobs over a vacation combined. Then you two go sit over there first, I'll make you both a cup of coffee. Okay, thank you, Sister Rong, Jiang Tianzi said happily. Thank you, Rong Jia, Chen Yuan also spoke up. Song Qingrong glanced at the sullen young man, the corners of her lips curving slightly as she bent down to retrieve coffee beans from the drawer. That's rather amusing. The guys she'd met before were all spoiled rich kids, throwing their weight around like they had world's greatest tattooed on their foreheads. Now, seeing someone so plain-spoken and taciturn is truly a breath of fresh air. Go ahead and enjoy your drinks. I'll go check on the clothes in the warehouse. Song Qingrong placed 2 cups of coffee in front of them with a smile. Thanks for your hard work, Rong Jia. You're just being mouthy. Song Qingrong shot Jiang Tianzi a glare. After Song Qingrong had walked away, Jiang Tianzi picked up his coffee, took a sip, and said, Rong Jia really makes the best coffee. Chen Yuan, let me tell you, Sister Rong is really nice, you don't need to be afraid. When we were kids and got into trouble with her brother Song Qing'an, it was always Rong Jia who spoke up for us. Otherwise, we'd have gotten way more beatings, Jiang Tianzi said with a laugh. Chen Yuan nodded. He also thought this beautiful elder sister seemed very kind. That's Rong Jia for you, still not looking for a boyfriend, and Uncle Song and Auntie Song are worried sick. Look at you, holed up in a coffee shop every day instead of coming home. Jiang Tianzi clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Chen Yuan listened to the gossip with great interest, never expecting such a stunning elder sister would still be single. He also tried picking up the dark object and took a faint sip. He frowned involuntarily after taking his sip. This is so bitter, he muttered. Ha ha ha, your first time drinking, huh? Jiang Tianzi roared with laughter. Drink it a few more times, and you'll be fine. Chen Yuan shook his head, he really couldn't develop a taste for this bitterly unpleasant stuff. Wouldn't they lose money selling this stuff? About 10 minutes later, Song Qingrong walked over carrying a black bag. Chen Yuan, come try this on and see if it fits. Song Qingrong waved at Chen Yuan, calling him over. Chen Yuan stood up immediately upon hearing this. I'll go check. Jiang Tianzi nodded, took out his phone, and started playing Candy Crush. Thank you, Rong Jia. What are you standing on ceremony for? The bathroom's over there, go change. Alright. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement and headed towards the bathroom. Chen Yuan placed the bag on the bathroom counter, took off his shirt, revealing his toned, sun-kissed torso. I took out the dark blue shirt and black pants from the bag and put them on and surprisingly, they fit perfectly. Chen Yuan straightened the corners of his clothes, folded them neatly into a bag, and walked out of the bathroom. Song Qingrong heard the commotion and looked up, surprise flickering in her eyes. It looks great on you, even more handsome. Song Qingrong smiled, complimenting him. Thank you, Sister Rong. Chen Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly. Being stared at and complimented as handsome by a beautiful older sister, who could resist that? Jiang Tianzi also noticed Chen Yuan's actions from across the room. Abandoning his mobile game mid-level, he strode directly to the counter. Not bad at all, Chen Yuan, the change of clothes suits you, looking downright dashing. Not bad, not bad. You and Sister Rong seem to be wearing matching outfits like a couple, standing together. You two actually look pretty good. Jiang Tianzi nodded while stroking his chin, sizing up Chen Yuan. You brat, always spouting nonsense. Song Qingrong's face instantly flushed a delicate pink. Good sister, your little brother was wrong. Song Qingrong shot Jiang Tianzi a glare. Good that you know you're wrong. Sister Rong, our military training starts tomorrow. Can I come over after it's finished? Right, you still have military training. Okay, come after it's over. Song Qingrong nodded. First, spend some time getting familiar with the surroundings and learning about coffee. Once you're comfortable, you can start hands-on work. Okay. The afternoon passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Jiang Tianzi had long since yawned his way back to the dormitory, while Chen Yuan stayed behind in the shop to study. Chen Yuan's memory and learning abilities were truly impressive. In just one afternoon, he had mastered the coffee bean varieties, flavor profiles, and the machine operation manual for the shop. I didn't expect you to learn so quickly. Song Qingrong sat watching Chen Yuan bustling about. The materials Sister Rong provided are quite comprehensive and easy to understand, Chen Yuan said with a smile. That's only because you're so clever. My silly brother couldn't even finish reading one article even if he stared at it all day. Alright, the shop isn't busy now. You should head back early. Song Qingrong stood up, looking at Chen Yuan as she spoke. Alright, I'll head back first then, Sister Rong. Alright. Song Qingrong nodded, then suddenly thought of something. Wait a moment. A few minutes later, Song Qingrong took out a blue paper bag. There are 2 sets of clothes inside. I bought them for my brother earlier but haven't had the chance to give them to him yet. You can take them. I think they should fit you. That's not right, Sis Rong. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand and didn't take the bag. One shouldn't always live off others' kindness. What's the big deal? It'd just be sitting there going to waste if you didn't wear it. Just take it. This afternoon, with you here, my performance has improved. Didn't you notice how many female customers are in the store? Song Qingrong flashed a mischievous smile, aiming to tease Chen Yuan. No. Chen Yuan shook his head uncooperatively. He truly hadn't noticed. He very much wanted to be competent at this job. Alright, hurry up and get back. If you keep refusing, don't bother coming to work tomorrow. Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted. From now on, he'd work hard to repay Song Qingrong. Song Qingrong couldn't help but laugh at Chen Yuan's serious expression. This little brother was just too adorable. Chapter 8, Military Training 1. Before leaving the coffee shop, Chen Yuan changed into his own clothes, feeling too embarrassed to wear the outfit Song Qingrong had given him right away. Exiting the coffee shop, Chen Yuan carried a bag in his left hand and the leftover bread from the shop that Song Qingrong had handed him in his right. The bread would have been thrown away anyway if no one bought it. At least it solved Chen Yuan's dinner problem. Though with barely 30 yuan left in his pocket, there was no way he could last the whole month like this. I can't possibly bring myself to ask the boss for money before even starting to work, especially since both Jiang Tianze and Song Qingrong have been so kind to me. Chen Yuan sighed. He'd just have to take things one step at a time. Things will get better eventually. Back in the dorm room, all my roommates were unexpectedly present. Except Jiang Tianze's snoring was a bit excessively loud, forcing the other 2 to wear headphones. Chen Yuan placed the bag on the table, sat down, took out his phone, and checked the military training notification for tomorrow. The assembly time was 7 o'clock, perfectly manageable. Chen Yuan glanced at the bread in the bag, 6 whole pieces. That would cover dinner tonight and breakfast tomorrow. Just as Chen Yuan pulled out a loaf, he heard, "Oh, you're back." "Yeah, just got back." Chen Yuan took a big bite of the bread. It was soft and sweet, far tastier than the stale bread he usually bought. After getting a proper look at what Chen Yuan was holding, Jiang Tianze exclaimed, "That's the bread Sister Rong gave you, isn't it?" "Yeah." Chen Yuan looked puzzled at Jiang Tianze, who had suddenly raised his voice. "Holy crap, give me a couple, bro. It's been ages since I've tasted Sister Rong's baked bread." Chen Yuan grinned, pulled 2 out of the bag, and tossed them onto Jiang Tianze's bed. "Damn, so good. That's the flavor." Luo Guanyu removed one earbud to listen to their conversation. He thought to himself that those 2 had gotten quite familiar. Glancing at the bread he'd bought that day, he turned to ask Jiang Tianze, "Bro Tianze, I got some bread today too. Want some?" Jiang Tianze observed Luo Guanyu. This guy hadn't been like this just yesterday. "No thanks, I've had enough." Jiang Tianze forced a smile. Luo Guanyu saw Jiang Tianze's reluctance but didn't press the matter. After all, it had cost him over 20 yuan. Had Jiang Tianze not been dressed in designer clothes like some rich second-generation heir worth befriending, he'd never have been so generous. He even suspected that Chen Yuan's phone was given by Jiang Tianze, so he kept fantasizing about how great his college life would be if he could really befriend such a dumb rich kid. But as for Chen Yuan, the more he looked at him, the more unbearable he found him. Early the next morning, Chen Yuan washed up and put on his military training uniform. "Wow, I've got to say, you look really sharp in that outfit." Jiang Tianze immediately walked over to check out Chen Yuan after he put on the hat. The other 2 turned to look at Chen Yuan upon hearing this. Tan Yang from Bunk 2 raised an eyebrow and had to admit that his tall, long-legged roommate looked even more handsome in the camouflage uniform. Luo Guanyu gave a sidelong glance but didn't look for long. Whether 2 people click is something decided at first glance. "Come on, let's go grab something to eat." Jiang Tianze picked up his cap and gave Chen Yuan a pat on the shoulder. Chen Yuan had originally planned to just eat bread, but nothing beats the comforting taste of steamed rice. He decided to save the bread for lunch. Tucking his student ID card into his pocket, he hurried after Jiang Tianze. The 2 of them stepped out of the dormitory building, and as far as the eye could see, there were nothing but little green figures everywhere. "Holy crap, why are there so many people? Are there even any seats left in the cafeteria?" Jiang Tianze exclaimed. "Then hurry up and let's go," Chen Yuan said with a laugh. Exchanging a glance, the 2 of them immediately broke into a run. Arriving at the cafeteria, Chen Yuan picked up a tray and stood at the end of the fried rice line. He reached into his pocket to fetch his meal card but fumbled around for a while, nothing there but a soft crumpled tissue. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he checked his pants pockets, nothing either. "What's wrong?" asked Jiang Tianze, who was queuing for steamed buns nearby, noticing Chen Yuan's expression. "I lost my card." Chen Yuan's face darkened with misery. Life, already far from comfortable, had just been hit by another hailstorm. "I've got one here, use mine for now." Maybe you just dropped it in the dorm, don't panic. Jiang Tianze handed over his meal card with a display of true brotherhood. Accepting the card, Chen Yuan knew this wasn't the time for false pride. After all, they weren't heading out for fun. Word was their school's military training would be brutal. Thanks, I'll pay you back once we're back in the dorm. Ah, it's nothing, just a meal. No need to be so polite. Jiang Tianze shrugged it off with a nonchalant smile. At the same time, Tan Yang gathered his things and left the dorm as well. Only Luo Guanyu remained in the dorm room. Luo Guanyu's gaze flickered toward Chen Yuan's side just in time to spot the campus ID card lying on the floor. Though no one was around, he still guiltily glanced around. After making sure the coast was clear, he furtively picked up the campus card and tucked it into his drawer. Let's see how anxious he gets. Luo Guanyu snorted with amusement, picking up a bread roll from the table to eat. Chen Yuan and Jiang Tianze headed straight to the square to locate their class position after finishing their meal. There are so many freshmen, the square is packed with people. The two of them had a tough time finding their own class. This should be it, Jiang Tianze said, stopping in his tracks. Ah, Chen Yuan replied, taking off his hat and fanning himself. Although it's not even 7 o'clock yet, with the sun blazing and the crowd gathering, the heat is already rising. Xuan, do you think that guy over there is handsome? Wang Yu nudged Zhan Xuan's arm and whispered, a handsome guy? Where? Let me see. Zhan Xuan, who had been struggling to keep her eyes open moments ago, immediately perked up at the mention of a handsome boy. Just to your left, not too far away. They're from the class next door, two fairly tall guys, one of them a bit tanned. Zhan Xuan followed the direction of the gaze. It's really nice. Better than our class. The two still wanted to murmur something to each other but then noticed the instructors approaching in formation from a distance. I suddenly think the instructors are even more handsome. Zhan Xuan's eyes sparkled as she tiptoed to admire their upright figures. The instructors gradually drew nearer and stopped one by one in front of the students. Class 1 and Class 2, on my command, fall in. A tall, dark-skinned man in military uniform stood before the two classes, shouting with booming authority. Move faster. Are you moving so slowly because you haven't eaten? The instructor's roar instantly energized everyone. At his voice, all the students sprang into action, overwhelmed by the instructor's commanding presence. Dragging your feet, taking your sweet time. If you were in the army, I'd have whipped you into shape long ago. I'm warning you up front, anyone who pisses me off during training camp by breaking rules or disobeying orders won't get off easy. My surname is Feng. You can call me Instructor Feng. You must request permission for everything. If anyone moves without reporting first, the entire squad gets extra drills. Understood? Yes, understood. Louder. Where's your energy? Listen up. After the military training began, the morning hours stretched on interminably. All units, dismissed. Everyone who heard the word dismiss felt as if they were hearing the most heavenly sound on earth. Instantly, the playground was filled with cheers. Chapter 9, Military Training 2. I'm exhausted to death. How am I supposed to survive these 15 days of military training? Jiang Tianze groaned as he dragged his weary body along. He felt as if nails had been driven into the soles of his feet. The pain was excruciating. Chen Yuan, how can you act like nothing happened? Jiang Tianze looked at Chen Yuan, who showed no reaction. Not bad, I'm used to doing chores at home, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Always working at home? What chores could you possibly be doing that are as exhausting as military training? I just plow the fields and do whatever farm work needs doing at home. Chen Yuan couldn't really explain it clearly either. Damn, bro, you actually know how to farm? That's badass. Jiang Tianze's eyes widened. This was the first time he'd ever heard someone talk about farming. For city kids, this was completely unfamiliar territory, especially for someone like him who'd grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Yeah, pretty much all the chores at home are done by me. Jiang Tianze immediately envisioned scenes of Chen Yuan being mistreated. What kind of family would let a kid like Chen Yuan, with such good grades, almost go hungry? Bro, it's awesome you got into Jinghua University. Once you start making money, we'll spend it all on ourselves, not a penny to anyone else, Jiang Tianze said with righteous indignation. How could I do that? I'd definitely spend it on my mom. When I start making money, I'm going to bring my mom here too, Chen Yuan said with hopeful anticipation. Jiang Tianze scratched his head. Had he been mistaken? But you're still so young, doing all the chores at home. What about your dad? Bro Tianze, I'm already an adult. My father went out to work a few years ago and had an accident. Chen Yuan's tone was flat, as if he'd long grown accustomed to it. My mother's health isn't great either. It's normal for me to do this. Jiang Tianze immediately wanted to slap himself upon hearing this. Big mouth. Big mouth. Sorry, bro, I didn't mean to pry. Jiang Tianze's face showed a hint of guilt. Hey, no worries. If I minded, I wouldn't have told you in the first place. After all these years, I'm used to it. Jiang Tianze still felt a little guilty, especially since Chen Yuan was younger than him. Chen Yuan, let me treat you to lunch later. Sorry to trouble you with this. Once I get back tonight, I'll pay you for both meals. What are you talking about? Aren't we good buddies? You're asking me to take back these 2 measly bucks, are you trying to embarrass me? Jiang Tianze immediately refused. Fine. Once I get my salary, I'll treat you to a big meal. Chen Yuan no longer refused. After all, he'd already secured a job, so he felt a bit more confident now. That's more like it, Jiang Tianze said with a grin, slinging an arm around their shoulders. Little did they know, someone had been quietly following them, and this person was none other than Luo Guanyu. Damn, is Chen Yuan really having it this rough? He suddenly felt a pang of guilt, recalling the nonsense he'd pulled that morning. With that thought, he quickened his pace, hurrying back to the dorm. He needed to return the campus card to Chen Yuan's desk as soon as possible. Although Jiang Tianze was treating him, Chen Yuan still didn't order much, just 1 vegetarian dish with 4 liang of rice, settling the meal for 5 yuan. Chen Yuan had long grown accustomed to such a life and found nothing particularly difficult to endure about it. After all, he'd been through far tougher times before. Now there's work, studies to pursue, a future ahead. He felt everything was just fine. The way Jiang Tianze looked at Chen Yuan was growing increasingly different, as if there were heavy responsibilities weighing upon his shoulders. However, Chen Yuan remained completely unaware of this. When he returned to his dorm, Chen Yuan saw his student ID card lying on the table, which puzzled him. He was certain he had put it in his pocket. Fortunately, the card wasn't lost, so he didn't dwell on it any further. After all, a card with only a little over 10 yuan left isn't useful to anyone who holds it. I saw your campus card fall on the ground when I came back just now, so I picked it up and put it on the table, Luo Guanyu said somewhat awkwardly. Ah, thanks, Chen Yuan replied with some surprise. This guy could be so thoughtful? No problem, Luo Guanyu turned away as he spoke, too embarrassed to look at Chen Yuan again. What kind of mess is this? The lunch break wasn't very long. Everyone got up at 1 o'clock, refreshed themselves, and prepared to gather on the playground soon. When Chen Yuan and Jiang Tianze left the dormitory, they felt today's sun was particularly scorching. Chen Yuan, if I pass out later, remember to call 120 for me, Jiang Tianze said gravely, as if foreseeing his own fate. Chen Yuan burst into laughter and said, no problem. Class 1, Class 2, assemble immediately. Stop lazing around, all of you. Anyone who's still slow will make the whole squad drill under the blazing sun, Instructor Feng barked, his voice booming with authority. Ugh, my feet are killing me, a girl complained. Who's talking? Whose foot hurts? If a real war breaks out, all you little potatoes will be nothing more than appetizers for the enemy. Even if it hurts, hold it in. Anyone who moves gets extra time. Although Instructor Feng appeared strict, he led the entire company to a relatively shady spot for military posture practice. Unlike other companies that had to endure the scorching sun. Who moved? Didn't I say you must report before moving? Keep your heads up. What's with all the bowed heads? Did you do something wrong? Instructor Feng tirelessly patrolled around the formation in circles. As she walked up to Chen Yuan, seeing his upright posture and standard bearing, she couldn't help but praise, at least you look the part. You, move to the front row. You in the front row, switch places with him. Yes. Chen Yuan uttered a single word, strictly following the instructor's command. The boy in the front row had no complaints whatsoever. In fact, he looked utterly relieved. Because Instructor Feng was downright tyrannical, always nitpicking him, and he had long since reached his breaking point. Now that someone was taking his place, he genuinely felt grateful. The afternoon military training proceeded in an orderly manner. Truth be told, it wasn't anything special, just standing at military attention all day, rooted to the ground like an iron rod. But as the sun moved across the sky, Chen Yuan and his squad formation found themselves exposed to the scorching sunlight. Tired? Not tired. Hot? Not hot. Still wanna stand? I do. Instructor Feng turned to the student with a smile and said, want to? Then stand there. Although the students were discontented, none dared to speak up. After standing for another minute, Instructor Feng walked to the front. At ease. The group gasped in relief, immediately plopping down on the ground without a care for appearances. Chapter 10, Learning to Make Coffee. After the military training ended, Chen Yuan hurried back to his dorm, took a quick shower, changed his clothes, and headed straight to the coffee shop. The military training had already finished by 5 p.m. Chen Yuan felt that if he delayed any longer, there would be no point in going today at all. Not to mention getting paid, he wouldn't even have the nerve to. Chen Yuan, aren't you going to eat? Jiang Tianze asked from the dorm as he watched Chen Yuan change clothes. I've got a bread here, I'll just take a bite. I'm heading to the cafe. Alright then, but honestly, Miss Rong wouldn't say anything even if you were a few minutes late. No way. I didn't get any work done yesterday. Alright, go ahead. I'll just order takeout in the dorm. Jiang Tianze shook his head. Chen Yuan was nothing like him. 15 minutes later. Mao Jia, sorry I'm late, Chen Yuan said, slightly out of breath. It's fine. I heard your military training didn't end until 5. There's no need to rush. Mostly students come to this coffee shop. I've managed fine on my own before, Song Qingrong said understandingly with a smile. Sister Rong, I'll go change then. Chen Yuan raised the bag in his hand and said, "Hm, go ahead. I'll teach you how to make an Americano later." Song Qingrong nodded slightly, offering a faint smile. After changing clothes, Chen Yuan walked up to Song Qingrong. "Sister Rong, I'm ready." Song Qingrong felt Chen Yuan's presence beside her, her face inexplicably flushing as she responded casually, "Yeah, just let me finish this cup." Chen Yuan obediently stood aside and watched Song Qingrong brew the coffee. Noticing the tall shadow cast on the coffee counter, Song Qingrong inwardly mocked herself, blushing despite being 5 years his senior. "Why don't you deliver this to table 3? Song Qingrong placed the coffee on the tray and said to Chen Yuan, "All right." Song Qingrong watched Chen Yuan's retreating figure, murmuring softly with slightly parted crimson lips, "He's the same age as my good-for-nothing brother, after all. What's wrong here? Could I really need to go on blind dates now?" An hour passed in a flash. Chen Yuan had already learned how to make Americanos. It turned out to be quite simple. Everything is done by ready-made machines these days, you just need to know how to use them. You're picking it up quickly. From now on, you can make the iced Americanos when customers order them, Song Qingrong said with a smile. Chen Yuan nodded happily. Before coming here, he had worried about performing poorly and getting fired. There aren't many customers now, so I'll teach you how to make a latte. But latte art is tricky, so don't rush, take it slow, Song Qingrong said gently. First, watch how I do it. The initial steps for making the coffee concentrate are pretty much the same. Chen Yuan observed Song Qingrong's every move carefully, trying his best to memorize every detail. Got it? Should I demonstrate again? Song Qingrong looked up and asked Chen Yuan. I got it, Chen Yuan replied earnestly, his eyes fixed on Song Qingrong. Song Qingrong felt her ears grow warm under that intense gaze. What was going on today? Then give it a try. Song Qingrong turned away and lightly patted her cheeks. After preparing the coffee concentrate, Chen Yuan picked up the steamed milk beside him and began frothing it. Once the milk foam was ready, Chen Yuan poured it into the coffee. His hands remained steady throughout the entire process. Song Qingrong came back to her senses and turned to observe Chen Yuan's every move. While Chen Yuan was pouring the milk foam, she accidentally caught sight of the veins on his arm. Her face warmed slightly once more, and she finally understood why Chen Yuan stood out to her. Rongjia, do you think I did alright? Chen Yuan approached Song Qingrong with a cup of coffee in hand. Yes, very good. Song Qingrong stammered lightly, suddenly at a loss for words. Even better than my first attempt. Really? Thank you, Sister Rong. Chen Yuan remained oblivious to Song Qingrong's inner turmoil, his heart filled only with the joy of having secured the job. Take a look for a while, I'll go to the restroom. Song Qingrong took a sip of her iced Americano and hurriedly slipped away. After entering the bathroom, Song Qingrong stared at her flushed reflection in the mirror and covered her cheeks, utterly mortified. Stop staring at their hands, that's really too much. Hello, I'd like a latte, please. Just a moment, Chen Yuan replied, pausing his counter-wiping to set down the cloth when he heard the order. This was his first time preparing a drink for a customer, so he couldn't help feeling nervous. Chen Yuan recalled the steps for making a latte just now and began methodically extracting the coffee with the equipment. A few minutes later, your coffee. Chen Yuan watched as the customer took the coffee without any unusual reaction, setting his mind at ease. Not bad, you can even make lattes directly now. It seems within a week, you'll be able to make all these coffee drinks yourself. Song Qingrong returned to the counter and said with a smile. All thanks to Sister Rong's excellent teaching, Chen Yuan replied with humility. In the blink of an eye, it was past 8 in the evening again. Chen Yu once again left the coffee shop carrying a bag full of bread. Although work was going smoothly, Chen Yuan felt a lump forming in his throat whenever he recalled his meager 30-some yuan. Money can make the devil push the millstones, but poverty can drive a man to thoughts of death. Chen Yuan let out several heavy sighs. His gaze fell upon the glow emanating anew from the cafeteria windows. His stomach obligingly growled in response. Bread simply couldn't satisfy real hunger. His body carried rice in its very DNA. As if bewitched, Chen Yuan found himself walking into the cafeteria. But the moment he stepped inside, he immediately felt a pang of regret. The first floor was already closed at this hour. How could he possibly dare to go upstairs with such little money? So Chen Yuan immediately turned around and left. But the rumble of his stomach sounded again, as if protesting against him. Just one meal. At worst, I can ask Sister Rong for an advance on my salary tomorrow. It's not like I'm going to run away. That should be acceptable, right? Chen Yuan licked his lips and finally walked into the cafeteria. He took the elevator to the second floor. Chen Yuan saw rows of food counters, each displaying names of various delicacies. Braised rice, rice noodles, fried rice, rojiamo, spicy hot pot, pickled fish soup. Chen Yuan sniffed the aroma and swallowed hard. For him, this was absolutely a fatal temptation. After watching for quite a while, Chen Yuan finally approached the fried rice counter. Hello, I'd like an order of egg fried rice, please. Alright, just a moment, the boss responded, handing Chen Yuan a small wooden ticket numbered 6. After getting his fried rice, Chen Yuan swiped his card at the side. The 10 yuan plate of egg fried rice came with generous portions. Chen Yuan did some quick math. If he had 2 plain steamed buns for breakfast tomorrow, he'd still have enough money. Let's splurge for today. Chen Yuancheng scooped up a big mouthful of fried rice with eggs. Delicious. This is the flavor packed with rich oiliness. Chen Yuancheng was so engrossed in eating his fried rice that he didn't even notice his phone screen suddenly lighting up. Chapter 11 Refund. With a full stomach and contented heart, Chen Yuan walked cheerfully toward the dormitory building. He couldn't help but marvel at how wonderful it felt to be truly satiated. Ever since boarding the train, he hadn't eaten a single proper meal until now. Chen Yuan took out his phone to check if there were any group notifications. Your debit card account 9622 received an online payment of 10 renminbi on September 5th. Balance after transaction, 10 renminbi, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. 10 yuan? Chen Yuan's eyes widened. He remembered his card had zero balance after paying his tuition. He scrolled up. That's right, the information above showed a zero balance. Then he shifted his gaze to the timestamp. September 5th? Isn't that today? Chen Yuan was puzzled. Who could have transferred him 10 yuan? Still just now? Although Chen Yuan found it a bit strange, he had already entered the dormitory building by then. Worry about future matters in the future. Nobody demanded repayment, plus he even gained an extra 10 bucks. Well, look who decided to show up. No sooner had Chen Yuan stepped through the door than Jiang Tianze, swinging his legs on the stool, teased him. Want some bread? Sister Rong sent it over. Damn, now I can have all the bread I want. By the way, you should have brought me a cup of coffee. Do you want to stay wide awake staring at our dorm ceiling all night? Chen Yuan said exasperatedly. What kind of sane person drinks coffee in the middle of the night? Ha, you just don't get it. This is what I call late night drowning in drinks. Jiang Tianze said with his usual unserious demeanor. Chen Yuan went straight to washing up and lying down after returning to the dorm. He was genuinely exhausted. Physical strength is one thing, while mental energy is another matter entirely. Jiang Tianze watched the man who had fallen asleep the moment his head hit the pillow, genuinely impressed. This Chen Yuan truly had it tough. The next day, everyone woke up early as military training was still on the schedule. Given the difficulty of buying meals the day before, the two left their dorm earlier this morning. This time, Chen Yuan carefully checked his campus card to confirm it was in his pocket before leaving. Originally, he planned to bring the remaining cash to recharge his campus card, but recalling the mysterious 10 yuan he received last night, he decided to leave the money behind. You go queue first, I'll top up some money. Alright, Jiang Tianze nodded and walked into the crowd. Chen Yuan watched as another 10 yuan was added to his campus card balance, feeling a surge of joy. Was this the happiness of getting something for free? Auntie, I'll have 2 vegetable buns, 1 meat bun, and a bowl of millet porridge. Chen Yuan was in an exceptionally good mood. Alright, now we can afford meat buns too, eh? Jiang Tianze said with a grin. Working folks ought to eat more, Chen Yuan joked in return. At that very moment, the phone in the dorm room lit up again. Your debit card account has received 3.6 yuan. Attention, at ease. Today we're going to learn how to turn and cross step. Watch me demonstrate first. Whoever makes a mistake later will have to come up front and do it again. Several minutes passed. Turn right. What's going on? How can someone still not tell left from right? Why is someone spinning in a full circle? Do you turn right by spinning around at home? With sense of direction like yours, can you even find your way home? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter at Instructor Feng's tone. Who's laughing? Let me see who's laughing. Again, turn to the right. You've been practicing left and right turns for so long. In a couple days when we start marching and running drills, you'll probably move like old ladies window shopping. Instructor Feng shouted mercilessly. You there in the front row. What's your name? Instructor Feng pointed at Chen Yuan and demanded. Reporting, Instructor. My name is Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, is it? Come up front and demonstrate for everyone. Roger that. Chen Yuan responded loudly, full of vigor and spirit. Perhaps it was because he had eaten 1 extra meat bun. See that? That's what a student of mine looks like. What the hell is that thing you made? Even my dog could scratch out something better. Fall in. Sir. Chen Yuan responded crisply, jogging back to formation. Jiang Tianze watched Chen Yuan from the back of the line with a grin. This kid's actually pretty impressive. It gave him a proud, almost fatherly feeling seeing how capable the young man was. What's that guy in the back muttering about? You think you did a good job or something? Instructor Feng's sharp eyes immediately spotted Jiang Tianze. Jiang Tianze felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze. Instructor Feng was truly terrifying. The day's military training concluded as scheduled. Chen Yuan quickly changed into the clothes Song Qingrong had given him and hurried off with his phone. Good afternoon, Sister Rong. Chen Yuan greeted Song Qingrong politely as he walked into the cafe. Good afternoon, replied Song Qingrong, who had pinned up her beautiful hair today and was wearing a pair of pearl earrings. Dressed in a white dress, she looked exceptionally elegant and beautiful. Her beautiful eyes blinked when she saw Chen Yuan. The outfit suited him perfectly indeed. Rong Jia is exceptionally beautiful today, Chen Yuan praised without reservation. Song Qingrong was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Song Qingrong's ears grew slightly warm upon hearing this, yet she deliberately asked, "Wasn't I pretty yesterday?" "You were." Rong Jia has always been beautiful. Song Qingrong blushed at Chen Yuan's bluntness. This guy really. It's not even 5:30 yet. Did you come here without eating? Song Qingrong changed the subject. I ate the bread you gave me yesterday. That's not enough, Song Qingrong said as she picked up her phone. I haven't eaten either. What would you like to have? No thanks, Rong Jia. I'm full. Don't I know the bread I made? Just tell me honestly what you want to eat, Song Qingrong said with an elder sister's demeanor. Thank you, Rong Jia. I'll eat whatever you order. Chen Yuan chuckled, unsure of what was actually tasty. He'd never placed a takeout order before. Then I'll order a pizza. There's one place that makes a pretty good one. Alright, I'll go change then. How about I teach you how to make coconut latte and velvet latte today? Song Qingrong said, looking at Chen Yuan as he approached. Chen Yuan nodded. He was feeling quite confident now. A few minutes later, give it a try. Isn't it simple? Song Qingrong's eyes curved into crescents as she gazed happily at Chen Yuan. Teaching someone to make coffee feels genuinely wonderful, especially when they're so bright. It truly gives a sense of accomplishment. Predictably, Chen Yuan executed it flawlessly once again. You're really amazing. Now there are only 2 variations left to teach you. I really have to thank Sister Rong for giving me this opportunity. Chen Yuan spoke with genuine sincerity. For a poor kid like him who knew nothing, it was already more than generous of Song Qingrong to give him a chance. These past few days he checked online. Jobs weren't that easy to come by, especially for someone like him who could only work a few hours each day. At least he hadn't let Jiang Tianze and Sister Rong down after all their kindness. A few minutes later, the delivery guy opened the coffee shop door and walked toward the counter. Hello, here's your pizza order. Great, thank you. Song Qingrong took the bag and thanked the delivery guy. Enjoy your meal. The delivery guy stole a few extra glances at Song Qingrong, who doesn't like looking at a beautiful woman. Chen Yuan naturally noticed too. Rong Jia, let me help you open this. Okay. Song Qingrong smiled gently. This kid was quite considerate. Chapter 12, Discovering the Pattern. Chen Yuan opened the box, and the aroma that rushed out awakened his previously numbed appetite. Song Qingrong looked at Chen Yuan's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Hungry already? And here you were acting tough just now. Heh. Chen Yuan rubbed his hands together and let out an awkward chuckle. Here are some gloves. Eat up quickly. No customers right now means it's perfect timing for a meal. Chen Yuan picked up the gloves and, imitating Song Qingrong's manner, grabbed a slice of pizza. The moment it touched his tongue, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. It was his first time trying this kind of flatbread, so fluffy, yet with a crispy crust, topped with savory tomato meat sauce. Delicious, he exclaimed. Eat more if you tastes good. Chen Yuan wolfed down a piece in just a few bites. The crispy crust was lined with grilled sausages that burst with juice upon each bite, making the experience utterly satisfying. Then she stealthily glanced at Song Qingrong before picking up another piece. Don't be shy, I can't finish all this by myself. Eat as much as you can, otherwise it'd be a waste, Song Qingrong said understandingly. She had chatted with Jiang Tianze about Chen Yuan, so she roughly understood his situation and couldn't help feeling sympathetic. After all, he was still just a young kid. Thanks, Rong Jia. As if having received permission, Chen Yuan began devouring the pizza with gusto, thoroughly enjoying himself. In the end, Song Qingrong only ate 2 slices, leaving the rest for Chen Yuan to polish off. Chen Yuan voluntarily took charge of preparing all the evening coffee orders, letting Song Qingrong go rest. Song Qingrong happily embraced the free time and settled down to read a book nearby. That day, it wasn't until nearly 9 p.m., when the shop was about to close, that Chen Yuan finally left. Before departing, Song Qingrong handed Chen Yuan 2 bottles of milk, and of course, the bread was taken along as well. A warmth spread through Chen Yuan's heart. He'd never experienced his sister's care before, and now he was truly feeling it. Back in the dorm room, Chen Yuan set down the bag, pulling out a bottle of milk and 2 portions of bread which he placed on Jiang Tianze's desk. Sis Rong sent the milk. Sweet, just leave it there. Jiang Tianze bounced on his bed. Damn it, got camped again. What are you up to? Chen Yuan asked curiously. Playing Honor of Kings. Have you tried it? Nope. Chen Yuan shook his head. It's freaking awesome. Download it now, I can't stand these noobs anymore. Jiang Tianze shouted, slamming his phone onto the bed. Upon hearing this, Luo Guanyu rolled his eyes. He was currently team ranking with Jiang Tianze. Wasn't this just an indirect jab at him? Take a look at your own stats: 0 kills, 5 deaths, and 2 assists. What were you thinking, rushing into a 1v5 with a Kai? Chen Yuan watched Jiang Tianzi's dazed expression, shook his head with a chuckle, and grabbed a towel to wash up. The icy water ran over his hands as Chen Yuan scooped a handful and splashed it on his face, finally feeling somewhat awakened. After the military training ended, I went straight to the coffee shop, feeling utterly exhausted with a mind in a foggy haze. Upon returning to the dorm, Chen Yuan habitually picked up his phone to check notifications. There was one unread message. Your debit card account 9622 received an online payment income of 3 renminbi and 60 cents on September 6, with a post-transaction balance of 3.6, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Chen Yuan stared blankly at the message. It was identical to yesterday's. 10 yuan and 3.60 yuan. Soon he connected these amounts to the prices of his meals. But isn't that bizarre? Why would his bank card receive exactly the amount he had spent on meals? Who could possibly be this tedious or this generous? Besides, who else but himself would know what he had eaten? Chen Yuan's questions came one after another, but no one gave him answers. Early the next morning, Chen Yuan clutched his meal card tightly. He needed proof. Why are you in such a hurry today? Jiang Tianzi hastily grabbed his hat and hurried to keep up with Chen Yuan's pace. Hungry. Chen Yuan uttered just 2 simple words. All right then. Jiang Tianzi showed complete understanding, as Chen Yuan looked much more robust than him but ate only a third of what he did. At the cafeteria, Chen Yuan, breaking from his usual habits, ordered 2 meat buns, a bowl of millet porridge, a tea egg, and 4 tails of fried rice. When Chen Yuan set his tray down to sit, Jiang Tianzi's eyes widened. You're eating well today? Hungry. Chen Yuan still responded with just those 2 words. He wasn't entirely sure either, but decided to take a gamble. If it really turned out to be eat as much as you pay, he'd never have to worry about going hungry again. Jiang Tianzi curled his lips in a smirk. Now this was more like it. The bird feed they'd been eating before could hardly fill the gaps between his teeth. The two walked towards the square with utter contentment after their meal. Chen Yuan also felt like he was bathed in spring sunshine. Who could understand the simple happiness of a stomach filled solidly with good food in the morning? Anyway, he just realized it now. These past few days in Jinghua, he was practically turning into a starving ghost. Hello, classmate, can I add you on WeChat? A girl with big eyes stopped the two of them in their tracks. My WeChat isn't that easy to add, Jiang Tianzi said with his tail practically wagging in the air, his tone dripping with narcissism. The girl burst into laughter. Sorry, I was asking the guy next to you. Jiang Tianzi felt as if his life had frozen at this very moment. The embarrassment, who could possibly understand his mortification? Sorry, I didn't bring my phone, Chen Yuan replied politely. The girl thought this was just Chen Yuan's excuse for rejection and left somewhat disappointed. Alright, forget it then. No way, you actually turned her down? Jiang Tianzi looked heartbroken. This was his favorite cute girl. I really didn't bring my phone, Chen Yuan answered bluntly. I give up. Couldn't you have at least given her your WeChat ID? Jiang Tianzi looked utterly exasperated. Got automatically generated. Who could possibly remember something that long? Alright, bro. I'll teach you when I get back tonight. Jiang Tianzi slapped his forehead, resigning to his fate. At noon, when Chen Yuan returned, he grabbed his phone immediately. Your debit card account 9622 received an online payment of 13 renminbi and 50 cents on September 7th. Available balance, 17.1 yuan, ICBC. Ha ha ha. Chen Yuan burst into laughter. He had deliberately ordered 2 dishes during lunch today, spending 7 yuan, plus the 6.5 yuan in the morning, exactly 13.5 yuan in total. Just as Jiang Tianzi sat down on the chair, he noticed Chen Yuan laughing inexplicably. What's up with you? He asked. Nothing, just saw something funny. Chen Yuan waved his hand, the smile on his lips completely unstoppable. Though this matter was quite bizarre, there was no doubt it had solved his biggest immediate problem, getting food. Right before heading out at noon, Chen Yuan made a special trip to the cafeteria to buy 2 cans of ice-cold Coca-Cola, handing one to Jiang Tianzi. Thanks. Jiang Tianzi took the condensation-covered Coke, popped it open immediately, and took a few big gulps. So refreshing. Nothing beats ice-cold Coke in the summer. Chen Yuan also drank with great pleasure. This was the first time he had truly felt such contentment. The once scorching breeze seemed to cool perceptibly. As they reached the square, the two finished off their colas in one go, crumpled the cans casually, and tossed them into the trash bin with effortless cool. Chapter 13, Feasting Heartily. All members of Class 1 and Class 2, fall in. Moving so slowly, are you all still half asleep? Then we'll start with 2 laps around the track. That should warm you up. Ha, come on. All the students wilted like frostbitten eggplants upon hearing the instructor's voice. What, still not enough? Want me to add 2 more laps? Get running now. Chen Yuan, you lead the run. Chen Yuan nodded with resigned acceptance. There was no disobeying the instructor's orders. Chen Yuan quickened his pace. With his tall stature and long legs, he naturally ran faster than others, but there were many girls in the team, so he had to consider them. So he slowed down. He tried his best to consider the others. After all, the instructor wasn't running with them anyway, so he might as well go easy. As the team started running, murmurs of complaint began to spread. "I'm done for, who the hell goes running at noon like this? Look at everyone else just standing there, while we're the only fools running around. Just yesterday I was praising him for letting us stand in the shade. Today he's making us run under the scorching sun, what a psycho." Complaints kept pouring in, but everyone dared only to mutter under their breath. After all, they were the ones who had to endure the suffering. After 2 laps, everyone was dog-tired. Never mind that they hadn't exercised much while preparing for the college entrance exams. Just the athletic field at Tsinghua University of Science and Technology alone was fucking enormous. Even someone as fit as Chen Yuan was panting heavily. How about that? Feeling more energized now? Drill Sergeant Fong circled around the students who were panting like exhausted dogs, tossing out sarcastic remarks. "Stand at attention for a while to recover," Drill Sergeant Fong said before running off to chat with other platoons. "What's this? Already putting your students through torture? Torture? You call running 2 laps torture? You look like you need some extra training too." Instructor Fong didn't spare anyone, immediately raising his foot for a kick. All right, squad leader, my mistake. The young instructor surrendered outright. He knew full well how formidable the squad leader was. The students from the young instructor's company couldn't help but snicker at the scene. "What's so funny? Find this amusing? Since you all love laughing so much, how about a couple extra laps around the track?" The young instructor immediately barked his reprimand. "Can't handle others, but you few sprouts I can certainly manage." Instructor Fong returned to his company with a beaming smile. "Attention, at ease. Left face, right face, about face." Instructor Fong looked at his squad stumbling every which way, with some turning in completely wrong directions, and his blood began to boil. "I'm honestly at my wit's end with you. How did you even get into this prestigious university? Do you all have 2 left feet or something? Did all the nutrition go to your brains instead?" Unsurprisingly, it was shaping up to be yet another grueling day of training. After it was over, Chen Yuan sent Song Qingrong a message on WeChat, saying he'd be 10 minutes late to the coffee shop. Then he immediately left Jiang Tianzi behind, trotted back to the dorm for a quick shower, changed clothes, grabbed his phone and campus card, and rushed straight to the cafeteria. Jiang Tianzi watched Chen Yuan dart away at lightning speed, muttering to himself, "Why's this kid in such a hurry lately? Could he have some thoughts about my Rongjie?" Chen Yuan topped up another 20 yuan on his card. Today he was going to eat heartily. Chen Yuan walked up to the cafeteria counter, but this time he didn't join the vegetarian line. Instead, he headed straight for the meat dishes. Staring at the glistening, oily meat dishes behind the glass, Chen Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. It was as if he could already taste them, savoring just how delicious they would be. "Auntie, I'll take 1 portion of braised pork, 1 fried sausage, and a tomato beef brisket." "Auntie, another 8 taels of rice, please." "How much rice?" The aunt thought she must have misheard and turned to ask Chen Yuan. "Half a kilo would do, or a full kilo if it suits you, ma'am." Auntie's face was filled with shock, but she still scooped up 8 taels of rice for Chen Yuan. The serving was generous too, especially the tomato and beef brisket stew. 2 large scoops poured right over the rice. Chen Yuan happily walked off carrying a mountain of a meal tray. He found a seat at the edge of the room and started eating. Zhan Shuangshuang had just gotten her food too and happened to sit at the table 1 aisle over from Chen Yuan. She looked up searching for Wang Yu when her peripheral vision was caught by a mountain-like pile of emptied meal trays. Her mouth fell open involuntarily. This amount could easily surpass what she'd eaten in 2 whole days. Upon checking who'd consumed such portions, she discovered it was none other than Chen Yuan from their same company. During military training, she'd often stolen glances at him, tall, powerfully built, radiating an aura of solid dependability. And being so handsome, how could anyone not be moved? When she returned to the dorm, many girls were talking about him. After all, there are only 1 or 2 who stand out with their looks. But right now, the mountain-like tray of food before her eyes truly shocked her. "Xuan, what are you looking at? You're completely lost in thought." Wang Yu had just come back with their food when she noticed Zhan Shuangshuang gazing intently to the side, not even registering that she'd sat down. "Take a look for yourself." Zhan Shuangshuang subtly pointed to the right. Wang Yu's eyes widened in amazement. Holy crap! Chen Yuan, completely unaware that his appetite had shocked others, was simply focused on eating his meal. The braised pork belly is so tender it melts in your mouth, with its rich aroma flooding your senses with every bite. The stewed tea eggs were absolutely delicious. The beef stew with tomatoes poured over the rice, each grain distinct and glistening, mingling with the tangy gravy. Just the sight of it whets the appetite, let alone actually eating it. Although there was plenty of rice, Chen Yuan finished it all in less than 10 minutes. He rubbed his full belly, his face brimming with satisfaction. Eating till you're full brings such pure happiness. The meal cost him 15.60 yuan, but it filled the void left by days of hunger. Zhan Shuangshuang watched in astonishment as Chen Yuan devoured his food like a whirlwind. Not until Chen carried his tray away did she realize she had barely eaten a bite. The moment Chen Yuan opened the door, Song Qingrong noticed. For some reason today, Song Qingrong kept glancing toward the entrance. Now seeing Chen Yuan filled her with indescribable reassurance. You seem to be in particularly good spirits today? Song Qingrong initiated the greeting. I just finished eating before coming here. Chen Yuan smiled. His mood was indeed exceptionally good. Hello, I'd like a mocha coffee. Alright, please wait a moment. With a customer arriving, Song Qingrong didn't continue the casual conversation. Seeing this, Chen Yuan also headed to the restroom to change clothes. Just as I stepped out, another customer arrived, ordering a latte. Rong Jia, let me handle this. You take a rest. Chen Yuan stepped forward and said to Song Qingrong. Alright, Song Qingrong replied with a gentle smile, sitting down to the side. Chen Yuan had long committed every step to memory, distributing the grounds, tamping, extracting, frothing the milk, all done in one smooth motion. The latte was quickly prepared. Chen Yuan placed the coffee on the tray and handed it to the customer. Here's your coffee, enjoy. Chapter 14, Payday. Chen Yuan. Song Qingrong called out softly after seeing Chen Yuan hand the coffee to the customer. What's wrong, Sister Rong? You're doing great, so I'll go ahead and pay you for the first month. After all, college just started, and money's needed everywhere, Song Qingrong said with a smile. Are you sure about this? Chen Yuan took 2 steps forward and crouched down to meet Song Qingrong's gaze. Song Qingrong watched as Chen Yuan crouched down in front of her, his lips curled into a smile. Unable to hold his gaze, she instinctively averted her eyes. Of course it's okay. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Thanks, Sister Rong. Chen Yuan was utterly delighted, completely unaware that his simple gesture had stirred a woman's heart. Customers are here. Go make some coffee. Song Qingrong picked up her phone, lowering her head to transfer the money to Chen Yuan. This guy, how does he manage to be so good at this? Chen Yuan, today I'll teach you how to make an orange Americano and several different flavored lattes. These are pretty much the last few coffees we have at my shop, Song Qingrong said with an easy laugh. You don't need to come in tomorrow, I'm closing the shop for the day to take care of some business. Alright, Chen Yuan replied. Just like yesterday, Chen Yuan left the coffee shop carrying yet another bag of food. Remembering Rong Jie's promise to advance his salary, Chen Yuan felt a newfound sense of security he'd never experienced before. Most of life's troubles can ultimately be solved with money, especially for someone as ordinary as Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan wasn't in a hurry to head back. Instead, he found a random bench in the campus square to sit on. He picked up his phone and called his mother. Beep, beep. After waiting half a minute, the call was finally answered. Is that Xiao Yuan? A familiar voice came through the receiver. Mom, it's me. Xiao Yuan, how are things over there? Song Guizhi's voice was full of concern. Normally, she didn't dare call her child, afraid it might interfere with school. Chen Yuan had called, clearly with much to say. Mom, I'm doing great here. I found a job making drinks for people. It's really easy work, and the boss is nice too. Chen Yuan gripped his phone, forcing a smile. Xiao Yuan, won't the job interfere with your studies? Aunt Song found you work weaving baskets. You can earn 3 yuan per basket. Don't push yourself too hard over there. By month's end, I can send you a few hundred yuan. Song Guizhi glanced at her already wounded hands, but her voice remained steady. Chen Yuan's heart ached as he listened. Mom, I have enough money here. I'm earning 8,000 yuan a month now. You don't need to work anymore. He just checked WeChat and saw Song Qingrong had directly transferred him 8,000 yuan instead of the initially agreed 5,000. Over 8,000 yen? Song Guizhi gasped in astonishment, then immediately said, that must be exhausting. Xiao Yuan, listen to your mom, don't do it anymore. Studies come first. I'll just weave more baskets. Mom, don't worry, it's really not tiring. It's easier than the summer job I did. They provide uniforms, the environment is good, and they even treat me to meals. It's really great, Chen Yuan patiently explained. His mother had toiled all her life, naturally finding it hard to believe such jobs existed. Truth be told, before coming here, he hadn't imagined there would be such a good job either. Back in their hometown, jobs like these were far more exhausting and paid just over 2,000 yuan a month. Song Guizhi was half convinced, but with her son so far away, she couldn't see for herself and had to let it go, urging him repeatedly not to overwork. I'll transfer you 3,000 in a bit, Mom. Buy some meat at home and eat well, don't be as frugal as before. Your son can earn money now. I'll make even more money in the future, so you can live comfortably. Chen Yuan finally voiced the real purpose of this phone call. He simply wanted to send some money home to ease his mother's hardships. In previous years, before the accident happened to his mother, she had been working exhaustively to manage everything for the household. A son who needs to attend school is a tremendous burden for a woman bearing the weight of an entire household. Now that he has the means to earn money, naturally he doesn't want his mother to continue enduring such hardship. Good, Song Guizhi murmured as she wheeled her chair into the courtyard. Listening to her son's promises while gazing at the gate where he hadn't appeared for so long, tears finally streamed down her face. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan heaved a deep sigh of relief. Since coming to Jinghua, he had been living on edge every single day, afraid of going hungry, afraid of not doing well enough. So at this moment, he truly felt immensely grateful to Jiang Tianze. Without him, he wouldn't have a phone to use now, nor would he have such a good job. Chen Yuan clicked on Jiang Tianze's WeChat avatar. Brose, come out, my treat. At this moment, Jiang Tianze lost yet another match. Staring at the scoreboard where his rating ranked dead last, he simmered with silent frustration. Seeing the message from Chen Yuan, she immediately sprang up from the bed. What can dispel worries? Only delicious food. Bros here, where are you? Jiang Tianze changed his clothes in a flash and pushed open the dorm door to head out. Waiting for you downstairs at the dorm. Hey, this kid's got some real decency. Jiang Tianze chuckled as he turned off his phone and headed downstairs. Kid, what's with treating me to a meal? Did you strike it rich or something? Big sister Rome gave me my salary in advance, and it's the post-probation rate. Nice one, bro. Didn't let me down, getting regularized in just 3 days. Jiang Tianze slung an arm around Chen Yuan's shoulders, acting as if he'd been the one who got promoted. Chen Yuan grinned. What are you hungry for? We gotta hit the skewers tonight, with some ice-cold beers, absolute perfection. No problem. After arriving at the barbecue restaurant, Jiang Tianze didn't hold back and immediately ordered 10 lamb kidneys. He claimed it was for nourishment. Chen Yuan smiled as he looked at Jiang Tianze, thinking he really did need the boost. While Jiang Tianze was in the restroom, Chen Yuan seized the moment to quietly pay the bill at the counter. The two of them spent over 300 yuan on their meal together. After paying the bill, Chen Yuan slipped his phone back into his pocket. Outside the barbecue joint, Chen Yuan enjoyed the pleasant evening breeze. Brother Zay, thank you. Why thank me? I should be thanking you for treating me to barbecue, Jiang Tianze said playfully. It's the least I could do. Nonsense about could do, we're mates. You're the first friend I made at university, obviously I'd help where I can. Look at those two idiots in the dorm, I can't even be bothered to acknowledge them. Jiang Tianze snorted. Chen Yuan didn't say much. Some things were better kept to himself. Although he'd eaten dinner, supper was a completely different matter. This was Chen Yuan's first time eating barbecue, and it left him lingering with the memory. Who knew something could smell this delicious? Especially that instant noodles, which could even be stir-fried, opened up a whole new world for him. Back in the dormitory, Chen Yuan habitually took out his phone to check notifications. But this time, he first clicked on the text messages, where there was conspicuously one unread message. All the other words automatically faded into the background. His eyes were fixed solely on the phrase 650 yuan deposited. Chapter 15 Slander. Chen Yuan's eyes widened in shock. What was going on? How could over 600 yuan have been charged? The two of them had only eaten about 300 yuan worth of food. And he'd thought only the cafeteria meals required payment. Turns out other restaurants charged too? Chen Yuan suddenly felt his mind opening up. He even thought about treating Jiang Tianze to another meal. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Tianze had just taken off his shirt, revealing his pale, slender torso. Turning around, he saw Chen Yuan staring at him with gleaming eyes. He quickly covered himself. Who wouldn't be scared in this situation? It's fine. Chen Yuan smiled slightly and shook his head. Jiang Tianze simply thought this guy was insane. Was he so dazzled by his handsome looks that he'd fallen for him? Chen Yuan transferred all the money into his ICBC account. Seeing the balance exceeding 5,000 yuan, he felt absolutely delighted. Yesterday, Chen Yuan searched for his phone model online and was shocked to find it costs 8,000 yuan. He had initially planned to buy a new one and return it to Jiang Tianze, but now it seems he'll have to wait until next month to make the purchase. The next day, Chen Yuan went to the cafeteria alone to eat. Jiang Tianze took a leave today, saying there was something going on at home. Chen Yuan bought 5 meat buns, a bowl of century egg porridge, 2 marinated eggs, 2 grilled sausages, and a beef pancake all in one go. He had already made up his mind, since whatever he ate would just come back up anyway, he might as well eat to his heart's content. Luo Guanyu arrived at the cafeteria right after Chen Yuan, and when he saw Chen Yuan carrying a tray piled high with food, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. How come he can eat so much? How did he get money? Only wealthy families can afford to spend over 10 yuan on breakfast. He only eats about 5 or 6 yuan worth of food in the morning. These past few days, he had observed that Chen Yuan was truly penniless, so how could he suddenly afford to buy so much food? Luo Guanyu, like a busybody, kept turning Chen Yuan's situation over in his mind. At noon, he even tailed Chen Yuan's steps, but Chen Yuan took long strides and walked swiftly, leaving him utterly exhausted. At noon, Chen Yuan bought 3 meat dishes again, with the usual 8 tails of rice. Evening, in the dormitory, Tan Yang kept rummaging through his belongings noisily, making all sorts of clanging sounds. He continued searching for nearly half an hour without stopping. What are you doing? Luo Guanyu couldn't take it anymore. Tan Yang rolled his eyes at him. That's 1,000 bucks gone. What? Lost money? Luo Guanyu exclaimed in shock. Has anyone seen it? Tan Yang casually tossed out the question. Chen Yuan turned away and shook his head. No. Luo Guanyu also hurriedly chimed in, me neither. But then he remembered Chen Yuan's unusual behavior today and couldn't help but cast a glance in his direction. He thought to himself, could it be that Chen Yuan stole Tan Yang's money? Otherwise, how could he afford to eat so much? Chen Yuan, Luo Guanyu suddenly called out. Chen Yuan looked at him puzzled. What's up? You've suddenly come into money recently, huh? Luo Guanyu dropped the remark with ambiguous tone. Tan Yang also turned his gaze toward Chen Yuan upon hearing this. What do you mean? Chen Yuan's face instantly turned cold. While Tan Yang was over here talking about losing money, this guy was on the side casually mentioning how he suddenly came into some cash recently. Nothing, I was just asking casually. Just asking casually? Chen Yuan snorted coldly. Luo Guanyu grew somewhat uncomfortable under Chen Yuan's gaze and quickly said, forget I said anything. You think just saying forget I said anything makes it disappear? Don't pretend you don't know what you meant by that. What are you yelling about? Everyone knows you're broke as hell. A broke loser who used to only eat 2 vegetable buns per meal suddenly stuffing himself with so much food, where'd you get the money? Luo Guanyu recalled Chen Yuan's previous destitute appearance and immediately straightened his posture. Chen Yuan laughed in exasperation. What's it to you? Who the hell do you think you are? Did I dig up cash from your grave? How dare you talk like that? Luo Guanyu's face flushed with anger. Do I need to speak politely to a fucking idiot like you? Chen Yuan was equally furious, knowing full well he'd never provoked his roommate. How dare this guy slander him without a shred of evidence? Chen Yuan turned around, holding up his phone towards Tan Yang. Here's my paycheck from the cafe boss where I work. Tan Yang also felt awkward about this whole scene. I didn't think it was you, he said. Chen Yuan nodded. Though Tan Yang rarely spoke, at least he was normal. Unlike that other idiot who'd been acting like a moron since day one. Chen Yuan went back to picking out a laptop. How could a computer science major not have a notebook? After much deliberation, he still chose a gaming laptop. The performance was undoubtedly top-notch, though a bit pricey, but he could manage with installments. Nowadays, he spends nothing on meals, rarely buys other things, and earns a steady salary every month, living quite comfortably. After a while, Tan Yang suddenly exclaimed, I found it. Chen Yuan, sorry about earlier. Tan Yang stood up and gave Chen Yuan a pat. It's nothing. Chen Yuan smiled slightly. After all, it had nothing to do with Tan Yang. Having said that, Chen Yuan got up and walked towards Luo Guanyu. He had naturally heard Tan Yang's loud voice earlier and could only keep his head down, pretending to be oblivious. Apologize, Chen Yuan said quietly as he stood next to Luo Guanyu. Didn't I say anything? Besides, he already got his money back, Luo Guanyu muttered without daring to look at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan grabbed Luo Guanyu by the collar. Don't you understand human language? Tan Yang quickly stepped in to intervene. If a real fight broke out, it would definitely lead to disciplinary action, and the rumors wouldn't sound good either. Chen Yuan, let me buy you a milk tea. Honestly, it's my fault for not finding it earlier. None of your business. He asked for it with that mouth of his. Chen Yuan shook his head, keeping his piercing gaze fixed on Luo Guanyu. Zhang Tianze happened to return just in time to witness this scene. Chen Yuan stared darkly at Luo Guanyu, while Tan Yang, usually so indifferent, finally showed a shift in expression. What the hell happened here? Zhang Tianze looked utterly baffled. He said I stole Tan Yang's money. Chen Yuan didn't lift his head, repeating insistently, can't you apologize? Hearing Zhang Tianze return, Luo Guanyu closed his eyes briefly and muttered in a low voice, I'm sorry. Louder. Aren't you a man? I'm sorry, Luo Guanyu shouted before throwing down his glasses and running away. Holy shit? Crying? Zhang Tianze's mouth fell open. This was really a... Chen Yuan returned to his seat with a cold face, saying nothing. Whether he cries or not is his own business, but he must be given an apology. Back when his father had just passed away, he couldn't even afford the class fees. His classmates bullied him. Whenever someone lost money, they'd blame Chen Yuan for stealing it. The homeroom teacher didn't even bother to clarify the facts before calling his mom to the school. If it weren't for this, his mom wouldn't have rushed to take up that construction job, wouldn't have gotten into that accident. This was the thing he hated the most, the word stolen most of all. Today, even if it meant disciplinary action, he was going to get that apology. Everyone has their own bottom line. Chapter 16, System Appearance. Life went on methodically, and before long, a week had passed in the blink of an eye. Rongjia, we have military training activities this evening, so we won't be able to make it to the cafe today. Sorry about that. It's alright, I can manage on my own. Chen Yuan put down his phone and began eating the takeout he'd brought back. Hey, scoot over a bit, let's eat together. Zhang Tianze dragged his chair over to Chen Yuan's table. Chen Yuan looked at Zhang Tianze speechlessly. You need company just to eat a meal? Not exactly, it's just that the dishes you got look really appetizing. Zhang Tianze chuckled sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan shook his head with a smile and opened his lunchbox. Today he'd ordered minced pork with eggplant, spicy stir-fry pot, sautéed yellow beef, and his usual partner a hearty portion of 8 liang, 400 g, of rice. The moment the lunchbox opened, Zhang Tianze reached over with his chopsticks to snag a large piece of beef. Smells amazing, other people's meals always taste better, he remarked. Chen Yuan watched Zhang Tianze's cocky demeanor and grabbed a chopstick to pick a stuffed eggplant from Zhang Tianze's lunchbox. So delicious. The two of them laughed and chatted while eating together. Why does food taste so bland at home but so good at school? Maybe because your mom's cooking is terrible? Chen Yuan teased. I still don't know what my mom's cooking tastes like. We've basically always had a maid doing the cooking at home. A maid? A relative of yours? No, just a maid specifically hired for cooking. Chen Yuan nodded, having already realized that Zhang Tianze was a rich kid. Brother Rong is an amazing cook though. I was lucky enough to try her cooking once. The soup she made was absolutely delicious. Except I barely got to drink any of it. The damn Song Qingyan snatched it all away. Ha! There's actually something you can't win in a fight for? Chen Yuan mocked. Ah, you just don't get it. If you ever get the chance to try it yourself, you'll understand that taste. Zhang Tianze's expression was completely nostalgic. Chen Yuan couldn't help but picture Song Qingrong's gentle, beautiful face in his mind. Sister Rong was truly flawless, beautiful inside and out, with such a great figure. Chen Yuan shook his head, dismissing those impractical thoughts. After finishing his meal, Chen Yuan took out his phone and checked his bank balance, 6,030 yuan. He treated Zhang Tianze to another meal this week, and sure enough, the reimbursement was even higher. Chen Yuan scrolled up and saw a text message from an unknown number. Congratulations on achieving the hidden test of receiving 1,000 yen in meal rebates within half a month. You may now activate the system. If you agree to activate it, please click the link below before midnight tonight. If not activated, meal rebates will no longer appear in the future. Chen Yuan stared at the message. He has indeed spent around 1,000 on meals recently. Could it be that this person has been constantly transferring money to himself? Activating the system? What on earth is this thing? Chen Yuan's finger hovered over the screen, never tapping down. People always harbor skepticism and fear toward the unknown, and Chen Yuan was no exception. He didn't even fully comprehend the phrase activating the system. But the line of text below made it impossible for him to resist. The days of having enough to eat were so joyful that he couldn't bear to lose them. With a resolve born of desperation, Chen Yuan tapped the link on the screen. After all, he was just a penniless young man with nothing to lose. Congratulations, host. System successfully activated. A mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Chen Yuan jerked his head up, looking around frantically. What are you looking at? Zhang Tianze watched Chen Yuan twisting his neck around. Can you hear any strange sounds? Chen Yuan tentatively asked. This situation was completely beyond his comprehension. No, was that someone talking outside? I wasn't really paying attention. Zhang Tianze shook his head. Host need not worry. This system is only visible and audible to the host. That mechanical voice sounded again. Chen Yuan forced himself to calm down, struggling to accept this reality that defied his understanding. Host, there's no need to speak aloud. Simply think what you wish to say in your mind. Who are you? This system is the Ultimate Tycoon Cashback System, possessing infinite capabilities. Ultimate Tycoon Cashback System? What on earth is that? In simple terms, it can give you unlimited wealth. Chen Yuan swallowed hard, clearly terrified by the system's words. Unlimited wealth. Could this thing be setting me up? But I don't have any value worth exploiting, do I? Host may rest assured, this system deceives neither old nor young. What do you need me to do? Eat well and enjoy the pleasures money can bring. Such a simple and unpretentious request? Chen Yuan almost laughed out loud. Exactly. Centuries later, this planet has been developed into a super technological world. Food is no longer a necessity, and wealth has become utterly worthless. So this system, as a cross-temporal technological product, has randomly selected a very impoverished individual on this planet, that is, you, the host, to fulfill the constructor's noble vision. Chen Yuan knew he was poor, but hearing it stated so bluntly by the system was still rather embarrassing. The constructor's noble vision is simply to eat well and enjoy the pleasures of wealth. And now you've only refunded me 1,000 yuan, is this what you call enjoying the pleasures of wealth? Chen Yuan's courage grew. Since the system had put it that way, why shouldn't he play along? The host's current accumulated cash level is relatively low, so the cashback is correspondingly low. Does that mean if I spend more money on meals, I'll get more cash back? The host has currently achieved the simplest milestone of receiving 1,000 yuan in meal cashback within half a month. If the host can accumulate 10,000 yuan in meal cashback within the next month, the next milestone will be unlocked. Chen Yuan nodded, finally understanding how this mechanism worked. Why don't you just call it the glutton system then? Because the host is currently too weak, only the dining system is available. Now it was Chen Yuan's turn to be speechless. How did he end up getting mocked? Since the host has activated the system, the spend 1,000 on food achievement reward is now being issued. Specialized Lightning White Dunes Bicycle X1, AJ11 Retro Concord Black and White X1, AJ1 Retro High Pine Green Black Toe X1, Level 8 Black Backpack X1, Peak Sportswear Set X2, Triple Dining Cashback Voucher X2. Physical prizes will be distributed via lottery, while virtual prizes are issued immediately. Chen Yuan's jaw dropped. Though he didn't recognize any of the brands, that didn't stop him from being awestruck. But then he realized, lottery? Where do I enter? Before the system could respond, Chen Yuan heard Jiang Tianze exclaim loudly beside him, our school club's official account is holding a raffle. Holy shit, the prizes are insane. Is this team building? Why are there so many club raffles, and all for freshmen? What, is no one signing up for clubs anymore? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Send it to me, I'll take a look too. Then he turned to the system and asked, System, is this the lottery you mentioned? Absolutely, host, feel free to draw. Keep up the good work to unlock the next achievement reward. Chen Yuan scrolled through the page, coincidentally finding prizes that matched exactly what the system had awarded him. Wouldn't this be unethical? Everyone else is just becoming supporting extras. Though Chen Yuan muttered this inwardly, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch upward. No one dislikes lottery draws, especially the kind where you're guaranteed a 100% win. Who understands the blessing of the luck god's favor? Several minutes later. Chen Yuan, done rolling yet? Let's go, it's about time. Jiang Tianze snapped Chen Yuan back to reality. Ha, let's go, I almost forgot. Chen Yuan scratched his head. As they reached the dormitory building, night had already fallen. Yet, the boisterous atmosphere added a touch of comfort to the evening. Chapter 17 Military Training Night. Tonight we're learning military songs, and I better hear you shouting them loud. None of this weak little girl stuff, you boys better toughen up. Instructor Feng bellowed. The other boys couldn't help but laugh at his words. What's so funny? Anyone who sings weakly will soon be crying instead. Everyone, repeat after me, line by line. Hear the bugle call of the new march. Hear the bugle call of the new march. The goal of a strong army summons us forward. The goal of building a mighty army beckons before us. The young instructor from the neighboring company, seeing his squad leader's exasperated expression, couldn't help but secretly chuckle. Little did he expect Instructor Feng to shoot him a sharp glare. He promptly turned away, avoiding Instructor Feng's gaze, and addressed his own company's students. Come on, let's begin too. The country needs strength, so we must shoulder responsibility. The country needs strength, so we must shoulder responsibility. After finishing the song, Instructor Feng felt this was harder than teaching them regular training drills. Can you stop mumbling like toothless old ladies? You're supposed to be the rising sun of our nation's future, but what are you now? The setting sun? The group burst into laughter again at these words. Hold on, how can you all still find this funny? Instructor Feng felt his temper boiling to the point of cursing. Just then, robust military singing suddenly rang out from the neighboring area. Did you hear that? That's the sound we should be making. Everyone better sing properly, don't embarrass me. Instructor Feng patiently taught them 2 more times. Unfortunately, the results were still minimal, their voices persistently weaker than the neighboring class. Instructor Feng stood there in silence for a long moment, then strode briskly toward the chief instructor's direction. Seeing their instructor had left, the others began to relax somewhat. Though today's activity was just singing, Instructor Feng had seemed quite serious about it, so they didn't dare act too unrestrained. Before long, Instructor Feng returned carrying a speaker in one hand and a microphone in the other. I don't believe it. Let's do it again. Instructor Feng turned on the microphone and yelled at his company. Sing. Just a single word, uttered with resounding force, tinged with a trace of resentment. Hark! The new journey's bugle is sounding. Instructor Feng finally broke into a smile. The borrowed equipment was proving its worth after all. Pointing at these little rookies, he thought he might just die of frustration tonight. Class monitor, that's cheating, the young instructor from the neighboring company immediately shouted upon hearing their transmission. Scram! Instructor Feng snapped mercilessly without even glancing his way. Finally satisfied, Instructor Feng had them sing twice through before deciding they'd performed well enough, then promptly stirred up trouble. We've got all this equipment here, who's stepping up to showcase their talent? Instructor Feng inquired with a grin as he circled the group. It's quite similar to the kindergarten game of dropping the handkerchief. Everyone lowered their heads in unison. At this moment, Instructor Feng's words sounded like the whispers of a demon. What's with the silence? Weren't you all quite chatty and whispering down there earlier? Instructor Feng said deliberately. Playing tricks on others is simply hilarious. No volunteers? If no one steps up, I'll just pick someone at random. Class monitor, your team has no one willing? We've got volunteers over here. That young drill instructor couldn't resist butting in again with his annoying tone. Yes, we do have someone. Chen Yuan, step forward. The instructor stood not far from Chen Yuan and called out loudly. Damn it! Chen Yuan cursed silently in his heart. Does Instructor Feng only know my name or what? Why does he keep calling on me for everything? Jiang Tianzi couldn't help but burst out laughing. My poor buddy who got targeted by the drill sergeant. Sergeant Feng, I really don't know how to do anything, Chen Yuan said with a sickly pale face. He genuinely didn't know anything, he'd never learned these things as a kid. Get up there now, no dawdling. At worst just sing that song I taught you earlier, weren't you singing it plenty loud before? Chen Yuan had no choice but to stand up, looking utterly miserable like a duck being forced onto a perch. Jiang Tianzi silently mourned for his brother in his heart. With the microphone in hand, Chen Yuan suddenly wished he could become mute, or even blind would suffice. This feeling of being under everyone's gaze was truly spine-chilling, especially that young jerk of a drill instructor next door, who also made his company turn their heads this way. Luo Guanyu felt a bit of schadenfreude yesterday, he'd forced him to apologize, and today, he's already unlucky. Serves him right. Zhang Shuangshuan couldn't help but laugh too. Chen Yuan's expression was just too hilarious. She even thought it might be better to have Chen Yuan scoop up a mountain of rice and livestream himself eating it, maybe the effect would be even funnier. Then I'll sing a song for everyone, don't mind if it sounds bad. Chen Yuan sighed, resigning himself to humiliation. What's done is done. Wow. Give us a song, give us a song. The crowd below didn't care whether it sounded good or not, they just wanted to stir up trouble. After all, they weren't the ones making fools of themselves, so they might as well laugh. Chen Yuan took out his phone and connected it to the speaker via Bluetooth. Bluetooth connection successful. Others nearby turned their heads at the sound, wondering what was about to happen. A melancholic yet graceful piano melody flowed from the speakers. Holy shit, Chanshan, a guy exclaimed, his favorite song was playing. Wow! As the intro to Chanshan began, people from other platoons started cheering too. Can you hear me? Chen Yuan picked up the microphone and asked. Chen Yuan's deep, magnetic voice emanated from the speakers, instantly eliciting cheers from the crowd below. No one expected his voice to be so pleasant. With such a nice voice, his singing probably wouldn't be too bad, right? Everyone began to hold this hopeful expectation in their hearts. Even Instructor Feng was looking at Chen Yuan with admiration, just as expected from someone he had chosen. Chen Yuan had no idea about everyone else's inner thoughts. This was a song he had often heard on the radio before, so at this moment, he had no choice but to bring it out as his lifesaver. He didn't even know if he sang it well, since he had never sung for anyone else before. Alright, I'm starting now, don't laugh, or else I'll climb through your windows tonight, Chen Yuan joked. The familiar melody of the music began again, its opening notes instantly transporting listeners back many years. The clear dewdrops ripple across the small pond, circle after circle appearing. Chen Yuan's pleasant voice sang out from the speakers along with the musical accompaniment. As the first line concluded, thunderous applause erupted from several nearby military companies. Sounds amazing. Badass. Chen Yuan's face flushed red. It was his first time being watched by so many people. Even Instructor Feng had already sat down on the ground to listen to Chen Yuan sing. By then, a young instructor from the neighboring company had also taken a seat beside Instructor Feng. Well done, squad leader. Your company has got quite the versatile talent here, he remarked. Tell me something I don't know, Instructor Feng retorted with a hint of pride, his eyes fixed on Chen Yuan with an amused grin. I must put this kid up for the model award. Chapter 18 Peach Blossom Fate. Chen Yuan's low and melancholic singing voice echoed all around. Each piece emerges like unripe youth. The patter of rain softly drips, whispering echoes linger. Just like your wistful sigh, so melodious. Chen Yuan's voice had a magnetic quality, effortlessly drawing listeners into his singing. Everyone was captivated by his voice. Zhang Shuangshuang's sparkling eyes gazed at Chen Yuan, her heart fluttering like a deer prancing within. A timeless melody, love is but watching who spins the cocoon. Whether win or lose against you, we can never return. A light and carefree tune, sketching nothing but my breath. At the end of mountains and rivers, I turned back to glimpse you once more. As Chen Yuan's voice faded, another round of applause erupted. On that university night, everyone sat on the playground listening to this story-filled song, the atmosphere instantly reaching its peak. From neighboring Company 9, a strikingly glamorous girl fixed her gaze on Chen Yuan, her eyes revealing intense interest. A song isn't long, but it was enough for everyone to remember Chen Yuan, or rather, that guy who sang Xian Xian. Many even raised their phones to record Chen Yuan's performance and uploaded it online. Handsome looks, a beautiful voice, and heartfelt singing, his performance had it all at the highest level. When Chen Yuan put down the microphone, the crowd was still chanting, one more song. Chen Yuan waved his hand, no, I only know this one song. But clearly, no one else believed him. How could someone who sings this well only know one song? Just as Instructor Feng was about to stand up and call another student forward, he noticed a girl from the neighboring Company 9 standing up. She walked confidently over to their company's area. Reporting to the instructor, I'll take a turn too, the girl shouted at the young instructor next to Instructor Feng. Great, great, come on, the young instructor exclaimed excitedly. He loved this kind of thrill. Instructor Feng, who had just begun to rise, paused and sat back down. Chen Yuan obediently returned to his seat as well. See that? We're in the same company, the young instructor said boastfully. Yeah, I see. Want me to give you a lift up there to dance too? Instructor Feng retorted with a glance. Let me dance for everyone, the girl said, addressing the group but keeping her eyes fixed on Chen Yuan. This was the same girl who had been staring at Chen Yuan earlier. The girl took off her hat directly, removed her hair tie, and let loose a cascade of beautiful curls. This smooth and effortless series of movements practically made the boys below lose their minds. Chen Yuan naturally sensed the girl's scorching gaze. He raised an eyebrow and continued watching. The girl also picked up her phone, connected it via Bluetooth, and played the song Señorita. The girl walked to the center between the two companies, right at an angle above Chen Yuan. As the melody of Señorita played, the girl took off her jacket and threw it on the ground, revealing a black crop top underneath, a stark contrast to her military training pants. The atmosphere instantly ignited. Whoa, who doesn't love a beauty, especially one with such a smoking hot figure? As the music started, her slender waist swayed with agile grace, every movement pulsating with rhythm. Her long hair gently swayed to the dance beats, adding an extra touch of allure. Her curvaceous figure stood out even more under the stage lights, leaving viewers parched with yearning. Her dance grew increasingly passionate and unrestrained with the rhythm of the music. She approached Chen Yuan's seat, placing her hand gently on his shoulder while swaying her body, resembling an alluring serpent spirit. The crowd erupted into screams and cheers at the sight. Chen Yuan's face flushed crimson, and he froze stiffly on the spot. He hasn't even held a girl's hand before. How could he possibly handle this situation? The girl watched Chen Yuan's reaction, gave an enchanting smile, then turned and walked away, leaving only a faint fragrance behind. The crowd erupted in screams again. Isn't this better than any TV drama? So thrilling. Even after the music ended, the lingering warmth on Chen Yuan's face hadn't faded. He hadn't even dared to watch the girl dance, afraid she might come over again. Though thrilling, he was just an innocent young boy who simply couldn't handle it. Does anyone else want to give it a try? Others from the companies can join too. Instructor Feng clapped his hands and stood up, shouting at the top of his voice. Reporting, I'll go. Zhang Xuanshuang got to her feet, clapped her hands, and strode forward. Great! Look at us girls, we're so much better than the boys. Zhang Xuanshuang picked up the microphone. I'll sing a song for everyone too. Connecting to Bluetooth again, Zhang Xuanshuang played the accompaniment. Another familiar melody began to play. Holy crap, it's Qianqian again. Why do I smell gunpowder in the air? Jiang Tianzi craned his neck forward with amusement, barely restraining himself from standing up. Damn, one girl dancing for Chen Yuan, another performing a delayed duet. This guy's charm is off the charts. Why hasn't anyone noticed my charm yet? Chen Yuan also looked up and saw the cute, pretty girl standing in front gazing back at him. But it was just a fleeting moment. The girl soon lowered her head to adjust the microphone, ignoring the gazes directed her way. Zhang Xuanshuang grew nervous too, especially seeing Chen Yuan looking straight at her. She just acted on impulse, seeing Chen Yuan being hassled, and rushed up without thinking. After all, he was the one she'd just set her heart on. Chen Yuan gazed at Zhang Xuanshuang, watching her hair sway gently in the evening breeze. Her fair, delicate face was tinged with blush, and her full, glossy lips murmured something under her breath. Why were girls in big cities all so stunning? His focus was beginning to waver. As the music began, Zhang Xuanshuang's voice floated through the air like a whisper of wind, rippling across that restless, beautiful night and stirring waves of emotion in everyone's hearts. That lingering affection still withers in the breeze. Her voice carried a maiden's tenderness, lilting and melodious, less sorrowful than Chen Yuan's rendition, more like a lover's whisper. Chen Yuan closed his eyes to listen. This was his favorite song, and hearing such a beautifully reinterpreted version naturally demanded his full appreciation. The girl who had been dancing earlier observed Zhang Xuanshuang's expression and immediately understood her little secret thoughts, though she paid them no mind. When others were brave, she would be braver still. She loves a good challenge. A few more eager individuals stepped forward to perform next. After all, during these evening military training sessions, everyone jokingly calls it the college priority dating right stage. Instructor Feng checked the time and decided it was about right, then walked forward. Alright, let's call it a night for singing practice. Chen Yuan, after dismissal, take this equipment over to the stage area. Instructor Feng pointed toward the main platform. Roger that, Chen Yuan responded. All personnel, dismissed. Yay, everyone cheered. Though there was no training session that night, just some simple singing, everyone was already exhausted from the day's activities and certainly wasn't looking for extra trouble if they could avoid it. Chapter 19, Rejection. Chen Yuan picked up the speaker, having just turned to tell Jiang Tianzi to wait for him. He saw the dancing girl walking toward him. Hello, I'm He Qiangshi, the girl said warmly, smiling at Chen Yuan. Hello, is there something I can help you with? Can I have your WeChat? He Qiangshi asked straightforwardly. Oh, okay. Chen Yuan dumbly fished his phone out of his pocket. He'd made sure to bring it today when he left home. After getting his WeChat, He Qiangshi flashed Chen Yuan a radiant smile. Chen Yuan, did you like my dance performance? Zhang Tianze watched Chen Yuan's predicament from behind with unmistakable mischief in his eyes. There was no way his foolish friend could handle a girl like this. It looks quite nice, Chen Yuan answered truthfully, though he didn't dare meet He Qiangshi's captivating gaze. If it's so nice, why won't you look at me? He Qiang continued teasing Chen Yuan. Excuse me, classmate, I need to deliver these items, Chen Yuan said no more, grabbing the package and bolting away. He always felt that this girl named He Qiangshi looked at him with eyes that seemed ready to devour him. Zhan Shuangshuan couldn't help but laugh at Chen Yuan's flustered retreat. What a fool, she chuckled. Come on, let's grab some food. Chen Yuan strode energetically toward Zhang Tianze as the square had already emptied of people. Let's go, I've been starving for ages. How about we try Cafeteria 3? I've heard they serve really good food there. Sure, I could eat anything right now. I feel like I could devour an entire cow. Chen Yuan chuckled. Zhang Tianze still loved to brag like always. Truth was, he couldn't even stomach a cow's head. The third cafeteria was relatively close to the square but quite far from their dormitory, so the two arrived in just a few minutes. Entering the cafeteria, it was packed like sardines. Seems everyone was hungry. I'll check over there. Zhang Tianze had his eyes on a chilled noodle salad. On a warm night like this, something cool would be more refreshing. Chen Yuan nodded and walked straight ahead. Boss, give me 2 Orleans grilled chicken legs. Actually make it 3. Coming right up, handsome. That'll be 24. Chen Yuan took the chicken legs and moved on to the next canteen stall. Boss, I'd like a plate of fried rice noodles with egg and sausage. Boss, I'll have 2 egg burgers. Boss, I'd like a stone pot bibimbap. Boss, 2 iced bubble teas with pearls for me. Boss, bring me an order of fried mushrooms and chicken racks. Zhang Tianze sat at the table watching Chen Yuan carrying over one dish after another. More. My face is filled with you. What other surprises do you have that I don't know about? I brought you a cup of milk tea, and there are chicken legs, fried mushrooms, and chicken racks. Eat whatever you like. Chen Yuan waved his hand grandly, acting quite generous. Zhang Tianze nodded. He finally understood Chen Yuan's true appetite. But the truth was, Chen Yuan could still eat more, but it was too late. Eating too much would upset his stomach. The two of them had loaded the table for 4 to the brim, which was pretty impressive. Chen Yuan put on his gloves, grabbed a huge drumstick, and took a massive bite. Heavenly! The juices burst in his mouth, the chicken so tender it was pure bliss. What a treat! Chen Yuan devoured a large chicken drumstick in just a few bites, then polished off an egg burger in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Zhang Tianze prided himself on being quite unrestrained and far from overly delicate when eating. Yet witnessing Chen Yuan's voracious appetite now made him feel like a complete amateur. This was the real way men ate, summed up in one word, exhilarating. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Yuan finished washing up and lay on his bed, staring at the additional friend that had appeared in his contact list. Looking at He Qiangshi's profile picture, Chen Yuan couldn't help recalling those remarkably memorable eyes that had left a deep impression on him. Though he had never had a girlfriend before, that didn't mean he was ignorant about romantic relationships between men and women. It's just that things suppressed for too long cannot be released so easily. Right now, his heart is set on working hard and earning enough money, hoping that one day he'll save up enough for his mother's medical treatment and to bring her to live with him in Jinghua. Though love is appealing, survival is far more important. Having weathered harsh realities, he couldn't afford to indulge in fanciful illusions, so he ignored He Qiangshi's greeting. He didn't believe a poor guy like him could actually be with such a stunning beauty. After coming to Jinghua, he witnessed the prosperity of the big city, as well as the desires in people's hearts, things he currently couldn't afford to engage with. Chen Yuan turned off his phone and glanced happily at the money that had arrived in his account that evening before closing his eyes to sleep. The next morning after military training ended, Chen Yuan and Zhang Tianze ate lunch and returned to their dorm. Ah, didn't win again. Guess I'll never have that lucky charm. The draw's out? Chen Yuan gulped down a large mouthful of water before turning to Zhang Tianze to ask. Yeah, check if you've won. I bet we're just cannon fodder in this game. Who knows which lucky bastard got it? Zhang Tianze punched the wooden table in frustration. Though money wasn't an issue for him, nothing could make up for being cursed with perpetual bad luck. Dude's mentality is about to collapse. Chen Yuan glanced guiltily, didn't say anything, but silently opened his phone. He opened the lottery links one by one. First was the AJ11 Retro Concorde Black and White. Sure enough, he won. Congratulations to this student for winning. Please leave your address, we'll register it and place your order. Meanwhile, welcome to learn more about our club. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh, then covered his mouth with his fist and awkwardly coughed twice before preparing to click the next one. Zhang Tianze glanced at the secretly laughing figure, his mental alarm bells ringing loudly. What? Did you win? Maybe? I won? Chen Yuan deliberately joked in response. Holy shit, no way. Jiang Tianzi sprang up from his chair and snatched Chen Yuan's phone. Holy crap, you actually won the raffle? And it's AJ's? Jiang Tianzi's gaze darted between the phone screen and Chen Yuan's face, his expression full of disbelief. So this kind of lucky bastard actually exists in my dorm room? Let me check if you won this one too. If you did, I'll eat shit. Jiang Tianzi angrily tapped the screen, then stared in stunned silence. You won again? What? Again? Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh before feigning surprise. What kind of freak luck do you have? I take back what I just said. If you win this next one, I'll eat shit. Alright, I'll hold you to that, Chen Yuan roared with laughter. Jiang Tianzi, refusing to believe this streak, clicked open another. This bicycle costs tens of thousands, there's no way you'll win this one too. No way this lucky. Yet when the results appeared, he was dumbfounded. What the I eat shit? Chen Yuan deliberately repeated. You're hacking, you must be hacking. Jiang Tianzi shoved the phone into Chen Yuan's hands and scrambled back to his bed in 3 leaps. These bunks were easy to defend but hard to attack. If this kid dared threaten him, he'd just kick him. Thinking of this, Jiang Tianzi couldn't help but laugh. He'd just been running his mouth. Some things were better left as passing thoughts. Seeing Chen Yuan wasn't making any moves, he cheekily added, next time I join a giveaway, I'm coming to you first. Your luck is downright unnatural. Chen Yuan replied with a grin, no problem. His mind was wholly preoccupied with anticipating the reward now. As soon as his phone arrived, he'd sit right down and fill in the shipping addresses one by one. Chapter 20 The Reward. 3 days later, Chen Yuan headed excitedly to the courier station with his heart pounding. He had received the pickup code. The reward must have arrived since he hadn't ordered anything online recently. Except for the bicycle, Chen Yuan collected all the packages. His face was completely obscured by the package he was holding. Yet even so, his path was blocked. Need some help carrying that, handsome? A pair of delicate hands lightly tapped Chen Yuan's back. Chen Yuan turned around, trying to get a clear look at the person. It's me, He Cheong-shur. Why didn't you reply to my message last night? Sorry about that, I went straight to sleep when I got home last night. Chen Yuan lied through his teeth. Alright then, don't you need me to pick up your package for you? No need, thanks. I can get it myself, Chen Yuan declined. What kind of man would let a girl pick up his package? That wouldn't do at all. Then I won't bother with you anymore. Bye, my roommate's waiting for me. Goodbye. Chen Yuan quickened his steps back to the dormitory. Jiang Tianzi had already been urging him, saying the food had arrived quite some time ago. What can stop the rush to eat? Absolutely nothing. Whoa, why did you buy so much stuff? Jiang Tianzi exclaimed in surprise, the stacked up pile so tall he could only see Chen Yuan's hair peeking over the top. Prizes from a giveaway, Chen Yuan replied cheerfully, clearly delighted. Now my meal suddenly doesn't taste as good, Jiang Tianzi said with an exaggerated sigh. But he immediately broke into a smile again as he helped Chen Yuan unload the packages. Damn it, I want to see what this prize actually looks like. Touching it counts as winning it. A desperate gamer's self-comfort. Chen Yuan first placed the 2 largest boxes on the table. If his guess was right, these should be 2 pairs of shoes. He searched online for the corresponding models. Each pair would normally cost thousands. Based on his current salary, it would take a full month of saving every penny just to afford one, yet here he was, getting them for free. The shoes he was wearing had been brought from home long ago and were already worn out. No one can resist liking new shoes, especially stylish ones that make a statement. They make every step feel more exhilarating. In view were a pair of black and white shoes and a pair of black-green ones, both with appealing designs. Chen Yuan beamed a wide grin. He finally had new shoes. Jiang Tianzi, itching with anticipation, eagerly helped Chen Yuan open the other box. Then his eyes lit up as he asked directly, "What's your shoe size?" Chen Yuan felt his gaze was even more fervent than when looking at a girl. "I wear size 44. Damn, I wear size 42. Jiang Tianzi already heard the sound of his heart breaking. What's the point of having such big feet anyway? Why don't you blame whoever gave you tiny feet instead? Chen Yuan retorted mercilessly. With that, he tried on the new shoes. Comfy. Jiang Tianzi glared at Chen Yuan with jealousy, grinding his back teeth hard enough to shatter them. Then silently picked up the phone and offered extra money to find a purchasing agent. Chen Yuan continued gleefully unpacking the parcel, a sleek black backpack with excellent texture. After a quick estimate of its size, he figured it would comfortably fit the laptop he'd bought. Next came 2 sets of clothes. Opening the wardrobe, Chen Yuan hung them up using hangers. At last, he owned a few decent outfits himself. "Where's that bicycle of yours? Did you ride it back?" Jiang Tianzi asked eagerly. If the shoes were a no-go, at least he could try the bike. "Need to pick it up at the store. I'll check it out after military training ends," Chen Yuan replied with a smile. Having a bike would make commuting to the cafe much easier. When it comes to work, if you can be 5 minutes late, you'd never settle for just one. "Sounds good, come eat now," Jiang Tianzi chuckled. While he envied the guy's luck, he was even happier for him. He still remembers vividly how Chen Yuan looked on that first day. Though Chen Yuan appeared strong and steady, what caught his attention most was the unease in those eyes. He could recognize it because his family had raised him since childhood to read expressions and understand people's hearts. But now, in Chen Yuan's eyes, he sees confidence and expectation. In just half a month, he believes he might have played a part in this transformation. So he was delighted to see Chen Yuan like this. "Let's eat. What did you order?" Chen Yuan also dragged a chair over to Jiang Tianzi's table. Blood tofu stew, braised spare ribs, blanched baby bok choy, cold pig ears, and stir-fry, 3 delicacies. "How about it? Pretty hearty spread, right?" Jiang Tianzi said with a laugh. "Eating alone is pure joy. Dining with a close friend doubles the happiness." "Too tough. Harder than you are. Get lost," Jiang Tianzi retorted with a laugh, then grabbed 2 cans from the row of colas on his desk. "Drink as much as you want, grab more if it's not enough." "Do you love cola that much?" Chen Yuan had noticed since his first day that Jiang Tianzi's desk was always lined with full bottles of cola. "Of course, cola is my fountain of life," Jiang Tianzi proclaimed dramatically. "Damn impressive." Without another word, Chen Yuan lowered his head and focused on his meal. Chen Yuan pondered how to spend 10,000 yuan within a month. Eating 100 yuan daily in the cafeteria would barely amount to 3,000 yuan at most. Adding occasional midnight snacks costing a few hundred still wouldn't cut it. He couldn't possibly treat people to dinner every night. Rubbing his chin, Chen Yuan contemplated how to properly devour this sum of money. "System, can I just shove the money directly into your mouth?" "Fine, then we can just switch hosts directly." Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. How refreshingly blunt. "Hey, Mom, what's up?" Jiang Tianzi answered the phone. "Going to Songyue Wedding again? I'm sick of eating there already." Alright, if Uncle Chen is hosting, we can't refuse." "Fine, I'll head over after finishing this afternoon. Have Uncle Wu come pick me up." Jiang Tianzi hung up the phone muttering, "What a pain. What's wrong?" Chen Yuan turned his head to ask. "My mom insisted I go over for dinner, wouldn't take no for an answer. Kept saying I needed to get more familiar with the place," Jiang Tianzi complained. "What's wrong with having dinner?" Chen Yuan chuckled. "The problem is eating there all the time. Anyone would get sick of it. As if there aren't other restaurants around. We just ate there the day before yesterday. Honestly, this place used to be decent, good flavors and dishes. Don't know what happened these past few years, but it's gotten worse and worse." Jiang Tianzi frowned. "I'm going straight home after military training tonight." "Okay, I have to go to Sister Rong's place too when I'm done." "I doubt it, she has to go tonight as well," said Jiang Tianzi with a laugh, seemingly feeling a bit more balanced. In the afternoon, after military training ended, Chen Yuan went to the cafe as usual. Song Qingrong wasn't wearing her work uniform today. Instead, she had on an elegant black dress that perfectly accentuated her curves. Her makeup wasn't the usual light and gentle either. With wavy curls and bold red lips, she exuded total big sister energy. There were only 2 customers left in the shop at this point, so the sound of the door opening naturally drew Song Qingrong's gaze. "Chen Yuan, you're here. I need to leave for something in a bit. I forgot to tell you we're closing early tonight." "It's alright, Miss Rong. I've learned how to make coffee too. I can take care of the shop," Chen Yuan immediately offered. After all, she was paying him quite well, and he'd feel bad doing nothing. "That works too. Feel free to contact me if you run into any problems here." Song Qingrong nodded in agreement. "I'll be heading off then, leaving this place in your hands. Thanks for your hard work, Xiao Yuan." Song Qingrong flashed a radiant smile that left Chen Yuan momentarily dazed. It was his first time seeing a woman wearing sheer black stockings and high heels. The visual impact was downright staggering, but he quickly regained his composure. "Okay, see you later, Rongjie." Then he headed to the restroom to change into his work uniform. When he returned to the counter, no new customers had arrived at the cafe yet. Chen Yuan curiously searched online for the restaurant Jiang Tianzi had mentioned earlier that day. Songyue Wedding. Chen Yuan began searching on Meituan. Holy shit, so expensive? Chen Yuan's eyes swept over the prices. The cheapest starts at 3,000 yuan, while the most expensive actually costs over 10,000. And these are just the proposed group purchase meal options. Ordering more would naturally be even pricier. Although this price shocked Chen Yuan, it also opened his mind to new possibilities. If he could simply find an expensive restaurant for a lavish meal and use the double coupon from the system yesterday, reaching 10,000 yuan would be a breeze. Chen Yuan beamed with joy, as if he had stumbled upon a secret trick. "Handsome, I'll have a latte." "Alright, got it." Chen Yuan put down his phone and returned to reality. Just as he looked up, he realized the customer placing the order was none other than He Qiangshi. Surprised? Happy? He Qiangshi blinked her beautiful eyes playfully. "Surprised. I'll make your coffee right away." Unsure how else to respond, Chen Yuan replied somewhat perfunctorily. He Qiangshi pouted her little lips and muttered, "This guy is really hard to handle." He Qiangshi didn't leave but stayed at the counter, watching Chen Yuan make coffee for her. "So handsome, just as I expected from the one I fancy." Your coffee's ready, Chen Yuan handed it over. Your coffee must taste wonderful, but I wonder how good you taste. He Qiangshi whispered softly, her drawn-out tone dripping with seduction. The shop was empty now, so she could afford to be utterly brazen. Ha! Chen Yuan's brain short-circuited completely. What kind of outrageous talk was this? He Qiangshi burst into laughter. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. With that, she picked up her coffee and went to sit at a table. Several more customers came into the shop one after another, and Chen Yuan handled them all smoothly. Except he couldn't shake the feeling of He Qiangshi's gaze lingering on him. Chen Yuan dared not meet her gaze, this girl was too bold, and he knew he definitely couldn't handle her. Chapter 21, The Difference. A little past 8 p.m., Chen Yuan locked up the shop. He Qiangshi had left half an hour earlier, and Chen Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yuan didn't rush back to the dormitory, but instead headed to a small eatery. Life needs to be filled, and so does the stomach. He hadn't had time to eat dinner yet. Boss, I'll have 1 plate of stir-fried pork tripe, 1 portion of twice-cooked pork, some cold dishes, and 2 large bowls of rice. Young man, is this just for you? Can you finish all this? Our portions are pretty generous here, the owner said with a smile, looking at Chen Yuan. No problem, I'll take the leftovers home, Chen Yuan chuckled. This owner really gives good value. Alright then, I'll get started on your order. Chen Yuan scrolled through his social feed, though he only had 2 or 3 friends listed there. But that doesn't stop Jiang Tianzi from being a chatterbox, his messages practically flood the entire screen. Chen Yuan clicked open the photo Jiang Tianzi had sent, taking in the sight of the exceptionally high-end dishes in the picture. He couldn't help but sigh that everyone has their own life, and as long as they're happy and comfortable, that's all that matters. Occasionally, though, there were also selfies posted by He Qiangshi in the feed, dressed rather scantily. Chen Yuan took one glance and closed it, then after a few seconds, glanced again. In less than half an hour, the boss served all the dishes. Looking at the steaming hot food, Chen Yuan heartily scooped a big bite into his mouth. Perfect, he exclaimed. The stir-fried dishes were full of flavor, exactly matching his northern palate's preference for strong tastes. The stir-fried pork tripe had an excellent springy texture with just the right chewiness, each piece thoroughly coated in spicy seasoning. When popped into the mouth, it delivered a numbing heat with layers of savory fragrance. The twice-cooked pork belly slices glistened like translucent jewels, their appearance alone enough to whet one's appetite. From behind the counter, the boss watched Chen Yuan savoring the food with evident delight, his eyes crinkling into happy crescents. There's no greater professional satisfaction than seeing someone relish your cooking this thoroughly. Even after decades as a chef, he still found this feeling utterly intoxicating. Young man, have a plate of peanuts on the house. Thanks boss, do you have any chilled beer? Sure, what kind do you want? 2 bottles of Tianya, please. Got it, the boss chuckled as he turned around to grab a beer for Chen Yuan. If he hadn't eaten too much at dinner, he would have loved to sit down with Chen Yuan for a drink and a chat. Looking at him reminded me of who I used to be, someone with a hearty appetite too. Sure, you're back? Hey, that was sent to you by Fan Hao. He Qiangshi's roommate pointed at the large bouquet of roses on the table, her eyes filled with envy. But after glancing at the roses, He Qiangshi frowned and said, didn't I tell you before? If he asks you to deliver something, don't bring it up anymore? He Qiangshi's roommate curled her lips, inwardly grumbling, who are you trying to fool? Actually, she hadn't planned to help deliver it in the first place after all, she wasn't that close with He Qiangshi. But Fan Hao had offered too much, presenting her with a whole bag of snacks. It was truly hard to refuse. After saying that, He Qiangshi picked up the roses and walked out, decisively tossing them into the trash bin. Fuming, she recalled Chen Yuan's behavior tonight. To think her dance hadn't attracted him, instead, it had drawn the attention of some weirdo. Ever since that night, this Fan Hao had been sending her gifts daily through her roommate roses, jewelry, cosmetics, you name it. Then he even blocked me before military training to say some weird things. Sure, my goddess, could you be with me? Sure, your dancing is so beautiful. Could you dance just for me? Sure, I'm very rich. I can buy you anything you want. She was utterly annoyed, and the way people looked at her had changed entirely. After He Qiangshi left the dorm, the roommate who had helped deliver the gift started complaining, what's with the act? It's not like she's some innocent girl, didn't she flirt shamelessly with that guy from another class? She doesn't even appreciate such a rich second-generation heir. I heard Chen Yuan is dirt poor? How could she have such terrible taste? Right, if you ask me, her taste isn't great at all. Several people started venting their complaints. He Qiangshi's dance performance completely overshadowed all the other girls in the class. Now most of the boys in class orbit around He Qiangshi alone, which naturally left them feeling resentful. However, when He Qiangshi returned, they all immediately fell silent. He Qiangshi couldn't understand why this Chen Yuan just wasn't interested in her. The photos she posted on social media specifically for him to see never even got a like. Was she really so lacking in charm? He Qiangshi was seriously beginning to question her existence. She lowered her head to glance and couldn't help muttering softly, I'm actually quite well endowed, What poor taste. Was she very fond of Chen Yuan? Not necessarily. After all, she barely knew him, and they had little contact. It's just someone who's always had smooth sailing and been pampered suddenly encountering different treatment, that overwhelming desire to conquer has taken over their heart. He Qiangshi, with emotions running high, packed all the gifts Fan Hao had given her into a bag. She felt compelled to make things crystal clear. While she liked these presents, she didn't like Fan Hao. Though bold by nature, she wasn't shameless. She wasn't the type of person to keep someone's things if she didn't like them. Early the next morning, He Qiangshi had just gone downstairs when she saw Fan Hao already waiting outside. Sure, you're here. Fan Hao gazed at He Qiangshi with a hint of infatuation in his eyes. Wait for me here. Seeing Fan Hao, He Qiangshi turned right back around and returned to her dorm room to retrieve the things she had packed the night before. Fan Hao was convinced that the goddess had been moved by the roses he sent the night before, so he stood downstairs eagerly awaiting He Qiangshi with a grin plastered across his face. He Qiangshi hurried downstairs with a bag. Fan Hao, these are the things you've given me over the past few days, I'm returning them to you. What's going on? Fan Hao wore a baffled expression. This wasn't anything like what he'd imagined. Don't bring me things anymore. I don't like you, He Qiangshi said with a cold expression. Sure, is there something I'm lacking? He Qiangshi frowned at him. Don't you understand? I don't like you. By now, others around them had started casting glances their way. What a juicy bit of gossip to stumble upon first thing in the morning. Do you really like that poor guy from class 2 that much? What's so great about him? Just because he's a little handsomer than me? Is he richer than me? Fan Hao was utterly perplexed. Sure, I can give you what he never could. As long as you're with me, I'll buy you any bag you want. Fan Hao sized up He Qiangshi with his eyes. This woman had to be his. Her figure was absolutely top tier. That sultry way she danced especially drove him crazy with desire just looking at her. Leave me alone. He Qiangshi naturally noticed Fan Hao's lecherous gaze and replied with icy indifference before turning to walk away. Chapter 22, Treating to a Meal. Today marked the final day of military training, so everyone seemed particularly cheerful. This devilish training life was finally coming to an end. Chen Yuan arrived at the square an hour earlier than usual. The day before yesterday he was selected by the instructor as a model soldier, and today he had to arrive early for practice. Hey, Chen Yuan, good morning. Can I sit here? Zhang Shuangshuan placed her tray down and sat at Chen Yuan's table. Zhang Shuangshuan was the female model soldier in their company, and Chen Yuan had exchanged a few words with her the previous day. A few nights ago, watching her sing the song Qian Qian had left a vivid impression on him. Sure, whatever you want, Chen Yuan replied. Zhang Shuangshuan looked at the 5 meat buns, 2 bowls of porridge, and the large bowl of wontons beside them on Chen Yuan's plate, and asked curiously, do boys really have such big appetites? Ha! Chen Yuan's ears missed a couple of words, nearly causing him to spit out his porridge. I said appetite, Zhang Shuangshuan quickly added, her cheeks flushing pink. What's wrong with this guy? Sorry, I didn't catch that just now, Chen Yuan explained awkwardly. It's alright, as long as you're full. It's quite hard to describe exactly how much one person can eat these things. He couldn't really explain it clearly anyway, though most guys definitely eat more than girls. Zhang Shuangshuan felt a bit embarrassed by the earlier misunderstanding, so the two of them finished their meal in silence. Shall we go together? After finishing the meal, Zhang Shuangshuan smiled brightly at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan had no reason to refuse. After all, they were training together. The hour-long drill passed in the blink of an eye. The square gradually filled with people, all gathering to watch their exemplary military training formation. The boys and girls in the formation were all of average height with well-proportioned figures, making them exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Damn, look at how they're walking. Damn impressive. Don't you feel like you're crawling like a dog compared to them? Piss off. You're the one crawling like a dog. As each squad marched past the review podium, all the inspection procedures of the military training came to an end, marking the conclusion of this chapter of our lives. Watching the retreating figures of our drill instructors, though myriad emotions surged within, we are after all adults now. 2 weeks wasn't enough time to forge deep bonds of friendship. Those truly destined to meet will cross paths again, while forcing fate with those who aren't meant to be proves futile. Brother Zay, are you free tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Chen Yuan took off his hat, shielding his eyes from the sun as he spoke to Jiang Tianzi. Treat me to another meal? Didn't you just treat me the other day? Jiang Tianzi laughed. Last time wasn't grand enough. This time, bro will treat you to something proper. No need, you just got your paycheck. Keep it and spend it on yourself. Between us, one meal doesn't make a difference. Jiang Tianzi patted Chen Yuan's shoulder, as if soothing him. A warmth spread through Chen Yuan's heart. Jiang Tianzi had always been incredibly decent to him. I won a few thousand from the lottery yesterday. Let me treat you to celebrate. Chen Yuan started spouting nonsense with a straight face. No way, seriously? You got that lucky? Jiang Tianzi clearly bought it. Absolutely, my luck is through the roof. Chen Yuan suppressed his laughter and continued boasting. This calls for a meal, you've definitely gotta treat me. Jiang Tianzi completely switched his tune. No problem, we'll go out to eat tomorrow. Deal. I'll swing by home tomorrow morning, just picked up a new car yesterday to take you for a spin. Jiang Tianzi beamed with excitement. He had been pestering his old man for a whole month, and finally got what he wanted. Great! Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. No guy doesn't like cars. Chen Yuan found a restaurant similar to Songyue Huading. Since Jiang Tianzi said he was tired of that place, naturally it was better to choose somewhere new, otherwise it wouldn't show sincere hospitality. So Chen Yuan selected Yueming Xian, an upscale private kitchen with excellent ambience and a comprehensive selection of premium seafood. He made a reservation by phone for a private dining room, confirming the time and menu in advance, with a total cost exceeding 3,600 yuan. The next day, nearing noon, Jiang Tianzi called Chen Yuan. Hey buddy, come out. I'm at the school gate. When Chen Yuan reached the school entrance, he spotted an incredibly sleek car. His gut told him this had to be Jiang Tianzi's. Sure enough, after taking just 2 steps toward the vehicle, the car honked its horn. Handsome, over here. Jiang Tianzi deliberately joked. Dude, brothers A, what kind of car is this? Chen Yuan curiously touched the interior. Aston Martin. Jiang Tianzi said happily while stroking the steering wheel. Sick. Chen Yuan had never heard the name before, but that didn't stop him from thinking the car was damn cool. Is this car very expensive? Not too bad, just over 2 million. Over 2 million? Chen Yuan felt like he had just heard an astronomical figure. He realized he could never earn that much money even if he worked his entire life. Yeah, I pestered my dad for over a month about it. Let's go. Yuming Xian, right? I've been there once before. Chen Yuan nodded, finally realizing in this moment just how wealthy Jiang Tianzi truly was. Despite being so wealthy, he never looked down on me. Way better than that idiot Luo Guanyu. The meal was quite enjoyable. Jiang Tianzi did us the honor of eating heartily. Chen Yuan couldn't really pin down what made it special though, he just thought everything tasted decent, though not particularly appetizing with rice. You're treating me this time, next round I'll take you out for some real good eats. You've come to the capital, and I haven't treated you to a meal yet. Jiang Tianzi tossed his hair with effortless nonchalance. The bonds between people are forged in these back-and-forth exchanges. Back in his dorm room, Chen Yuan read the message, grinning from ear to ear. This meal cost him over 3,600 yuan, but the system rebated him nearly 8,000 yuan. At the same time, he also used a triple cashback coupon, so the system's actual cashback turned out to be over 20,000 yuan. Damn impressive. Chen Yuan felt like kneeling in gratitude to the system. This money comes way too fast. System daddy, can you give me a few more vouchers? No, the system replied with a cold, mechanical voice. Fine. Luckily, he still had 1 voucher left, he'd better use it wisely. System dad, isn't it time to distribute the rewards? Chen Yuan rubbed his hands together eagerly, his tone brimming with sycophantic anticipation. Yes, congratulations to the host for completing the achievement of spending 10,000 yuan within a month. Current achievement rewards issued to the host. 1. A clothing spending limit of 110,000 yen. A respectable man must have suitable attire. Note, funds can only be used for purchasing clothing and must be spent within 1 month, after which they will expire. 2. Adjustment of meal cashback ratio, changing from 1 to 1 or 1 to 2 to a random ratio. 3. 10% equity stake in Yuecheng Company, a subsidiary of Songyue Huading. Note, profits will be distributed at year-end. 4. Omega Seamaster Men's Watch. 5. 5x cashback voucher x1. Chapter 23 Stimulation. Chen Yuan listened in stunned silence. 100,000? Company shares? Such a huge leap? The impact of these 2 things made him completely overlook everything else. The term shares was utterly foreign to him. Just 2 weeks ago, he had been a poor country boy. One surprise after another left him feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. System dad, how much money can I get from this 10% equity? This was what Chen Yuan was most interested in. Over 10 million. That damn awesome? Songyue Huading is owned by Yuecheng Company, which is a subsidiary of Huacheng Group. As one of the top 10 enterprises in the country, Huacheng Group has strong financial power and is involved in numerous industries. It is a leader in the real estate sector. Its subsidiary, Yuecheng Company, is a standout in the catering industry, with businesses spread across the nation. The 10% equity in Yuecheng Company that the host owns includes Songyue Huading in this city. So you mean Songyue Huading now belongs to me? Yes, congratulations, host. Chen Yuan felt his adrenaline surging. This was unbelievably thrilling. Just yesterday, he had given up trying this restaurant because it was too expensive, and now it belonged to him? System daddy, is this for real? Chen Yuan pinched his thigh, it hurt quite a bit. Host may verify this personally. Won't I get kicked out? How would they even know if I'm the boss? Chen Yuan genuinely didn't understand these things, afraid he might be celebrating prematurely. Regular staff naturally wouldn't know your identity, but the restaurant's senior management will personally receive you. Great, great, Great. If his dorm mates weren't around right now, Chen Yuan would have already thrown his arms up in triumph. He then turned his attention to the other prizes displayed on the screen. Random ratio? Does that mean it could be 110? Chen Yuan grinned widely, as if already envisioning future happiness. Or it could be 1 minute and 0.1 second. Chen Yuan was speechless. Why did this system feel so sneaky? With the afternoon work shift approaching, Chen Yuan didn't have time to dwell on it further. He grabbed his phone and headed to the coffee shop. Although he now owns a large restaurant, the profits won't be distributed until the end of the year, so for now he still needs to work part-time. Chen Yuan mounted the bicycle gifted by his system and rode towards the coffee shop. He had retrieved the bike yesterday, and riding it felt completely different from his old-fashioned bicycle. The stability and pedaling comfort were improved by leaps and bounds. Good afternoon, Sister Rong. Chen Yuan pushed open the cafe door with a light-hearted cheer, greeting Song Qingrong as she tidied up behind the counter. Good afternoon. You're here early today, Song Qingrong responded with a gentle, endearing smile. Classes don't start till tomorrow. I have one this afternoon, so I'll come by after, Chen Yuan replied with a grin. Song Qingrong looked particularly radiant today, dressed in a soft yellow floral dress. The upper body wore a sheer white gauze overlay, with lustrous dark hair elegantly braided into a fishtail plait, complemented by delicate and refined makeup that was perfectly understated. Chen Yuan couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Rongjia, why don't you take a break for a while? Chen Yuan suggested as he adjusted his cuffs after changing clothes. Alright. Just then, two young men appeared at the doorway. Bro Hao, that's Chen Yuan over there, a scrawny guy who looked like a plucked chicken said, patting Fan Hao's arm. Fine, just a PS5, right? I'll get it for you this afternoon, Fan Hao snorted. He wanted to see what was so special about this member that he managed to outshine even him. The scrawny lackey nodded obsequiously. Bro Hao, you're the man. Luo Guanyu would have been green with envy if he saw this scene. He had been dying to find a dumb rich kid like this as a roommate. Make me 100 cups of coffee. Fan Hao's tone was utterly domineering, as if ordering a servant. Hello, may I ask which type of coffee you'd like specifically? Make it a latte, and the foam art better look good. If it doesn't, I won't take it. Song Qingrong stood up upon hearing this. Clearly, someone had come to stir up trouble. She wanted to say something, but Chen Yuan stopped her. Alright, please wait a moment. Chen Yuan agreed readily. After all, it was his money to spend as he pleased, and he was quite confident in his skills. Rongjia's coffee shop wasn't cheap either, with each cup priced over 30 yuan. He'd never had a chance to repay Rongjia, and now this opportunity had practically fallen into his lap. Who would turn down such a deal? I'll help you with this. Beautiful lady, that won't do. I want him to do it himself. Fan Hao eyed Song Qingrong with a lecherous gaze, his eyes full of appraisal. How does this kid have such luck with women? There are nothing but top-tier beauties around him. Don't worry, Rongjia, go rest. Chen Yuan reassured her. He simply underestimated Song Qingrong's temper. What are you looking at? If you're not here for coffee, then get out. After all, Song Qingrong was a wealthy young lady who wouldn't tolerate such provocation. Seeing her like this, Fan Hao immediately knew Song Qingrong wasn't someone to be trifled with. Drink? I'll drink. I'll wait over there while you take your time. He pointed at Chen Yuan and walked away as he spoke. It was Chen Yuan's first time seeing Song Qingrong lose her temper, and it was actually quite intimidating. Did I scare you? Song Qingrong couldn't help but laugh when she saw Chen Yuan's expression. No, I just think Sister Rong is really cool. This sort of person just needs to be taught a lesson. Actually, you didn't have to take it earlier. It's not like I'm short on money. Why would you throw yourself into trouble like that? If there's business to be done, then do it. It's not like I can't handle it. Song Qingrong sighed. This kid. Chen Yuan began making coffee, one cup after another, almost developing muscle memory. After nearly 2 hours, he finished 100 cups, feeling a slight ache in his arms. He carried 10 cups of coffee all at once and placed them on Fan Hao's desk. Your coffee is ready. I'll bring you the rest. With that, she went back and brought 10 more cups. Fan Hao watched Chen Yuan serving him with a surge of satisfaction. After all, he was just a poor bastard, only fit to serve him. He picked up a cup of coffee and took a light sip. Then he spat it onto the table. How can your coffee taste so awful? With that, he poured all the coffee into the trash bin. Chen Yuan clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to hit someone. Song Qingrong also noticed the commotion, as did the other customers who turned their gaze toward the scene. I actually think it tastes pretty good. My latte was made by that same guy just now, a girl said quietly. Don't you see? They're clearly here to pick a fight, her companion analyzed. Absolute lunatics, the girl frowned, annoyed that she couldn't even enjoy her coffee in peace. Just drink it. Let's finish up and get out of here. Just like that, the commotion drove away almost all the customers in the shop. Chapter 24, The Reason. Sir, even if you're dissatisfied, you still need to pay, Chen Yuan reminded, suppressing his temper. Don't worry, such a small amount of money means nothing to me, Fan Hao forced out what he considered a supremely noble smile. Only a broke loser like you would care about a few $1,000. Can't you speak properly? Song Qingrong walked up to Chen Yuan and said coldly, if you keep causing trouble here, I'll call the police. Don't be angry, pretty sis. Getting mad over a poor loser like him isn't worth it. Pay me now and leave, or I'll call the police. Alright, I'm leaving now. Having achieved his goal, Fan Hao tormented Chen Yuan into packing up all the coffee, then hummed a cheerful tune as he paid and walked out. Do you know this guy? Song Qingrong frowned as she watched Fan Hao's departing figure. I don't know him, never seen him before. Chen Yuan shook his head. How was he supposed to recognize where this idiot had popped out from? You worked hard just now. Next time you run into someone like this, just don't take their order. Song Qingrong comforted him. Thanks, Rongjia. Truth be told, Chen Yuan wasn't particularly bothered. He'd originally planned to accept any order that came his way. He just hadn't expected the customer to cause trouble even after the coffee was delivered. That person had never even crossed his mind. He genuinely couldn't figure out where this hostility came from. Could it be jealousy over my handsome looks? At this moment, in a certain WeChat group, Fan Hao, ladies from our class can come downstairs to get coffee. I just bought a bunch to treat everyone. Brothers in the men's dorm, hold on a bit longer, ladies first. Classmate number 1, thanks Haoji. I'll just wait in the dorm for your coffee then. Classmate 2, ladies first, are we getting this privilege because of our gorgeous Edami's influence? Classmate number 3, might actually be true, but our Haoji has money too. If I were a girl, I'd definitely go for Haoji. He Qiangshi was currently playing with her phone and naturally saw the messages sent in the group chat. He Qiangshi, if you really like Fan Hao that much, go get a sex change for him. Stop spewing useless disgusting crap here. This certainly didn't leave Fan Hao any face at all. No wonder He Qiangshi was angry. He'd just been talking about it this morning, yet here he was shamelessly showing up again that very afternoon. And he had to make sure everyone knew about it too. Fan Hao, what nonsense is this? I got this coffee from Chen Yuan in the next class, that cafe where I work part-time. All 100 cups were handmade by him. Classmate number 4, 100 cups. Hao's got serious skills. What difference does it make which class we're from? Who's as badass as my man Hao? Just casually dropping thousands on coffee. Classmate number 5, totally agree. What's the point of being handsome? Still gotta make coffee for our Hao in the end. Classmate number 6, ha 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 ha. He Qiangshi stared at her phone in disbelief before tapping open Fan Hao's WeChat profile picture. Did you go find Chen Yuan? Why would I go looking for him on purpose? I was just buying some coffee. Sure, I asked your roommate to bring the coffee up to you. It tastes pretty good. Fuck off. He Qiangshi sent the single character reply before immediately deleting Fan Hao from her contacts. She had never seen such an outrageous person. She quickly sent Chen Yuan a message. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. I didn't know Fan Hao would go and cause trouble for you. After waiting for a long time without getting a reply, He Qiangshi grabbed her phone and headed downstairs. She absolutely didn't want Chen Yuan to misunderstand her. Fan Hao, still standing downstairs, stared at the red exclamation mark and couldn't help but mutter a curse. Some people just won't take a favor when it's offered. What's up, brother Hao? Asked his sidekick, noticing his dark expression. Just deliver your damn coffee and mind your own business. Fan Hao didn't even lift his eyelids as he resent the friend request. The more he couldn't have her, the more he wanted her. He refused to believe any woman could resist his gifts. Sis, if you have time, could you grab a couple of Hermes bags for me, you know, the kind that cost like 100 or 200,000? No need for anything too expensive. He Qiangshi deliberately left through the side door to avoid running into Fan Hao. She had been pursued before, but never by someone so tactless. It had truly become a nuisance in her life. She hurriedly rushed to the coffee shop, taking out a small mirror from her bag along the way to touch up her lipstick and tidy her hair. The moment she walked in, she saw Chen Yuan making coffee for someone, so she hurried forward and called out coyly, Chen Yuan. Hearing the voice, Chen Yuan looked up, his eyes filled with confusion. Why was she here? The last time He Qiangshi visited for coffee, she kept staring at him. He still hadn't forgotten that burning gaze. Would you like some coffee? Chen Yuan asked. No thanks. Do you have time now? I'd like to explain something to you. Wait for me over there. I'll come find you when I finish here. Though he didn't understand why He Qiangshi came to explain things to him, the woman's gentle gaze made it difficult for him to say anything else. He Qiangshi nodded and casually took a seat at one of the tables. Song Qingrong sized up the interaction between the two from behind Chen Yuan. Is she your girlfriend? No, it's a classmate from the next door class. Chen Yuan shook his head, gazing at the coffee liquid slowly dripping out. Oh, why don't I do it instead? You go check if there's anything else going on? Song Qingrong heard the answer she'd been expecting, the corners of her lips curling slightly as she spoke. It's fine. Chen Yuan shook his head. He didn't think He Qiangshi had anything important to discuss with him. Song Qingrong stared at Chen Yuan with smiling eyes, wholly admiring such an aloof man. After staring for a while, Song Qingrong hurriedly shook her head. What on earth was she thinking? So she turned and left to fetch coffee beans from the storeroom. Once Chen Yuan finished making the coffee, he sat down opposite He Qiangshi. What did you want to see me about? Did you see the WeChat message I sent you? No, I wasn't looking at my phone just now. Chen Yuan wasn't particularly dependent on his phone at the moment. When he was busy with something, he basically wouldn't check his phone. I wanted to apologize. Fan Hao just came to give you trouble, didn't he? He Qiangshi's beautiful eyes were filled with remorse. Fan Hao? Chen Yuan looked completely bewildered. He just came to ask you to make 100 cups of coffee. Oh, there was such a person. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. He knows I'm pursuing you, and he's been pursuing me too. I didn't agree, so he came to give you trouble. Chen Yuan felt he'd reached the peak of speechlessness. Nevertheless, he patiently told He Qiangshi, it's fine, it's not your fault. Are you really not mad at me? He Qiangshi stared at Chen Yuan with pitiful eyes. It wasn't you who did it, why would I blame you? There's a guest over there. I'll go make some coffee. Chen Yuan stood up and said. For him, this matter was an unjust disaster from the start. He couldn't simply swallow his grievances and still put on a friendly face for others. He Qiangshi watched Chen Yuan's decisively retreating figure and pursed her lips. Such a cold fish, she muttered. Chapter 25, Random Proportion. To say Chen Yuanqing wasn't angry would be a lie. He was certainly furious. Anyone would feel their dignity was at stake. We're all human, why should he endure others' humiliations? But he knew his current limitations. Even if he beat up Fan Hao, he'd have to bear the consequences alone. No one would be his support, so he could only endure for now. He Qiangshi waited for a while and noticed Chen Yuan didn't even glance her way, so she slunk away dispiritedly. This matter did indeed originate from her. Perhaps the two of them truly weren't meant to be. She should probably stop pestering Chen Yuan from now on. After work, Chen Yuan trudged wearily toward the cafeteria. This was his only solace in Jinghua. Boss, I'll have a braised pork rice, and add another trotter for me. Coming right up, that'll be 38 yuan in total. The boss moved swiftly, skillfully slicing the meat in just a few strokes, neatly arranging it in the rice bowl before drizzling a generous ladle of savory gravy over it. The sight was irresistibly tempting. Chen Yuan swallowed hard. The large pork trotters wobbled enticingly, proof that good food truly has the power to soothe the soul. Chen Yuan casually found a table to sit at and took a big bite of the trotter right away. Amazing! The moment it entered his mouth, the rich, gelatinous texture melted effortlessly, with the braising flavors bursting forth in perfect harmony. Chen Yuan took out his phone and curiously opened the text message, intrigued by the random quota that made him wonder just how lucky he was. Holy shit, a refund of 570? Chen Yuan muttered under his breath. That was 15 times the original amount. Damn, this felt incredible. Suddenly feeling hungry again, Chen Yuan took 2 more bites of the braised pork knuckle, wiped his mouth, and headed toward the fried chicken stall. Boss, give me a whole fried chicken with a drumstick, and 2 ice-cold colas. Coming right up, that'll be 52 yuan. Here's your number tag, young man. Chen Yuan took the number tag and continued walking toward other food stalls. The feeling of ordering whatever he wanted without a second thought was truly exhilarating. Foodie by nature, glutton by soul. After walking around, Chen Yuan only bought a rujiamo, as a whole chicken and a large chicken leg were already quite substantial. Chen Yuan returned to his seat and continued gnawing on the pig's trotter while waiting for the fried chicken to be ready. About 20 minutes later, having finished everything before him, Chen Yuan leisurely got up and headed towards the fried chicken stall. Perfect timing, young man, your fried chicken and drumsticks are ready. We're running a promotion lately, so here's 3 purple sweet potato balls on the house. Great, thanks boss. Chen Yuan took the fried chicken, his appetite instantly whetted by the sight of the golden crispy skin. Back at his seat, he tore off a drumstick. Juices burst forth immediately, releasing an irresistible aroma. So delicious, Chen Yuan sighed with deep satisfaction. After eating half a chicken, Chen Yuan couldn't help but think of his mother back in their hometown, feeling a pang of guilt for indulging in such reckless eating. He checked the balance in his card, less than 30,000 yuan. As for the money to buy clothes, it could only be activated at the store. It wasn't that Chen Yuan hadn't considered bringing his mother to live with him, but 30,000 yuan wouldn't even cover 3 months' rent for a decent apartment in Jinghua. He lacked the courage to trust that the system would always be there. Every decision requires careful consideration, and he had just arrived in Jinghua half a month ago. If he told his mother that he now had tens of thousands of yuan and could have her come live in Jinghua, she definitely wouldn't believe him. A country kid who had never stepped foot in a big city, managing to earn tens of thousands in just half a month? Anyone would say that's crazy. Chen Yuan mechanically gnawed on the chicken leg. Bringing his mother over would have to wait for now. Renting always felt like a losing proposition to him. Besides, the system had granted him equity. Buying a home by year's end shouldn't be an issue, and he could talk to his mother then. As long as he sent money to his mother monthly, that would suffice. Living expenses back home weren't particularly high. The refund for the fried chicken bought later was only 156 yuan, but a 1-to-3 ratio is definitely much better than his previous 1-to-1. 115 might feel exhilarating, but let's face it, it's largely a game of luck. The next day, Chen Yuan took out the Omega watch gifted by the system. Wearing an expensive timepiece worth tens of thousands really does elevate one's style. He planned to go shopping for clothes today and quickly spend the 100,000 yuan the system had given him. Chen Yuan rode his bicycle to a nearby large shopping mall. The location of Tsinghua University of Science and Technology was excellent, very close to the city center, so Chen Yuan reached his destination effortlessly. He first entered the Samir store. Whenever he saw this shop in town before, he would always linger for a long time. He particularly liked the variety of clothes inside, things he couldn't have owned before. Now he's going to splurge, buying whatever catches his eye. Chen Yuan's gaze sweeps across the racks. Any decent-looking t-shirts or pants are instantly claimed. This feeling of unrestrained spending is exhilarating. Is this how the wealthy live all the time? When leaving Samir, Chen Yuan was carrying 2 big bags. It had only cost him a little over 3,000 yuan. Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile, never expecting he'd one day feel this way. Complaining about spending too little money, Chen Yuan went in and out of several clothing stores in the mall until his hands were nearly full, having spent just over 20,000 yuan. He realized he needed to change his strategy and head for high-end boutiques instead of shops selling clothes for a couple hundred yuan. Summoning his courage, Chen Yuan walked toward the nearby Prada flagship store. He recognized the luxury brand. Many of Zhang Tian's clothes bore its name. With a sense of trust in Zhang Tian's tastes, Chen Yuan stepped into the store. "Hello, welcome to Prada." A woman with striking figure and stiletto heels approached. The saleswoman sized up Chen Yuan from head to toe. His outfit was Burberry, the watch was Omega. Yet why was he carrying a bunch of shopping bags from stores selling 100 yuan items? The saleswoman arched her eyebrows. Perhaps both the clothes and watch were knockoffs, just for keeping up appearances. If I really had money, how could I possibly buy clothes that cost just over 100 yuan? You're welcome to browse around, the saleswoman said before turning and walking away. Chen Yuan watched the woman's swaying figure retreat and thought to himself that he'd just been looked down upon. Chen Yuan approached another salesperson who looked much younger. "Where can I put this bag?" "Hello sir, you can place it in the rest area." "Let me take you there," the salesperson said politely, guiding Chen Yuan toward the seating area. The female salesperson who had originally greeted Chen Yuan curled her lips disdainfully. Wasted effort. Having worked here for 10 years, she had sharp instincts. After putting down his things, the young female salesperson continued to follow Chen Yuan. "Could you show me the menswear section?" "Certainly, sir. It's my pleasure to assist you." The saleswoman had only joined the company last month. Initially, she was thrilled to have landed the job, but soon realized she could barely secure any sales. Her colleagues always beat her to it, especially the one who just greeted Chen Yuan. When she wanted a sale, no one else stood a chance, so she could barely earn the base salary. Chapter 26, Gold Coin Explosion. Chen Yuan walked to the men's clothing section and was shocked by the prices. A simple shirt like this costs 8,000 bucks? The female salesperson observed Chen Yuan's reaction, guessing that this young customer probably wouldn't buy anything. Still, having no sales was better than standing there like an idiot. The saleswoman who had previously looked down on them leaned against the counter, glanced in Chen Yuan's direction, and raised her eyelids slightly. "Ah, youth these days can't afford anything, yet we still have to put on a smile and serve them." Little did she know, the very next moment proved her wrong. This one, and this one, wrap them all up for me." Chen Yuan pointed at several fresh-colored shirts, finding them decent enough. Since he had to spend the money anyway, he might as well buy whatever he fancied without overthinking. "Certainly, sir. I'll wrap them up for you right away." The saleswoman's eyes instantly lit up. He was really buying them. Meanwhile, the more seasoned saleswoman couldn't resist a snide remark. "What's the big deal about buying a few shirts anyway?" Little did she know that her monthly salary wouldn't even cover the cost of these few shirts, yet she acted all high and mighty. Chen Yuan continued walking forward, spotted a few short-sleeved shirts he liked, then turned his head toward the saleswoman and said, "Wrap these up for me too." "Certainly, sir." The saleswoman smiled sweetly, her eyes growing brighter as she looked at Chen Yuan. "How much do these items total now?" Chen Yuan asked the saleswoman. "Sir, hello, it's currently about 55,000 yuan. The female sales associate nearby couldn't help but laugh when she heard him. Who would walk into a luxury store asking how much they've spent so far? Can this country bumpkin stop pretending to be rich already? Chen Yuan also noticed the unfriendly gaze from the woman who had initially greeted him when he entered. Detected that the host is being looked down upon due to financial reasons, the system has temporarily spawned gold coins for you, expanding the original 100,000 yuan to 500,000 yuan. Please spend freely, host. Time limit, 1 hour. Chen Yuan wondered if he was hallucinating. 500,000? Holy cow, you're way too lavish. Chen Yuan instantly felt the air become fresher, tinged with the scent of Chinese yuan. Wrap these up for me too, along with this jacket, shoes, and bag. I'll take all of them. Very well, sir. The young saleswoman assumed Chen Yuan's shopping spree had ended, only to watch in surprise as he proceeded to purchase a large pile of items. I took another stroll around. Chen Yuan bought a few more pieces of clothing, along with accessories like rings and belts. That'll be all, and please pack those 2 school bags for me as well. Of course, sir. Just a moment, please. The young salesgirl's face beamed with joy. This shopping spree had just crossed the 300,000 yuan mark. Meanwhile, the seasoned saleswoman from earlier was grinding her back teeth in frustration. To think such a lucrative sale had slipped right through her fingers, what a blind fool she'd been. Sir, good day. Please allow me to assist you next. The female salesperson forcefully nudged aside the younger attendant. The young sales associate dared not voice her anger. She could only glare resentfully from behind before clenching her fists and walking away. Though this woman appeared to be merely a salesperson now, everyone knew she wielded considerable authority. Whispers circulated that she'd soon be promoted to branch manager, someone the younger girl couldn't afford to cross. All she could do was swallow the humiliation silently. I don't need you. Chen Yuan coldly refused. Sir, I have more experience and can serve you better. I can even offer you some free gifts. The saleswoman persisted with a smile, shamelessly continuing her pitch to Chen Yuan. Didn't you hear me? I don't want you. Let her handle it for me. Chen Yuan pointed firmly at the young saleswoman who had been assisting him earlier. Now that he's spending money, he's the big boss here. He can hire whoever he pleases. They were just looking down on him moments ago, and now they want to profit off him. Keep dreaming. Xiaoyun, come over here, the salesperson called out to the young salesgirl with a forced smile. Yes, Sister Hong, the young salesgirl replied without showing any emotion on her face, though inwardly she was overjoyed. No wonder you're my honored customer. You're absolutely awesome. Before leaving the Prada boutique, the young salesperson discreetly handed Chen Yuan another box, a complimentary gift. Thank you. Sir, you're too kind. It's truly my pleasure to serve you. We look forward to your next visit. Chen Yuan nodded in approval. The salesperson's service had thoroughly impressed her. This entire spending spree cost hundreds of thousands, incredibly thrilling indeed. The flex was pulled off, and the money was spent. It was something Chen Yuan wouldn't have dared to imagine before, not even in his wildest dreams. Only, going back wasn't so easy. The bike handles were weighed down with brand-name shopping bags. The jingling and rustling sounds of friction vanished into the wind alongside the bicycles creaking. Back in the dorm room, there wasn't a single soul around. Everyone had probably gone for lunch. Chen Yuan enjoyed the peace and quiet, sparing himself the hassle of explanations. His modest salary simply couldn't cover buying all these things. Chen Yuan hung the clothes in the wardrobe, picking out a watery green shirt and a pair of white shorts. And he took out a pair of white shoes from the box, freshly bought from Prada. Damn, I look good. Chen Yuan narcissistically admired himself in the mirror, repeatedly raising his right hand to show off his watch. His bank balance had dropped back to less than 30,000 yuan again. That brief moment of 500,000 yuan had vanished like a dream, but at least he'd genuinely gotten his hands on the goods. With more than an hour left before his shift at the coffee shop, Chen Yuan couldn't help but think of the next achievement the system had told him about. A cumulative cashback of 100,000 yuan within a month from dining, and it had issued him a time-limited task. Increase the performance of Songyue Wedding Restaurant by 10% within 3 months. Reward unknown. If failed, ownership of Songyue Wedding will be forfeited. Forget about eating, he at least had some ideas. How could he understand boosting restaurant sales when he hasn't got a clue? Last night, even searching on Baidu didn't shed any light. This matter is too specialized. The juicy prize was just within reach. He hadn't even tasted it yet, and now it's about to slip away. He naturally refused to accept defeat. He was simply waiting for time to conduct on-site inspections, to experience multiple restaurants firsthand, hoping that comparative analysis might spark some ideas. Chen Yuan sighed deeply. How difficult. Back when he was poor, life was hard because of money. Now that he was wealthy, hardship remained, struggling to preserve his fortune, struggling against his own desires. Chen Yuan picked up the bread from the table and took out a box of Xinjiang water buffalo milk from the cupboard. With money, naturally, both bread and milk were within reach. Though Songyu Huating had a prestigious reputation, the money wouldn't reach his pocket anytime soon. A full stomach and steady work still came first. After all, Song Qingrong had been very kind to her. It wouldn't do to run off after just a few days' work. Chapter 27 Learning the Branching System. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Life remained as steady as ever, balancing between school and working part-time at the cafe. Chen Yuan had transformed from a computer novice into a computer science student who could now begin writing code. One day, perched in his dorm room, Chen Yuan was staring at the code he had written, a simple sorting algorithm, nothing more. He marveled at how magical, orderly, and structured the code was, a stark contrast to the messy chaos of real life. Yet, compared to others, he felt vastly inadequate. Many seemed to have mastered C programming ages ago, along with various computer operations and knowledge, almost as if they shared some unspoken understanding with the professors. Perhaps many who entered this prestigious university came with clear plans, unlike him who chose computer science simply because his teacher said it was lucrative. But he wasn't discouraged, he just needed to study harder. Not knowing something now doesn't mean never knowing. Losing heart won't solve anything. Detecting host's positive attitude toward learning, the system has activated a dedicated learning subsystem. System introduction. When host completes assigned tasks, rewards related to learning will be granted. Specific reward contents, unknown. Ha! You're supposed to be a money-giving system, aren't you? Chen Yuan was utterly astonished. The host's understanding of this system is truly unrefined. Chen Yuan felt he detected a hint of exasperation in the system's cold mechanical voice. Ha ha! Chen Yuan forced out 2 awkward laughs. Is this learning system difficult? He worried he might not be able to complete it. Could studying possibly be as effortless as eating? As long as the host works hard, success is guaranteed. After all, we did consider the host's IQ during the initial screening. Chen Yuan couldn't tell whether to feel delighted or displeased. Those words carried such a sarcastic sting. Primary level task now assigned to the host. First, acquaintance with C language. Task requirements. 1. Complete the C language tutorial by Haobin on Bilibili. 2. Achieve a score of 95 or above in the C language final exam. 3. Read C Primer Plus. Doesn't that mean it would take a whole semester to complete? The system will periodically assess the host's proficiency in C programming. If full mastery is achieved, the second criterion becomes irrelevant. Current host progress, C programming, 1/100. 1%? Was he really that terrible? Alright, Chen Yuan conceded. After all, mastering C programming was necessary anyway. Having a quest with potential rewards just made it all the more worthwhile. From then on, Chen Yuan embarked on a path of diligent learning. After class, Chen Yuan would return to his dormitory and immediately start watching online lectures or studying materials on C programming. The looming tasks hanging over his head compelled him to work hard. Zhang Tianze, on the other hand, would return to the dorm to play games, surf the internet, and occasionally study the subjects his father forced him to learn. Watching Chen Yuan's earnest dedication to studying, he couldn't help but feel deep admiration. Learning is truly an activity that goes against human nature. However, Chen Yuan wasn't as smooth sailing as he appeared to be. He found the C programming language incredibly complex. Many concepts aren't something you can thoroughly understand just by studying one isolated element. For example, to truly master a programming language, you need comprehensive knowledge about computers. You should have general understandings of algorithms, data structures, and computer systems as well. Of course, there's actually far more to it than that. This is precisely why programmers are losing their hair at an increasing rate. Come the weekend, Chen Yuan decided to change his mood by visiting that Songyue he'd never laid eyes on before. He mounted his steed, the bicycle rewarded to him by the system. Humming a little tune with his newly purchased bone conduction headphones, he headed towards the restaurant. No one would believe it if they were told he had actually become the owner of such a high-end restaurant. Chen Yuan felt his heart soaring with joy. Just as he arrived at the restaurant entrance, Chen Yuan parked his bicycle and noticed a vaguely familiar figure standing by the door. But he didn't think much of it. He didn't know many people in Jinghua anyway. Perhaps his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" A female staff member approached him. "No," Chen Yuan shook his head. She hadn't intended to dine here anyway. Well, no wonder the voice sounded so familiar. Chen Yuan glanced forward and spotted none other than Fan Hao, the same guy who'd given him trouble that day. The shapely woman beside him didn't turn around, keeping her back to the pair. Sure, isn't this our old classmate? Why aren't you turning to look?" Fan Hao directly spun He Qiangshi's body around, forcing her to face Chen Yuan with unmistakably mischievous intent. "Oh, I didn't notice earlier," He Qiangshi replied with faint embarrassment, never expecting to encounter Chen Yuan here. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't imagined these two would actually end up together. He Qiangshi lowered her head under Chen Yuan's gaze, unsure how to face him. Fan Hao abruptly threw an arm around He Qiangshi's shoulders, his tone dripping with arrogance. "You dare come eat here? Don't you know this place requires reservations? Seems there's still a class divide between people. If you can't afford it, quit pretending here. You'd be better off checking if they're hiring waitstaff outside. That's more your speed. Just stick to sniffing the aromas." The waiter nearby paled slightly at these words, but since they were customers, he couldn't afford to offend them. Chen Yuan clenched his fists. Why was this bastard so damn annoying? He was everywhere. "Fan Hao, please stop talking." He Qiangshi gently pushed Fan Hao's chest with her delicate hands. Fan Hao lecherously grabbed He Qiangshi's hand. "Sweetheart, I just want you to know who the better choice is." A few days ago, Fan Hao successfully won over He Qiangshi with 2 Hermes bags. Watching He Qiangshi's attitude shift as she accepted the bags, Fan Hao laughed inwardly. Women, you just shower them with enough sugar-coated bullets, and they'll surely be won over. Then he started showering her with all kinds of necklaces, bags, and clothes. Naturally, whatever he desired, he got. But for now, he hasn't had enough fun yet, so naturally he'd patiently keep teasing this little cat. Yet currently, he still finds Chen Yuan extremely irritating. How could some poor bastard possibly stand as his equal? Not only did the woman he's pursuing once chase after him, but now they even have to bump into each other at restaurants. What kind of standard is this? Throw him out, waiter. Not just anyone should be allowed in here, this place is getting filthy. Fan Hao deliberately pinched his nose with exaggerated disgust, delivering the insult with maximum offense. He Cheongsher didn't say another word. The dynamics between her and Fan Hao had completely reversed now. She could only watch Chen Yuan with deeply sympathetic eyes. Chapter 28, Song Yuehuoding. The waiter's face showed distress, clearly unable to handle this situation. They dared not offend anyone present. Just then, a man in a suit approached from nearby. Manager Huang, the waiter called out respectfully, immediately relieved as if salvation had arrived. Mr. Fan, welcome. Have we encountered some trouble here? Manager Huang gave Fan Hao a slight bow and spoke with great courtesy. Ah, Manager Huang, long time no see. Fan Hao let out a hearty laugh. It's nothing serious, just that a beggar wandered in. I think a high-end restaurant like Songyuehuoding shouldn't allow such people inside, don't you agree? Fan Hao gestured in Chen Yuan's direction as he spoke. Such a trivial matter isn't worth upsetting Mr. Fan over, is it? Xiao Lu, you're being rather thoughtless here. Manager Huang murmured this reproach to the waiter. Manager Huang really knows what's what, these waiters just don't have the same level of sophistication. The waiter rolled his eyes. What kind of spoiled rich jerk was this? Manager Huang sized up Chen Yuan's outfit, just some poor kid, dressed in nothing but cheap brand clothes. It wasn't worth offending young Master Fan over some penniless kid, especially when Fan's father was such an influential entrepreneur in the capital. Young man, you can leave on your own. Manager Huang walked up to Chen Yuan, putting on a hypocritical smile. What's this? Do I need to dress in gold and silver just to eat here? Chen Yuan laughed in disbelief. Does he have a reservation? Manager Huang ignored Chen Yuan and turned to ask a nearby waiter. He didn't make one. The waiter shook his head truthfully. Apologies, but without a reservation, you certainly can't enter our Songyuehuoding. Manager Huang's tone was polite, but his eyes clearly brimmed with disdain. If you don't leave now, I'll have to call security. Chen Yuan finally understood why the system had assigned him the mission of improving Songyuehuoding's performance. He originally thought it was the system testing him, but now he realized this restaurant was rotten to its core from top to bottom. Manager Huang, seeing Chen Yuan unmoved and sizing him up with displeasure, dropped his pretense and immediately called the security guards at the entrance. Yet at that very moment, the senior supervisor of Songyuehuoding hurried forward from behind, making straight for Chen Yuan. Fan Hao, watching this rarely proactive senior supervisor, couldn't help but lower his head and say to He Cheongsher, darling, see that? Even the senior supervisor of this restaurant is here to handle things for me. Let's just go in, He Cheongsher said, eager to end this farce. Just wait a little longer, the real show is about to begin. Yet nothing went as he expected. The senior executive wore a slightly deferential smile as he said, President Chen, you've come to inspect. Fan Hao's eyes widened instantly. He dug at his ear, thinking he must have misheard. President Chen? You can't be serious? Fan Hao felt like he'd just heard the world's most ridiculous joke. Returning to President Chen. Manager Huang, who is this? Supervisor Deng, this is young Master Fan. Supervisor Deng hesitated for 2 seconds. Not recognizing this figure at all, he directly ignored Fan Hao. President Chen, I'll take you to your office now. Manager Huang wiped the sweat from his forehead as he took in the scene, wishing he could slap himself hard across the face. He had truly misjudged the situation. After treating his own boss so rudely just moments ago, his heart felt as heavy as if a giant rock were pressing down on it. The waiter also looked shocked. This was actually their boss, and so young at that. Fortunately, I hadn't made any inappropriate moves earlier, otherwise I'd surely have lost this job. Thinking this, he secretly glared at Fan Hao a few times. Fan Hao still seemed dazed. The scene before him had dealt too heavy a blow. Wasn't this guy supposed to be some penniless loser? How could he suddenly become the big boss of Songyuehuoding? He had heard from his father that Songyuehuoding was backed by Yue Cheng Company, which was incredibly formidable. How did this involve Chen Yuan too? He Cheongsher also widened her eyes in shock. Chen Yuan was actually the boss of this restaurant? She had previously learned that Chen Yuan was just a poor kid from a remote village up north. I couldn't help feeling some regret. If I had been more persistent back then, might the outcome have been better? Chen Yuan glanced at Fan Hao, who stood there dumbstruck, paused beside him with deliberate slowness. He originally wanted to say something, but then thought better of it. Sometimes indifference cuts deepest. So Chen Yuan just swept Fan Hao with an indifferent glance before turning to Supervisor Deng. Let's go. Right away, President Chen. Before leaving, Chen Yuanlin cast one last glance at Manager Huang, a look that sent chills down the manager's spine. Manager Huang, keep your eyes open from now on, Supervisor Deng warned him coldly. The reasons for the scene weren't hard to deduce. Yes, of course, President Chen. Please take care on your way. Manager Huang immediately bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, his attitude completely transformed from before. Fan Hao also kept silent. Though usually arrogant, he understood precisely whose toes not to step on. He couldn't help cursing in his heart that idiot lackey of his for failing to properly gather information. After watching the person walk away, young Master Fan, if you'd like to dine, perhaps we should leave this area. Manager Huang did a complete about-face in attitude. If it weren't for this young Master Fan, he wouldn't have made such a grave mistake. What kind of attitude is this? Fan Hao was clearly displeased. I merely reminded young Master Fan to dine promptly, as the reservation will be cancelled if the scheduled time is exceeded. Fine, how impressive. Fan Hao pointed at Manager Huang before storming off with He Qiangshi, leaving Song Yue behind. Back in the car, Fan Hao didn't speak, but instead turned his head to look at He Qiangshi. What's the matter? Having second thoughts? What kind of talk is that? I'm already yours. He Qiangshi playfully nudged Fan Hao's chest, pretending to pout. She did have some regrets, but that didn't mean she was foolish. If she hadn't secured anything in her grasp, that would have been the real loss. Fan Hao snorted with a laugh, clearly pleased with He Qiangshi's reaction. Let's go somewhere else. There's no point eating at this place anyway, Fan Hao said stubbornly. Having failed to show off this time, Fan Hao was naturally displeased, but the thought that He Qiangshi had still chosen to stay with him made him feel somewhat balanced again. Even though Chen Yuan had suddenly transformed into the owner of the city's most upscale restaurant, possibly with significant ties to Yue Cheng, but Fan Hao wasn't intimidated either. His father's company could actually compete head-to-head with Yue Cheng, and he'd heard his old man say that the president of Yue Cheng Corporation wasn't surnamed Chen, so Chen Yuan's background probably wasn't that impressive after all. Still, he wouldn't treat Chen Yuan the same way as before. Different opponents required different approaches. Yet Chen Yuan remained blissfully unaware that this fool had set his sights on him again. Chapter 29, Head Chef. Director Chen, my apologies for being late earlier. I've caused you inconvenience. I'll definitely keep a tighter rein on my subordinates from now on. Supervisor Deng offered a cup of tea while speaking to Chen Yuan with sincere remorse. No harm done. Chen Yuan shook his head. He wasn't the petty type. Might I ask what brings Director Chen here today? Any instructions for us? Supervisor Deng ventured cautiously, studying Chen Yuan's expression. He'd received Chen Yuan's message yesterday and had spent the entire night uneasy with anticipation. Song Yue recently got a new boss, who hasn't made any public appearances yet. He had others make inquiries for a long time without any results, so now that the boss came in person, it made him somewhat unsure of what to expect. The previous boss never paid much attention to Song Yue and rarely got involved. He was in charge of all sorts of miscellaneous matters for the restaurant, supply procurement, performance, and personnel appointments, so he managed to skim quite a bit off the top for himself. The unassuming young man before him gave him pause. Do you have any available private rooms? Chen Yuan asked. Yes, Mr. Chen. If you'd like, I can arrange the finest private room for you. Good. Make the arrangements now, then have the kitchen prepare all our signature dishes, Chen Yuan said with deliberate composure. His heart was already blooming with joy. For now, setting aside the restaurant's issues, filling his stomach was the priority. With his current financial means, reserving a premium private room and ordering all the signature dishes here was impossible. Very well, I'll make the arrangements for you immediately, Manager Deng responded promptly, visibly relieved. He hadn't properly reconciled all the restaurant accounts yet, and if Manager Chen started checking right away, he'd definitely have to do some serious explaining. Chen Yuan sat in the office, surveying his surroundings. Hard work pays off. Chen Yuan read aloud the characters on the scroll painting across from him. Then he reached out and touched the chair. Judging from the feel, it was probably real leather. Such extravagance. Within minutes, Supervisor Deng returned to the office. President Chen has arranged a private room for you, and the kitchen has been notified. Are you ready to go now? Sounds good, let's go. Chen Yuan stood up and gave Supervisor Deng a slight nod. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, everyone, put in your best effort today. Our boss is visiting for the first time, so we must be on our A game, said a man wearing a tall white hat. Got it, Chef Xia, you can count on us. A rather young chef responded with a smile. The others immediately buried themselves in chopping and stir-frying. You're quite the smooth talker, the head chef remarked, nodding at the young chef with a satisfied gleam in his eyes. Where's our chef Jia? The head chef scanned the room but didn't spot him. Think he stepped out to take a call just now, said a young prep cook. Neglecting his duties. When Jia Gaoyuan returned, he saw the kitchen bustling like a beehive. Turning to his assistant Xiao Zhao, he asked, what's going on? Did some customer suddenly place a huge order? Brother Jia, it's our boss coming for inspection. He wants all the signature dishes prepared. Ah, so that's what's happening. Jia Gaoyuan nodded. He'd worked here for 7 or 8 years and this was the first time he'd heard of the boss coming to eat. Jia Gaoyuan washed his hands and began preparing the hot dishes he was responsible for. Chef Xia, standing nearby, gave Jia a sidelong glance when he returned but said nothing, only his eyes betrayed a touch of hostility. Head chef, I finished preparing this stir-fried yellow beef. Pretty fast. Let me try it. Your beef is a bit tough, though the flavor is acceptable, Chef Xia remarked after taking a bite. Jia Gaoyuan glanced over and inwardly sneered. He doesn't even know to cut beef against the grain, can't control the heat properly, what kind of cooking is this? All he does every day is kiss ass. And it's the ass of some head chef who doesn't know the first thing about cooking. If it weren't for the fat paycheck in this department, he wouldn't even want to work here. Instead of cooking properly, he spends all day playing office politics. There aren't many skilled chefs left in the kitchen these days. He wasn't boasting, he genuinely ranked among the top chefs in this kitchen. Though the kitchen now employs over 50 people, most of them are half-baked cooks who know just enough to get by. Compared to the old days, the difference was night and day. But as just an employee, he had to follow the boss's orders. All he could do was focus on perfecting his own dishes. As for the guests' opinions on other dishes, there was nothing he could do about it. If even the boss didn't say anything, what right did he have to speak up? This restaurant wasn't his family's business, whether it was good or bad didn't concern him. As long as he got his regular paycheck, that was enough. Let it be. After all, it's just one dish. Just make sure the rest are done well later. Chef Xia waved his hand dismissively. Since this dish wasn't the main course, he figured the boss wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Head Chef Jia, your dishes are the key here. Don't mess them up. Hey, don't worry, I've got complete confidence in my cooking skills, Jia Gaoyuan replied with a forced smile. Out of all the problems with the produce, they had to single him out to talk to. Once or twice, he thought it was because they valued his opinion. But every time? That was targeted. Truth be told, 5 years ago they weren't superior and subordinate, they'd been chefs of the same rank. Back then, Manhwa Huading was still a highly popular upscale restaurant with overwhelmingly positive reviews. Jia Gaoyuan's culinary skills were even more outstanding, so he had always been hopeful for the head chef position and approached everything with great enthusiasm. After all, for a grown man working away from home, climbing the career ladder was something one naturally strives for with all their might. With elderly parents above and young children below to support, plus a son currently attending school, each responsibility was like a massive stone weighing heavily on his shoulders. Little did he expect that in the end, it all came to nothing. He remained in the same position as 5 years ago. Back then, just as the promotion cycle was approaching, there was a sudden management reshuffle. At first, he didn't know what was happening. He kept his head down, cooking diligently, earnestly mentoring the newcomers under him, and managing the hot food section with meticulous care, all in pursuit of that promotion. But when the supervisor who had believed in him left without a word, only patting him on the shoulder before going, that was the moment he realized his hopes for advancement had vanished. Later, Deng Feng became the restaurant manager, while Xia Changming became the head chef. Manhwa Huading began its decline. He didn't have the courage to leave, so he kept dragging out his existence here. Soon, all the hot dishes were ready. Xia Changming tasted each dish and remarked, Chef Jia's skills are as excellent as ever. If it weren't for Chef Jia's skills keeping him relevant, someone your age would have been phased out by now, Xia Changming said with a thinly veiled insult, not bothering to spare his feelings. Several young cooks nearby began snickering. Jia Gao remained unshaken. After all, his dishes consistently received the highest praise in the restaurant. All these years, he knew that Xia Changming had held a grudge against him because of what happened back then. Yet he had done nothing wrong, and in the end, he wasn't even the head chef. He truly couldn't understand where all this resentment came from. Besides, ever since that year, aware of Xia Changming's close relationship with Deng Feng, he had avoided confrontation and simply focused on cooking diligently. Alright, let's serve the dishes. Chapter 30, Reunion. Chen Yuan hadn't stopped talking since entering the private room. Deng Feng had arranged for some fruits, desserts, snacks, and cold dishes to be served first. Chen Yuan ate with relish. When it came to food, his philosophy was simple: edible was fine, delicious was better, but he was absolutely not picky. However, when the hot dishes arrived, Chen Yuan began to notice the difference in quality. Director Chen, these are our signature dishes: peppery beef slices and shrimp with crab roe tofu. Good, let me try. Chen Yuan picked up his chopsticks and lifted a slice of beef. This dish is delicious. The soup was glossy and ruby red, the beef tender, with a mouth-watering combination of sour spice and numbing heat. Chen Yuan then sampled the shrimp with crab roe tofu. The tofu melted in his mouth, incredibly delicate, perfectly complemented by the rich, savory crab roe, a sublime harmony of flavors. If all the dishes were mediocre, Chen Yuan, someone who rarely dined out, naturally wouldn't know which one stood out as exceptional. Chen Yuan picked up his chopsticks again for the stir-fried yellow beef, only to furrow his brows after one bite. This dish, the beef was both overly salty and tough. It was like night and day compared to that previous dish of fatty beef. Deng Feng observed the subtle expressions from the side. Noticing Chen Yuan's dissatisfaction with the stir-fried beef dish, he silently noted it in his mind, preparing to interrogate later. Whoever was responsible for this had clearly not used their head. Despite repeated warnings and meticulous instructions, someone still managed to bungle it. Chen Yuan continued eating without voicing his displeasure. Could this massive restaurant's issues really be solved with just one word from him? Though Deng Feng kept addressing him as President Chen, in his eyes, Chen Yuan was just some inexperienced kid, someone he never took seriously. Haste makes waste, especially for a complex, structured collective. By the end of the meal, Chen Yuan had basically pieced together the general situation. Most of the hot dishes were delicious, with careful attention to plating and precise handling of the ingredients. The cold dishes were either too salty or too bland. There were only a few that truly satisfied him enough to earn his nod of approval. Though this was only his second visit to such a high-end restaurant, he could still discern the difference in quality when comparing the dishes. Chen Yuan wiped his mouth and said, "Not bad. I really enjoyed the hot dishes. It's good as long as Director Chen is satisfied." Deng Feng certainly knew how to take the hint. "Wait, no need to follow me. I'd like to casually walk around the restaurant myself," Chen Yuan said. How could he observe things properly with a watchdog trailing him? "Director Chen, I'm concerned you might not be familiar with our restaurant. Let me assign someone to accompany you," Deng Feng offered, putting on a considerate front. "No need. I'll just take a quick look," Chen Yuan declined. "Alright, President Chen, feel free to reach out if you have any questions." Deng Feng, noticing Chen Yuan's firm refusal, had no choice but to relent. Come what may, he had weathered countless storms over the years. What hadn't he faced before? But the moment Chen Yuan stepped out, Deng Feng issued his orders. "President Chen is out inspecting. Everyone stay sharp, no slip-ups allowed." So when Chen Yuan entered the kitchen storage area, all he saw were busy and professional figures going about their work, without any trace of unusual activity. The reason Chen Yuan didn't check the backstage operations or review warehouse inventory and business records was simply because he genuinely didn't understand them. If he were to reveal all his cards up front, how could he possibly solve the problem then? It's necessary to maintain an air of mystery for the opponent. The reason he didn't trust Deng Feng was precisely because he had witnessed that subtle exchange of glances between manager Huang and Deng Feng moments earlier, which convinced him there was something shady going on between them. Chen Yuan wandered around feeling bored and headed out of the restaurant. In his dazed state, he suddenly thought he saw an oddly familiar figure. Hesitantly, he moved forward, positioning himself in front of the person before casually turning back to get a proper look at their face. "Uncle Jia?" Chen Yuan exclaimed in delighted surprise. He never expected to run into Jia Gaoyuan here. Jia Gaoyuan was now dressed entirely in white, holding a chef's tall hat in his hand. Could it be that Uncle Jia worked here as a chef? "Xiao Yuan, are you here to eat?" Jia Gaoyuan was equally delighted to see Chen Yuan, though immediately followed by a trace of puzzlement. This kid can't even afford a meal. How could he possibly come to Sanyuevoting? "Yeah, a college friend is celebrating their birthday here," Chen Yuan lied casually. The last time they met, Chen Yuan was still scraping by with nothing but stale bread to eat. If he claims Sanyuevoting belonged to him now, who would possibly believe it? Impressive, the spending here isn't cheap. People who come here for birthdays or family gatherings usually have deep pockets. "So, you're done eating?" "Yeah, I came out for a stroll, my first time in this area." "That's great. Next time you visit, give Uncle Jia a heads up," Jia Gaoyuan said with a warm smile, looking at Chen Yuan with genuine friendliness. "Uncle Jia, I noticed you didn't look well just now. Did something happen?" Chen Yuan asked with concern. "Ah, it's just that my mother at home is ill, and my salary has been delayed for 2 months now," Jia Gaoyuan sighed as he spoke. Delayed salary? At such a big restaurant, how can they still delay salaries? Salary delays are practically routine these years. It's basically every 2 or 3 months that they pay out, and nobody really complains, so I don't feel right speaking up either. Why bother telling this stuff to a kid like you? Jia Gaoyuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Uncle Jia, you can tell me. My classmate's family knows the owner of Sanyuevoting. Maybe I can help you," Chen Yuan coaxed patiently. "Really?" Jia Gaoyuan was truly desperate. Though he'd worked in Jinghua for so many years, he hadn't made many friends and certainly had nowhere to borrow money from. "It's a long story. Ever since that manager Deng took charge, our performance bonuses have been cut, our salaries reduced, and paychecks are often delayed. It's not like no one has complained before, but most of those who spoke up didn't last long before quitting. Truth is, Uncle's having a hard time too these days, but jobs are scarce nowadays, and with the family situation can't just up and leave." Jia Gaoyuan took a drag from his cigarette, his face etched with worry. "I'd gotten used to it, but right at this critical moment when money's tight, there's no way out, absolutely no way." Amidst the swirling smoke, Chen Yuan saw the bitterness of a grown man's heart. "Uncle, I understand," Chen Yuan comforted, patting Jia Gaoyuan's shoulder reassuringly. "Xiao Yuan, don't worry about my problems anymore, and don't speak of them. The water runs too deep here. Later, I'll have your aunt go back to her hometown to borrow some money, see if we can manage. Just consider that my grumbling earlier as your uncle venting, don't take it to heart. A kid as young as you shouldn't really hear such things, but I couldn't help myself just now. Jia Gaoyuan stubbed out his cigarette, much like how he'd crushed his own life. Chapter 31, Investigation. Uncle Jia. Chen Yuan called out hastily as he saw Jia Gaoyuan about to leave. Don't worry. The reason my classmate chose this place for our gathering was to observe the restaurant firsthand. The owner had asked his family to look into things, doing his own investigation wouldn't be easy, and he couldn't get to the root of it anyway. I know about this because I'm close with my classmate, he told me. Did that really happen? A glimmer lit up Jia Gaoyuan's eyes. His salary has remained unchanged for years. Truth be told, he should have gotten a raise long ago. If he could really solve the restaurant's problem, he was confident his compensation would definitely double. Absolutely true. Uncle Jia, let me ask you a few more questions. Ask away, Xiao Yuan. Ask whatever you want. Uncle Jia will tell you everything he knows. A hint of eagerness flashed in Jia Gaoyuan's eyes. Chen Yuan smiled. I just tried the dishes. The cold dishes weren't very tasty, but most of the hot dishes were quite well prepared. How's our chef's cooking? Xiao Yuan, if I'm not mistaken, most of the hot dishes you ate were made by your uncle here. And I'm not just bragging, currently in the kitchen, Uncle Jia ranks #1 in cooking skills. Uncle Jia's only got a bit of talent in this regard. Jia Gaoyuan gave a self-deprecating chuckle. What about the cold dishes? And that stir-fried beef I just had, the flavor was? That stir-fried beef cook is utterly useless. Can't even slice properly, just knows how to kiss the head chef's ass. Only because your Uncle Jia is skilled. Were he less capable, they'd have kicked him out long ago. Them? Jia Gaoyuan lowered his voice and glanced around. That head chef is in cahoots with senior management. His salary is triple ours, not to mention year-end bonuses. That head chef used to work alongside Uncle Jia. Not to brag, but he wasn't half as skilled as Uncle Jia. Apparently he's related to some supervisor named Deng. You'd often see them hanging out together. Ever since that supervisor Deng took over, quite a few skilled chefs have been pushed out of the kitchen. Basically, all those who didn't quite get along with the head chef were let go. Chen Yuan was shocked to hear this, who knew a kitchen could have so much drama. Uncle, don't worry, I'll definitely bring this up with my classmate. Uncle Jia, let's exchange WeChat. I've got a phone now, so if you notice anything else later, you can reach out to me anytime. Alright, Xiao Yuan, then Uncle thanks you in advance, Jia Gaoyuan said with an honest smile. Truth be told, he wasn't holding on to much hope, but some hope was better than none at all. Then Uncle will head back first. There are still customers coming soon. Got it, Uncle. You go ahead with your work. Chen Yuan stood up and waved at Jia Gaoyuan. How can we find trustworthy management? Most company problems stem fundamentally from management issues. Those at the top are best at stirring up storms, while those at the bottom are merely diligent cogs in the machine. Host's request detected. System exchange function now available. Exchange system? What is this thing? Host can accumulate experience points to exchange for what you need, such as the management personnel you desire. System products are guaranteed to be top quality. Your system can even create people? Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. Advanced intelligent beings. How much experience do I need to exchange for that? And how do I get experience points? Spend 10,000 yuan to earn 1 experience point. Currently, the price for an advanced intelligent biological administrator is 100 experience points. The host currently possesses 36 experience points. Only 1 EXP for 10,000 bucks? Chen Yuan began questioning his life choices. A manager actually costs 1 million? He could hire someone directly for cheaper than that. The advanced management provided by the system is a one-time payment. The daily operational expenses of the advanced management are covered by the system, and loyalty is guaranteed at 100%. This made Chen Yuan tempted. A one-time payment with full loyalty guarantee. It's definitely a loss in the short term, but in the long run it's guaranteed profit. But where am I supposed to get over 600,000? Chen Yuan made a bitter face, his entire savings only amounting to 30,000 yuan. Keep eating, host. Such niche encouragement. But at the moment, this is indeed the only way. Chen Yuan got on his bicycle and headed in the opposite direction from where he came. Your god-tier wealthy system isn't very high-end either, couldn't even get the host a car. Just making me ride a bike, enduring wind, sun, and rain. Chen Yuan deliberately sighed with exaggerated misery. Keep eating, host. Go for it. Are you guys really not just a bottomless pit system? The system didn't respond again, or perhaps it was ignoring Chen Yuan's words, though more likely it simply couldn't be bothered to dignify him with a reply. Not worth the effort. Chen Yuan pedaled his bicycle with a mischievous grin. He'd done it on purpose. Rome wasn't built in a day. For now, all he could do was grasp the situation as best as possible to strengthen his bargaining chips. That afternoon, Chen Yuan went to work at the coffee shop as usual. Song Qingrong broke from her usual style today, wearing a fitted cheongsam that accentuated her graceful, voluptuous figure. She had all the right assets. Chen Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. It was his first time seeing a woman in a cheongsam, and the allure was simply intoxicating. "What are you standing there dumbfounded for?" Song Qingrong looked at Chen Yuan with a smile. "Ah, Sister Rong, I was just thinking this door glass looked dirty. Let me wipe it." Chen Yuan stammered nervously, scrubbing the already spotless door glass with his sleeve. Song Qingrong burst out laughing. "I just wiped it clean this morning." "Ha, that explains why it's so clean." Chen Yuan laughed awkwardly twice, stumbling over his words. "Come in quickly, I just landed a big order, and we'll need to work on it together." "Got it." Chen Yuan flashed a bright smile before heading into the bathroom to change into his work uniform. "How's school going? Xiao Zhe isn't bullying you, is he?" Song Qingrong asked casually. "How could you say that? Brother Zhe has been really good to me." Chen Yuan was nothing but grateful. "Xiao Zhe is really a good kid, though he tends to say some unpleasant things sometimes, but he's got great character." "You're younger than Xiao Zhe?" Song Qingrong asked in surprise. "Brother Zhe is a year older than me." "Sister Rong, may I ask how old you are?" "Don't you know this question shouldn't be asked so casually?" A mischievous glint flashed through Song Qingrong's eyes. "Sisters, I'm already 24 this year, can't compare with you youngsters anymore." "Nonsense. Sister Rong will always be young and beautiful." "You little rascal, getting all sweet-tongued now." Song Qingrong's beautiful eyes widened with a glance that was positively bewitching. Song Qingrong watched Chen Yuan bending his head, concentrating on making coffee, feeling a faint, inexplicable emotion stirring in her heart. She wished Chen Yuan could keep making coffee at her place forever, yet she knew it was impossible. She always had this feeling that Chen Yuan would surely become remarkable one day, and surely leave this coffee shop behind. Song Qingrong sighed. Whatever will be, will be. There existed many differences between them from the start. She wouldn't take that step. Chapter 32, Saving Up. During the following week, Jiang Tianze found Chen Yuan more elusive than a dragon. The young man was scarcely seen all day, busier even than his own father. The only times you could reliably find Chen Yuan were during class, while sleeping, or at Rongjia's coffee shop. One midday after class, Chen Yuan didn't rush off immediately but waited for Jiang Tianze instead. "Bro Zhe, I'm treating you to lunch. You coming?" "Damn right I am. Who'd turn down free food? You came into money again?" Jiang Tianze recently noticed that Chen Yuan had undergone changes, not just in his attire but also in his demeanor. He could recognize many brands at a glance, but he chose not to inquire or feel envious. Everyone has their own secrets. If Chen Yuan were to achieve great success someday and remember Jiang Tianze's past help, that would be more than enough. This was a principle Jiang Tianze's father had always instilled in him. The things he initially gave to Chen Yuan meant nothing to him, but for Chen Yuan, they were life-saving gifts that elicited immense gratitude. But in that moment, could he have guessed what Chen Yuan would become in the future? Not at all. Yet he still helped. This is the complexity of human beings. Often there's no single principle that can explain everything, but perhaps it's precisely that split-second decision that plants the seeds for one's future path in life. Chen Yuan initially wanted to take Jiang Tianze to a more expensive restaurant, but after much deliberation, he thought it might come across as too extravagant. So he ended up taking Jiang Tianze to a small eatery near their school instead. But this week, every day after class, he'd ride his bike straight to those restaurants, and he'd gotten sick of them. Be it Western cuisine, French food, or Japanese fare, he'd tried them all. There were just some things he couldn't quite stomach, and he still thought Chinese food was the best. Though these foreign dishes brought in loads of cash, Chen Yuan would spend over 1,000 yuan per meal, and the refunds basically always exceeded tenfold. So it's practically like getting paid 10,000 for each meal. Though the food was awful, Chen Yuan endured it. But seeing the rebate money, Chen Yuan felt the food wasn't quite so terrible after all. "Boss, give me one braised pork knuckle with tiger skin sauce, crispy river shrimp, fried yellow croaker, crispy pork trotters, and baby cabbage and superior broth, plus 4 beers." "Got it. Just wait a moment, you two handsome guys." "Nice move, Chen Yuan, starting right off with a big pork knuckle," Jiang Tianze said with a laugh. He was the kind of person who could eat anything, whether it was top-notch or just so-so. His motto was never being picky. He wasn't like his friends, who were ridiculously picky and wouldn't even step foot in most casual eateries. This might also be related to him growing up with his grandparents since childhood. "I came here to eat after getting off work from the coffee shop before. It tastes amazing. Back then, I thought about when I could treat you to a meal here. It feels like authentic northeastern cuisine." "Nice, you little rascal, sneaking off to eat alone." Jiang Tianze always knew how to focus on the key point. The owner served the dishes quickly, except for that tiger skin pork knuckle. It's a labor-intensive dish. 2 people had already finished 2 bottles of wine when the braised pig's knuckle with tiger skin finally arrived. The deep-fried pork skin had darkened to an enticing golden brown hue. The bone stood upright in the center, the tendons having been stewed to such tenderness that the meat fell off at the slightest touch. The aroma of the knuckle filled the air as it was served, making mouths water involuntarily. This dish is amazing. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. What had he been missing all this time? Chen Yuan chuckled. Nobody could resist northeastern cuisine. Damn tasty. The crispy pork skin had a slight chewiness, unlike usual braised pork knuckles that melt in your mouth. The tendons clinging to the golden skin created unbeatable texture with every bite. I think I could eat 10 more of these. You're full of shit. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. Even he couldn't polish off 10 pork knuckles. Him, Jiang Tianza? Who do you think you're looking down on? As if you're the only one who can eat? He spoke while grabbing another piece of braised pork knuckle. Chen Yuan didn't say much, but the frequency with which he helped himself to the pork knuckle noticeably decreased. The swift slap of reality came soon enough. Jiang Tianza was already stuffed to the gills, gazing wistfully at the remaining half of the braised pork knuckle before him. 10? Chen Yuan scoffed with a mocking laugh. Next time for sure. Ha ha ha. Leaving the restaurant, Chen Yuan achieved the highest ratio ever recorded, 150. The total bill came to 270, and I ended up getting 13,500 in cash back. If Jiang Tianza weren't a guy, I'd kiss him twice out of gratitude. How come every time I take him out to eat, the cashback is so high? But come to think of it, he hasn't taken anyone else out, has he? At this thought, Chen Yuan felt goosebumps rising all over his body. He was straight as an arrow. Back in his dorm room, Chen Yuan checked his balance. After a week of these meals, he'd earned over 90,000. He still had a 5-fold cashback coupon tucked away, which he planned to use for a massive feast someday. Chen Yuan, do you have a minute? Chen Yuan looked up to see it was actually a message from He Qiongshi. No. In the past, he might have hesitated or considered it, but now that he saw her with Fan Hao, there was really no need to linger. I want to explain to you, it's not what you think. There's nothing between us, so you don't need to explain anything to me. Chen Yuan replied expressionlessly. Her words made it sound like she'd been cheated on. He Qiongshi was indeed beautiful, but beauty didn't necessarily mean he liked her. Chen Yuan was feeling quite confident now that his wallet had fattened. With money came backbone. He Qiongshi listlessly put down her phone. Truth be told, she didn't even know what to explain. There were just too many emotions warring within her. Sure, can I borrow your Hermes bag for a bit? I've never carried one before. I'll treat you to bubble tea later. The roommate wheedled from where He Qiongshi lounged on her bed. Whatever. Then I'm taking it. The roommate carefully lifted the bag, twirling before the mirror. He Qiongshi tilted her head slightly, watching the movements from the corner of her eye. No one could resist it, right? She thought silently. It's not my fault. After saying this, Chen Yuan deleted He Qiongshi from his friend list and went back to studying the C programming language. Who could possibly be more diligent than him? Staring at the 5 out of 100 progress bar, Chen Yuan felt utterly helpless, on the verge of tears. Suddenly, he realized just how short this semester was. He truly wished he could learn the art of cloning himself. Bro, your hard work is making me kinda uncomfortable. Jiang Tianza watched Chen Yuan return to the dorm and immediately start studying, which made him feel like a complete loser. When you're busy eating, drinking, and having fun all day, having someone in your dorm who's either studying or working part-time really makes you break out in a cold sweat. Pressure levels are off the charts. He felt Chen Yuan was exactly the kind of son his dad had always dreamed of having. I love C language. Learning C language makes me happy, Chen Yuan declared loudly. Get lost. You were asking how to turn on a computer in the first class? Now you're saying you love C language? Luo Guanyu also laughed upon hearing this. What's a broke-ass like him doing loving C language anyway? Could he even understand it? Hadn't even touched a computer before, and now he's learning programming? What a joke. But Jiang Tianza didn't dare speak his thoughts aloud in the dorm room. At most, he'd mock them silently in his head. He was quite adept at adjusting his behavior based on who he was dealing with. Chapter 33, The Meeting. Deng Feng pushed open the door and left, heading toward the kitchen. He naturally had some understanding of Jia Gaoyuan's skills, so he didn't believe Chen Yuan was calling someone over because the food was unpalatable. Deng Feng pondered his attitude toward Jia Gaoyuan over these years, feeling somewhat uncertain in his heart. This new boss was clearly not on the same wavelength as him, and if anything went wrong now, he'd truly be walking on thin ice. Deng Feng walked to the kitchen door, his fingers slightly cold as they rested on the handle. He paused for 2 seconds, then pushed the door open. Chef Jia, could you come here for a moment? Deng Feng's tone was exceedingly pleasant. Jia Gaoyuan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He wiped his hands and walked toward the door. Supervisor Deng, what's the matter? Our boss would like to see you, Supervisor Deng said cheerfully, giving no hint of what he might be thinking inside. Alright, I'll go right now. A spark of joy lit up Jia Gaoyuan's brows. The boss had truly taken notice of him. Whether he could turn his fortunes around hinged on this moment, stirring his usually calm heart with rare excitement. Chef Jia, hold on. I haven't even told you where the boss is yet. Deng Feng patted Jia Gaoyuan's shoulder, chuckling. Jia Gaoyuan laughed awkwardly. Right, what was I thinking? Chef Jia, due to cash flow issues at our restaurant, we haven't been able to pay the salaries for the past 2 months. I sincerely apologize, but ultimately these decisions come from above. I heard you've had some family matters recently, so I've just transferred your 2 months back pay. And considering all your contributions, which we've certainly noticed, I specially requested a 1-month bonus for you from management. It's all been transferred, Deng Feng said with a cheerful smile, looking every bit the benevolent superior. Really? Thank you so much, Manager Deng. Jia Gaoyuan expressed profound gratitude. Yet inwardly, he sneered, why now of all times? They couldn't have sent it earlier or later? There must be something wrong. But it's best that he got the money, the family is counting on it. Chef Jia, some words should be spoken, while others shouldn't. I trust you'll know how to act later. After all, the ultimate authority in our restaurant still rests with me. Deng Feng remained all smiles. With Yue Chen's wealth and influence, naturally they wouldn't pay too much attention to a single restaurant. He still believes that Chen Yuan came here just for fun and isn't to be taken seriously. What Director Deng mentioned was such a trivial matter. Of course I understand, said Jia Gaoyuan, deciding to brush it off carelessly for now. First give you a sweet date to make you happy, then slap you to remind you who you really are. Director Deng has truly mastered this tactic. Being able to stay at our Sanyue all these years, I've always known Chef Jia must be a sensible man. Box number 3, Uncle Jia, hurry along now. Don't keep the boss waiting. Jia Gaoyuan nodded and walked toward the private booth. Chen Yuan watched Deng Feng walk away, wondering what old Jia would think when he saw him sitting here later. How was he supposed to explain this to Uncle Jia? Just moments ago on the train, he'd been broke, now suddenly he was the man's boss. The contrast was simply too staggering. Only novels dared to spin such tales. While Chen Yuan was still lost in thought, the door swung open. Mr. Chen, hello, I'm Jia Gaoyuan. Jia Gaoyuan bent into a 90-degree bow the moment he entered the door, without even seeing clearly who was sitting behind the desk. Everyone else, leave. Chen Yuan addressed the staff waiting inside the room. Jia Gaoyuan heard the sound of the door closing and slightly straightened up, finding the voice of this Mr. Chen somewhat familiar. Uncle Jia, come have a seat. Chen Yuan stood up, beckoning to Jia Gaoyuan. Ha! Jia Gaoyuan straightened up, seeing Chen Yuan across from him, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. What on earth is going on? How did Xiao Yuan end up sitting across from me? Or, President Chen? Is Chen Yuan CEO Chen? A storm was raging inside Jia Gaoyuan's heart. Uncle Jia, have a seat. Let's talk this through slowly. Chen Yuan licked his lips, feeling somewhat parched. All right. Jia Gaoyuan was still somewhat dazed. Xiao Yuan, isn't it? Isn't what? Could it be that the owner isn't available, so they sent you to check things out instead? That can't be right. If they've already come to inspect, what could possibly be keeping them away now? Jia Gaoyuan was utterly baffled. Chen Yuan was just worrying about how to broach the subject when Jia Gaoyuan's words gave him the perfect opening, so he naturally picked up the thread. Exactly, Uncle Jia. You hit the nail on the head. I met this boss at my classmate's place. He thought I seemed reliable and likable, and since he's busy with other companies, he sent me to handle this inspection. He's very willing to give opportunities to young people. Jia Gaoyuan burst out laughing. Xiao Yuan, you've really got something special. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, you're absolutely capable. Chen Yuan smiled awkwardly, good thing he bought it. Xiao Yuan, then why'd you call me over? Jia Gaoyuan visibly relaxed, contrasting with his stiffness when he first arrived. Uncle Jia, I just think your cooking is really good. Wanted to ask you about it. Ask away, ask anything. I'll tell you everything. And Xiao Yuan, no, Manager Chen, from now on you don't have to call me Uncle Jia anymore, just call me Chef Jia. It wouldn't sound right if others heard it, especially now that your status has changed. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded. Uncle Jia was still as kind as ever. Uncle Jia, don't worry, there's no one else around. Alright, Xiao Yuan, you've really made something of yourself. Jia Gaoyuan felt a joy he hadn't experienced in a long time. The last time he'd felt this happy was when his son got into a top high school. Uncle Jia, how skilled is this Lu Xingtian at making stir-fried yellow beef? Hey, him. He's that cook I told you about last time, the one who only knows how to brown-nose the head chef. It really is him, Chen Yuan thought to himself. It had to be the same person, how else could the food be equally unpalatable both times? Uncle Jia, could you introduce each of these chefs to me dish by dish? Excellent, no problem at all. An hour passed. Inside the private room, the conversation was naturally lively and pleasant, while outside, Deng Feng was enjoying the air conditioning but still had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chen Yuan also learned quite a bit about the affairs in the kitchen. This Xia Changming really was hopeless. None of the bootlickers who fawned over him had any decent cooking skills. Then don't blame him for being ruthless. Chen Yuan took out his phone and made a call to Deng Feng. Supervisor Deng, I've finished the discussion here. You can come over now. President Chen, what about me? Jia Gaoyuan hesitated, his expression uncertain. Although he spoke the truth, it wasn't exactly complimentary, so he couldn't help feeling somewhat apprehensive inside. After all, I just received a month's bonus from Supervisor Deng. Uncle Jia, you can go ahead now. If there's anything later, someone will inform you. And keep me posted on any movements in the kitchen. You're the only person I trust at Songyue Huading. Jia Gaoyuan was genuinely moved by Chen Yuan's earnest gaze. Xiao Yuan, don't worry, your uncle will definitely support you. Perhaps adults all have their own considerations, but when they want to give their true hearts, it must be sincere. Chapter 34, The First Rectification. When Jia Gaoyuan pulled open the door, Deng Feng happened to be pushing it from the other side, so the two came face to face. Deng Feng smiled at Jia Gaoyuan, praying inwardly that he hadn't said anything inappropriate just now. He secretly regretted in his heart that he had suppressed him more than once over the years, all because of Xia Changming. Manager Deng, I'll take my leave now, Jia Gaoyuan said with an impeccable poker face, showing no trace of unusual emotion. Deng Feng observed Jia Gaoyuan's demeanor and noticed there was no difference from when he had arrived, causing his heart to settle slightly. Jia Gaoyuan closed the door, replaying in his mind the scene from his conversation with Chen Yuan moments ago. I couldn't help but admire Chen Yuan, realizing he was no ordinary talent destined for obscurity. Within just 1 month, Chen Yuan had undergone earth-shaking transformations. Whether in demeanor or methodology, he was completely different from the impoverished youth I'd met on the train. Truly the vitality of youth. Jia Gaoyuan sighed with admiration. Back in the day when he ventured into the capital alone, he too was brimming with lofty ambitions. Yet after all these years, reality has given its answer. Though wistful, Jia Gaoyuan suddenly felt a surge of hope for the future. He believed Chen Yuan and Supervisor Deng were not the same kind of people. CEO Chen. Supervisor Deng, please have a seat too. I've given it careful thought just now, and I believe the skill of our chefs represents the standard of our Songyue Huading. Clearly, some individuals aren't meeting expectations. Chen Yuan got straight to the point. Eliminating a few small fries would be relatively simple. Deng Feng's heart sank. What was coming had arrived. You raise a valid point. Chen Yuan successively pushed several dishes forward, the sound of porcelain scraping against the table echoing through the unusually quiet space. Fire these chefs. Yes. No doubt, Lu Xingtian is among them, along with several others who excel at flattery but neglect their proper duties. Let's prepare to hire some new staff. For the skill assessment, have the head chef and Jia Gaoyuan jointly oversee the process. Supervisor Deng can also participate if he has time. I'll personally taste test the dishes from the final candidates, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Rest assured, President Chen. Deng Feng lowered his head. So it was indeed because of that Jia Gaoyuan. But currently, Chen Yuan valued Jia Gaoyuan highly, so there wasn't much more he could properly do. Stepping out of Songyue Huading, Chen Yuan let out a sigh of relief. At least he'd managed to accomplish something. Yet the storm had already begun brewing in the back kitchen. Head chef, please help me. I've been working under you ever since I joined Songyue Huading. The speaker was none other than Lu Xingtian. He never expected the head chef to tell him he was being fired, especially when the chef had always treated him with such kindness before. Xiao Lu, there's nothing I can do. It's a decision from higher up, Xia Changming said, feigning solemnity. I heard it has something to do with Chef Jia. Chef Jia? I've never provoked him before. Lu Xingtian immediately fumed. Xia Changming snorted with a mocking laugh. Just send him away and be done with it. He had no time to placate him now. At this point, Lu Xingtian's departure from Songyue Huading was already a done deal. He needed to focus on planning how to win over the new recruits. At that thought, he couldn't help but shoot a glare at Jia Gaoyuan. As the head chef, why did Jia Gaoyuan even have a say in hiring decisions? Is he even worthy? Chef Jia, why did you make the boss fire me? Lu Xingtian was currently blinded by rage. Upon hearing Xia Changming's words, he stormed off angrily to find Jia Gaoyuan. Me? Make the boss fire you? Jia Gaoyuan nearly burst out laughing. Did this guy really think he was worth something? Otherwise? Lu Xingtian couldn't detect the tone in Jia Gaoyuan's voice. Did Xia Changming tell you? Jia Gaoyuan sneered. No need to ask that. Was it you who made the boss fire me? Lu Xingtian was clearly a stubborn straight shooter. You think I have that much power? If I really had those skills, would I still be stuck here cooking? Maybe you should think about what your master has taught you since you came to Songyue Huading, Jia Gaoyuan said coldly. Lu Xingtian's master was naturally Xia Changming. Back when he was first recruited, he was quite full of himself, but after muddling along for so many years, he had long become nothing more than a disposable pawn. Jia Gaoyuan spoke so bluntly and unceremoniously for two reasons. Firstly, Xia Changming had definitely told Lu Xingtian with ill intent. Everyone else was present, yet Lu Xingtian had rushed over solely to holler at him. What was that supposed to mean? Does every personnel change now have to be associated with Jia Gaoyuan? How would he work in the kitchen after this? What would others think of him? Second, they've had bad blood for so long. Now that he's torn off all pretense of cordiality, there's no need for him to hold back either. Third, and most importantly, Song Yue is currently under Chen Yuan's charge, and he's even been included in the recruitment process. This shows both the trust placed in him and reflects their stance toward him. Now he has the upper hand. Lu Xingtian was dumbfounded. He had indeed been blinded by anger earlier. It was common knowledge in the entire kitchen that Chef Jiao was an excellent cook, but few dared to openly praise him out of respect for the head chef. If Chef Jiao were truly that skilled, why would he have remained in the back kitchen for so many years? All these years, his master hadn't really taught him any real skills. What he knew when he arrived was still all he knew now. After all this time fooling around, I'd almost forgotten what puts food on my table. Chef Jia, I'm sorry, I lost my temper earlier. Don't worry about it. Jia Gaoyuan waved his big hand magnanimously. But inwardly he couldn't help smirking. Someone who could be confused by a few words would always be confused anew by another few words. What exactly did he say? What he said was well-founded. Jia Gaoyuan stopped thinking about these things and continued stir-frying. When Lu Xingtian returned to his seat, Xia Changming was no longer there. He sighed, knowing there was nothing left to be done, and went to the locker room to change out of his clothes. Yet at that very moment, Xia Changming was in Deng Fang's office, practically foaming at the mouth with rage. Whether it was intentional or not on Jia Gaoyuan's part, why is everyone being axed from my team? Deng Feng shot him a sidelong glance. If those under you had shown a bit more spine, they wouldn't have been fired in the first place. Brother Feng, you can't say that. After all, he's been with me for several years. Xia Changming put on a show of deep loyalty. Alright, I get it. I'll keep an eye out for people during recruitment, Deng Feng replied somewhat helplessly. Did he not know what Xia Changming was hinting at? It's just that he didn't have anyone under his command and was afraid of losing his voice. Even though he'd already gotten the head chef position, he was still being stingy and lacking vision. It seems I'll need to train additional personnel separately. I always knew Brother Feng was reliable. I'll head back now and not disturb your rest anymore. With his objective achieved, Xia Changming naturally had no reason to linger. Alright, go ahead. I'll inform you when there's news. Chapter 35, The Luxury Car. The weekend had ended, and it was back to the same old routine of classes. Chen Yuan idly fiddled with his phone, not because he didn't want to listen, but because he'd already self-studied this section of the C language material. Yet even that wasn't the real reason he wasn't paying attention. The most crucial thing was that he was just $10 away from unlocking an achievement. Just $10 short. Chen Yuan was scratching his heart out with anxiety. Last time a bonus of 10,000 got you a fancy restaurant. What could 10 times that amount possibly bring? The mere thought had Chen Yuan trembling with excitement. Did you grow bugs all over yourself? Jiang Tianzi frowned at the unusually agitated man. Weren't you always paying such close attention in class? Even shouting in the dorm about how much you loved C programming, so what's all this fuss about now? It's nothing, Chen Yuan pondered for a few seconds but couldn't figure out how to explain it. I'm hungry. Fits the character. Jiang Tianzi rolled his eyes. If I remember correctly, you devoured an entire plate of fried rice this morning. The auntie practically refused to serve you anymore. You wouldn't understand, young people get hungry easily. Just as Chen Yuan was speaking, someone gently patted his shoulder. Chen Yuan, I've got some bread here. Chen Yuan turned around. It was actually Zhang Shuangshuang. No need, I can tough it out. Chen Yuan replied awkwardly, never expecting his casual remark to be overheard by the girl. An empty stomach isn't comfortable, the sweet, gentle female voice continued. Jiang Tianzi gritted his molars in frustration. How did this guy have such luck with women? Chen Yuan had a sudden flash of inspiration. He was exactly $10 short. How about giving Zhang Shuangshuang $10 and buy her bread to try? Zhang Shuangshuang, could you sell this bread to me? No need, you can have it for free. It'd go to waste if I don't eat it anyway. Zhang Shuangshuang gazed at Chen Yuan with deer-like eyes, remarkably considerate. That won't do. Can I buy it for 10 yuan? Chen Yuan glanced at it. Looked like Tally brand bread. 10 yuan should be enough, right? It's really not necessary. It's not much money. Zhang Shuangshuan was also feeling a bit embarrassed, as her intention wasn't to make a profit. If you won't accept payment, then I won't take it. Chen Yuan refused. Jiang Tianzi rolled his eyes. Could they just drop this already? So he snatched the bread and said, Miss, you sell it to me, and he'll pay. That way you two can exchange WeChat contacts. Hey, you bastard. Chen Yuan watched Jiang Tianzi's swift movements, itching to give him a good whack. Zhang Shuangshuang also widened her eyes in disbelief. Was this even allowed? Then how about we add each other as friends, and I'll transfer it to you. Zhang Shuangshuang nodded slowly. Okay. Chen Yuan transferred the money and turned his head to find Jiang Tianzi already eating. Chen Yuan immediately grabbed the bread and tore off a large piece. You two at the back, if you keep causing trouble, get out. The teacher on the podium couldn't take it anymore. Two grown boys jostling each other over sharing a single piece of bread. What kind of behavior is this? Chen Yuan and Jiang Tianze instantly behaved, exchanging childish glares. Zhang Shuangshuang couldn't help but cover her mouth to stifle a giggle as she watched the pair. They were just too adorable. Chen Yuan lowered his head and pulled out his phone, wondering if this would actually qualify for cashback. Seeing the latest notification, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. It worked, and he even got 500 yuan back. This feeling was simply euphoric. Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone of earning 100,000 in dining cashback within 1 month. Would you like to receive the reward now? FA. Very well, rewards are now being issued to the host. 1% equity in Huacheng Group and 20% equity in Yuacheng Company. Note, you have become the third largest shareholder of Yuacheng Company. 2. 5 million in car purchase funds, time limited to 2 hours, expired thereafter. Note, the countdown begins now. 3. Brioni Lifetime Premium VIP, with a preloaded balance of 500,000, usage deadline, 1 month. Chen Yuan stood dumbfounded, staring at the countdown that had already begun on the screen. 1 hour 59 minutes and 55 seconds, 1 hour 59 minutes and 50 seconds, 1:59:45. Chen Yuan swallowed hard. These 5 million absolutely couldn't go down the drain. Zge, could you keep an eye on my laptop for me later? Something's come up and I need to leave in a hurry. I'll treat you to dinner when I'm back. Chen Yuan gave Jiang Tianze's shoulder a solemn, earnest pat. Then he stood up abruptly and shouted, Teacher, my stomach hurts. Chen Yuan's acting was utterly convincing. The teacher on the podium frowned slightly but nodded after taking a look at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan then dashed off without hesitation, grabbing his phone to order a DD ride, with the destination set to the Lamborghini 4S dealership. If he had to rely on his bicycle to get there, even the preserved daylilies would have gone cold by the time he arrived. Still seated in the classroom, Jiang Tianze stared blankly at the suddenly vanished figure. What a little rascal, leaving his older buddy to clean up his mess. You'd better be kidding me. Chen Yuan watched the dwindling time, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. This was 5 million bucks. This was the closest he'd ever come to owning a luxury car. If he missed this chance, he couldn't imagine how devastated he'd be. Ever since riding in Jiang Tianze's Aston Martin last time, he'd started scouring information about luxury cars, hoping one day he could buy one himself. He never expected happiness to come so quickly. He had to seize it. Driver, please hurry. I'll pay you extra. Chen Yuan urged anxiously, feeling for the first time that time truly was money. Kid, we're going as fast as possible. Master, if you can get me there within 20 minutes, I'll give you 1,000 yuan. The taxi driver immediately perked up. Anyone going to a Lamborghini 4S shop had to be loaded. Hold on tight. After getting out of the car, Chen Yuan glanced at the countdown, 1 hour 42 minutes and 36 seconds. Throwing money at the problem really works. If I hadn't offered that 1,000 yuan just now, arriving even half an hour earlier would have been impossible. Chen Yuan strode forward confidently. A salesperson immediately approached to open the door for him. Welcome to Lamborghini 4S store. Are you looking for an SUV or a sports car today? Hi, I want to buy a Huracan Performante. Do you have any in stock? Hey handsome, that'd have to be ordered. We don't have any right now. The salesman's eyes lit up. These young rich heirs always loved the Lamborghini Baby Bull. Alright, I'll place the order today, Chen Yuan said decisively. Ordering today? Great. Let's pick out some options to customize it for you, sir. The salesman immediately broke into a grin. Looks like work was coming his way. Chen Yuan watched the seconds tick by, growing somewhat anxious as he unconsciously quickened his pace. The salesperson had also been observing Chen Yuan and naturally accelerated their service tempo, matching their style to the customer's needs. Chapter 36, Sealing the Deal on the Lamborghini. Handsome, which color shall we choose? Vibrant orange red, eye-catching enough to set the streets ablaze, just how he liked it. When you can show off, no one likes to keep a low profile. Ours is 230,000 in orange red, the salesperson added. No problem. What kind of wheels should we go for? Would you like to add the decorative trim? 70,000. Chen Yuan quickly calculated the cost. It was still within budget. Add it. Power adjustment and seat heating, over 50,000. Would you like those? Add them. The velvet footrest is over 40,000 yuan. Would you like to add it? Add it. Great. Please wait a moment while I prepare the bill for your review. Chen Yuan stared at the nearly 800,000 yuan bill, unsure what to feel. In that moment, money had become so abstract that it bore no resemblance to the currency he'd known 19 years ago. Mr. Chen, it'll take 6 to 9 months to get this car delivered. No problem. I'll draft a contract for you. Alright, the sooner the better. I've got other matters to attend to shortly. Chen Yuan glanced at the screen showing 30 minutes remaining. Better safe than sorry. Just spend the money first and think later. Coming right up. Just wait a moment. The sales process was lightning fast, printing contracts, stamping seals, swiping cards, signing documents, all done in one smooth motion. When all the procedures were completed, there were still 5 minutes and 2 seconds remaining. Chen Yuan exclaimed how thrilling it was. 4.74 million spent to the absolute limit. Chen Yuan still didn't have a driver's license. Even if given a car now, it would be useless. It's just like staring at an incredibly beautiful woman, knowing full well you can't have her. That suffocating frustration speaks for itself. What's the point of just looking at this car when nothing beats getting hands-on? Waiting 6 months for delivery actually works out well, just enough time to get your driver's license. Mr. Chen, I'll contact you once the vehicle arrives. Okay, thank you. Chen Yuan was completely relaxed now, with none of the urgency from earlier. Chen Yuan left the Lamborghini Force dealership and randomly chose a cafe to enter. Hello, one latte, please. Alright, please wait a moment. After receiving his coffee, Chen Yuan took a seat at a table. Now he was in no hurry, wanting to examine the other 2 prizes the system had given him. He hadn't had time to look at them earlier because he was in such a rush. Chen Yuan took a sip of coffee and frowned. The taste is far inferior to Sister Rong's coffee shop. Huacheng Group? 1%? Chen Yuan wondered. Huacheng Company has already offered 20%. How can Huacheng Group only give 1%? Chen Yuan couldn't help but pick up his phone to search on Baidu. He genuinely knew very little about businesses. But you wouldn't know unless you searched, and the search results were shocking. So fucking impressive. It's actually even more impressive than Tencent and Alibaba. No wonder they can gift $1 million sports cars, yet only offer 1% equity of Huacheng Group. It's enough to show how impressive Huacheng Group is. Chen Yuan felt his smile was perhaps too broad and quickly reined it in. The system has already made me the 3rd largest shareholder. Is there anything I need to do? Chen Yuan asked in confusion. From what he understood, aren't corporate CEOs supposed to be impossibly busy every day? You don't need to do anything, just wait to collect the money at the end of the year. Great, great. I love this kind of simple and straightforward approach. So there's no change in my assets? Another 10% increase, but no additional companies assigned to me? No changes at present. Alright then. The Songyu Huating issue hasn't been resolved yet. If another one crops up, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. You can't become fat with one bite, take it step by step. As long as we get our share of the money by year end, that's fine. It's only a few months away anyway. He's been poor for ages. What's the rush now? Chen Yuan's gaze lowered. Brioni? What on earth is this again? When it really counts, Baidu is the one you can rely on. Brioni, the Italian luxury menswear brand, offering bespoke services. A suit costing over 100,000 or even 200,000? Oh my god. The world of the rich is truly unimaginable. But Chen Yuan wasn't overly shocked after all. He'd just come from shopping at Prada himself. He'd bought clothes costing tens of thousands per piece too. The 500,000 deposit can cover 2 or 3 sets. Later, if he attends any company meetings, he'll still need a few decent outfits for appearances. Chen Yuan was already daydreaming with glee about his future self as a big boss attending meetings in style. System Dad, the next achievement won't be cashback for spending 1 million on meals, will it? Or is there a 1-month time limit? Chen Yuan tentatively asked. Correct. However, there's also a parallel task, spend 1 million within a month. You can choose either one, completing either will earn you rewards. If you complete both, the rewards will be doubled. Chen Yuan felt a slight stir in his heart. Double the rewards, that sounded incredibly thrilling. But where could he possibly get 1 million from? Right now, he barely had a little over 100,000 in his pocket. The system was truly ruthless. It would be great if spending money could also generate cashback. Host, keep it up. There's a reward waiting once you finish. The system unusually didn't defend itself. Back in the dormitory, Chen Yuan noticed his backpack placed on the desk. He wanted to thank Zhang Tianze, only to find the guy had already fallen asleep. So Chen Yuan had no choice but to take his meal card to dine at the campus cafeteria, as he still needed to work at the coffee shop in the afternoon. Chen Yuan circled the cafeteria 2 or 3 times, searching relentlessly for the most expensive items. Boss, give me 3 caddies of boneless spicy lemon chicken feet and 2 braised pig trotters. Coming right up. That'll be 200 yuan total, young man. Chen Yuan carried chicken feet and pork trotters as he made his way to the next stall. Boss, give me a serving of fried noodles with all these toppings. Chen Yuan pointed to the shrimp, meatballs, ham sausages, eggs, and spicy gluten strips. Coming right up. That'll be 28. Chen Yuan also bought a deluxe jianbing with all the fixings for 18 yuan. Chen Yuan gulped down the milk tea. After walking around all this time, he'd spent less than 300 bucks. The cashback wasn't even 600 yet. At this rate, getting $1 million cashback from food purchases would take forever. Could both missions really fail this month? Munching on a pig's trotter, Chen Yuan wallowed in frustration. So lonely. Chen Yuan, what a coincidence. A sweet, gentle voice suddenly rang out. Chen Yuan felt an inexplicable familiarity and turned his head. Sure enough, it was Zhang Xuanxuang. Lately, he'd been running into her quite often. Though he'd never been in a relationship, the way she'd looked at him that night was unmistakably different. Even during military training, she'd always sought him out to chat, and this morning she even tried to give him some bread. Is this girl really into me? Back in the village, there were always little girls who liked talking to him too. Seems like his charm works everywhere. Chen Yuan felt like he couldn't quite suppress his grin, but seeing Zhang Xuanxuang's expression shift from friendly to shocked, Chen Yuan quickly composed his smirk. Better not look like a complete idiot right now. Ha, what a coincidence. Chen Yuan forced out a laugh, suddenly ashamed of his earlier absent-mindedness. Mind if I sit across from you? You look like you're really enjoying your meal. Only then did Chen Yuan notice that Zhang Xuanxuan was still holding her food tray. Sure, go ahead. Chen Yuan waved his hand casually, then gathered the scattered items he'd strewn across the table. Chapter 37 The New World. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Zhang Xuanxuan said with an apologetic smile as she watched Chen Yuan flustered and busy. Not at all, Chen Yuan quickly denied. There was something comfortably non-aggressive about Zhang Xuanxuan that put him at ease. He gave off a completely different vibe compared to He Qiangshi. You can eat as many chicken feet as you want, I bought plenty. Thanks, this shop's chicken feet are really tasty. I've bought them a few times before, Zhang Xuanxuan said with a smile, then gracefully picked up one with her chopsticks. It would have been rude not to take any at all. Yeah, my roommate loves to eat, so I bought extra. But don't worry, we can eat freely today, I'll just buy more when we run out, Chen Yuan said generously. Zhang Xuanxuan watched him eating heartily and felt inexplicably happy. Her family meals were always proper and quiet, lacking any sense of liveliness. Watching Chen Yuan eat made her feel this was what real life should look like. Strangely enough, from the moment Wan Yu called her attention to Chen Yuan's first glance, she felt inexplicably drawn to him. His handsome face, bright smile, upright posture, pleasant singing voice, everything about him captivated her. Before entering university, she thought all boys were essentially the same, but seeing Chen Yuan made her realize the difference. It was a feeling that captivated her heart. Is there something on my face? Chen Yuan touched his face awkwardly. Why was this girl staring at him so intently? No, I'm sorry. I was spacing out. Zhang Xuanxuan's face instantly turned red. How can you drift off during a meal? No wonder you're so skinny, Chen Yu joked. The two of them were officially acquainted now. The two chatted happily, and Zhang Xuanxuan couldn't help herself, eating several chicken feet in a row. They were simply too delicious. College students, regardless of gender, all have tremendous potential when it comes to devouring meals. However, Chen Yuan didn't notice his phone. Every time Zhang Xuanxuan ate a chicken foot, 50 yuan would be credited to his account. After changing into his work uniform at the coffee shop, Chen Yuan felt a slight stomachache and headed to squat in the restroom. Why so many messages? 50, 50, still 50? What kind of maneuver is this? Chen Yuan couldn't quite make sense of it. System. Chen Yuan silently called out several times in his heart. Yet the system remained silent, feigning deaf. Chen Yuan scratched his head. He hadn't bought anything recently. The only change was that Zhang Xuanxuan came to eat with him and then ate a few of his chicken feet. Chen Yuan counted the $50 bills. 1, 2, 3. Finished counting, he felt foolish. How could he possibly have noticed how many chicken feet Zhang Xuanxuan had eaten? System, Chen Yuan silently repeated n times more. Host, your guess was correct. With that remark, the system disappeared again. Hey, I'd say you're being quite unprofessional, Chen Yuan complained. These chicken feet cost 50 yuan per pound. Zhang Xuanxuan gets a pound refunded for every one she eats. If someone treated Zhang Xuanxuan to something expensive, wouldn't they get refunded for an entire dish with just one bite? Holy shit! Chen Yuan felt like he'd been struck. Could this actually be his lucky goddess? I should invite her out for a meal sometime, Chen Yuan chuckled to himself, as if he'd just discovered new territory. So when he stepped outside, he was still wearing a broad smile, in an exceptionally good mood. Rongjie, any assignments? Chen Yuan felt brimming with energy. But after asking, there was no response. Song Qingrong was still staring blankly into space. Rongjie. Chen Yuan stepped closer and waved his fingers before her eyes. Ha, what did you say? Only then did Song Qingrong snap out of her daze. Any orders come in? Oh, seems like there are some. Song Qingrong replied as she got up and walked toward the printer. Chen Yuan watched Song Qingrong's retreating figure, wondering why Sister Rong seemed different today. Let me handle this, Sister Rong, Chen Yuan said, eyeing the arm-length order slip. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention just now, Song Qingrong apologized. Rongjie, what's wrong? Are you okay? Chen Yuan asked with concern. It's nothing, go ahead with your work. Song Qingrong lowered her gaze, making her expression unreadable. Seeing so many orders piling up, Chen Yuan realized now wasn't the time for questions, so he chose to make coffee first. After working for over an hour, I finally finished sorting out the documents. Looking back, I noticed Song Qingrong was no longer behind me. What's gotten into Sister Rong? Chen Yuan muttered to himself. This was the first time he'd seen her look so utterly devastated. It's impossible to tell how much time had passed when Song Qingrong reappeared, now dressed in an entirely different outfit, an elegant champagne-colored gown that shimmered brilliantly, paired with her neatly tied-up hair, exuding grace and beauty. "Do I look good?" Song Qingrong forced a smile, yet it carried no trace of genuine joy. "You do," Qin Yuan answered truthfully. Song Qingrong was truly stunning. Her gentle, water-like eyes, the delicate rise of her nose, those shapely lips, every feature blended in perfect harmony. Song Qingrong curled the corner of her lips, gazed at Chen Yuan for a few seconds, then walked toward the hall. Chen Yuan watched Song Qingrong's retreating figure, unable to articulate what he was feeling. He thought Song Qingrong's gaze at him had carried a trace of sorrow, something he couldn't quite comprehend. Looking over, Chen Yuan saw Song Qingrong take a seat across from some man. The man was dressed formally in a well-tailored suit, his casually revealed wristwatch subtly showcasing his stature. Yet his expression was rather unbecoming, looking Song Qingrong up and down as if appraising some commodity. "Hello, Mr. Zhuang." Unable to endure the man's impolite scrutiny any longer, Song Qingrong extended her hand in greeting. Zhuang Ye has studied this soft, fair-skinned hand before taking it. "Hello, Miss Song. I'm Zhuang Ye. Miss Song is indeed beautiful. It's just that we seldom saw you at gatherings before. Had I known how stunning Miss Song is, I would have certainly paid you a visit much earlier. Why wait for your family to arrange a blind date?" Zhuang Ye quipped, convinced of his own wit and humor. "I wasn't very interested in gatherings before, so I rarely attended," Song Qingrong politely explained. "Alright then, otherwise a beautiful woman like Miss Song would have been snatched away by someone else long ago." Song Qingrong wanted to say something but held back, ultimately uttering just one sentence. "Mr. Zhuang truly has a sense of humor." "Is this Miss Song's coffee shop?" Zhuang Ye looked around. "Yes. I was originally planning to invite you to a Western restaurant, but you insisted on meeting at a cafe. I always treat beautiful women with respect. If you get hungry later, we can go grab something to eat, just coffee won't fill you up." Zhuang Ye hinted meaningfully. "Thanks, but I'm not hungry right now." Song Qingrong wasn't particularly interested in him, merely meeting due to family pressure. "Actually, I don't think Miss Song needs to open a coffee shop. Does the Song family really need to have their daughter parade herself in public, serving others by making coffee?" Zhuang Ye's tone was light and airy. Song Qingrong clenched her hands under the table, her voice turning colder. "My parents respect my wishes. I enjoy making coffee." Chapter 38, Argument. Zhuang Ye chuckled dismissively, seeming unconcerned. "Women should just like bags and jewelry, there's no need to show off. Besides, this coffee shop doesn't make much money anyway, does it? It's fine. I usually buy whatever I like myself." Song Qingrong smiled slightly, doing her best to maintain her poise. Last night, her mother had pulled her aside for a long talk, urging her to try and get along better with the young master of the Zhuang family. If this marriage could be settled, the current crisis in her family would also be resolved. Song Qingrong sighed silently in her heart, there was no escaping it. This was her fate. Zhuang Ye watched Song Qingrong's demeanor and curled his lips slightly, thoroughly pleased. All he needed was a beautiful, obedient wife. Now that he could talk like this and still hold back, he naturally wouldn't stir up trouble in the future. He also knew perfectly well that the reason the Song family's precious daughter could endure like this was mostly to climb onto his family's prestigious branch. He had seen plenty of such cases. "Miss Song, there's something I haven't told you yet. Yao Nana, have you heard of her?" Zhuang Ye leaned back, shifting his posture. "Is she that popular celebrity right now?" Song Qingrong didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, but with so many advertisements on the streets, she naturally had some impression. "Right, I'm the one who made her famous." Song Qingrong didn't respond. Instead, she kept her gaze fixed on Zhuang Ye, curious to see what other nonsense might come out of his mouth. "I don't mind telling you that I'm currently supporting her financially. She has a good temper and doesn't like to make trouble. Of course, if we get together and this bothers you, I'll cut ties with her. After all, Miss Song is much prettier than she is. If you don't mind, I won't let her appear to annoy you." Song Qingrong felt she might laugh in sheer anger. The man spoke as if he were considering her feelings. Utterly ridiculous. Young Master Zhuang is truly free-spirited. Song Qingrong stared fixedly at Zhuang Ye. Were it not for his status, she would have already thrown a glass of water in his face. "Isn't that how everyone in our circle behaves? Or does Miss Song prefer the innocent type?" Zhuang Ye looked at Song Qingrong as if she were some rare curiosity. Song Qingrong felt she could endure no more, yet maintained her courtesy by forcing a polite smile. "I have matters to attend to, shall we call it a day for now?" With that, he stood up. How could Zhuang Ye possibly let Song Qingrong leave? Her appearance and figure were exactly his type. Apart from the Song family falling a bit short, the rest are quite impressive. So he grabbed Song Qingrong's hand. "Stay and chat a bit longer, Miss Song." In this blind date, whether it was Song Qingrong herself or her Song family, he held all the advantages, so he didn't care in the slightest whether Song Qingrong was genuinely angry. Song Qingrong immediately shook off his hand, her face turning cold. What else does young Master Zhuang wish to discuss? Zhuang Yeha observed Song Qingrong's expression without annoyance, and angry beauty remained a beauty, and one with quite a distinctive charm at that. I know Uncle Song has been working on the Tianha project recently. If I get along well with Miss Song today, I can talk to my dad about it when I go home, Zhuang Yeha said with a confident smile. He didn't believe Song Qingrong could resist the offer. Now their Song family was stuck at a critical juncture and desperately needed his family's support. Song Qingrong took a deep breath and finally sat down. She couldn't possibly be unaware of her family's situation. She was no longer a child. The reason her mother had repeatedly cautioned her last night, even prompting her father to speak with her, was precisely because Zhuang Yeha was the sole heir of the Zhuang family, now beginning to take over the Zhuang Corporation, and her own family's current predicament desperately needed assistance from the Zhuang Corporation. Her mother's tearful pleading made it impossible for her to refuse. All these years, her parents have shown her ample love and care. It's time she did something in return. Song Qingrong forced another smile. Even if today's menu was dog's hit, she'd have to swallow it. Whether this endeavor ultimately succeeded or not, failure couldn't stem from her, otherwise she'd never be able to face her parents again. "That I'll have to thank young Master Zhuang for this," she said. "Miss Song is indeed a sensible person." Zhuang Yeha smiled, but his hands grew restless, directly grasping Song Qingrong's hand. Song Qingrong suppressed her disgust and didn't pull away, maintaining a cheerful smile on her face. Chen Yuan observed the pair from a distance. He could clearly sense Song Qingrong's displeasure. Having worked at this cafe for over a month now, he felt he knew Song Qingrong well enough to tell. The man across from her, though dressed in high-end fashion, kept doing crude things. If this man were really Song Qingrong's boyfriend, she wouldn't have appeared so resistant. And it shouldn't have been his first time visiting the coffee shop either. So Chen Yuan guessed this man might be a matchmaking candidate arranged by Song Qingrong's family, someone she couldn't refuse. "He kept holding my hand the whole time during our first meeting, what a creep." Thinking of this, Chen Yuan immediately decided to make 2 cups of coffee. Several minutes later, "Miss Rong, sir, please have some coffee." Chen Yuan politely placed the coffee before them. The man glanced at Chen Yuan. "Miss Rong? That's Ozawa's friend. The younger guys all call me that, both Ozawa and Shaoan do," Song Qingrong explained. She was about to urge Chen Yuan to leave, afraid he might provoke someone he shouldn't. Then she heard Zhuang Yeha laugh and say, "That young family kid? He still has friends who need to work part-time?" His tone dripped with contempt. He looked down on the Song family, and naturally despised the working-class Chen Yuan even more. "He's Xiao's classmate." "Chen Yuan, you should go back first," Song Qingrong hastily said. "Hey, don't leave." Zhuang Yeha raised an eyebrow. With just one sentence from him, Song Qingrong showed signs of agitation, quite remarkable. He had been speaking at length earlier, yet Song Qingrong had remained utterly impassive the entire time. "Sit down and chat. I've never met someone like you before." To get ahead of him, he better be worthy first. What kind of riffraff gets to jump the queue ahead of him? This kind of person? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, then glanced at Song Qingrong before taking a seat. He had originally come to defuse the situation too. This man was clinging to Sister Rong so persistently, he must have taken a fancy to her. Though he appeared arrogant, he surely wouldn't dare make a move in Sister Rong's presence, so he sat down with complete composure. "You've never met someone like me before, and that's hardly surprising. After all, I've never met anyone like you either," Chen Yuan said coolly. Without another word, he simply repeated what he'd said. Let him figure out the meaning for himself. Zhuang Yeha scoffed with a laugh. "You've got some nerve. Do you even know who I am?" "I don't know." The response sounded rather blunt, but he genuinely had no idea who he was. "Some kind of celebrity?" Chen Yuan couldn't help adding. Song Qingrong pressed her lips together. She desperately wanted to laugh but managed to restrain herself. Chapter 39 Holding a Grudge. What kind of garbage are celebrities anyway? You clearly have extraordinary presence. Though Chen Yuan was flattering him, his eyes were full of mockery, as if looking at a clown. Zhuang Yeha frowned. Why did this kid have such a slick, insincere manner about him? It was irritating to watch. "How about I hire you to shine my shoes? I'll pay better than whatever you're making here." Seeing his goal wasn't being met, Zhuang Yeha deliberately tried to humiliate him. "A poor kid like you exactly needs a talent spotter like me. What do you say? I'll give you 10,000 a month." Many people are fighting tooth and nail for this opportunity, Zhuang Yeha boasted arrogantly. 10,000? Chen Yuan smiled. "Then I'll give you 20 grand to come polish my shoes." He genuinely couldn't be bothered with such petty cash now. "Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit," Zhuang Yeha said with a darkened expression. Seeing the situation turn sour, Song Qingrong immediately interjected. "Chen Yuan, looks like new customers have arrived over there. Why don't you go check on them? Just leave whenever you want?" Zhuang Yeha clearly had no intention of letting Chen Yuan go. "Sure, you can leave, but tonight, you stay with me." His gaze drifted over Song Qingrong from head to toe. Song Qingrong's face flushed with anger. Just as she was about to say something, Chen Yuan pulled her behind him, blocking Zhuang Ye's line of sight. Although Song Qingrong felt a touch of emotion in her heart, now was clearly not the time for sentiment. The Zhuang family was someone the Song family couldn't afford to offend, let alone a poor kid like Chen Yuan who had no background or connections. Young Master Zhuang, my hospitality was lacking today. I'll invite you again another time to make up for it. Song Qingrong stepped forward and said, you can continue your hospitality today. Zhuang Ye emphasized the word hospitality heavily. Now I know what kind of person young Master Zhuang really is, someone low enough to only know how to bully women. Chen Yuan crossed his arms and scrutinized Zhuang Ye. I barely managed to speak with you just now out of respect for Miss Song. Do you really think you're somebody special? Zhuang Ye's face turned cold. Not just you, I don't even think much of the Song family. Miss Song, go tell your father to wait patiently for our decision. With that, Zhuang Ye turned on his heel and left. Song Qingrong finally relaxed as she watched him walk away. You shouldn't have come. You can't afford to provoke him, Song Qingrong said indifferently. Rongjie, I didn't know your families had business dealings. Chen Yuan had thought it was just some rich kid pursuing her. Had he just ruined someone's plans? Not your fault, Song Qingrong shook her head. I know you're here to help me. Real partnerships don't disappear over such trivial matters. By the same token, a non-existent partnership won't change just because of something I say. Song Qingrong finally understood. It was just another one of Zhuang Ye's tricks to mess with her, and she'd actually fallen for it. The Zhuang family had never taken the Song family seriously in the first place. The only reason they'd been pestering her for so long was because of her stunning looks. Go back to making coffee. Don't dwell on it. If he gives you any trouble, remember to reach out to me. Song Qingrong stood up, his eyes tinged with helplessness. Going back alone would inevitably require more explanations. Mother might be fine, but father on the other hand. Let it be, as it wasn't something she could decide anyway. For the rest of the afternoon, the shop remained under a cloud because of this incident. Song Qingrong was quieter than usual. Rongjie, I'm fine. You can leave early today, Song Qingrong forced a smile. Rongjie, I may not understand how big families interact, but I believe people shouldn't be too hard on themselves. There are some things you shouldn't have to bear alone. Chen Yuan had no experience with aristocratic families and could only comfort Song Qingrong based on his own beliefs. In his eyes, when trouble struck a family, it should never fall solely on a woman's shoulders to endure. So after his father's misfortune, Chen Yuan rationed himself to just one meal a day at school, wore old clothes, reused scrap paper constantly, and took odd jobs in the cafeteria to earn spare change. He was straining every nerve to lighten his mother's burdens too. He didn't act like a spoiled little lord despite his young age, pushing all responsibilities onto his mother while doing nothing himself. True difficulties are meant to be faced together as a family. If hardships can't be faced together, then what kind of family would that be? Thank you, Song Qingrong murmured, lowering her eyes. From childhood, she was taught to play the piano, learn various languages, and master all sorts of etiquette, all for the sake of doing something useful for the family someday. And that something useful was merely marrying into a more influential family. Though her family now allows her to open a coffee shop, deep down, they still believe she can't make waves. When the time comes to marry, she'll marry, and that's that. This may be the fate of those at their level. Neither high enough nor low enough. Quite trashy, really. Thank you, said Song Qingrong, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, looking utterly pitiable. Chen Yuan felt his heart inexplicably skip a beat, a sensation beyond his control. I'll be closing up shop soon, you should head back. You don't need to come tomorrow or the day after. I have some matters to take care of back home. Song Qingrong had made up her mind. She loved this family, but refused to become its puppet. All right, Chen Yuan nodded. Zhe Gaoyuan had already sent him a message saying someone would come for an interview tomorrow. He had no classes in the afternoon, so it was a good time to check it out. If Deng Feng was up to his tricks again, all the effort he'd put into the previous layoffs would go down the drain. After leaving the coffee shop, Chen Yuan turned the corner and went to the convenience store next door. Hello, I'd like to ask which shelf has the candy? The second row on the third shelf. Thank you. Carrying a box of pink candy, Chen Yuan completed his purchase and returned to the coffee shop. Rongjie, this is for you. They say eating something sweet when you're feeling down can help lift your spirits. I think Rongjie looks even prettier when she smiles. Song Qingrong took the box. Thank you, Chen Yuan. To be able to help her in her time of embarrassment. Be there to comfort her when she's upset. After leaving the coffee shop, Zhuang Ye stormed into his car. He called his secretary and said, "Tell my dad I'm extremely unsatisfied with today's meeting. And also, look into someone for me." Zhuang Ye put down the phone, still seething with anger. This was the first time anyone had ever mocked him who wouldn't grovel in his presence. How dare some broke, lowly wage worker have the audacity to ridicule him? Clearly, this fool hasn't learned life's harsh lessons, doesn't even know who holds the real power. He didn't mind giving them a lesson. As for the Song family, their village had no intention of helping them at all. Coming today was merely a gesture to save face for them. He just hadn't expected the Song family's daughter to be so beautiful, otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his time there. I'll have this woman sooner or later. Zhuang Yeha recalled Song Qingrong's graceful figure. A poor guy wasn't worthy to be his rival. Before absolute power, appearances were merely the most superficial things, only losers needed to rely on looks. Chapter 40, The Zhuang Family. Evening at the Song residence. Song Qingrong saw two people unusually seated in the living room. Without a doubt, it was her father and mother. Normally when she returned home, no one would be waiting in the living room, just the housekeepers cleaning. She basically went straight back to her room to rest. Song Qingrong paused mid-step and walked towards the living room. What must be faced will always come to be faced. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Oh, Rongrong's back. Mother Song affectionately took her daughter's hand. Father Song also glanced at Song Qingrong, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. Song Qingrong naturally knew why her parents were sitting there. Tomorrow's meeting didn't go very well. I might have disappointed you both. You couldn't even handle a simple meeting? Father Song immediately questioned. After all these years, have we taught you nothing? Mother Song nudged Father Song. Speak properly. Let's hear Rongrong's reasoning. At your age, you shouldn't be losing your temper like this. Song Qingrong had long anticipated this scenario, so she wasn't particularly disappointed. He never looked up to our family in the first place. How did our Song family become something to look down upon? Did you say something you shouldn't have? These words seemed to reignite Father Song's anger. Dad, is interrogating me all you know how to do? Why don't you go ask Zhuang Yao what he said to me first? Song Qingrong still couldn't suppress her aggrieved feelings. What could young Master Zhuang possibly say to you? Mr. Song snorted coldly, paying little attention to his daughter's distressed appearance. His mind raced with calculations. If this negotiation fell through, the massive Tianhe deal would likely go up in smoke. Song Qingrong's voice dripped with bitter disappointment as she sneered. Young Master Zhuang said if I spend the night with him, he'd consider asking his father to put in a good word for you with Tianhe. You! Mr. Song's eyes bulged with fury, incensed by his daughter's blunt revelation. Song Qingrong's bluntness directly stripped her father of his dignity. I can't accompany you. You didn't raise a daughter for all these years just to deliver her to someone's bed, did you? Song Qingrong stood up, ready to leave. She had nothing more to say. Father Song stood up and slapped Song Qingrong fiercely across the face. A loud slap silenced all noise. It also extinguished Song Qingrong's last shred of hope regarding her father. After all these years, still haven't faced reality? Old Song, what are you doing? Madame Song hastily stepped forward to restrain him. Rongrong, go back to your room first. Song Qingrong glanced at her father, said nothing, and left straight away. After sitting down, Father Song gasped heavily, clearly furious. Don't you know what Rongrong is like? She must have been bullied badly by that Zhuang family. Since when has Rongrong ever spoken like this? Mother Song patted Father Song's back, trying to soothe his anger. No sense of respect or boundaries. Has she no manners? To speak to her own father like that. How have you been raising her all these years? Father Song shook off Mother Song's hand. Mother Song sighed. What's done is done. Let's think of another way. Think of what way? It's probably gone for good. I just found out this afternoon that one family has almost settled on it. Father Song lit a cigarette. Already in a bad mood, the evening brought even more frustration. Let me get you some water, Mother Song said as she got up and left. Back in her room, Song Qingrong sat at the desk and fiercely wiped away her tears. Hasn't she been obedient enough all these years? How much further does she need to go? The door was tapped gently. Rong, it's me. Song Qingrong wiped away her tears and rose to open the door. Mom, what brings you here? Mom just wants to check on you. Don't take your dad's words to heart, he's just not in the best mood. Song Qingrong murmured softly in response. Get some rest early, and don't overthink things. Mother Song gently patted Song Qingrong's head. All right. Chen Yuan returned to the dormitory, still preoccupied with the events of that afternoon. He cast several glances at Zhang Tianze, repeatedly hesitating to speak his mind. If you've got something to say, just say it. Don't look like you're constipated. Zhang Tianze finally snapped. What was wrong with this guy? Always dawdling and wavering like this. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. The dorm was empty now, but he wasn't sure if bringing up the blind date topic would be appropriate. This was Sister Rong's private matter, it wouldn't be proper to mention it. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, do you know about the Zhuang family? The Zhuang family? What Zhuang family? Zhang Tianze looked completely bewildered. Taking the dealer's position in Mahjong? It wasn't that he didn't know Zhuang Yeha, but rather that he couldn't connect Chen Yuan with Zhuang Yeha. So naturally he couldn't guess. Zhuang Corporation, Chen Yuan added. The Zhuang Corporation? Why are you asking about that? Zhang Tianze found it odd, those words coming from Chen Yuan's mouth. Just saw it online. Oh, that explains it. The Zhuang family is badass. How impressive are they? Let's just say if you combined my family's wealth with Sister Rong's, we'd barely reach half of theirs. Zhang Tianze wasn't exaggerating in the slightest. Holy shit, Chen Yuan muttered under his breath. Had he really kicked an iron plate this time? Was he really about to have his first attempt at showing off spectacularly backfire? What's wrong? Why do you look like that? Jiang Tianzi stared at Chen Yuan's startled expression. Nothing, just suddenly felt like the sky of life has turned a bit gray. Get lost. Jiang Tianzi shot an annoyed glare. What the hell was wrong with this guy? Do you know Hua Chang Group? Damn, how come every question you ask is more badass than the last? Chen Yuan perked up at this. Come on, tell me, which one's more badass, Zhuang Group or Hua Chang Group? To be honest, I don't know much about Hua Chang Group. It's way too badass for me to even get close to. Even my old man can't get near them. If I had to compare, the Zhuang family is probably just 1% of Hua Chang's level. The banker is damn strong, but at least within reach. Hua Chang is a god, understand? A god. If he just let a little slip through his fingers, it'd be enough for someone to rise to fame and start a giant company. Damn! Chen Yuan exclaimed again. How did he suddenly feel so full of himself again? My father always told me that people are divided into 4 classes. The first is labor, earning money through physical work. The second is knowledge, earning money through expertise. The third is capital, making money with money. The fourth is resources, those who distribute resources to others. Those are the people at the top of the pyramid. And when it comes to companies, Hua Chang clearly sits in the 4th tier, Jiang Tianzi said with deep emotion. Although his family was considered quite wealthy compared to ordinary people, buying a multi-million-dollar car on a whim was nothing. But when compared to those top-tier conglomerates and ultra-rich elites, he was still just a small fry. Chen Yuan nodded emphatically, fully agreeing with Jiang Tianzi's words. Had the system not appeared, he would have remained that ordinary person at the lowest tier. His father's life would mirror his own. Perhaps he might never rise above his station in this lifetime. With some effort, he might ascend to the 2nd tier, but he would certainly never surpass it. This is the harsh reality of our rigidly stratified society. But since you asked, I suddenly remembered what my old man told me recently. The Zhuang family has been trying hard to negotiate a partnership with Hua Chang. However, securing a partnership with Hua Chang is quite challenging. Their cooperation mechanism is quite bizarre. All shareholders must agree before a deal can be struck. Even if just one person opposes it, even if they hold only 1% of the shares, the deal falls through. But even 1% of Hua Chang Group's shares is pretty impressive. Really? That's fantastic. Chen Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. Heaven is helping me. Why are you so excited? I was just casually sharing some gossip with you, Jiang Tianzi chuckled. It's nothing, I've just never heard of this before, it feels kind of novel. Chen Yuan brushed it off. Enough bullshitting with you, I've got to play Honor of Kings. This season, I'm absolutely hitting king rank. Jiang Tianzi turned away and launched the game. Chen Yuan suddenly found himself looking forward to the voting scene. Chapter 41 Hiring. In the afternoon, Chen Yuan rode his bicycle towards Songyue voting. System, how can I participate in the voting? Chen Yuan suddenly remembered that he knew nothing about it and didn't want to miss out. You will be contacted when the time comes, host. Don't worry. Great, that's reliable. Chen Yuan pedaled with renewed energy upon hearing this. The recruitment at Songyue voting had already begun at this point. It was a full 3 hours ahead of the time Zhe Gaoyuan had told Chen Yuan. Zhe Gaoyuan only realized when he saw Deng Feng starting to organize the interviews, this was deliberately arranged. Some mischief was surely brewing again. And with such a long lead time, they clearly didn't give Chen Yuan any consideration at all. Looks like young Yuan still has a lot of work ahead of him to sort out this mess. The recruitment process has been underway for half an hour now, and the first 2 chefs have already been working for a while. Several minutes later, my dish is ready. Please, everyone, try it. Mine is ready too. Both chefs presented their dishes, serving them before the 3 individuals. Then I'll try first, said Deng Feng with a smile, appearing utterly amiable. Deng Feng took a bite, paused for a moment, then remarked, the flavor, decent, I suppose. Not a particularly favorable review. Xia Changming also picked up his chopsticks. Let me have a taste too. Not bad at all. The flavors are well balanced, showcasing both chefs' skills. Our supervisor Deng rarely gets involved with kitchen matters, so naturally he's not too familiar with the details. I'm usually the one overseeing the kitchen, and I think this dish is quite good. Xia Changming's assessment contrasted sharply with Deng Feng's. Deng Feng wasn't offended by Xia Changming's words. Instead, he chuckled and said, you're right, I'm indeed quite the amateur. Our head chef Xia's opinion naturally carries more weight. Zhe Gaoyuan realized this was a classic good cop bad cop routine that covered all the angles between them. First Deng Feng gave negative feedback, then Xia Changming showered praise. Naturally the newcomer would feel more grateful to Xia. Well, if head chef Xia speaks so highly of it, I'll have a taste too, said Zhe Gaoyuan, picking up his chopsticks to sample a piece. This taste, not too bad, but definitely not great either. Just barely better than the few we fired earlier. But it completely falls short of the standards Chen Yuan had set for him. Uncle Jia, you must rigorously screen them, look for distinctive character, high caliber, and quality. I promised the boss that I would restore the restaurant to its former glory, even better. Jia Gaoyuan didn't respond immediately, instead taking another bite of the side dish. There always had to be something to say, and a reason to say it. Although the two of them were putting on an act, he still held veto power. A dish must shine not only in its main ingredient but also in its accompanying flavors. I think we should take a look at what other chefs have prepared. As Jia Gaoyuan finished speaking, the expressions of the two chefs visibly darkened. Deng Feng chuckled and remarked, "Our master Jia is truly unique, always offering perspectives that differ from the head chef." Jia Gaoyuan held his ground just as firmly. General Manager Chen has given us all instructions, and I naturally must keep them in mind. There's a lot to cooking, it's quite profound. As Chef Xia mentioned, you don't seem to have a strong grasp of the finer details. Slightly displeased, Deng Feng responded, "Granted, General Manager Chen may have said so, but I still have some say in songyuevoting after all these years." Jia Gaoyuan momentarily fell silent, unwilling to push his luck too far. When immortals fight, it's always the little soldiers who get hurt. Having been out in the world for so many years, he naturally understood this principle. He had suffered losses in this area before. Seeing that Jia Gaoyuan had fallen silent, Deng Feng's expression softened. "Both Chef Xia and I think you two are quite good, so, made it." Chen Yuan panted slightly as he walked into the kitchen. The moment he saw the door closed with several people waiting outside, he knew the session must have started early. Fortunately, he had nothing better to do and arrived ahead of time. Seeing Chen Yuan's arrival, Jia Gaoyuan's eyes instantly lit up. His savior had arrived. Although it might seem a bit inappropriate for a grown man of his age to rely on someone younger, but in the cutthroat world out there, even if Chen Yuan were 15 or 16, he'd have to listen and respectfully address someone younger as Boss Chen. That's just social hierarchy. As for him, making money isn't something to be ashamed of, especially since there's some connection with Chen Yuan. Deng Feng swallowed the words he was about to say. Why did this guy have to show up at such an inopportune moment? These two could have been arranged right away. Suppressing his emotions, Deng Feng put on a smile. "Director Chen, you're here so early. You'd have missed it if it weren't now." Chen Yuan chuckled cheerfully, matching pretense with pretense. Xia Changming was secretly sizing him up from the side. It was his first time seeing this President Chen. He was unexpectedly young? No way he could outmaneuver him and Brother Feng. At this thought, Xia Changming also took a couple of steps forward. "Director Chen, what a pleasure to finally meet you. I haven't had the chance before. Chef Xia, right? Hello." It wasn't hard to guess, there were only 3 people present, and Xia Changming was the only one he hadn't met before. But Chen Yuan didn't spare another glance and walked straight ahead. "Perfect timing. The dishes are all ready, let me have a taste." Jia Gaoyuan immediately handed him a new pair of chopsticks. Not bad." Chen Yuan tasted each of the different ingredients on the plate. Though wary of Deng Feng, he wouldn't deliberately reject someone without reason. His goal was to recruit truly skilled chefs who could produce high-quality dishes. Otherwise, how could he achieve his objectives? "Take a look at the others first. I'll tell you the results after everyone has been evaluated," Chen Yuan commanded directly. The two looked at Chen Yuan, realizing he was the true decision-maker, and nodded in agreement. "Understood." Jia Gaoyuan couldn't suppress a slight curl at the corner of his lips. His excitement was simply too much to contain. Meanwhile, Deng Feng behind Chen Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. It seemed today's plan had fallen through. After all the calculations, no one expected Chen Yuan to arrive early. Xia Changming grew restless. Could the prize within reach really slip away? "Mr. Chen, I believe these two still have their merits." Deng Feng shot him a glare. "What a dimwit." Chen Yuan chuckled. "I didn't say there weren't any merits. Chef Xia should be more patient. With so many people waiting behind us, there's no rush to evaluate until everyone's finished sampling the dishes." The two cooks who were testing their dishes knew instantly from the head chef's words that their interview was already doomed. If he hadn't spoken, they might have had a slim chance, but now there was none at all. Exchanging a glance, neither waited for the final results. "Just walk away." The others watched as these two walked off looking utterly dejected, covered in dust, and couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Even though many of them were seasoned chefs, they still couldn't ignore the prestige of Song Yu Huating's reputation. This job was absolutely plum. Even if you change jobs later, it would absolutely be a golden resume. That is, assuming you haven't been blacklisted in the industry. Chapter 42 Smooth Sailing. "Supervisor Deng, please proceed with the formalities." Chen Yuan found a stool and sat down, looking like he planned to stay and observe for the day. Jia Gaoyuan was naturally pleased in his heart. He didn't actually expect much concrete help from Chen Yuan, he just hoped for a fair environment. A poor work environment affects one's mood and productivity too much. Next, one chef after another came in to audition their dishes. Good chefs, ones that satisfy both Chun Yuan and Jia Gaoyuan, do exist, but they're rare. After interviewing over 20 candidates this afternoon, only 2 stood out as truly impressive. Mr. Chen, we've finished interviewing all the candidates for today. Got it. Chen Yuan finished tasting the last chef's dish, then casually grabbed a tissue from the table to wipe his mouth. After the final chef left, Deng Feng approached Chen Yuan and asked, "Did any candidates particularly impress you, Mr. Chen? Here's what we'll do. Everyone write down which date you think works best, then give it to me and I'll compile the suggestions. After all, my personal preference shouldn't decide everything," Chen Yuan said with a laugh. "Fine idea indeed, Director Chen," Deng Feng fawned. Several minutes later, Chen Yuan looked at the compiled results and nearly burst out laughing. This Xia Changming is truly incorrigible, writing numbers 1 and 2 again. Seems this guy would be easy to deal with, not the sharpest tool in the shed. Deng Feng really is a slick operator, basically only writing what meets his approval. No wonder he's lasted so long at Songyue Huading. Jia Gaoyuan was actually fair, though he had some differences in opinion compared to Chen Yuan. In the end, Chen Yuan made a compromise and kept those both he and Jia Gaoyuan favored. After all, Xia Changming had only recommended candidates number 1 and number 2, while the others selected afterward were clearly far less qualified. Just these few, Manager Deng, please arrange their onboarding. Schedule another recruitment session next week, and remember to inform me of the exact time. Chen Yuan deliberately emphasized the word exact, serving as a subtle reminder to Deng Feng. Absolutely, absolutely. This time I came earlier than expected and made some arrangements in advance. Next time I'll definitely inform Manager Chen beforehand, Deng Feng hastily promised. Chen Yuan scoffed inwardly how neatly he'd managed to absolve himself. "I'll take my leave now," Chen Yuan said, casting a glance at Jia Gaoyuan before parting. It still wasn't suitable for them to appear overly familiar. While Chen Yuan certainly held the power in this situation, Jia Gaoyuan was, after all, just an employee. Chen Yuan noticed there was still time to spare, when suddenly he recalled the scene of dining with Zhang Xuanxuan last time. Several days had passed by now, yet he hadn't managed to save much of the money. If he needed to refund 1 million in a month, that would mean refunding over 30,000 every single day. At present, he hadn't even managed to refund 3,000, which naturally made him rather anxious. The reward was right there waiting for him, and he simply couldn't resist its allure. Just 1% of Huaqing shares could rival the market makers, imagine owning even more. Then even those arrogant young masters and that fan Hao guy wouldn't dare look down on him anymore. People these days judge others by their status and serve dishes accordingly. To be honest, what happened at the coffee shop yesterday really affected Chen Yuan. It was his first time witnessing the intricate schemes among these wealthy noble families. Sister Rong is gentle, beautiful, and kind. She shouldn't have been humiliated like that by a man. Among these aristocratic families, social hierarchy is starkly defined. If your family status is lowly, others won't even treat you as a human being. At best, you're just an amusing plaything. The place where Chen Yuan grew up, while people did tend to flatter the wealthy more, would never stoop to such outright disdain for others. If such a scene really occurred here, fists would have flown already, no matter who you were. That's why Chen Yuan found this hierarchy-obsessed atmosphere so hard to swallow. It was oppressive enough to choke a man. He didn't know what kind of person he'd become with the system's help, nor how much wealth he'd possess, but he swore never to forget his roots or the mother waiting for him back home. Ah, Chen Yuan sighed. So much had changed since coming to Jinghua. His life had practically turned upside down. Chen Yuan shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it further. Right now, he shouldn't be thinking about such things. Although his father had left him, his father always used to say, when you don't know where the road ahead leads, just take things step by step with both feet firmly planted on the ground. There will always be a path forward. Chen Yuan picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhang Xuanxuan. Got time? Want to treat you to a meal. Chen Yuan didn't really have any ulterior motives. He just wanted to see if he could get a bit more money back through Zhang Xuanxuan. Treating her to a meal wouldn't be any loss for her anyway. These days everyone's into that meal buddy trend. He managed to learn something. Upon receiving the message, Zhang Xuanxuan immediately turned off the screen and pressed it against her chest. What is he? Asking me out on a date? A blush rose to Zhang Xuanxuan's cheeks. She had already heard about He Qiangshir's situation, and frankly, she looked down on such women. Just a few days ago, He Qiangshir had been shamelessly chasing Chen Yuan, and now she was suddenly with that Fan Hao. Some people's vision probably doesn't extend beyond a designer handbag. She knew she wasn't as seductively captivating as He Qiangshir, but she wasn't bad herself. At least she could be considered a petite beauty. Zhang Xuanxuan opened her phone and replied to Chen Yuan, sure, you can come wait for me downstairs in an hour, or we can meet at the square. Zhang Xuanxuan put on a cutesy voice and sent a voice message. Chen Yuan was already riding his bike back to campus, so naturally he didn't see Zhang Xuanxuan's message in time. Though she hadn't received a reply, Zhang Xuanxuan was already thumping down from her bed to do her makeup. Oh, Our gorgeous Shuangshuang, why are you dolling up at this hour? Got a hot date tonight, teased Zhan Shuangshuang's roommate, standing nearby. None of your business, you always make fun of me, Shuangshuang pouted playfully. Her crush on Chen Yuan was common knowledge in the dorm. She embraced it openly, after all, there was nothing to hide. Everyone had just come through the pressures of senior year, who wouldn't dream of having a sweet romance once they got to university? So Zhan Shuangshuang had always been quite open about it. When Chen Yuan checked his messages after arriving at school, he noticed they'd been sent half an hour earlier. He immediately apologized. Sorry, I was busy with something and didn't see your messages. I'll come pick you up downstairs. Zhan Shuangshuang was putting on blush when her phone buzzed, making her heart skip a beat. Seeing the message, a sweet smile blossomed on her face. At least you're being a gentleman. Chen Yuan waited downstairs for a while, and when he saw Zhan Shuangshuang emerge from the entrance, he immediately stepped forward to meet her. It wasn't that they hadn't eaten together before, but going out alone privately was a first for them. Thus, both of them appeared somewhat awkward. Is there anything you'd like to eat? I'm fine with anything. Good, then I'll take you to a restaurant with pretty decent food. Chen Yuan turned to look at Zhan Shuangshuang. She seemed quite different today. Perhaps it was because she'd done her makeup, making her appear even more delicate and charming. Zhan Shuangshuang responded with a soft murmur. Her fingers nervously rubbed against the bag she was clutching, betraying her tension. Chen Yuan hailed a Didi, his mind drifting to that Lamborghini he hadn't even laid eyes on yet. Had he gotten his hands on that car now, wouldn't he be cruising around town with girls in ultimate style? Just imagining that scene sent thrills down his spine. What man wouldn't crave that kind of feeling? Chapter 43, The Surprise. Chen Yuan took Zhan Shuangshuang to what appeared to be a rather upscale Western restaurant. Zhan Shuangshuang was pleasantly surprised. She had heard Chen Yuan's family circumstances weren't very favorable. Wouldn't it be too much of a stretch for him to bring her to such an expensive place? She just couldn't say it outright, that would have been too hurtful. Maybe she'd subtly mention AA later. While she was interested in Chen Yuan and open to a relationship, that didn't mean she wanted to take advantage of anyone. As long as they enjoyed each other's company, nothing else mattered to her. What would you two like to order? The server asked, standing attentively nearby. Take a look and order whatever you'd like. My treat. Chen Yuan passed over the menu. I'll have a filet mignon, medium well, Zhan Shuangshuang said before closing the menu and handing it back to Chen Yuan. A single steak actually costs $500. Chen Yuan picked up the menu again. I'll take an M9 Wagyu filet, 2 portions of abalone, 2 mushroom consommes, and 2 servings of truffles. All girls love desserts, right? Give me a cherry mousse and a passion fruit cheesecake mousse. I'd also like a serving of French mushroom risotto. As for drinks, just bring over 2 bottles of something unique. Chen Yuan closed the menu with perfect composure. He was no longer that shabby-dressed poor boy. Treating someone to a Western meal costing a few $1,000s isn't really a problem, especially since it was for free. Although Zhan Shuangshuang smiled on the surface, she was panicking inside. These things probably cost over 1,000 yuan combined. Her monthly living expenses barely exceeded 2,000 yuan. Am I really going to be broke this month? I heard the desserts at this place are pretty good. If you're still hungry later, we can order more, Chen Yuan said with a gentle smile. He never expected that on his first time treating a girl to dinner, she'd mistaken it for going Dutch. Thanks, but I think this is already plenty, Zhan Shuangshuang replied with a smile. Chen Yuan, why did you want to invite me out for dinner? Zhan Shuangshuang asked somewhat shyly. Because I feel like we really click. Chen Yuan hesitated, not daring to say the real reason that he enjoyed watching her eat with such gusto. That would have been too forward. But Zhan Shuangshuang interpreted his words differently. A delicate blush colored her cheeks as she murmured, I feel the same way about you. So where are you from? You don't sound like you're from the north, Chen Yuan continued casually. Yes, I'm from Jiangsu. Chen Yuan nodded, unsure of what topic to bring up next. Fortunately, the food arrived. These Westerners' foreign dishes are certainly quick to prepare. Go ahead and try it. The reviews said it tastes pretty good, Chen Yuan said with a smile. To maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, Chen Yuan avoided checking his phone too often while eating. Otherwise, glancing at your phone every time someone takes a bite would be rather impolite. This steak is surprisingly good, he remarked. It's really good, with a creamy aroma. Chen Yuan devoured the meat heartily. Although it cost 500 yuan per serving, the quality of their meat was indeed exceptional. Chen Yuan had ordered it well done. He could never get used to undercooked food. Zhan Shuangshuang watched Chen Yuan eat, feeling as if they had returned to their familiar dynamic. Now this is how a meal should be enjoyed. After leaving the restaurant, Chen Yuan politely walked Zhan Shuangshuang back to her dormitory building. I'm heading back now, Zhan Shuangshuang said in an exceptionally soft voice. She felt their relationship had taken a step forward. Alright, see you soon. Chen Yuan had one hand in his pocket while waving goodbye with the other. He watched the person enter the dormitory building before turning to leave. Xuan, beauty, hurry up and tell us what's going on. Why did that person downstairs look exactly like Chen Yuan from the neighboring class? Zhang Xuan faced an immediate interrogation from her roommates the moment she returned. Just went out for a simple meal. Just going out for a simple meal, yet you curled your hair and put on makeup? I don't buy it. You never wear makeup during regular classes, only when we have joint sessions with class 2. I know exactly what you're up to. What do you know? Stop talking nonsense, Zhang Xuan retorted, her face flushing. When a woman starts denying something, you can bet there's something fishy going on, the roommate said with a knowing look. I'm done talking to you. So annoying. Instead of heading back to the dorm right away, Chen Yuan began scrolling through his messages. As Chen Yuan looked at one notification after another about money coming in, his heart blossomed with joy. He had just spent over 5,000 treating Zhang Xuan to a meal. He actually got back 120,000. Chen Yuan was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the floor. What kind of ratio is this? He had fantasized about getting tens of thousands back, but never dreamed it would be over 100,000. If he just treated Zhang Xuan to a few more meals, wouldn't that achievement be easily accomplished? So Chen Yuan picked up his phone and changed Zhang Xuan's contact name to Ultimate Dining Partner. Back in his dorm room, Chen Yuan pulled out his laptop and resumed grinding through online lectures. He felt the system wasn't about letting him spend money to enjoy life, but rather turning him into a jack of all trades. Recently, he'd read plenty of novels where protagonists were handed hundreds of millions up front for instant gratification. But in his case, not only was there no pleasure to be found, he was stuck bitterly studying while simultaneously researching restaurant management and human politics. Who could possibly understand his suffering? Chen Yuan, you're working so hard, are you trying to get a scholarship? Jiang Tianzi popped up out of nowhere and gave Chen Yuan a solid smack on the back of the head. I heard the national scholarship is over 5,000, and our school even has its own separate scholarship program. I think you should go for it. The mention of the national scholarship immediately perked up Luo Guanyu's ears. He's also heard about this matter recently and surely wants to compete for it. It's not just about the money, it's also a matter of pride to talk about. After entering university, many people slack off. Recently, whenever Chen Yuan studied, he'd follow suit and even sought out the same online courses Chen Yuan was watching. Chen Yuan wasn't in the dormitory, even while working part-time, he was studying. They were from the same university. Although Chen Yuan had scored higher in the college entrance exam, he was from a small town after all. Unlike himself, who had already taken computer science courses, he felt his chances were still pretty good. Luo Guanyu stared at his computer smugly, as if he had already stepped on Chen Yuan to win the national scholarship. There's even a scholarship? But our major has so many top students, I'll give it a shot when the time comes. Chen Yuan laughed. He genuinely hadn't heard about any scholarships before. Every little bit helps, after all. You don't know? When you get it, you're treating me to a meal. Jiang Tianzi said with a grin, always inexplicably trusting Chen Yuan. Maybe this is what brotherhood is all about. No problem, if I don't get it, you're treating me. Chen Yuan turned the tables on him. Alright, you little rascal, no problem. Chen Yuan smiled slightly and continued reading. He was making decent progress, already at 39 out of 100. Still, Chen Yuan wasn't satisfied. With each semester lasting just 4 months, and already a month and a half gone by, his progress hadn't even reached the halfway mark. Who knew what unexpected events might crop up later? He needed to build in some buffer time, such as the carefully measured life of an ordinary man. Chapter 44 Notification. 2 days passed in a blink, and Chen Yuan got back on his bike to hurry to the coffee shop. He pedaled on hurriedly, watching the leaves drifting leisurely across the campus, his mood inexplicably light and cheerful. Yet as he watched the falling leaves carried by the wind, Chen Yuan couldn't help but recall the tearful look on Song Qingrong's face that night several days ago. I wonder how Sister Rong is doing. Upon arriving at the coffee shop, Chen Yuan immediately spotted Song Qingrong, who was lowering her head as she made coffee. Sister Rong, you're here. Song Qingrong lifted her face with a smile, showing no trace of the sorrow from days before. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded before going to change his clothes. Rong Jie, regarding the Zhuang family, don't worry about these matters. But has he been giving you any trouble? No, Chen Yuan replied. He had been perfectly safe these past few days. After that day, Chen Yuan also feared being ambushed and severely beaten on his way back at night. So he pedaled back at top speed every time. Yet nothing ever happened. That's good. Let me know immediately if anything feels off, Song Qingrong said gently. Hey, Sister Rong, what's a grown man like me got to be afraid of? Chen Yuan said, feigning composure. See, that's exactly why I say you're still a kid. Have you eaten yet? I ate. I actually overate today, finished half a kilo of rice. Alright then, I ordered some food. Come over if you get hungry later. Got it, Chen Yuan replied with a laugh. Zhuang Corporation. Dad, you didn't speak up for the Song family, did you? Zhuang Yeha had completely lost his usual I'm the boss demeanor and shrunk back timidly. Speak up about what? It's still a bit of a pipe dream for their family to get Tianhe's order. How was your meeting with that Song family girl? You're not getting any younger, just find someone decent enough. Zhuang Tiancheng took a sip of his freshly brewed tea and said slowly, she's quite pretty, but, what the hell, spit it out already. Zhuang Tiancheng shot his son a glare. Yeah, kinda looks like a stubborn one to tame. Zhuang Yeha leaned back on the sofa, squinting as he spoke. Dad, I want to teach someone a lesson. That guy during the Song family blind date, he was downright despicable. Which family's boy? Just a country bumpkin with no background, a poor kid from the backwoods. Have you no ability at all? Is this someone worthy of all your deliberation? How unbecoming. Zhuang Tiancheng found nothing but faults with his son. What had he learned all these years? To Zhuang Tiancheng, Zhuang Yeha was good for nothing but chasing women. That worthless kid is nothing, yet he dares to bark at me. Zhuang Yehao clearly failed to notice his father's displeasure and kept rambling on. Then make sure he can't survive in Jinghua, Zhuang Tiancheng snorted. Crushing some rootless nobody couldn't be simpler. Dad, you're absolutely right. Zhuang Yehao instantly understood. He could make sure that kid never graduates, let alone finds a job. Just wait till he gets blacklisted in the industry, then he'll have to crawl back to his fucking countryside. You better prepare properly. The negotiation with Huacheng is the day after tomorrow. Study all the materials I gave you thoroughly, don't embarrass me when the time comes. Roger that. Dad, I'll head back first. Zhuang Yeha stood up and said to Zhuang Tiancheng with a smile. Go on back. The Zhuang Corporation would eventually belong to his son anyway, so naturally he wanted to teach him as much as possible while he was still in charge. He'd have to face everything alone sooner or later. That day, Chen Yuan was slurping noodles in the cafeteria while scrolling through short videos. He noticed an unfamiliar number flashing on his screen, a local call from Jinghua. Curious, Chen Yuan tapped to answer. Mr. Chen, hello. This is Sophie, administrative specialist from Huacheng Group. Zhuang Corporation will be visiting our company the day after tomorrow to discuss collaboration. Would you be available to attend the meeting? A pleasant female voice came through the phone. This was Sophie's first chance to get in touch with Chen Yuan, the newly appointed shareholder. Rumored to be quite mysterious, she had asked her superiors several times but got nowhere, so she was naturally brimming with curiosity about Chen Yuan. Hearing such a youthful voice, her thoughts couldn't help but stir with excitement. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what the person had just said. Later, when they got in touch with Huacheng and the Zhuang Group, it turned out to be exactly the same deal Jiang Tianze had mentioned to him a few days ago. Count me in, Chen Yuan said decisively. This was a meeting he absolutely had to attend. Understood, Mr. Chen. Would you like us to reserve a hotel for you? Where is the meeting location? The meeting will be held at the Jinghua Huacheng headquarters. Then book me a hotel room. Free accommodations shouldn't go to waste. He certainly wanted to experience the feeling of staying at a hotel without paying. Understood, President Chen. I'll send you the hotel information shortly. The company will arrange transportation for you there and back. Okay. Chen Yuan smiled, quite considerate of him. Got it, Director Chen. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. MHM, noted. Chen Yuan responded absent-mindedly with a vague hum. After hanging up, Sophie kept replaying that magnetic voice through her headphones. So sexy. Her voice was completely different from the old-fashioned, rigid voices she had just finished speaking with over the phone. She was growing increasingly eager to see what the person actually looked like. After hanging up on his end, Chen Yuan set down his phone. He felt it was necessary for him to visit Brioni soon. Attending such a formal meeting absolutely warranted having a proper suit. After all, he was still a shareholder, even if his stake was just 1%. Chen Yuan took advantage of his lunch break to search for his destination, called a Didi, and planned to get things done quickly. Welcome. Hello, I'd like to buy a suit. Very well, sir. This way, please. As Chen Yuan looked at the rows of suits, he couldn't help but marvel at how much more formal and polished they made people appear. Although the Zhongshan suit appears more dignified, ordinary people would hesitate to wear it. For men, the Western-style suit is a more common everyday attire. Chen Yuan pointed to a light blue suit, less somber and more fitting for his age. He saw no need to feign maturity. Sir, you have excellent taste. This is our newly arrived ivory white wool plume jacket, exceptionally light and incredibly comfortable to wear. Ivory white? Isn't this dress blue? Chen Yuan muttered to himself inwardly. Perhaps it was related to some material this foreigner naturally wouldn't understand. I'll take this set, let me try it on. Very well, sir, I'll show you to the fitting room. Chen Yuan changed into the suit, though he didn't know how to tie the tie and had to trouble the salesgirl for help. The salesgirl blushed slightly as she helped Chen Yuan with his tie. This excessively handsome customer was making her lose her professional composure. Quick battle, quick resolution. Chen Yuan purchased this powder blue suit along with a beige silk suit, spending over 200,000 yuan for both. Chapter 45, The Gift. Knock knock. Second young master, it's Jiang Wenchang. Come in. Young master, do you have time now? Speak. The man in gold-rimmed glasses and a silver suit replied with indifference, uttering just one word as he glanced at the newcomer. Jiang Wenchang, long accustomed to this demeanor, continued with obsequious nods. Young master, someone has already secured that plot in the eastern district you had your eye on and wishes to present it to you. It only awaits your approval, young master. Oh, the man raised an eyebrow, though his gaze remained unruffled. Which company? The Zhuang Group. The one coming to discuss cooperation tomorrow? Yes, second young master. Your memory is excellent indeed. What about the eldest brother and third sister? They've received gifts too, though nothing comparable to the prime eastern district land you fancy. The second young master always has impeccable taste. Thoughtful enough. This isn't any major venture anyway, go settle things with the staff below. The man lightly raised a finger, signaling Jiang Wenchang to leave unless there were urgent matters. Jiang Wenchang exited the office of Huacheng Group's second son Hua Hanyun, wiping sweat from his forehead. Every time he dealt with this second young master, a chill ran through his heart, terrified that he might say the wrong thing. Fortunately, the gift had been successfully delivered, and he could rest easy having received his share. Though the Zhuang Corporation wasn't large, it certainly knew how to make generous gestures, just casually giving away a plot of land worth over 200 million. Zhuang Group. Dad, I can't help feeling a bit nervous when I think about tomorrow. Zhuang Yehe sat in Zhuang Tiancheng's office, looking through the materials for the next day while rubbing his hands incessantly. I've taken care of all necessary arrangements. There won't be any mistakes. Just remember to speak appropriately to different people. As for you, you really need to work on your mental state. When you reach half of my ability, I'll finally be at ease. Dad, I'll never catch up to you in this lifetime. Zhuang Tiancheng chuckled, enough with the flattery, just focus on learning. Dad, I heard you bought the East District land parcel and gave it to Huacheng's second young master? So, your mother told you? Zhuang Tiancheng didn't even raise his eyelids, thinking it was a damn good deal. Over 200 million. Dad, you're way too generous. Mom's blood pressure shot up from this. Zhuang Yehe curled his lip. Women's nonsense. If this deal goes through, we're looking at making at least 15 mil. What do you kids know? Zhuang Tiancheng raised his voice slightly. Yes, absolutely. Zhuang Yehe nodded hurriedly. Though astonished, he wouldn't dare question his father. Stop dwelling on useless thoughts and focus on tomorrow. If you mess this up for me, I'm cutting off your cards, Zhuang Tiancheng said coldly. Don't worry, I've reviewed everything multiple times, Zhuang Yehe immediately assured. If they're going to freeze his card, they might as well kill him. The next day, Chen Yuan headed to the hotel address Sophie had sent him, curious to see what it was like. Online reviews rated it as a 5-star hotel, exceptionally high-end. Upon arriving at the hotel, Chen Yuan marveled at the opulent lobby and couldn't help but acknowledge its 5-star status. It certainly looked expensive. Sir, hello, do we have a reservation for a room? Yes, said Chen Yuan as he handed over his ID card. Very well, sir. Here is your room key. The front desk attendant handed Chen Yuan his ID card and the room key. Sir, let me show you the way. A waiting service staff member stepped forward and said, Sir, let me carry the bag for you. No need, I can manage it myself. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded. Sir, would you like us to provide lunch for you? The staff asked after entering the elevator. Yes, please have it delivered around 11 o'clock. Upon entering the room, Chen Yuan discovered it was a suite. If he wasn't mistaken, this suite would cost over 10,000 per night. The suite was exceptionally spacious, featuring not only a 6-seater dining table but also a large living room and an oversized bathroom. And of course, there was the indispensable luxurious king-size bed. Chen Yuan threw himself onto the bed. This is amazing. This mattress is way better than the hard bunk bed in the dorm. When will I ever get to have a big house like this? This is unbelievably comfortable to sleep on. Chen Yuan felt himself falling in love with this place. Back in his hometown, he'd slept on hard Kong beds. Now at university, it was hard mattresses. This was the first time Chen Yuan had ever slept on such a soft mattress. Changing out of his clothes and stepping into the bathroom, he gazed at the assortment of items by the bathtub, a mischievous impulse rising within him. Rose petals, scented oil, shower gel. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate before dumping them all into the bathtub. Had anyone else witnessed Chen Yuan's actions, they surely would have been appalled. Who on earth uses these things like that? After filling the tub with hot water, Chen Yuan comfortably sank into it. Squinting his eyes and listening to music, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Chen Yuan imagined the priceless expression on young Master Zhuang's face when he saw him that afternoon. Just thinking about it gave him immense satisfaction. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan stepped out of the bathtub, wrapped himself in a towel, and dried his hair. Well, I actually look quite the accomplished man, Chen Yuan narcissistically remarked as he studied his reflection in the mirror. Still missing something, Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it further. Instead, leaning against the headboard, he searched for Huacheng Group again. entertainment, catering, healthcare, real estate. Is there anything this company hasn't dabbled in? Chen Yuan marveled silently. How much will this 1% stake get me by year-end? Chen Yuan asked curiously. Over 100 million. Holy shit. Chen Yuan was stunned. Counting on his fingers, Chen Yuan muttered, so in 3 months I'll get 100 million? Ha 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 ha. Happiness came a little too quickly. Forgot to remind the host, if Songyun Huading doesn't improve its performance, the system will reclaim Huaching's shares as well. Chen Yuan was speechless. He really wanted to ask the system, is Songyue Huading your secret love child or something? Why does failing to meet performance targets mean having everything taken away from him? Host level is too low, no permission to inquire. Please complete the tasks promptly. Good, good, very good. Chen Yuan really wanted to applaud. A grandson is a grandson no matter where he goes. When will he ever turn the tables and sing the song of liberation like the serfs of old? Chen Yuan felt he should pick up the pace. At 11 o'clock, the hotel staff delivered the food right on time. Mr. Chen, your requested lunch has arrived. Hearing the voice, Chen Yuan stood up and walked to the door to open it. Come in. Chen Yuan was still in his bathrobe, looking rather lazy. But when he saw the cart full of food, he was genuinely shocked. All this is for me? Yes, Mr. Chen. Once you've finished eating, you can press the bell on the table and we'll come to clean up. The attendant replied respectfully, wishing Mr. Chen a delightful meal. Okay, thank you. Chen Yuan stared at the lavish spread of food before him, swallowing hard. He really was quite hungry. The fruits were all peeled and neatly sliced, glistening lychees, mangoes, watermelon, plus a separate plate of white strawberries, a variety Chen Yuan had never tasted before. The main dishes were equally abundant, braised beef brisket with tomatoes, roast duck, sea cucumber, squid, jumbo prawns. Chen Yuan chuckled and began eating. After Chen Yuan left, the waiter came to clear the table. To his astonishment, nothing remained. It was as if his eyeballs might pop out of his head. The amount of food prepared could have easily fed 3 to 5 people. Just what do you call Chen Yuan's feat? He cleans his sword and leaves without a trace, concealing both deeds and name. By this time, he had already boarded the company-assigned car, heading to Huaching for the meeting. Chapter 46, The Meeting. As the car came to a stop, Chen Yuan looked up and gazed outside. Through the car window, he couldn't even see the top of this floor. Chairman Chen, we've arrived, the driver in front reminded him. Good, thank you for your hard work. Chen Yuan nodded, already carrying something of a boss's demeanor. After all, putting on an act, who doesn't know how? Chen Yuan got out of the car and walked towards the lobby on the first floor. Nearby passing employees couldn't help but glance at Chen Yuan. Who is that? He's so handsome, a female employee exclaimed in surprise, admiring Chen Yuan's upright posture. Many people are coming today, it's really hard to guess, said the person speaking, none other than Sophie, who had notified Chen Yuan. Her gaze remained pinned to Chen Yuan's retreating figure. Those present at today's meeting are all CEOs who are either wealthy or noble. Apart from our company's shareholders, the rest come from the Zhuang Group. Such a young CEO couldn't help but make Sophie think twice. Handsome and rich, that's every woman's dream. Wait here for a moment, I'll go check inside. Sister Hong messaged me. Sophie patted her colleague's shoulder with a smile. Alright, you go ahead then. The colleague nodded in agreement. Truth be told, Sister Hong hadn't actually messaged Sophie at all. She simply couldn't suppress her curiosity about who that man from earlier was. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? A beautiful receptionist with golden curls asked Chen Yuan. I've come for the meeting, my name is Chen Yuan. So it's President Chen. Please, this way. The receptionist was about to leave to guide Chen Yuan when Sophie walked over. Yeah, I'll take President Chen over. Sophie curved her crimson lips into a smile. Alright, then I'll leave it to you, Sophie. Such an important occasion required someone at the front desk at all times. The guide had just taken another executive inside. So Yaya looked at Sophie with gratitude. On an occasion like today, no one could afford to make any mistakes. Mr. Chen, I wonder if you remember me? I'm Sophie who called you the other day. Sophie tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, speaking in a gentle voice. It's you, I remember. Chen Yuan smiled. Sophie perked up immediately upon hearing this. President Chen is truly outstanding, even more handsome than I imagined, Sophie complimented. Thank you, you're very beautiful too. No one dislikes being praised, and Chen Yuan was no exception. He simply didn't realize the tremendous impact his words would have on a woman when spoken from his current position, attire, and appearance. Sophie felt her heart beating faster. The handsome young CEO Chen had actually complimented her looks. The walk felt too short to Sophie. She couldn't believe they were arriving already. Though she wanted to say more to cement CEO Chen's favorable impression of her, she knew better than to continue. She still maintained some professional decorum. Mr. Chen, we've arrived at the conference room. Let me show you to your seat. Chen Yuan followed Sophie's steps to the innermost part of the conference table, where he spotted his nameplate. Mr. Chen, right, this is your place. Good. Thank you for guiding me. Chen Yuan nodded slightly with perfect gentlemanly demeanor. Sophie reluctantly glanced back at Chen Yuan a few times, only to find he wasn't looking at her at all, which left her feeling somewhat disappointed. Chen Yuan took his seat by his nameplate. Raising his eyes, he noticed his position was practically at the lowest tier. Even the most impressive places have their hierarchies, after all. Gradually the meeting room filled with people. Chen Yuan also spotted that young Master Zhuang. The man beside her wasn't hard to identify either. Chen Yuan had found photos online. It was Zhuang Tiancheng, the current chairman of Zhuang Group. Behind the father and son followed a secretary carrying a briefcase, who took a seat next to Zhuang Yeha. Eldest young master, second young master, what an honor to meet you, Zhuang Tiancheng said, rising immediately to shake hands with the newcomers at the door. The slightly hunched back clearly showed this man past his 50s maintained a very humble posture. Zhuang Yeha naturally stood up as well, stepping forward to greet him. President Zhuang, no need for formalities. Let's just have a normal discussion about cooperation, Hua Hongkai said first. Zhuang Tiancheng responded with an apologetic smile, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Hua Hongyun gave a slight nod to Zhuang Tiancheng, acknowledging their encounter and showing appreciation for the gift he had brought. Seeing the second young master's demeanor, Zhuang Tiancheng felt his confidence grow exponentially. Although Hua Hongyun was technically the second son, his influence within the Huacheng group carried significant weight. One could say he held the most substantial authority among the three younger generation members. Wait for Hua Xiantong, she's stuck in traffic, Hua Hongkai said in a deep voice. Understood, the person leading the meeting at the front nodded after hearing this. 15 minutes later, a woman walked in through the entrance. The woman had neat, deep brown short hair, with an unmissable sharpness evident between her brows. The woman had slightly high cheekbones and a sharply defined jawline, giving her an air of unwavering determination unlike the typical fragile femininity. Her outfit consisted of a meticulously tailored dark gray suit jacket paired with a minimalist blouse. The watch on her wrist complemented her attire perfectly, neither ostentatious nor understated, subtly showcasing her sophistication. My apologies for the delay. Let's begin the meeting, the woman said briskly, taking her seat directly beside Hua Hongyun without hesitation. Let's begin, Hua Hongkai said. Zhuang Yeha's hands on the table couldn't help trembling slightly. Though he had been involved in company affairs before, he had never experienced such an imposing occasion. The aura of the three Hua brothers was overwhelmingly oppressive. He suddenly felt like a naive junior in their presence. He glanced furtively at his old man, proving once again that ginger gets spicier with age, not a hint of nerves. Having struggled through life's battles, Zhuang Tiancheng wasn't about to be intimidated by such a scene. Zhuang Tiancheng cast a look at his secretary and gave a meaningful glance. The secretary rose, U-drive in hand, and stepped forward. The large screen lit up, with the bold characters of Zhuang Group prominently displayed. Hello everyone, I'm Dong Chengfeng from Zhuang Group. Today I'll be introducing our company to all of you. As the meeting progressed, those at the table nodded frequently, appearing quite satisfied with this potential partner. Zhuang Yeha inadvertently glanced toward the intersection of the conference table and inexplicably felt he saw a familiar face. But this was no time for him to overthink. He quickly snapped back to attention and continued listening to his secretary's report. That concludes everything. As Secretary Dong's words trailed off, applause echoed through the conference room. Dong Chengfeng gave a slight bow before returning to his seat. The conference host from Huacheng stepped forward and announced, "We will now distribute intention cards to everyone, which will be collected in 5 minutes." As these words were spoken, staff members waiting on both sides began placing cards on each attendee's desk from front to back of the room. Chen Yuan held the card and examined it carefully. This was the legendary cooperative voting system he'd heard about. Without hesitation, he drew a large X on the card. Chapter 47, One Vote Veto. Chen Yuan chuckled after finishing the sketch, amused by how easily he'd vetoed it himself. If Huacheng were full of small shareholders as capricious as him, wouldn't the company be doomed to fail sooner or later? But upon closer reflection, this was probably part of the checks and balances strategy typical in large corporations. For colossal conglomerates like Huacheng, there would never be a shortage of business partners. Everyone would be clamoring for the opportunity. Moreover, the three individuals seated in the first three chairs on the left side of the conference table didn't appear to be the approachable type. Each face clearly displayed ambition and arrogance. At that moment, Zhuang Tiancheng turned his head to observe the expressions of the shareholders, and Zhuang Yeha followed his father's gaze, scanning the room with his eyes. When his eyes fell upon the figure seated deep at the conference table, he involuntarily rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Zhuang Yeha thought he must be seeing things. What's wrong? Zhuang Tiancheng followed his son's gaze, looking in the same direction. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It's nothing. Zhuang Yeha shook his head. Yet inside, a storm of emotions was raging. At that very moment, Chen Yuan looked up and smiled at him. Zhuang Yeha forced a stiff smile in return, not daring to look at Chen Yuan any longer. Who could tell him what was going on here? How could this kid be sitting among Hua Cheng's shareholders? Isn't he just some poor guy working for Song Qingrong? Putting on an act? Could he also be trying to chase after Song Qingrong? You two know each other? Zhuang Tiancheng asked in a rather cheerful mood. If we happen to know him, we should definitely make friends with him properly. Yes, Zhuang Yehe didn't dare say much more. His intuition told him this kid would never agree to cooperate. If his old man found out he'd offended a shareholder, he'd probably break his legs. Intent cards will now be collected. As the female voice sounded, Zhuang Yehe took a deep breath. 15 minutes later, voting results have been compiled. Of the 22 shareholders present, 21 votes were in favor, 1 vote was against. It's regrettable that we were unable to reach a cooperation agreement with the Zhuang Group during this meeting. Additionally, another evaluation will be conducted in 3 days. If the proposal receives unanimous approval at that time, the collaboration may still proceed. However, if approval isn't secured within those 3 days, the opportunity for cooperation will be permanently withdrawn. Upon hearing this declaration, Zhuang Tiancheng's complexion changed abruptly. How could there possibly be even a single dissenting vote? As if reading his father's thoughts, Zhuang Yehe instinctively glanced in Chen Yuan's direction, immediately confirming his suspicions when he saw Chen Yuan nodding at him with a knowing smile. It's really him. Zhuang Yehe clenched his hand under the table. Although he had expected it, the current failure was still hard for him to accept. The Zhuang Group had expended too much effort for this collaboration. Although Zhuang Tiancheng was dissatisfied, he maintained a composed demeanor outwardly. Although this failure was somewhat unexpected, there were still 3 days left to turn things around. As long as the game wasn't over, there was still a chance. Success in business has never been a smooth sail from the start. He wasn't some hot-headed youngster anymore. He certainly had the composure to weather this storm. Although we're disappointed not to have won everyone's approval this time, Zhuang Corporation will redouble our efforts. We'll see you all again in 3 days. Zhuang Tiancheng finished speaking and turned to look at his son. Observing his expression, he understood the situation. Let's go. Outside the meeting room. Second young master, do you have a moment? Our Mr. Zhuang would like to have a word with you. Instead of leaving immediately, Zhuang Tiancheng had his secretary approach Hua Hongyun first. Hua Hongyun, showing due respect, nodded and walked over to Zhuang Tiancheng. Young master, thank you for your efforts. Though it's regrettable this meeting didn't pass, I know you've gone to great lengths for me. I'll handle the remaining issues myself, Zhuang Tiancheng said with a smile. This new shareholder, I don't recall him at all. Probably someone below forgot about it. Well, there's another session in 3 days anyway. Handle such trivial matters yourself. Hua Hongyun nodded in approval. This Zhuang Tiancheng knew his place. If they entertained any inappropriate notions, their Zhuang Group wouldn't set foot in Hua Cheng's doors ever again. And if such a small character couldn't be handled by Zhuang Tiancheng, then he shouldn't be a partner with Hua Cheng in the first place. Zhuang Tiancheng chuckled. Second young master, I'll pay you a visit another day. Hua Hongyun gave a slight nod and turned to leave. Zhuang Tiancheng watched Hua Hongyun's retreating figure, a smile lingering on his face. This failure is now certain, but just now he also obtained the news he was seeking. The second young master said he wasn't familiar with them, so they definitely weren't his people, which means this couldn't have been his intention. And if they'd belonged to the eldest young master or third young miss, the second young master wouldn't have claimed unfamiliarity. After all, since the gift had been accepted, the second young master wasn't the petty type. It seems old man Hua casually tossed out some minor shares again. This time it was my own oversight. But his son's reaction just now forced him to reconsider. Did you just say you know that person? Zhuang Yehe had been secretly observing from the side, and now he perfectly understood what his father was implying. He's not an idiot. We've met once before, Zhuang Yehe answered cautiously. Back to the company first. Zhuang Tiancheng strode into the elevator. This wasn't the place for conversations. Upon returning to the company, Zhuang Tiancheng led his son back to the office. Let's hear it. From the beginning, what did he not know about his own son? I suspect that single opposing vote was cast by him. What's the name? Chen Yuan. Zhuang Tiancheng repeated the name twice in his mind, but couldn't recall anyone by that name. The Chen family also didn't have any younger generation member named Chen Yuan. Keep talking, don't make me extract information from you like squeezing toothpaste, Zhuang Tiancheng said as he rubbed his temples, clearly exhausted. Just few days ago when I was on that blind date with the Song family's heiress, this guy was working at the coffee shop where Song Qingrong worked. My behavior was somewhat improper. This person seemed quite close to Song Qingrong and stepped in to defend her. We had a bit of an argument. Zhuang Yehe would glance up at his father after every few words. Zhuang Tiancheng sat with eyes closed, impossible to tell whether he was listening or not. That's all. Zhuang Yehe finally spat out 2 words. You, when will you ever stop giving me headaches? Even if the Song family isn't up to par, you should at least save face. After all, she's the eldest daughter of the Song family. How can you compare her to those celebrities you fool around with? Dad, I was wrong. Zhuang Yehe wilted completely at this point. You could say he wilted the moment he saw Chen Yuan at watching that afternoon. Why was the world so small? Why did he have to run into all this nonsense? Zhuang Tiancheng didn't answer. Instead, he picked up his phone and made a call. Xiaodong, could you check if Tianhe has confirmed that order? Father and son sat quietly like this in the office. Zhuang Yehe felt as though sitting on pins and needles, his heart thumping wildly with anxiety. He knew his family had invested too much effort into this cooperation from start to finish. If he really ruined it, he would indeed be the sinner of the family. Half an hour passed, and to Zhuang Yehe, it felt like an eternity. After answering the phone, Zhuang Tiancheng's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Alright, I understand. Help me schedule a meeting with the CEO of Tianhe as soon as possible. Also, reach out to Chen Yuan, a shareholder of Huacheng, and try to arrange a meeting within the next 2 days. Dad, are you going to help the Song family? What else? Sit here and wait for death? Think it over carefully. Figure out how you're going to apologize to them tomorrow. Dad, they're not in a romantic relationship, Zhuang Yehe added. If they were dating, why would she be going on a blind date with him? While he noticed something unusual about their dynamic, he was certain they weren't lovers. Having been through so many relationships himself, he developed some insight into these matters. Nothing happens for just one reason. If you want to solve the problem, you need to show some sincerity. How many more times do I have to tell you this? Zhuang Tiancheng glared at his blockhead of a son. After a while, Zhuang Tiancheng picked up the phone again. Good, you've handled this well. After hanging up, I've got something to attend to this afternoon. You stay put here these 2 days. Tomorrow you're coming with me to meet Chen Yuan. Chapter 48 An Apology. Hello, may I speak to President Chen? Chen Yuan had just returned to the hotel when he answered an unfamiliar local number, assuming it was someone from Huacheng Company. This is he. Who's speaking? Mr. Chen, greetings. I'm Dong Changfeng from the Zhuang Group. We met earlier today. Our CEO Zhuang would like to arrange a meeting with you. Would tomorrow work for your schedule? Chen Yuan's eyebrows lifted slightly upon hearing this. They were approaching him faster than expected. Though the votes were anonymous, he had deliberately provoked Zhuang Yehe precisely to make him aware the vote came from him. I'm available, Chen Yuan replied calmly. Okay, Mr. Chen. I'll send you the location later. Got it. After hanging up, Chen Yuan lay on his bed. He didn't ask for much, he just wanted Zhuang Yehe to sincerely apologize to him and Sister Rong. If he could still help the Song family, that would naturally be even better. This was Chen Yuan's first taste of power, and indeed, it was intoxicating. With wealth and influence, many people would rush to flatter and curry favor with you. If one's authority reached its peak, anything desired would naturally be delivered to their hands without needing to struggle for it. The next day, Chen Yuan changed into simple clothes and set out from the school. Zhuang Tiancheng's preparations were meticulous, with someone already waiting at the door as Chen Yuan arrived. Mr. Chen, thank you for coming, said the same secretary who had delivered the presentation in the conference room. Chen Yuan gave a slight nod. No need for formalities. Mr. Chen, Chairman Zhuang is expecting you. Let's go then. Dong Chengfeng nodded, turning to lead Chen Yuan into the restaurant. While inwardly thinking, Chairman Chen dresses so simply, seems very self-assured. Although President Zhuang hadn't told him what exactly happened, as a secretary at this level, reading expressions and discerning intentions came with the territory. Now with 3 days of event time, Director Zhuang naturally wouldn't waste his effort on useless matters. So he could pretty much guess what was going on. Perhaps this young Director Chen was exactly that one decisive voter. Director Chen, here we are. Please go in, I'll wait outside. Okay, thank you. Chen Yuan pushed open the door, having speculated about who might be inside, but he never imagined Song Qingrong would also be here. His mind momentarily went blank. He could face an unfamiliar dealer, but confronting the long-familiar Sister Rong, he had no idea how to explain the situation. Director Chen, what an honor to have you grace us with your presence, Zhuang Tiancheng greeted, rising immediately as the door opened. Zhuang Yehao naturally didn't dare to sit either, following behind his father as he nodded toward Chen Yuan. At the same time, Song Qingrong also stood up. She looked at Chen Yuan, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. Last night, Song Qingrong had dragged her somewhat exhausted body back home. To her surprise, her father was actually waiting for her in the living room. Xiao Rong, you're back. Father Song smiled kindly at his daughter, as if the man who had slapped her days earlier were someone entirely different. Song Qingrong was stunned too. How many years had it been since her father last called her that? I misunderstood you before. Don't take it to heart. No. Song Qingrong shook her head lightly, her voice calm. True disappointment doesn't come from a single slap, but from years of neglect, indifference, and sheer disregard. Good that there isn't. This afternoon Tianhe called me. They said the collaboration is basically confirmed. We can sign the contract in 3 days. Mr. Song smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling. Song Qingrong was completely baffled. Other than this blind date, her father had hardly ever spoken to her about company matters. What was behind today's sudden openness? Dad knows you're just saying those things in anger. Seems you had a pleasant chat with young Master Zhuang. This afternoon Mr. Zhuang even specially came to our house and brought many gifts. The Zhuang family? Song Qingrong thought she must have misheard. Their attitude that day didn't seem like things went well at all. That's right, your uncle Zhuang was very polite and kept praising you. You two should continue getting along well. It's getting late. You should head to your room and rest. Your mother has a banquet tonight, no need to wait up for her. Alright, you should rest early too. Song Qingrong nodded, feeling utterly exhausted today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. At this late hour, she couldn't ask anyone, let alone question Zhuang Yeha about what stunt he was pulling now. But just as Song Qingrong finished drying her hair and returned to her desk, she received a WeChat message from Zhuang Yeha. Miss Song, I sincerely apologize for offending you the other day. I hope you'll give me a chance to make amends. Song Qingrong thought she must be mistaken. She didn't believe herself capable of making Zhuang Yeha apologize to her. She recalled her father's words from earlier. President Zhuang had even visited their home that afternoon. What on earth had happened? Zhuang Yeha kept sending messages. This was a strict quota his father had imposed on him. Miss Song, would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner tomorrow afternoon? Song Qingrong stared at her phone in silence. Since Zhuang Yeha had put it that way, she couldn't think of any reason to refuse. She also wanted to see what game the Zhuang family was playing this time. So when she arrived at the restaurant the next day, Zhuang Yeha greeted her with an eagerness to please, completely different from his attitude during their blind date days before. Miss Song, I'm so glad you could come, Zhuang Yeha said with gentlemanly grace as he pulled out a chair for Song Qingrong. Song Qingrong nodded politely, then addressed Zhuang Tiancheng, Uncle Zhuang. Was Zhuang Tiancheng actually here too? Suppressing her curiosity, Song Qingrong genuinely couldn't fathom what kind of dinner arrangement this was today. After sitting down, Zhuang Yeha took the initiative to pour her a drink, while Zhuang Tiancheng kept glancing at his watch as if waiting for someone. Song Qingrong patiently continued waiting with them, knowing the answer might soon be revealed. After about 15 minutes, the door opened. Standing there was someone she had never expected. Chen Yuan. Zhuang Tiancheng was waiting for Chen Yuan? Song Qingrong felt as if a string in her mind had suddenly snapped. She couldn't quite process it. So who is Chen Yuan? Is he the younger brother who worked at her coffee shop? Is he the younger brother who gave her candy when she was sad? Is he the Chen Yuan she felt a slight flutter for but dared not admit? Song Qingrong seemed frozen in place, mechanically following the Zhuang father and son as they stood up, staring somewhat dazedly at the man addressed as President Chen. Chen Yuan watched Song Qingrong's expression and licked his lips. Finally, he turned slightly and grasped Zhuang Tiancheng's hand. President Zhuang, pleased to meet you. Chapter 49, Reconciliation. Thank you, President Chen, for giving me this honor. You're too kind, President Zhuang, Chen Yuan replied with a laugh. Without his crucial vote, there wouldn't have been this dinner gathering today. Though Zhuang Tiancheng's flattering words sounded pleasant, they were merely empty compliments to be taken lightly. As a greenhorn encountering such a seasoned operator, it was best for him to proceed with caution. I heard from Xiaohe there was some misunderstanding between you before, so I specifically invited President Chen to honor us with this meal to clear the air, Zhuang Tiancheng said with a smile. Don't just stand there, President Chen, have a seat. Zhuang Tiancheng patted the chair, which happened to be right next to Song Qingrong. Chen Yuan glanced at Song Qingrong, only to find her not looking back but instead staring down at her cup. Alright, President Zhuang, you're too kind. Chen Yuan walked over and took a seat. Rong Jia. Chen Yuan hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. President Chen. Song Qingrong flashed a smile, looking at Chen Yuan as she enunciated each word clearly. Chen Yuan wanted to say more, but this was hardly the appropriate occasion for anything beyond formalities. Mr. Chen, I apologize on behalf of my son Xiaohe for his past immaturity. You flatter me, Mr. Zhuang. Young Master Zhuang is probably older than I am, Chen Yuan chuckled along. Thinking you could smooth things over with just a few words? Keep dreaming. Who's begging whom here? Do you still not see the difference? Zhuang Tiancheng gave his son a glance, and Zhuang Yeha instantly understood. He promptly opened a bottle of wine and poured a glass for Chen Yuan and himself. President Chen, I was in the wrong before and offended you. I sincerely apologize. Today, you decide how much we drink, and I'll accompany you however much. Chen Yuan raised his eyes to look at Zhuang Yeha, whose expression seemed quite sincere. He lifted his glass and said, as the ancients said, how fortunate to meet good wine, and better yet when fresh blooms appear. Since young Master Zhuang has put it that way, let's modestly drink 3 cups. Zhuang Yeha had mentally prepared to drink an entire bottle, so Chen Yuan's limit of 3 cups caught him somewhat off guard. If I had gotten this opportunity myself, I'd definitely have drunk them under the table, and that might not even be the end of it. Director Chen is generous. Let me toast you with 3 cups, Zhuang Yeha declared, downing 1 cup before promptly refilling it, showing at least some sincerity. Zhuang Tiancheng also observed Chen Yuan. This young man clearly had a good head on his shoulders, knowing how to read the room. If today's meeting became too awkward and made the Zhuang family lose face, while he might play along temporarily now, once future cooperation was secured, he'd definitely find a way to settle the score. Song Qingrong observed their interactions, never expecting the Zhuang family to humble themselves to such a degree. Now she understood clearly, her family's deal with Tianhe, though brokered by the Zhuang family, must have been entirely due to Chen Yuan's influence. At this moment, complex emotions surged in Song Qingrong's heart. She didn't know whether to be angry or happy. She was angry at Chen Yuan for deceiving and hiding things from her, yet relieved that he wasn't in such dire straits. But the current shock was too overwhelming, she didn't know how to react. When it came to the collaboration between her family and Tianhe, she felt she ought to thank him. Yet, the words lingered on her lips. If she spoke them, she feared the nature of their relationship would change. If nothing else was said, she wouldn't know what to say either. Song Qingrong was still wrestling with her thoughts when she heard Zhuang Yehe call her name. Miss Song? Miss Song? Young Master Zhuang, what is it? Song Qingrong forced a faint smile. I said I'd also drink 3 cups to Miss Song as an apology for my rudeness last time, Zhuang Yehe replied, filling his cup to the brim before raising it toward Song Qingrong. No sooner said than done. Song Qingrong stole a glance at Chen Yuan and realized he was looking at her too. With a hint of panic in her eyes, she turned her head away and also raised her glass to Zhuang Yehe. She didn't believe Zhuang Yehe's apology was sincere to her, it was merely a show for Chen Yuan. She was growing increasingly disgusted with this circle. When you're nobody, everyone steps over you. When you're powerful, everyone scrambles to lick your boots. Devoid of self-respect and utterly inhuman. Zhuang Yehe's attitude was naturally evident to Chen Yuan as well. There was no need for him to persist relentlessly, making too ugly a scene wouldn't benefit him either. He merely had a voting right, but that didn't guarantee he could still interfere in anything once the collaboration between the Zhuang family and Huacheng was finalized. Young Master Zhuang is truly generous, Chen Yuan remarked as he watched Zhuang Yehe down 6 consecutive glasses. 3 glasses are for appearances, 6 glasses reveal true character. Zhuang Yehe smiled at the compliment. Drinking with President Chen brings me great joy. However genuine those words might be, the first objective of this dinner gathering had already been achieved. Qingrong, I heard your family is about to finalize the contract with Tianhe? Zhuang Tiancheng feigned ignorance as he inquired. Father mentioned something about it. There's been some progress. We owe much gratitude to Uncle Zhuang. Song Qingrong raised her glass and took a sip toward Zhuang Tiancheng. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan slightly raised an eyebrow. The Zhuang family had truly put in considerable effort. Just asking Song Qingrong so casually was undoubtedly telling himself that they had already finished what they needed to do. No need to thank me, young man. You're being too polite, Zhuang Tiancheng chuckled, but his eyes inadvertently glanced at Chen Yuan. Seeing this, Chen Yuan understood it was now his turn to step up. President Zhuang, there was some misunderstanding. Earlier in the meeting, I wasn't very familiar with your team, so I didn't cast my vote. Now that we understand, there won't be such misunderstandings next time. Chen Yuan also put on an act. President Chen, you're too polite. It was our lack of preparation that led to your misunderstanding. Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, let me toast to President Chen. Zhuang Tiancheng laughed heartily and raised his glass. Song Qingrong listened to their conversation but couldn't quite follow it. What vote? But it wasn't hard to guess that today's meal was because of the voting. Song Qingrong picked up some food with her chopsticks. Since she couldn't figure it out, she stopped trying. She usually paid little attention to these business matters anyway. At this moment, she found Chen Yuan increasingly hard to understand. She never seemed to understand him. As time passed, once the matter was settled, there was no need to drag it out any longer. Hello? Xiaodong, alright, I'm heading back now. Zhuang Tiancheng hung up the phone and said to Chen Yuan, Mr. Chen, my apologies, but something unexpected came up at the company. Business comes first, Chen Yuan said with a faint smile. Alright, my apologies again, Mr. Chen. Let's catch up another day, Zhuang Tiancheng said as he picked up his coat, glancing at his son. Zhuang Yehe also stood up, pulling out a prepared envelope from his briefcase. Mr. Chen, we'd be honored if you'd accept this. Let's reconvene another time. He set it down and followed Zhuang Tiancheng's footsteps out. Chen Yuan looked at the envelope but didn't pick it up immediately. Instead, he turned to glance at Song Qingrong, as the two of them were now the only ones left in the private room. Chapter 50, Explanation. Rong Jia, no need to explain, everyone has their own secrets. Song Qingrong continued picking up dishes with her chopsticks without looking at Chen Yuan. Besides, you've helped our family. If anything, I should be thanking you. With these words, Song Qingrong set down her chopsticks and sat up straight. I'm sorry, I just didn't know how to tell you. Chen Yuan's face was full of apology. Sister Rong had truly been very good to her, and today's scene had undoubtedly caused her pain, driving a wedge between them. There's nothing to say. I already understand everything. Song Qingrong finally looked at Chen Yuan, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Song Qingrong didn't quite understand what was happening to herself either. Just moments ago she had been thinking about having a proper conversation later. But in this moment, it felt like she couldn't control herself. Waves of grievance kept rushing into her heart, churning inside until she couldn't bear it. Chen Yuan sighed. Didn't he know exactly what kind of person Sister Rong was? True concern never needs to be spoken aloud. Chen Yuan looked at Song Qingrong, then suddenly pulled her into his embrace. I'm sorry. Song Qingrong's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Chen Yuan to hug her. I did think about explaining to you, but never found the right moment. It's my fault for saying it too late. Chen Yuan spoke in his deep voice. Song Qingrong felt utterly unsettled by his voice, her heart in equal disarray. This won't happen again. Fuzzy sis. Song Qingrong felt like her heart had been scalded by those two words. Chen Yuan seemed to still be the same Chen Yuan. Song Qingrong finally stopped thinking and gently rested her head on Chen Yuan's broad shoulder, making a soft sound of acknowledgement. Both of them had a faint blush on their faces as they left the restaurant. After all, this was Chen Yuan's first time holding a woman in his arms, and such an exceptionally beautiful woman at that. He didn't think Song Qingrong was older than him. On the contrary, he found her far more captivating than the girls at his university who were his own age. Didn't you drive here? Ride with me, Song Qingrong said gently. Song Qingrong had already changed her perception of Chen Yuan, at the very least believing he now owned a car. However, the reality was that Chen Yuan had just passed his written driving test, and his hypothetical car might still be parts scattered somewhere overseas. Alright, thanks Sister Rong. What's with the formalities? Song Qingrong muttered under her breath. Chen Yuan looked up and saw a lychee pink Mercedes AMG, also costing over $1 million. The car was beautiful, perfect for Song Qingrong. When they arrived at the school gate, Rong Jia, I'll be heading off then. Alright. Song Qingrong paused for a few seconds before asking Chen Yuan, will you still come to work at the coffee shop? Of course, Rong Jia, don't overthink it. Chen Yuan laughed. He hadn't yet reached the stage of financial freedom. Though the Zhuang father and son had just boosted his reputation several notches, the bitterness he felt was his alone to bear. Alright, I'll wait for you then. After saying this, Song Qingrong shyly turned her head away. Chen Yuan watched Song Qingrong's demeanor, feeling a sweet warmth in his heart. After getting off the bus, Chen Yuan headed to the school's package station. Now he had some savings too. After sending 5,000 to his mother this month, he still had a full 120,000 left. It wasn't that he didn't want to send more, but he feared his mother would overthink if he sent too much. A person can have some money, but suddenly having a large sum will inevitably invite suspicion. Chen Yuan ordered Huawei's latest model online, which was considerably more expensive than the one Jiang Tianze had given him. After all, it wouldn't make sense to return a gift with something of lower value, and giving something of equal worth wouldn't fully express his gratitude. So he bought the top-of-the-line Huawei Pora 70 Ultra for over 10,000 yuan. Back in the dorm, Chen Yuan saw Jiang Tianze playing Timmy. Hey, where did you go daydreaming this time? Jiang Tianze managed to multitask even while swaying his body and operating his phone. Damn it, this camper is hiding again. Seeing the screen go black, Jiang Tianze angrily threw his phone away. Chen Yuan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Got a gift for you. Try a different phone for better handling, might just get you victory every game. No way? Jiang Tianze's eyes lit up as he grabbed the box. Recognizing what it was, he started unwrapping it while saying, you didn't have to do this. It's not like I'm short on these. Pretty slick. This mocha brown is so understated yet sharp, totally matches my vibe. Jiang Tianze waved the phone around, grinning from ear to ear. Although he wasn't lacking any, when it comes to electronics, the more the better. As long as you like it. Chen Yuan grinned. His gratitude towards Jiang Tianze certainly couldn't be fully represented by just a smartphone. It's simply that he didn't want to keep owing someone. That feeling made him rather uncomfortable. Chen Yuan returned to his seat and took out the envelope Zhuang Ye had given him before leaving. He was curious, what gift could the Zhuang family have sent him? The envelope was thin, and when Chen Yuan opened it, he found just a single slip of paper inside. A small token of our gratitude, we hope you'll accept it, President Chen. And deep inside the envelope, there unmistakably lay a bank card. So blunt? Was he someone who could be bought off with money? Clearly, yes. Chen Yuan gleefully took out the card, not knowing how much money was inside. If it had been a gift from someone else, he might not have accepted it so readily, but he considered this as Zhuang Ye's compensation for emotional distress. 3 days later, Chen Yuan didn't attend the meeting. Hua Cheng had another rule: those who were absent were automatically considered to have agreed, meaning they abstained. Zhuang Ye breathed a sigh of relief when Chen Yuan didn't show up even as the meeting began. The meeting went smoothly, and the Zhuang family secured the cooperation without a hitch. After the meeting concluded, Dad, how much money was on that card you gave Chen Yuan? Zhuang Ye asked curiously. He'd only been responsible for delivering it and had no idea about the actual amount inside. It's just 1 million. Zhuang Ye nodded. That wasn't much. I had someone look into it. This kid bought that 1% stake from old Manhwa. He's not from the Hua family? Zhuang Tiancheng shook his head. Zhuang Yeha brightened up upon hearing this. He'd had enough of playing the obedient grandson these past few days. Then you'd better behave too. Even though you're just a minor shareholder, you shouldn't be underestimated. Although this collaboration is already settled, there might be more opportunities in the future. The lucrative contracts Huacheng puts up always turn into feeding frenzies, Zhuang Tiancheng reminded with his eyes closed. He knew his own son's thoughts all too well. Yes, Zhuang Yeha complied, naturally not daring to openly defy his father when it came to appearances. Chen Yuan's actions went unnoticed by the three Hua brothers. Over the years, the Hua family patriarch had frequently vented his displeasure by selling off 1 or 2 percentage points of company shares. They were even explicitly prohibited from buying, including anyone related to them. But the old man had his considerations. The shares were only sold to a person once, and they exclusively went to capable young individuals whose backgrounds had been vetted and found to lack affiliation with major families. So they had long grown accustomed to it and remained patient. The old man couldn't live forever. When the time came, they naturally had the means to buy back those shares. There are plenty of ways, they don't need to set the tone right now. That's the approach of fools. Chapter 51, Performance Target Achieved. Everything is proceeding in orderly fashion. The second recruitment drive Deng Feng didn't pull any tricks, instead genuinely selecting a group of capable chefs. However, Chen Yuan always maintained a distrustful attitude towards him, so he made sure to double-check everything personally. Currently, he was still about 40 experience points short for unlocking the premium management features in the exchange system, so Chen Yuan decided to focus on studying other aspects first. As for the bank card provided by the banker, he hadn't touched it for now. The money always gave him a sense of ill-gotten gains. Perhaps his moral compass wasn't quite flexible enough yet. Beyond hiring chefs, the recruitment efforts also covered market research, operations, and other positions. Nowadays, restaurants are more or less the same. To break through and boost performance, you need higher quality, greater creativity, and most crucially, clever marketing. Even if something is excellent, you have to make sure people know it's excellent. That's the only way to sell it, that's the only way it has value. In this day and age, even the finest wine needs promotion. It can't rely solely on word of mouth. Moreover, no one has any obligation to put in effort for you. You must lay all your cards on the table for others to evaluate. So after the hiring process was completed, Chen Yuan instructed Deng Feng to pass down the order, arranging for market researchers to survey menu offerings at competing restaurants. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Working blindly without external reference leads nowhere. Sanyue has always been labeled as upscale and exclusive to the wealthy. After studying relevant materials, Chen Yuan set his direction for innovation. That is about integrating cuisine with traditional Chinese culture. Culture represents the most sophisticated branding. Chinese culture is profound and extensive. Blending landscape ink paintings with dishes and reviving historical recipes undoubtedly constitute its greatest highlights. To put it colloquially, it simply gives people more bragging rights. The rich love these things the most. They also arranged marketing operations, launching an online promotional campaign by inviting some extremely renowned food bloggers for tasting events and publicity. This marketing collaboration proved exceptionally effective. The results of such deployments were naturally evident as Pineview Heights' performance and reputation steadily improved. Many customers left great reviews after dining, and some regulars even said it felt like returning to the old Songyuehuoding, only better. As for first-time diners, their hearts were naturally won over too. Chen Yuan grinned from ear to ear as he looked at the performance report. He's truly a genius. At the same time, Chen Yuan also promoted Jia Gaoyuan's position and gave him a raise. This wasn't favoritism. Jia Gaoyuan was undoubtedly the biggest contributor to this system upgrade. Not only could Jia grasp the key points Chen proposed, but he could also innovate further while maintaining the dish's quality and flavor. This series of moves firmly established his authority among the newly hired cooks. No one dislikes experts, most people admire strength and excellence. It took years of being steeped in an environment that fawns over the successful while trampling the weak to turn Songyuehuoding into what it was when Chen Yuan first arrived. Although Xia Changming was displeased with this scene, he wouldn't openly go too far. After all, everyone recognized the contributions Jia Gaoyuan had made. If he were to step forward at this moment, he would surely invite gossip, so he's been keeping a low profile during this period. Jia Gaoyuan immediately sent a message to Chen Yuan upon receiving the notification, expressing his gratitude. One could say every word came straight from the heart. Jia Gaoyuan was sincerely grateful. Had Chen Yuan not requested to see him, Deng Feng wouldn't have issued his wages and bonus, and this money had truly solved his urgent financial needs. Now with the promotion and pay raise he'd been dreaming of for 5 or 6 years, it had finally become reality. Hearing his wife's delighted voice celebrating for him filled him with equal joy. He felt as if he'd rediscovered that same excitement from when he first came to Jinghua to work. Chen Yuan also successfully resolved the delayed salary payments issue. Chen Yuan confronted him directly. Though Deng Feng pretended to be uninvolved, he certainly wouldn't dare to continue his wrongdoing anymore. Returning to his office, Deng Feng smoked a cigarette, recalling how since the new boss arrived at Songyue Huading, reform efforts had never ceased, so strong was the boss's determination to change. Though he harbored some admiration for such a young man, Deng Feng's illicit gains had significantly dwindled. Now, even though the restaurant's performance had improved, none of those profits ended up in his pocket. It's a far cry from before. Although the restaurant appeared to be improving, he could sense that Chen Yuan didn't trust him. He needed to be prepared. On Chen Yuan's side, he naturally received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to increase the Moonlight Court's performance by 10% within 3 months and exceeding expectations. Chen Yuan perked up instantly. It had finally arrived. These past 2 months had truly drained him mentally and physically. Reward for completing the mission is now being issued. A delicious pizza recipe. Is that it? Chen Yuan was still waiting for the system to continue doling out rewards, but the system stayed silent, playing dead. Aren't we supposed to be a money-giving system? Giving me a recipe just means I'll have to open a shop and slave away again. Chen Yuan felt like crying but had no tears left. Yet moments later, eagerly opening Baidu, he began searching for existing pizza brands. Pizza Hut, from the land of America. Domino's, from the land of America. Papa John's, from the land of America. Chen Yuan fell silent. Why were they all from America? These pizza brands can be said to account for the vast majority of pizza sales in the country. All of them are foreign brands? Chen Yuan suddenly felt the burden was heavy and the road ahead long. He wants to create a world-class pizza brand and earn money from foreigners too. To encourage the host's ambition, the system has issued a time-limited task: establish a pizza shop within 3 months and achieve 1 million in revenue. Reward unknown. Ha! Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He was just suddenly feeling a bit sentimental and ambitious. You sneaky little system, where did you pop up from? Why were you playing dead earlier? Now it's time to assign him a mission. What does it mean to earn 1 million by selling pizza? Chen Yuan couldn't quite wrap his head around it. With the current tough economic climate, many startups had failed, especially in the food and beverage industry. Though he had faith in what the system provided, confidence didn't guarantee 100% success. The system just giving us a secret recipe isn't quite enough. Could you throw in some material foundation too? Chen Yuan asked with a mischievous grin. If only we could solve the issue of the storefront. Property prices in Jinghua are worth their weight in gold. When the time comes, won't we need money for everything: buying equipment, hiring staff, decorating the restaurant? These could be considered some small insights he gained from managing Songyue Huading. To encourage the host to better complete the tasks, the host is granted a 3-month leasing right for shop number 23 on the commercial street of Jinghua University of Science and Technology. All relevant registration documents and certificates are complete. The host only needs to announce the shop's name now. Chapter 52, Trouble. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. What's up with this system? Do you only move when kicked? From now on, you'll have to speak up for what you want yourself. As for the name, Chen Yuan doesn't have much expertise in that. Then let's call it Delicious Pizza. Concise and to the point, just seeing it lets people know this pizza tastes amazing. Okay, the store name has been changed to Delicious Pizza. Host, please head to the shop as soon as possible to open for business. Pushing. He had just finished one task. Why was this system acting like a soul reaper? Chen Yuan, however, wasn't in a hurry. He decided to grab a meal first. Brother Zhe, wanna come out for lunch? Chen Yuan had just reached the school gate and figured Jiang Tianzi probably hadn't eaten yet at this time. See you at the first cafeteria. Jiang Tianzi replied instantly. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Chen Yuan first got his meal and secured a table, then sent Jiang Tianzi the approximate location. True bros always eat together. Damn, you're early. Didn't you say you had stuff to do this morning? Jiang Tianzi approached with a tray of crispy fried pork and stir-fried sausages before taking his seat. Just came back since there was nothing else to do. Chen Yuan grinned, picking up his chopsticks. Wow, you've got so many dishes here. Jiang Tianzi's mouth watered the moment he saw Chen Yuan's food tray. This guy actually managed to get his favorite crispy fried yellow croaker. They were all gone when he went earlier. The fish is fried to delicious perfection. He hasn't eaten this well in days. Good brother. Give me 2 fish. Jiang Tianzi's eyes were practically popping out of his head staring at the fish. Call me daddy. Daddy, give me 2 fish now. Jiang Tianzi responded with shameless enthusiasm. Chen Yuan let out a hearty laugh as he passed over 3 strips of meat, having deliberately taken more for this purpose. Such kindness goes beyond words. Jiang Tianzi's eyes lit up at the sight of the 3 strips. He nearly knelt in gratitude to Chen Yuan. Last time he'd asked the cafeteria lady for extra portions, she pretended not to hear him. How come this kid gets 6 strips? Does the cafeteria lady play favorites based on looks too? It smells delicious. Jiang Tianzi didn't think too much about it, as long as there was food, that was good enough. Hey, why didn't I see you at the coffee shop yesterday afternoon? Jiang Tianzi asked, looking up with oil glistening at the corners of his mouth. Got something going on, Chen Yuan muttered vaguely. He wasn't ready to tell Jiang Tianzi yet, though grateful to him and considering him a true brother. Some things were pointless to mention too early or discuss at length. Only help in times of difficulty is truly precious. Alright, seems like you're the busiest one in our dorm right now. But don't push yourself too hard. If you're in any trouble, just let me know. I may not have much, but tens of thousands won't be a problem. Jiang Tianzi didn't press further. Everyone has their own difficulties. Chen Yuan looked up, gratitude filling his eyes. Thanks. From childhood, apart from his parents, the only person who truly treated him well was his second uncle, no one else. If Chen Yuan and Jiang Tianzi hadn't been roommates, they might never have even met. One could say they were practically strangers. Yet, Jiang Tianzi could say such things, and Chen Yuan was genuinely moved. Why are you looking at me like that? I know I'm handsome. Jiang Tianzi swept his right hand through his hair with exaggerated flair. Get lost, Chen Yuan laughed. By the way, when I left the dorm earlier, I noticed Tan Yang seemed a bit off. Jiang Tianzi suddenly said mysteriously. What's up? Chen Yuan asked curiously. His pet turtle died, and he's been mumbling to himself ever since. I have no idea what he's on about. I don't usually talk to him much anyway, Jiang Tianzi shrugged. Wasn't that turtle doing just fine? Chen Yuan recalled playing with it just yesterday morning. Who knows, suddenly it just didn't work. That incident with Tan Yang was pretty scary, with that grim look on his face. Jiang Tianzi recalled. Probably developed feelings for it. Chen Yuan nodded, unconcerned. Could be, this guy's a total closed book. I won't be going back to the dorm later, I'm heading home this afternoon. Alright, I'll go back to the dorm and take a nap, Chen Yuan said with a laugh. Sleeping in the dorm bed was still more comfortable and restful. When Chen Yuan returned to the dorm, he found it completely empty. He had originally planned to talk with Tan Yang and offer him some comfort. After being falsely accused by Luo Guanyu of stealing money last time, Tan Yang even went out of his way to apologize to him, even though it had absolutely nothing to do with Tan Yang. Naturally, Chen Yuan wouldn't hold it against him. However, because of this incident, Chen Yuan developed a favorable impression of Tan Yang. Some people just aren't talkative, but they remember every detail in their hearts. Chen Yuan sat at the desk, ready to open a can of cola. He had been influenced by Jiang Tianzi too. Now he had gotten into the habit of keeping a few bottles of drinks on his desk as well. Just as Chen Yuan's hand touched it, he heard a noise from the balcony. Chen Yuan turned to look, but there was nothing, so he got up and walked toward the balcony. Chen Yuan peered through the window, but as he was about to open the door, he jumped in fright. Holy shit! Tan Yang was lying on the ground, bleeding heavily. Chen Yuan instantly felt his scalp tingle, goosebumps rising all over his body from shock. With trembling hands, Chen Yuan dialed 120. Seeing so much blood, he was terrified Tan Yang might die. Hello? Beijing University of Science and Technology, Dormitory Building 8. Chen Yuan's lips trembled as he relayed the information to the person on the other end of the line. Please hurry, he said. Then he hung up. He stepped forward and checked Tan Yang's breathing. Holy shit, he's still alive. She hastily pulled out the gauze she had casually bought earlier from the drawer, her hands trembling as she wrapped Tan Yang's bleeding wrist. Yet the gauze was soon stained with seeping blood. After some fumbling, Chen Yuan barely managed to wrap it properly. With no first aid knowledge, this was all he could do. He then turned and headed straight for their class monitor by Chunyang's dorm. He didn't have the instructor's contact information. Knock knock knock. Chen Yuan's rapping sounded urgent. Who is it? The door swung open to reveal Bai Chunyang himself. Monitor, come with me, Chen Yuan said, pulling Bai Chunyang along without waiting for a reply. Bai Chunyang was utterly confused, unable to comprehend the situation, only noticing bloodstains on his sleeve when he lowered his head. It was from Chen Yuan's hand. He instantly stiffened. What happened to you? Why is there blood? Normally, he didn't interact much with Chen Yuan, so being abruptly pulled away without a word made his hair stand on end too. Chen Yuan didn't speak, leading the person to his dorm room. This was definitely not a trivial matter, and he didn't want it to become common knowledge. No one knew what had caused Tan Yang's actions yet. Monitor, call the counselor now. Tan Yang committed suicide in the dorm. I've already called 120. Chen Yuan had calmed down a little by now. The initial shock had been overwhelming. What? Suicide? Bai Chunyang's brain short-circuited. Chen Yuan pointed to the balcony. Hurry up, please, bro. Okay. Bai Chunyang trembled as he fished for his phone in his pocket. My phone's in the dorm. Then he bolted away. Chen Yuan was speechless. He hoped the kid wouldn't be too scared to come back. Fortunately, Bai Chunyang came out almost immediately after entering the room. though his legs were visibly shaking. Once inside Chen Yuan's dorm room, Bai Chunyang shut the door tightly and stood with his back to the balcony. Professor Yen, I'm Bai Chunyang from Computer Science Class 2. A male student from our class has committed suicide in the dorm. Room 303, Dorm 8. Chapter 53, Awakening. Did you call 120? Chen Yuan heard the voice on the other end of the line, though the tone didn't sound particularly concerned. We did, his roommate called. Why didn't you call me immediately? Who gave you the right to make decisions on your own? Don't you dare do anything now. We're coming right away. Chen Yuan couldn't help but frown. What did this counselor mean? How could he just stand by and do nothing? Bai Chunyang sighed, let's wait. Then he turned pale and asked, is he still breathing? Chen Yuan nodded without speaking. The two of them waited in the dorm room like that, the scent of blood swirling in their noses. Before long, someone banged heavily on the dormitory door. Open up. Bai Chunyang swiftly opened the door. Teacher Yen. Teacher Yen looked stern. Where's the person? On the balcony. He then strode toward the balcony. What happened? Who's his roommate? It's me. Chen Yuan took 2 steps forward and said, you're in the same dorm room, and you don't know what happened. How do you usually get along with each other? Teacher Yen demanded loudly at Chen Yuan. Why didn't you report problem students to me in time? Then he turned to Bai Chunyang and scolded. Let me tell you all something. When the ambulance arrives later, if any of you dare to spread rumors, don't even think about graduating. If anyone asks, just say it's his own fault, that he's mentally ill, and has nothing to do with the school. Understand? Teacher Yan's words dripped like the coldest blade, each syllable deliberate and sharp. Chen Yuan never expected university professors to be this indifferent, prioritizing silencing others over ensuring a student's safety. Chen Yuan remained silent, refusing to meet the advisor's gaze. Below, the wail of an ambulance pierced the air as paramedics charged into the dormitory with stretchers. Teacher Yen naturally heard this, but still repeated his earlier words with lingering concern. Then, in the instant the dormitory door was opened, his expression completely changed. Doctor, you arrived just in time. Please examine our student immediately. He wore an expression of deep concern for the student, a stark contrast to his previous indifference. The white-coated medical staff nodded and said, step aside please. Chen Yuan quickly stepped aside when he heard. Yen, on the other hand, merely took a step back with a concerned expression fixed on his face. He stood stiff as a board nearby, as if proximity alone proved his compassion. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing what a fucking dumbass the man was. As Tan Yang was loaded onto the stretcher, Chen Yuan grabbed the cell phone from the desk and followed the doctors. He had to go to the hospital. Someone needed to take care of this situation. By the time they reached downstairs, a crowd had already gathered, all discussing who might be in trouble. Teacher Yan and Bai Chunyang also got into the car and went to the hospital together. Chen Yuan looked at Tan Yang, whose face had turned almost completely pale and lips had changed color, and couldn't help but worry. Doctor, will my roommate be alright? Take him to the hospital, the doctor said with his head bowed, tending to Tan Yang's wound while trying to staunch the bleeding. Too much blood loss would be fatal, but you found it relatively quickly. Chen Yuan exhaled slightly in relief. Those words surely meant there was still hope. Bai Chunyang remained silent, his gaze vacant. Chen Yuan understood, after all, they just entered university. Who could have expected something like this? But this counselor kept staring at him, putting him on edge. At the hospital, Tan Yang was rushed into the operating room. Chen Yuan sat on the bench in the corridor, rubbing his hands together as he silently prayed for Tan Yang's safety. After all, they'd known each other for some time, and he thought Tan Yang was a decent person, too young to have his life end so soon. He had barely been seated for 10 minutes when Teacher Yan stood up and said to Bai Chunyang, I have to go attend to something. Let me know immediately if there's any news. Chen Yuan, right? Next time you plan to do anything, check with me first. With that, he turned and left without another word. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes, grumbling inwardly, who do you think you are? Like I'd consult you about every little thing. If we wait for him to come up with a solution, the person we're trying to save might already be gone. Monitor Bai, why don't you head back too? I'll let you know if there's any news, Chen Yuan said to Bai Chunyang, whose face had remained grim throughout. Don't get sick again. Can you manage here by yourself? Bai Chunyang hesitated a little. No problem, don't worry about me. Then I'll go first. Contact me if you need anything. Alright, Chen Yuan nodded, watching Bai Chunyang depart. Chen Yuan stared at the illuminated surgery lamp, unable to suppress his speculations. What kind of suffering could have driven Tan Yang to suicide, and by slitting his wrists at that? Normally Tan Yang was a man of few words, mostly keeping to himself, but he hadn't seemed particularly abnormal either. After all, university students are all adults. There's no need to go everywhere in groups all the time. Before he knew it, over an hour had passed. There was movement at the door, and the surgical lights went out. Chen Yuan immediately stood up and walked towards the entrance. Doctor, how is my roommate? He's out of danger now. Thankfully we got him here in time, just a few minutes later and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now just focus on resting properly. You'll need to recover for several days. Alright, thank you doctor. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least he's unharmed. Does he have family to take care of him? I'm his roommate, I can look after him, Chen Yuan replied immediately. Good lad, it's fortunate to have someone like you. The doctor patted Chen Yuan's shoulder with deep emotion before leaving. Shortly after, Tan Yang was wheeled out, still unconscious. Does he have any family? Can someone pay the fees? The nurse looked around, but only saw one young face. I'm his roommate, I'll go pay. Alright. The nurse handed the bill to Chen Yuan, surprised it would be settled so quickly. Chen Yuan took the bill downstairs to pay. Including several days of hospitalization, the total came to over 30,000. Fortunately, he had money to spare. Just help when you can, who knows what the future holds. Chen Yuan took it in stride anyway. The key was he wasn't short on cash now. If he ever was, he'd just tighten his belt for a few meals. After paying the bill, Chen Yuan made his way to Tan Yang's hospital bed. Chen Yuan saw that Tan Yang's face had regained its color, and his heart eased slightly. Although this was also his first time encountering such a situation, he made every effort to remain composed. Chen Yuan couldn't bear to imagine if he had hesitated just now, whether it would have truly resulted in someone's death. He felt he would never forget this for the rest of his life. After all, he had been a living person when he left the house that morning. Chen Yuan sighed, his eyes flickering to Tan Yang's wrist, where he noticed several shallow scars of varying sizes. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this guy had done something like this before? Logically speaking, losing a pet turtle shouldn't be enough to drive someone to suicide. If he remembered correctly, they had only had this turtle for a little over 20 days, too short a time to develop such deep affection. However he thought about it, this reaction just didn't make sense. Just as Chen Yuan was pondering this, Tan Yang's fingers twitched. Naturally noticing this, Chen Yuan turned a concerned gaze toward him. Tan Yang's eyelids fluttered slightly, then after several minutes, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes brimmed only with confusion. When his peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Yuan, it seemed he needed a long moment to recognize him before speaking slowly. Chen Yuan, it's you. I'm sorry. Chapter 54, Reaction. These three words made Chen Yuan's chest tighten uncomfortably. Hearing I'm sorry as the first words from someone who'd just been pulled back from death's door. What are you sorry for? Sorry for causing him trouble? Don't talk about that now, just focus on recovering. Chen Yuan sighed as he poured a glass of water from the side. Then he tilted the glass against Tan Yang's lips. Tan Yang's lips were chapped, and the moment they touched the water, he couldn't help but gulp it down. After downing a few sips, Tan Yang seemed to recover slightly. Chen Yuan didn't press for an explanation, instead sitting quietly by his side. The reason wasn't particularly important to him, in fact. Pushing for one might only upset the other person, so he chose to remain silent. Although he wasn't particularly close with Tan Yang, he felt that companionship was what Tan Yang needed most at this moment. Thank you, I must have scared you. Actually, you didn't have to save me. My worthless life should have ended long ago. You saw the scars on my arm, didn't you? This wasn't my first suicide attempt. I never wanted something like this to happen in the dorm. It might give you all the wrong impression. I just couldn't control myself anymore. I'm sorry. Tan Yang's voice came out hoarse. Chen Yuan felt his eyes sting at the words. What is there to be sorry for? You've only wronged yourself. You're still so young, the future is full of possibilities. This was Chen Yuan's second encounter with death, and he still found it unbearably hard to accept. When he first heard the news of his father's death, he felt as if the sky were collapsing. Later, when he heard the news about his mother's accident at the construction site, he felt as if there was nothing left in this world worth staying for. So when he heard Tan Yang say this, he could sense that Tan Yang felt his world was dark. He could also feel how fragile life truly was. Yet as long as one lives, they must keep moving forward. I haven't let myself down. I think living till now means I've held on for quite long. Tan Yang spoke haltingly, his voice weak and drained. Chen Yuan didn't want Tan Yang to dwell on it any longer, so he spoke up. Are you hungry? I'll go downstairs and get you something to eat. It's fine, I'm not hungry. Tan Yang shook his head. I'll pay you back for the medical expenses. I've got 800 yuan in cash in my dorm. It's in a small black box in the drawer. Tan Yang coughed twice, his voice frail. No rush, just focus on getting better first. I'm hungry. I'm going to grab something to eat. Chen Yuan stood up and left the ward. He wasn't really good at comforting people. He never had many friends before anyway. The current situation was indeed quite tricky. Chen Yuan picked up his phone and sent by Chunyang a message. Tan Yang woke up. Then he turned off his phone and headed downstairs. There's always a kanji shop near the hospital. Chen Yuan casually bought several types, carrying the bags as he walked back. When he returned to the ward, Tan Yang's eyes were closed. If not for the rising and falling of his chest, Chen Yuan would have called for the doctor again. Have some. Chen Yuan set down the porridge and spoke to Tan Yang. Sorry to trouble you. Tan Yang opened his eyes, his gaze full of apology. No trouble at all. Chen Yuan opened the container and took out a small spoon. The porridge isn't too hot, just the right temperature. Let me feed you some. Although it was hard to eat, I managed to drink most of the box of porridge. Does the teacher know? Tan Yang suddenly asked. The advisor knows. Looks like my family will find out too. Could you help me silence my phone? Chen Yuan looked at Tan Yang and nodded, respecting his decision as he switched Tan Yang's phone to silent mode. Probably because Tan Yang had a strained relationship with his family. For now, his emotional state should take priority. You've been troubled for so long, you should head back early. I'll be fine, Tan Yang said to Chen Yuan. Sleep now, don't trouble yourself with anything else. Would Chen Yuan dare to go back in this situation? How could this possibly be nothing? If something else happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Under these circumstances, surely the instructor would approve his leave request, so he could peacefully stay here to take care of things. The bloodstains on the balcony haven't been cleaned up yet. I wonder if they'll scare the other two? Chen Yuan didn't have Luo Guanyu's WeChat, so he could only send a message to Zhang Tianzi. Something happened to Tan Yang. There's blood on the balcony. Don't be alarmed when you get back to the dorm. If you have Luo Guanyu's contact info, let him know. After a while, Zhang Tianzi still hadn't replied. Chen Yuan guessed he might be busy at the moment, since around noon he'd mentioned needing to return home briefly. So he simply set his phone aside and sat by the hospital bed, watching Tan Yang. But Luo Guanyu wasn't so fortunate with his luck. When he returned to the dorm, he found the door already wide open, which struck him as odd. Normally when no one was in the dorm, the door would be locked, with the key usually left hanging on the door. Why is the door wide open today? Just as Luo Guanyu was about to enter his dorm room, a male student from the opposite room came out and said, Luo Guanyu, you'd better not go in. What's wrong? Luo Guanyu asked, puzzled. Come to our room first. The boy looked uneasy, not even daring to glance at the opposite dorm. After entering the dorm room, Tan Yang from your dorm committed suicide, the boy said with a shudder, feeling a chill run down his spine. What? You're not joking, are you? He was fine when I left this morning. Luo Guanyu thought he misheard. It's true. Don't go back to your dorm yet, there's blood all over your balcony. Everyone outside is going crazy about it. Luo Guanyu studied him and found no trace of deception, so he rubbed his arms. He suddenly felt a chill. Is the person still here? The ambulance took him away. Didn't look too good. Does Tan Yang have mental issues? You share a dorm with him, did you notice anything? No, it seemed perfectly normal to me. Luo Guanyu's voice dropped as well. That means it's buried too deep. What normal person would kill themselves in a dormitory? You guys must be terrified every night. Shut the hell up already. Luo Guanyu pressed tightly against the dorm door, a faint sweat breaking out on his forehead. Nobody came back to our dorm? It was Chen Yuan who came back and found it, then called 120. Then why didn't he clean up the blood on the floor? Luo Guanyu's tone carried a hint of complaint. He'd accidentally caught a glimpse of it earlier, way too horrifying. They carried the person straight out. When would he have had the time? The guy found Luo Guanyu's question a bit ridiculous. Shit, I don't even dare go back to the dorm now. Can our department arrange a room transfer? Luo Guanyu was genuinely scared. He was afraid that one day he might return to the dormitory and find a dead body. It seems the counselor handles this, but we're not even sure if Tan Yang is involved. No, I have to go see the counselor. If I keep living in this dorm, I'll go crazy. Luo Guanyu spoke while swiftly opening the dorm door and hurriedly rushing out. Chapter 55. Back to the dorm. As evening approached, Chen Yuan noticed the sky gradually darkening. He stood up and said to Tan Yang, get some rest. I'll come by tomorrow morning. Remember, you still owe me medical fees, Chen Yuan deliberately added with a smile. He could tell that Tan Yang was a highly responsible and thoughtful person. So he intentionally said this to ensure Tan Yang wouldn't get into trouble again, to give him something to live for. Tan Yang nodded, I know, thank you. Chen Yuan smiled, then I'll leave. If anything comes up, just call for help. Chen Yuan had already helped Tan Yang finish his dinner, and Tan Yang's condition had improved significantly, so Chen Yuan felt at ease leaving now. When Chen Yuan returned to the dormitory, he found it still empty. It seems Zhang Tianzi won't be back today. As Chen Yuan walked further inside, he noticed the balcony was stained with dried dark red patches and couldn't help but frown. No one had bothered to clean it up. Just as Chen Yuan was about to grab the mop, the door of the dormitory across from his opened. Finally back, are you? Hurry up and clean that up, Luo Guanyu said bluntly, pointing at the balcony. Chen Yuan ignored him and walked toward the utility room to soak the mop. Buy a new mop after using this one, Luo Guanyu called out loudly from the doorway, still not daring to enter the dorm room. Watching Chen Yuan's back, he felt an indescribable frustration welling up inside. He had gone to see the dorm advisor in the afternoon, requesting a room transfer. The counselor didn't even raise his head, just coldly asked why he wanted to change rooms. Luo Guanyu answered honestly, saying someone in their dorm had committed suicide and he was scared. The counselor's expression immediately changed upon hearing this, telling him to behave himself and proceeding to scold him thoroughly. So Luo Guanyu trudged out of the office, thoroughly disheartened. Chen Yuan walked towards the dormitory after wringing out the mop, noticing Luo Guanyu standing motionless by the door. Are you going in or not? If not, move aside, I need to mop the floor. I'm afraid I'd die of fright if I go in. Luo Guanyu took a step back. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes faintly, ignoring him. With that, Chen Yuan closed the door, feeling exasperated. Chen Yuan carried a basin of water, holding the mop and basin as he walked toward the balcony. He scrubbed the floor stroke by stroke, the dark red hues gradually dissolving away. 15 minutes later, Luo Guanyu craned his neck to peek inside, still verifying whether the area had been thoroughly cleaned. Chen Yuan returned from the water room with a basin in hand. Are you going in or not? Luo Guanyu was startled. Can't you just speak properly? What's the matter? You want me to sing you a song or something? Chen Yuan snapped irritably. A grown man, spending the whole afternoon without even offering to help clean up. Still finding fault with him after all that, really spoils him, doesn't it? After all, Tan Yang is our roommate, and usually he puts on a pretty good act, doesn't he? Tan Yang, is he still alive? Luo Guanyu hesitated before asking as he took his seat. He's recovering alright, probably needs to stay in the hospital for a few more days, Chen Yuan replied while opening the wardrobe to change into a short-sleeved shirt. Let me talk something over with you. How about we take turns caring for him at the hospital? Would that work? A day or two was manageable, but he couldn't keep it up long term. I won't go. I'm scared, Luo Guanyu replied without the slightest hesitation. Chen Yuan paused while putting down his t-shirt. He truly had no right to demand this from others, it had to be voluntary. He just hadn't expected Luo Guanyu to refuse so outright, without even a hint of consideration for their bond. Chen Yuan didn't say anything more. However long he could take care of things would be enough, consider it his good deed being completed thoroughly. Rongjia, something came up with my roommate. I won't be able to make it to the cafe these next few days, Chen Yuan texted Song Qingrong after taking out his phone. Originally, he was supposed to be at the cafe this afternoon, but unexpected circumstances had come up. Song Qingrong had been staring at her phone in the cafe. Chen Yuan had sent a message in the afternoon and then gone silent, leaving her a bit worried. So when she saw her phone light up, she quickly picked it up. How's your roommate now? Have you eaten? It's safe now, I've eaten. Rongjia, remember to eat too. I'll come to the cafe again in a few days. Alright, take care and rest well. Song Qingrong put down her phone, gazing at the deep blue box before her. It was a gift she intended to give Chen Yuan, a Rolex watch worth over 200,000 yuan. Considering Chen Yuan had done their family a great favor, it was only natural she should give him a present. But since Chen Yuan hadn't shown up at the coffee shop, the box had remained there all this time. Song Qingrong sighed, she hadn't seen Chen Yuan since that day. The next day, Chen Yuan rushed to the hospital right after breakfast. He brought some breakfast for Tan Yang along the way. When he arrived at the hospital, unexpectedly, Jiang Tianze was already by Tan Yang's side. Last night he just mentioned it to Jiang Tianze, never expecting the kid would show up so early. Usually he complains that Tan Yang is uncommunicative and won't give him the time of day, but when there's real trouble, he responds surprisingly fast. Among all the wealthy people Chen Yuan knew, Jiang Tianze had the best character, never looking down on others arbitrarily and genuinely helping when someone was in need. Carrying breakfast bags, Chen Yuan thought to himself that it was lucky he'd bought plenty. Morning, here's breakfast for both of you. I ate a little at home, but since you brought it over, I think I can manage more, Jiang Tianze said with a laugh. Chen Yuan handed the bag to Jiang Tianze, then turned to Tan Yang. How are you feeling? Much better, thank you both. Tan Yang's face was still pale, but his condition had clearly improved from yesterday. Your leave has all been arranged by Chen Yang. Just focus on resting well. Tan Yang nodded in acknowledgement without saying anything. Jiang Tianze watched Tan Yang's expression, his lips parting slightly as if to speak, but ultimately restraining himself. He turned his head toward Chen Yuan and remarked, the steamed buns in this cafeteria are really delicious. Chen Yuan instantly grasped Jiang Tianze's meaning. Yeah, when I went to the canteen this morning it was packed, everyone was lining up for the steamed buns. Chen Yuan had also noticed that Tan Yang particularly loved the steamed buns from Cafeteria 1. When a person feels life has lost its purpose, you need to remind them of things that usually bring them joy. Could I have one too? Tan Yang said with a faint smile, being perceptive by nature, he had caught the underlying meaning between the two. Here, take it. Jiang Tianze picked up a steamed bun with a napkin and handed it to Tan Yang. Tan Yang took it and ate slowly, feeling a pang in his nose. Suicide was resolute, but coming back to life brought nothing but lingering fear. He'd experienced this feeling countless times before. He loathed his family and despised himself, unable to sustain anything. He felt his life was cursed, bringing nothing but misfortune to others. The previous times when they were discovered by the family, even after waking up, they still wouldn't stop yelling curses. He never questioned the reasons, never wondered if he was ill, only cursed, then threw away everything he cherished and slaughtered his beloved pets right before his eyes. This is his family. He collapsed into desperate shouts several times, but to no avail. As if his very existence were some benevolent gift from his parents, they never treated him as human at all. He'd expected Chen Yuan to ask for reasons too, but the man never did, granting him complete respect and understanding instead. This was a warmth he hadn't experienced in nearly 20 years. He was immensely grateful to Chen Yuan. Chapter 56, Cyberbullying. Fortunately, classes weren't too heady these days. Every day after lectures, Chen Yuan and Zhang Tianzi would buy food from the canteen and rush straight to the hospital without even dropping their backpacks at the dormitory. But Chen Yuan had gotten used to it. The hospital had power outlets too. After briefly checking on Tan Yang's condition and making sure he ate his meal, Chen Yuan would open his laptop and start studying. Now the progress of learning C language has reached 86 out of 100, and he feels more proficient with each passing day. He's certain he'll reach 100% before the semester ends. It's just that the pizza shop project has been put on hold without opening. Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it further, turning on his computer to focus on his tasks. Finally, after another week, Tan Yang recovered well and was discharged from the hospital. Chen Yuan also felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. As Tan Yang stepped out of the hospital, the glaring sun made him instinctively shield his eyes. Too bright. His heart felt heavy, knowing that many people would likely look at him differently upon his return. He couldn't help but care, because he was also a person living within a social group. He walked forward, looking at Chen Yuan and Zhang Tianzi not far away. He was deeply grateful to be alive, all thanks to Chen Yuan's help. He never expected Zhang Tianzi would come to his aid either, since they had barely spoken before. Instead, his own parents simply sent him a single WeChat message telling him to die quickly if he wanted to die. They also told him not to let the school bother them anymore. After receiving the message, Tan Yang felt no emotional turmoil. He was already used to all of this. Tan Yang, hurry up. Chen Yuan waved at Tan Yang standing over there. Coming. Tan Yang snapped out of his thoughts and strode forward. He felt he should leave the past behind him. He was still young, he still had a future. He could still start a new life. Several people got into the car, chatting happily about this and that. After all, no one likes staying in a hospital for too long. These past few days had been particularly suffocating for Chen Yuan and Zhang Tianzi. What Chen Yuan didn't know was that a whirlwind of public opinion targeted at him had already begun to stir. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Yuan set down his backpack and wiped the dust off the desk. He then picked up the new mop nearby, intending to soak it in the washroom. On the way to the washroom, Chen Yuan encountered several people who all looked at him with somewhat strange expressions. Is it really him? Yes, isn't that 303? Didn't someone from their dorm just commit suicide? Why do things keep happening there? Chen Yuan stopped at the entrance to the washroom, listening to the fading voices of those walking away. What were they talking about? What happened in their dorm again? Could it be Luo Guanyu? As Chen Yuan was pondering, the sound of a toilet flushing came from the bathroom, followed by someone stepping out. Monitor, I forgot to tell you, Tan Yang has already returned and fully recovered, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Okay, I got it. I'll let Teacher Yan know later. You. Bai Chunyang stammered haltingly. What's up? Chen Yuan asked, a bit puzzled. Those few people were just discussing their dorm room. Why is the class monitor looking at him with that expression too? Haven't you checked the forum posts? It's all over Weibo too. Bai Chunyang rinsed his hands, then casually wiped them on his clothes. No. I've been at the hospital these past few days and haven't checked any of that. What happened? Chen Yuan was completely clueless. Who's in your dorm room right now? Bai Chunyang rolled his eyes a few times, looking as if he couldn't quite make up his mind. Everyone except Luo Guanyu is here. Then don't bother with the mop, come with me. With that, Bai Chunyang dragged Chen Yuan back to the dormitory. Bai Chunyang's expression made Chen Yuan somewhat nervous, so he hastily picked up the mop, leaving a trail of water stains along the way. Bai Chunyang closed the dormitory door behind him as soon as he entered, nodding slightly at Zhang Tianzi and Tan Yang. Wait, what exactly happened to our monitor? Your roommate Luo Guanyu posted pictures of his injuries online along with a medical report, claiming Chen Yuan beat him up and bullied him. Bai Chunyang fixed his gaze on Chen Yuan, speaking with a stern expression. Me? Bully him? Beat him up? Chen Yan pointed at himself in disbelief. I've been at the hospital these days, how would I have time to deal with him? Zhang Tianzi suddenly sprang to his feet upon hearing this. He posted it online? Tan Yang also turned around, eyes wide with disbelief. Yeah, probably the whole school knows by now. But the teacher hasn't made a move yet, hasn't contacted me. You should be prepared too, Bai Chunyang said. The only reason he could say these things now was because he trusted Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan had always seemed like an honest and simple person. As class monitor, he naturally knew some things about Chen Yuan, so he didn't think Chen Yuan was the type to bully others. Moreover, he'd witnessed Chen Yuan's reaction when Tan Yang got into trouble, so he believed Chen Yuan wasn't that kind of person. But faith alone was useless now. If this matter trended online and entered everyone's view, real trouble would follow. They'd all witnessed the violence of internet mob justice before. While public opinion kept flip-flopping case after case, could the damage to those involved ever truly be reversed? The answer is clearly no. He had also witnessed many incidents where the tables were turned. Even if public outcry floods in and the outcome is eventually reversed, what difference does it make? Can the damage be undone? Some people just use the internet to exploit others' kindness for their own selfish gains, and the person who gets hurt is merely a stepping stone for them. Chen Yuan took out his phone. He also followed the school's online forum, so the moment he opened the forum, the recommended post was about him. Chen Yuan opened the post and looked at the images posted by the OP. They were indeed shocking. Chen Yuan continued scrolling down, reading through tens of thousands of comments, all filled with accusations and insults directed at him. Is this even human behavior? Support the brothers in blowing his head off. Can this beast even go to college? How come he wasn't expelled? Is the school eating shit? Call the police, OP, get him arrested. Turned out to be from the countryside, no manners and violent, just as expected. Front page viewer here, with such good grades, yet he's actually a beast. What a waste of 9 years of compulsory education. Any follow-up? Want to see this trash get punished? Being in the same school as this kind of person makes me feel like I've studied for nothing. Can't the school hurry up and expel him? Original poster, take good care of yourself. Can these fucking beasts just die already? You're the ones polluting the campus environment. Chen Yuan kept scrolling down the screen in silence, yet the post seemed endless. No matter how far he scrolled, people kept commenting and condemning him. Jiang Tianzi snatched the phone from Chen Yuan's hands. Stop reading. We didn't do it, they're not even talking about you. He'd glanced at the post too. The insults were beyond vicious, and he worried Chen Yuan couldn't take it. That damn grandson, I'll see him back in the dorm soon. Jiang Tianzi cursed bitterly. Chapter 57, Impact. Chen Yuan, we all believe in you. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Tan Yang also stood up, speaking with deep concern in his eyes. Chen Yuan shook his head. There's no need to worry. I walk the straight and narrow. Does anyone here have his phone number? Give him a call. He must have done this for some benefit. Chen Yuan pondered over recent events and had a few suspects in mind. Tan Yang immediately pulled out his phone. I have his number. With that, he immediately made the call. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. Chen Yuan smirked mockingly. This was clearly premeditated. No rush, I've got all the patience in the world. Someone go grab me food from the cafeteria later. I won't be leaving the dorm today, Chen Yuan said calmly as he took his seat. Note, retain the Chinese name Chen Yuan as per translation rule number 4 for proper nouns. Alright, you stay in the dorm these days. I'll help you look into it too, Jiang Tianzi said angrily, gripping his phone tightly. He then turned around and cursed under his breath. Class leader, thank you for telling me, Chen Yuan said, looking at Bai Chunyang. Ah, don't be so polite. There's not much I can do to help anyway. Bai Chunyang waved his hand dismissively. By the way, I heard Luo Guanyu went to ask teacher Yen about switching dormitories a few days ago, but got rejected. There's such a thing? Thanks, class monitor. Chen Yuan nodded and said, I'll head back first then. Let me know if you need any help. Chen Yuan turned around to look at the notification the system had given him. It's the Zhuang family. Chen Yuan sneered inwardly. Talk about kicking down the ladder after crossing the river. Now that the cooperation between their Zhuang group and Huacheng was finalized, there was indeed no room left for him to maneuver. But that didn't mean he would swallow this grievance in silence. The most urgent task now is to find Luo Guanyu and resolve the online issue first. Chen Yuan didn't need to think twice. This was undoubtedly Zhuang Yehe's doing. Even if Zhuang Tiancheng was displeased with him, he wouldn't resort to such methods. Who would have thought the seemingly sincere drinks from that day turned out to be nothing of the sort? Once again, Chen Yuan's understanding of these people hit a new low, utterly shameless. Chen Yuan was very curious, just what benefits had Zhuang Yehe offered Luo Guanyu? To think it actually made him expose Chen Yuan publicly and even beat him up so brutally. Or was Luo Guanyu being threatened? Chen Yuan kept shifting between different conjectures in his mind. At this moment, Luo Guanyu was leisurely eating fruit and watching TV in his hotel room, recuperating from his injuries. A few days earlier, Luo Guanyu had been carrying his laptop back to his dorm. A man blocked his path. Excuse me, are you Luo Guanyu? Luo Guanyu looked at the man with confusion. Yes, so who are you? You don't need to know who I am. Now I have a very simple task for you. Get it done, and I'll give you 100,000 yuan, plus I'll solve your dormitory issue. How about it? Luo Guanyu's eyes widened. 100,000 yuan? For a student who hadn't even entered the workforce yet, this was simply too enticing. Yet Luo Guanyu remained somewhat skeptical. After all, he had seen plenty of online reports, and these days, there were just too many scammers around. Why should I believe you? Your roommates are Chen Yuan, Jiang Tianze, and Tan Yang, who just committed suicide, right? You're in computer science class too. Your hometown is Tianjin XXXX, and your family. Stop. What do you even want? Luo Guanyu dared not listen further. This was uncovering all his secrets. I'm just acting on someone's behalf. Do as you're told, and you'll get paid. Do it well, and there'll be more money, the man said, leaning against the flower bed, watching Luo Guanyu with certainty. He'd seen plenty of people. Young students like these were the most susceptible to temptation. Luo Guanyu swallowed hard. What do you want me to do? Switching dorms had nearly become his obsession. If he could pull it off and even get paid for it, why wouldn't he go for it? It's simple, as long as you. A few days later, Zhuang Yehe couldn't stop grinning as he scrolled through the posts his subordinates had sent him. Let's see how cocky you get now. Well done. Never thought the kid would be so ruthless against himself. Give him another 50 grand. Zhuang Yehe closed his phone, thoroughly pleased. Yes, young Master Zhuang. Now that we've got the material, buy some trending topics and arrange for the marketing accounts to push it. Not only was he going to fan the flames, he was going to fan them into a raging inferno. Remember, leave no traces behind. Yes. Zhuang Yehe leaned back comfortably on the sofa, images of Chen Yuan's humiliated defeat vividly playing in his mind. Under Zhuang Yehe's arrangements, the photos and written content by Luo Guanyu had already been propelled into the top 10 trending searches and remained there firmly. Netizens who saw the posts were tagging Chen Yuan's school and collectively denouncing him. Zhan Shuangshuang naturally saw it too. She didn't believe Chen Yuan was that kind of person, so she spoke up for him online. The result? She ended up getting verbally attacked as well, with people even calling her a violent extremist and trash just like him. Zhan Shuangshuang was so upset she broke down crying. Against one person, she could hold her own, but how could she possibly keep up with hundreds firing back at her? Shuangshuang, have you seen the information online? Zhan Shuangshuang's roommate asked hesitantly. That definitely can't be true. Zhan Shuangshuang declared categorically. Right, even if it's fake, you should reduce contact with Chen Yuan recently. Don't get dragged into this, things online are terrifying now. The roommate reminded her kindly. When you're truly implicated and harmed, it's too late for regrets. Aren't there already enough people getting doxxed these days? Yet very few ever face consequences. Zhan Shuangshuang understood her roommate's good intentions and fell silent. She didn't know what she could do to help Chen Yuan either. Even speaking up for him had gotten her yelled at and reported. She clicked on Chen Yuan's avatar and sent some comforting words. Song Qingrong was still baffled when she received Jiang Tianze's phone call. She rarely bothered with those meaningless online news articles, so she wasn't very well informed about online gossip. Rongjie, don't you have a friend in the entertainment news industry? What's her name again? Fang Tianya. Why are you looking for her? Oh no, Sister Rong, give me her contact info. Chen Yuan's being slandered, she's already trending at number 5. Chen Yuan? Weren't you two taking care of your roommate at the hospital? Song Qingrong exclaimed. Yeah, we didn't find out till we got back, and by afternoon she was already trending. Hold on, let me see what's going on. Song Qingrong's tone grew serious. Then she opened Weibo. Looking at the trending posts under the hashtag, she saw numerous accusations against Chen Yuan accompanied by graphic images of severe injuries. Song Qingrong continued scrolling down, reading through netizens' comments. After reading a few, she exited the app, unable to bear looking any longer. Don't let Chen Yuan see the online information, and stay indoors as much as possible these few days. As for Fang Tianya, I'll contact her, I know her better. Song Qingrong took a deep breath and spoke in a low tone. She never expected something like this to happen. Alright, Sister Rong, sorry to trouble you. Just let me know when you hear anything. I'll stay in the dorm keeping an eye on Chen Yuan, Jiang Tianze added anxiously. The dorm had just seen what happened to Tan Yang. He couldn't bear to watch another close friend suffer. Death had always been a depressing topic, and it took him several days to shake off that suffocating feeling. From the first glance at Chen Yuan, he knew this was someone who spoke little but thought deeply, so he had to keep a close eye on Chen Yuan. No more accidents could be allowed to happen. Chapter 58, The Video. Little did Chen Yuan know that his good friend thought him so fragile. Chen Yuan now waited for Luo Guanyu to return. He had ways to deal with him, and ways to make him talk. Had this happened when Chen Yuan first arrived in Jinghua, he would have been frantic, at a loss for what to do. But now he had changed. Having dealt with a crowd of crafty old foxes, he had gained some wits after all. As for the online drama, let the bullets fly for a while. Luo Guanyu's belongings were still in the dorm, his computer, books, nearly everything remained, so Chen Yuan was certain he would return. Thus, Chen Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He might as well review some C programming language and write some code. What's meant to come will come. No sooner had Chen Yuan opened the book than his stomach growled, so he turned around intending to ask Jiang Tianzi to buy him some food. After all, he'd brought meals for this guy countless times before. But as Chen Yuan turned his head, he caught Jiang Tianzi staring at him intently. "What do you think you're doing? Don't mind me, it's just a fatherly gaze full of love. Piss off. Can you go out and grab me a meal? Alright then, you wait here, I'll go right now." Jiang Tianzi immediately rose from his chair, remarkably decisive. Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. He remembered how Jiang Tianzi had always found excuses to avoid it before. After the door closed, Tan Yang glanced toward the entrance. Slowly getting to his feet, he looked at Chen Yuan, hesitated for a few seconds, pursed his lips, then as if having made up his mind, said, "Chen Yuan, I want to show you something." Chen Yuan took Tan Yang's phone. "Let me see." Seeing the expression on Tan Yang's face, Chen Yuan initially thought something new had popped up online, but when he saw the video's content, he froze for a moment. The video showed only one person, Luo Guanyu, relentlessly hitting himself as if he were having some kind of episode. Just watching it, Chen Yuan could tell the man was striking himself with alarming force. If nothing goes wrong, this is Luo Guanyu's evidence for publicly denouncing himself online. Actually, Chen Yuan should be happy to obtain this video, as it could decisively prove Luo Guanyu's rumor-mongering. But the location shown in this footage is a dorm room, and the image quality is merely that of ordinary surveillance cameras. What does this imply? The entire dorm room had been under surveillance the whole time. By Tan Yang. Chen Yuan couldn't quite put his feelings into words. After much deliberation, though he felt a creeping unease, he was ultimately grateful. Even if he had saved Tan Yang, he could have chosen not to show it. After all, installing surveillance in the dorm could be considered illegal if brought up. But Tan Yang showed it to him. "I installed the cameras only after getting the turtles. I'm sorry, I'll remove them later." Tan Yang kept watching Chen Yuan's reaction and only relaxed when he saw no change in expression, his voice filled with apology. "It's fine, you've done me a huge favor." Chen Yuan paused the video and spoke to Tan Yang. Tan Yang returned to his seat and slowly began speaking. "When I was going to school back in my hometown, I liked keeping small pets. My parents didn't approve, so I secretly kept rabbits and dogs in my own room. But not long after, when I came home from school, I found them dead. When I asked my parents, they said they didn't know anything about it. I secretly installed surveillance cameras in my room later. That's how I found out it was my parents who poisoned them by feeding them medicine. So I developed the habit of installing cameras whenever I keep pets. It's not that I want to monitor you all, I just don't feel safe." Chen Yuan looked up at Tan Yang, never imagining his parents could be so twisted. They could have just given the animals away or set them free. Isn't this just traumatizing the child for no good reason? It's not hard to imagine how his parents treat him in other ways. Chen Yuan looked at Tan Yang with some sympathy. "I hope the video can help you. I've already turned off the surveillance." Tan Yang sighed in relief, looking at Chen Yuan with sincere eyes. "Thanks, but could you lend me your surveillance device for a bit?" Chen Yuan tilted his head, looking at the small black cube on Tan Yang's desk. Most people wouldn't even notice it unless they knew what to look for. "Sure." Tan Yang nodded, then passed it to Chen Yuan. "Thanks." Chen Yuan grinned, the tool was here. "Food's here." Jiang Tianzi walked into the dormitory with a smile. "Here, you too." Then he placed a portion on Tan Yang's desk as well. "By the way, I just contacted Sister Rong. She has a friend in entertainment news who might be able to help suppress the trending topic for now." Chen Yuan looked up upon hearing this. "You told Sister Rong?" "Of course, we've known each other for so long. Sister Rong wouldn't mind helping," Jiang Tianzi explained, thinking Chen Yuan was worried about troubling Song Qingrong. Chen Yuan nodded. He hadn't wanted Song Qingrong to know in the first place. Then he turned around to pick up his phone. "Rong Jia, I'm fine." Song Qingrong had just received the message from Fang Tianya and forwarded it directly to Chen Yuan. "I believe you. I asked a friend to check a few influencer accounts and found the transfers all came from an overseas company called Changmei Medical Supplies. We've been trying to suppress the trending topics as much as possible. Has the school contacted you yet?" "Not yet, should be soon. Thanks, Rong Jia. Why so polite with me? Just reach out if you need any help." After replying, Chen Yuan stared at the company's name, Medical Equipment. If he remembered correctly, the partnership between Zhuangshi Group and Huacheng was related to medical equipment. At this critical moment, this company's appearance made Chen Yuan think more carefully. "System, can you pull up this company's information for me?" "Affirmative. 5 experience points. Check your email. Taking advantage when I'm in a tight spot, are you?" "Just send it over already," Chen Yuan said helplessly. The system was highly efficient, and Chen Yuan received the email immediately. Chen Yuan examined the information. The legal representative of this Changmei Medical Equipment wasn't from the Zhuang family, and the surnames didn't match at all. Yet his intuition told him this overseas company definitely belonged to the Zhuangs. Chen Yuan continued reading. "Holy shit? Holy cow, you can even dig this up." Chen Yuan stared at the product images of Chengmei's imports and sales displayed on the screen, where the printed Chen was unmistakably clear. Though uncertain about other details, he recognized this logo all too well. These were undoubtedly Huacheng products. What's this dealer's shady reselling scheme? Then what exactly is being sold through its domestic sales channels? Fake goods? This is illegal. Chen Yuan continued reading. The seller had been exporting all the equipment to other countries, deliberately keeping it out of domestic circulation. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. What a conveniently delivered vulnerability. What a fine son indeed, a real father's misfortune. However, Chen Yuan didn't believe Zhuang Tancheng was completely in the dark. He must have tacitly approved of Zhuang Ye's actions. As Chen Yuan examined the flawless dossier provided by the system, a plan began forming in his mind. This time, he wasn't going to waste any more words arguing with the Zhuang family. What apology, what banquet, he had no interest in any of it. For such despicable enemies, one slap to crush them was enough. Chen Yuan's mind conjured the image of a decisive figure, his lips curling into a faint smirk. Though he didn't have the capability himself at the moment, there were others who did, and they'd be more than happy to act. Chapter 59 Caught. Luo Guanyu had been holed up in the hotel for 3 days. If the first day had felt novel, the second day was boring, and by the third day it had become unbearable. He had been waiting all this time for news from the dormitory. He'd already received word from across the hall that his other 3 roommates had returned. But why was there still no movement after their return? The possibility that the internet remains unaware is zero. Moreover, the school has already issued a statement, stating that it will conduct a serious investigation. He submitted all the materials long ago, and the teacher involved has already been dealt with. Logically, there should be some movement by now. It shouldn't be this quiet. Luo Guanyu grew increasingly anxious, the initial thrill of getting the money now completely gone. He had indeed questioned whether what he was doing was wrong, but the moment he received the money, he felt no regret. Without hesitation, he transferred tens of thousands to his family, fabricating a story about winning the lottery. After all, they wouldn't know the truth. His mother had just been laid off from the factory, and his father's earnings as a security guard were meager. With him still in college and 2 elderly grandparents to support, the weight of providing for the entire family had become overwhelming. But now, with this sudden windfall, their struggles eased considerably. Though he had been quite ruthless with himself, he felt no regrets. What people said online didn't matter. After all, he appeared to be the victim, and no one was blaming him yet. Not to mention, several advertisers had reached out to him, each offering deals worth several thousand yuan. Luo Guanyu was pacing around the room when his phone rang, and he immediately snatched it up. Dormitory adjustment, Heming 309, Song Chuanqing 201, Luo Guanyu 406, Han Monan 502. Many people were reassigned dorms this time, with Luo Guanyu deliberately placed last to make it less conspicuous. Ha 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 ha, Luo Guanyu burst into hearty laughter upon finding his name. Finally, a room change. That guy really kept his word. From now on, he wouldn't have to see those annoying roommates anymore. Guodong, keep an eye out for me. The moment our dorm is empty, let me know right away. The 500 I promised you won't be a penny short. After cheering to himself, Luo Guanyu picked up his phone and messaged the guy from the opposite dorm, who was now essentially his spy. Okay, brother Luo, you're so generous. Just wait for my signal. After replying, Guodong peeked slyly at the door across the hall, listening for any movement. Guodong was going all out for that 500 bucks. He practically kept his dorm door wide open, doing nothing but lying on his bed, staring straight at the opposite room. Could you roommate buddies hurry up and get out already? Guodong muttered to himself. If he could just get his hands on that 500 yuan, he'd finally be able to buy that new game skin. At long last, room 303 rewarded Guodong's patience. By the next afternoon, all 3 of his roommates had gone out. Guodong felt like his eyeballs were about to dry out from staring at the door. Bro Luo, they're gone. Get back here quick to pack your stuff. Guodong immediately texted Luo Guanyu. Bro, go help me pack up my stuff first. You can move it to your dorm if needed. I'll throw in an extra 200. Luo Guanyu immediately grabbed his bag and dashed off after reading the message. Now he wasn't staying at the hotel during the day. Instead, masked up, he waited at a small shop on campus for Guodong's message, ready to return the moment news came. Easy peasy. Guodong grinned at the prospect of extra cash and promptly headed toward the opposite dorm. Following Luo Guanyu's instructions, he found the key above the doorframe, unlocked it smoothly, and stepped inside. He took a bag out of the drawer and began rustling around while helping Luo Guanyu pack his things. Chen Yuan and the others hadn't actually left, but were crouching on the floor above in the stairwell. Since yesterday, he'd noticed through the door's glass pane that someone from the opposite dorm was lying on their bed, glancing over at their room from time to time. But he pretended not to see it and kept observing. The dormitory reassignment list has been released now, but Luo Guanyu still hasn't shown up, nor has he taken his belongings from the room. So he was certain Luo Guanyu wouldn't be able to wait. That's why today's afternoon drama unfolded. Can he come back? Jiang Tian's eyes held a trace of doubt. Shoo! Chen Yuan heard footsteps coming from the stairwell below. Chen Yuan fixed his piercing gaze on the figure ascending the stairs, a silhouette strikingly similar to Luo Guanyu's. Observing the man more closely, he noticed a backpack slung over his shoulders, his face masked and head covered, thoroughly concealed. Yet Chen Yuan was almost certain this was Luo Guanyu. Chen Yuan restrained the restless Jiang Tianzi with a barely audible whisper, "Wait till he goes inside." Tan Yang also feared Jiang Tianzi might ruin the plan and held him down firmly. After watching the man enter the third-floor corridor, Jiang Tianzi couldn't help muttering, "You two trying to crush me to death here? Anyone would think you're here to arrest me. Let's go back." Chen Yuan smirked, calculating the timing. They should be in the dorm room by now. The two nodded and followed Chen Yuan, looking every bit like loyal younger brothers tagging along with their big brother. Guodong jumped at the sound from the doorway, thinking Chen Yuan and the others had returned. When he realized it was Luo Guanyu, he immediately relaxed and blurted out, "Bro Luo, damn, haven't seen you in days." "Never mind that," Luo Guanyu said, barely containing his excitement. "Help me pack up quick, I'm moving to the new dorm right away." Now he felt miserable, sneaking around like a thief. "Here's the money." Luo Guanyu handed Guodong several red bills. "Bro Luo, you're too kind." Guodong grinned at the money handed to him, his skin condition was sorted. "Bro Luo, why are you hiding? Are you scared of Chen Yuan? I saw teachers looking for Chen Yuan yesterday, school will definitely protect you." Guodong didn't know the truth of the matter, so he naturally assumed Luo Guanyu was the victim. "Did they come looking for you? What did they say?" "They didn't stay long before leaving when the door closed. I couldn't hear them clearly." "Oh," Luo Guanyu nodded absent-mindedly, his hands moving faster and faster. "Even after changing dorms, you'll still run into them during class, won't you? If anything happens, come find me. All of us in our dorm are here, they won't dare bully you." "Thanks." Luo Guanyu's tone was indifferent, with no mind to engage with him. Soon after, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway, sending a chill down Luo Guanyu's spine as an ominous thought crossed his mind. Sure enough, the dormitory door swung open the very next moment. "Luo Guanyu, long time no see." Chen Yuan smiled at him, though not a trace of warmth reached his eyes. Luo Guanyu was so frightened that he dropped the glass in his hand, and the quiet dormitory was instantly filled with the sound of shattering glass. "This is a school, don't you dare act recklessly." Guodong spoke up. Despite being outnumbered, a single loud shout from him could surely summon help. "And reinforcements? Do you really think his injuries were my doing?" Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Guodong was also baffled by the question. "What do you mean? Seems like you don't treat people as friends either." "Worn out from helping you keep an eye on the dorm every single day," Chen Yuan mocked. Luo Guanyu closed his eyes briefly. "Guodong, you go first." Though Guodong's face flushed slightly from the remarks, he felt leaving now would be disloyal, so he kept silent but stayed, hoping to offer Luo Guanyu some moral support through his presence. "Fine, since you're so close, you can both stay." Chen Yuan turned to glance at Jiang Tianzi, who immediately understood and locked the dormitory door, then leaned his body against it. Chapter 60, Confession. Chen Yuan looked at the small red light already lit on the table, inconspicuous under the sunlight, perfect for their current needs. "Luo Guanyu, things have come to this point. I've run out of patience for your evasions. I know who paid you off." Chen Yuan leaned against the balcony window frame, sunlight flickering across his face. Luo Guanyu jerked his head up at these words, disbelief flashing in his eyes, but he still said stubbornly, "I don't know what you're talking about." Then he stared fixedly at Chen Yuan. Though his expression was hidden behind a mask, the panic in his eyes was unmistakable. "I've already submitted all the evidence. Get ready to face the consequences." "Did you submit all the materials? Then why haven't I been expelled yet? Do you think your materials are effective?" Chen Yuan's hands rested on the balcony railing, his tone eerily calm. "What do you mean, not effective? I prepared them all carefully." Whether Luo Guanyu was genuinely angered by Chen Yuan's words or just putting on a brave front to boost his own confidence was unclear. Chen Yuan sneered. "What did he promise you? A room transfer? Money?" Guodong watched the whole scene in utter confusion, his eyes darting back and forth between Chen Yuan and Luo Guanyu. Who can tell him what's going on now? What money? What benefits? Being forced to spectate isn't as satisfying as one might think. "So now that you're out of options, you're resorting to spreading rumors about me, is that it?" Luo Guanyu still refused to give up, continuing to argue back. After hearing this, Chen Yuan was practically bowled over by Luo Guanyu's shamelessness. This guy really knew how to pretend. "Your post has already garnered hundreds of thousands of views. If I were to file a police report, you'd basically be looking at several years inside. And if I were to get a medical certificate for some illness, who knows how much longer that could add," Chen Yuan said casually, as if discussing something trivial. "You know exactly what's going on here. Would you rather spend time in prison, lose your education, and struggle to find work with a criminal record, or tell the truth now? Others might walk away scot-free without breaking a sweat. But what about you? Is your whole future more important, or these small benefits right now? Think carefully. Chen Yuan stared at Luo Guanyu, speaking slowly. He had already waited several days. Naturally, a little longer wouldn't matter. Jiang Tianze watched Chen Yuan by the windowsill, feeling as though he was seeing another side of him. He hadn't expected Chen Yuan to be so confident. While he had been anxiously fretting these past few days, Chen Yuan remained completely calm, as if victory was already assured. Now seeing Chen Yuan and Luo Guanyu in conversation, I couldn't help but admire him even more. Tan Yang had also been watching Chen Yuan, observing when he would finally produce the video evidence. Because the video could completely devastate Luo Guanyu, this was an absolute certainty. Since he had chosen to bring it out, he clearly didn't care about the consequences that would follow. A man who has resolved to die many times before fears little in particular. His only hope now is to be of some help to Chen Yuan. But given the current situation, it seems the video would no longer be of any use. Tan Yang studied Luo Guanyu's expression, knowing full well that Luo wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Luo Guanyu was deeply conflicted in his heart. Chen Yuan was absolutely right. He didn't even know who that person was, having only a phone number that could only connect when the other party wished to communicate. If something truly went wrong later, he wouldn't be able to locate anyone. The whole matter was fabricated by him in the first place. If they actually reported it to the police, there was no way he could escape responsibility. Luo Guanyu's eyes were filled with agony, a stark contrast to the exhilaration he felt when first receiving the money. At this very moment, he was overwhelmed with regret. His ordinary university life, which should have continued uneventfully, had suddenly derailed, all because of his own actions. In that instant, he heard the solemn toll of destiny's warning bell resound violently in his mind. In the quiet atmosphere of the dormitory, Luo Guanyu's heavy breathing was mixed in. "I'm sorry," he said, lowering his head immediately after. Guodong looked at Luo Guanyu with surprise in his eyes. Even if he were as dumb as a pig, he would have understood what was going on by now. So all of this was Luo Guanyu's own doing? Chen Yuan was scolded across thousands of comments, yet turned out to be innocent? This somewhat surpassed his understanding. If he had been wrong to this extent, he would have broken down long ago. How did Chen Yuan endure it? He gazed at Chen Yuan with immense admiration, internally cheering, what a legend. Is this guy some kind of teenage mutant ninja turtle? But on second thought, coming forward to clarify in that situation would only invite more criticism. No one would believe it. Delete the post and issue an apology video with a formal statement, Chen Yuan said tonelessly, as if this outcome had been inevitable all along. Will he really let this go? Luo Guanyu looked up at Chen Yuan. Now Chen Yuan was his last hope. He'll soon be unable to save himself, Chen Yuan sneered coldly. Luo Guanyu stared blankly at Chen Yuan for a moment, then took a few unsteady steps forward before dropping to his knees with a thud before him. I'm sorry, Chen Yuan, I caused you trouble. You can hit me however you want, I just beg you not to take the money back, please. Chen Yuan was also momentarily stunned by Luo Guanyu's actions. Seeing this, Jiang Tianze quickly helped Luo Guanyu up, knowing the video was still recording. Mind your words, Chen Yuan isn't some bandit. Yes, Chen Yuan brother Yuan, I'll definitely stay far away from you all from now on, never causing trouble again. Luo Guanyu wept bitterly, truly tasting the bitter fruit of regret. This incident started with you. The online backlash and school disciplinary actions will be the price you pay for your wrongdoing. As for the money, since it wasn't mine to give, I won't be taking it back. About the public statement, I trust you won't disappoint me. Chen Yuan remained unmoved by Luo Guanyu's weeping. This was entirely his own doing. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. The online vitriol was nothing less than what he deserved. He could hurt others with this weapon, and likewise could be hurt by this same weapon. When Chen Yuan first saw so many people cursing him, he truly felt hatred and rage. But could he rush over and beat them up? Clearly not. That would not only confirm the accusations but also get him punished. This trash deserves to taste his own medicine. Naturally, someone will torment him. Now that he has this video in hand, there's no need to worry about him betraying us again. But judging by his cowardice, he probably doesn't have the guts anyway. Luo Guanyu was being supported by someone, looking utterly devastated. He nodded numbly. Don't worry, I'll send it out soon. Then he turned back to continue packing his things. Guodong stood awkwardly, neither comfortable holding the items nor putting them down, feeling completely out of place. Fortunately, they'd already packed most of their things. Luo Guanyu lifted the heavy bag and glanced at Chen Yuan one last time before leaving the dorm. Sorry, he muttered. Guodong also bowed and scraped apologetically at Chen Yuan, clearly still shaken by what had happened. It had been a real punch to his fragile ego. That night, Chen Yuan was absorbed in writing code. Suddenly, Jiang Tianze let out a triumphant yell, "Score! Score!" Then she leaped high into the air and dashed over to Chen Yuan, exclaiming, "Look!" Chen Yuan glanced at the post and raised an eyebrow. Fairly honest, he remarked. Luo Guanyu aired out all the details about the matter, though when it came to the amount of money involved, he glossed over it with just a passing mention of benefits. Everyone below is cursing him. TSK TSK TSK, even nastier than when they cursed at you back then. Jiang Tianzi shook his head with a clicking tongue. You're actually comparing them now. Chen Yuan laughed. But do you know who was behind this? Jiang Tianzi put down his phone, suddenly remembering what Chen Yuan had said to Luo Guanyu that afternoon. Chen Yuan didn't look up, just gave an affirming hum. Who? Did you make enemies with someone? To get the academy to arrange a dorm transfer and by trending searches, this person isn't simple. Jiang Tianzi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's the Zhuang family. Chen Yuan closed his laptop and looked at Jiang Tianzi. Chapter 61, Just Deserts. Who? Bookmaker? Jiang Tianzi widened his eyes, utterly unable to imagine how Chen Yuan could have offended a bookmaker. We had a bit of a disagreement before. A bit? He didn't believe for a second that this level of trouble would stem from just a minor issue. It's a long story, I've got something I need to attend to. Chen Yuan stood up as he spoke. Yuan, let me warn you, if you really go up against the Zhuang family, you might not like the consequences. Jiang Tianzi looked troubled but spoke the bitter truth. I know what I'm doing. Chen Yuan patted Jiang Tianzi on the shoulder and left the dorm room. Jiang Tianzi watched Chen Yuan's retreating figure, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Even he had to treat the Zhuang family's young master with utmost respect, let alone Chen Yuan. Song Qingrong had been keeping an eye on online information ever since she visited her friend that day, so she saw Luo Guanyu's Weibo post shortly after it was published. This incident generated significant online buzz, with many people eagerly awaiting the final outcome. The moment the Weibo was posted, it garnered thousands of comments. A few hours later, there were already tens of thousands of comments. Got fooled again, hilarious. Next time something like this happens, I'm just gonna watch from the sidelines. The one who got framed is really unlucky. I apologize for cursing at him before. Damn idiot, wasting my fucking time. Go die. How come you're not the one dying for spreading rumors about others? Heartless piece of trash. People like this are truly despicable. It'll make it harder for others to seek help online in the future. Song Qingrong didn't bother reading further. They were all basically curses hurled at Luo Guanyu. Netizens served as the vanguard, only to be deceived once again, so of course they voiced their anger. As for genuinely feeling injustice for Chen Yuan, that was still a minority. Not long after, the school's official blog also released a notice. Luo Guanyu received a severe disciplinary demerit. The farce has finally come to an end. As for Luo Guanyu's coveted new dormitory, it might just become his new cage. Who would ever like someone who spreads rumors and incites cyberbullying? Chen Yuan arrived at the pizzeria assigned to him by the system. He had already picked up the store keys from the courier station last night. Since they hadn't opened for business yet, this place could be considered his private base for now. Chen Yuan surveyed the restaurant interior. Rows of cream-colored round tables surrounded by potted plants and decor, creating an overall fresh and inviting atmosphere. He hadn't expected the place to be fully equipped already. All that remained was hiring staff and opening for business. System, can you extend this delayed time for me later? I'm being persecuted here. Chen Yuan complained to the system. Someone as hardworking as me would never delay work. The wise system ancestor must understand. After a moment of silence, the system still didn't respond. Chen Yuan felt like an ordinary overworked laborer pleading with a capitalist, utterly useless. 1 experience point. Chen Yuan immediately sat down on the stool upon hearing this. Why does everything require experience points now? Reach 1000 experience points to upgrade the system. Upgrade the system? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, but then he quickly realized, doesn't that mean I'll need 10 million? He still can't even exchange an administrator up to now, and his experience points are being deducted more and more. Damn thief. But now he's already wasted 10 days, and the total task duration is only 3 months. He can earn experience points by spending the money he makes, so it's still more suitable to exchange for an extension. Exchange. Exchange. Chen Yuan waved his hand in surrender. Confirmed. Additional time has been granted to the host. Please select the mission start time. Restriction. Mission must be initiated within 5 days. Chen Yuan immediately perked up when he saw this. He could actually choose the start time. 5 days would work just fine. Whether he needed to find someone or deal with the bookmakers, 5 days would be about enough time. That's awesome. Let's make it 5 days from now. Chen Yuan was in high spirits. These experience points were totally worth it. Chen Yuan pulled out his phone and dialed Sophie's number. He had casually saved it when Sophie contacted him earlier about the Huacheng meeting. Mr. Chen, hello. This is Sophie. How can I help you? Sophie was at her workstation organizing details for an upcoming meeting when she saw the call and answered immediately. Hello, there's actually something I'd like to ask your help with. Director Chen, you're too polite. Just tell me whatever you need me to do, Sophie replied with a sweet smile, her mind already recalling Chen Yuan's handsome appearance during the last meeting. I'd like to get Hua Xiangtong's contact information. Chen Yuan had no involvement with Hua Cheng's business at all. The only contact he'd had was during that previous meeting. Naturally, he didn't have the contact details. Of course, Director Chen. I'll send it to your phone shortly. It's Director Tong's office number. She didn't have the private number, her position was too junior to have access to that. Okay, thank you. After hanging up, Chen Yuan immediately received the number Sophie sent him. Chen Yuan dialed the number again. The line rang several times before being answered. Hello, this is Lani, secretary to CEO Tong, came a woman's voice through the phone. Hello, this is Chen Yuan. I was wondering if Director Tong might have some time? There's something I'd like to discuss with her, something I believe would interest her. Lani searched her memory for the name Chen Yuan and finally recalled that he was a new minor shareholder in the company. She immediately responded, Hello, Mr. Chen. Director Tong is currently in a meeting. I'll let her know about your call afterward, and we'll follow up with you. Great, thank you. Chen Yuan politely ended the call. The reason Chen Yuan chose Hua Xiangtong among the three was precisely because he had discovered that the medical sector was under Hua Hongkai's supervision. Even if punishment was meted out to the Zhuang family, it wouldn't be severe. Clearly, the matter would be suppressed on the surface. He would never allow negative publicity within his domain of responsibility. As for the second young master, Hua Hongyun, who currently holds the most influence and authority within Huacheng, such a minor incident wouldn't likely pique his interest. Even if it did, he wouldn't make a big deal out of it. As far as Hua Xiangtong was concerned, she was clearly at somewhat of a disadvantage compared to the other two. If he could deliver this information to her, she certainly wouldn't pass up the opportunity. The warmth of kinship in large families is often too faint, with everyone craving power. Although they had only met briefly during the conference, he could sense this woman's ambition. Thus Chen Yuan felt somewhat confident. After hanging up the phone, Lani checked the time and headed towards Hua Xiangtong's office. The meeting should have ended by now under normal circumstances. Knock knock. Come in. Lani pushed the door open. President Tong. What is it? Hua Xiangtong didn't look up, her hands continuously typing on the keyboard. New shareholder Chen Yuan would like to schedule a meeting with you. He said you'd be very interested in what he has to say, Lani reported truthfully. Chen Yuan? Hua Xiangtong stopped typing and looked out the window as if deep in thought. She had never paid much attention to these minor shareholders, they were just there to collect dividends. She never expected someone would actually seek her out personally. Did they mention what it was about? Hua Xiangtong asked Lani. No. Hua Xiangtong lowered her head and paused for a moment. Arrange it for tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. I'll have some free time then. Remember, only half an hour. There's another meeting afterward. Understood, Vice President Hua. I'll make the arrangements right away. Lani nodded before turning to leave. Chapter 62, The Request. After seeing her secretary leave, Hua Xiangtong stared blankly at her computer screen. Nowadays, most of the partnerships assigned within Huacheng belong to Hua Hongkai and Hua Hongyun, while the ones she manages barely make a ripple. At best, they maintain normal profits without any significant growth. In contrast, the other two have been steadily climbing, with their influence continuously expanding. The old man values tangible achievements most. If this trend continues, in a few years she'll likely be pushed out altogether. Hua Xiangtong sighed. She was unwilling to concede defeat. She believed her abilities were no worse than anyone else's, it was just a lack of opportunity. Otherwise, the old man would never have assigned her to the company. She knew all too well what kind of person the old man was. Hua Xiangtong kept her hands on the keyboard. She was currently negotiating a project with overseas partners. If successful, she could practically stand shoulder to shoulder with Hua Hongkai. She never considers the possibility of failure, nor does she allow herself to fail. Everything she has today was obtained through desperate gambles, and she won't give up now. As for tomorrow's meeting with that shareholder she's never paid attention to, she doesn't care much. If the other party wastes her time and fails to provide useful information, she wouldn't mind leaving them with no dividends by year-end. The next day, Chen Yuan arrived at Huacheng half an hour early, documents in hand. He followed the instructions and took the elevator to the 16th floor. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Lani, secretary to President Tong, said a woman in a light blue blazer who approached from the side, her slightly curled hair elegantly styled. Hello, Chen Yuan replied with a smile and a nod. Please come this way, Mr. Chen. Please wait here briefly. President Tong is currently handling a conference call and will join you shortly. I'll make you a cup of tea. Thank you. Chen Yuan placed his things on the table and sat down. He looked around, taking in the office's clean and elegant design style dominated by white and silver tones. However, the area he had come to was exceptionally quiet, with the actual workspace located quite far away. Most of this large area consists of Hua Xiangtong's office and the meeting rooms arranged for receptions. Chen Yuan waited nearly 20 minutes before catching sight of Hua Xiangtong emerging from the office, though her steps seemed somewhat hurried. Chen Yuan rose to his feet and greeted her. Director Hua, it's an honor to meet you. You're too kind, Director Chen. Please have a seat. Let's cut to the chase, I've got a meeting soon. What brings you here? Chen Yuan glanced at Lan Yi, which Hua Xiangtong also noticed. You may leave first. Lan Yi nodded and closed the conference room door. Hua Xiangtong smirked at Chen Yuan, though the smile carried little warmth. I wonder what matter demands such caution from President Chen. Director Tong, you'll understand at a glance, Chen Yuan said as he handed over the document. Hua Xiangtong raised an eyebrow and took the document. So he's being deliberately mysterious now? Daring to play enigmatic games before her, she'd see what this was all about. She had an ironclad rule about personnel. Work must be direct and efficient. Hesitation and procrastination were what she detested most. Hua Xiangtong opened the file and flipped through the pages one by one. Gradually, a gleam of excitement appeared in her eyes. Not bad. Hua Xiangtong glanced at Chen Yuan before continuing to flip through the documents. The more she read, the more satisfied she became. Though this was just a small order, the document had managed to detail the origins, transaction processes, and other information so thoroughly without a single flaw. Hua Xiangtong closed the file. This is excellent material. Now, tell me your purpose. Chen Yuan hadn't expected Hua Xiangtong to be so direct, so he decided not to beat around the bush either. I want the Zhuang group to disappear. Oh, might I ask what connection you have with the Zhuang group? Hua Xiangtong looked at Chen Yuan, her eyes reflecting a trace of curiosity. Her gaze lingered on him as if seeing the materials he had handed her pleasing to the eye, and she didn't mind chatting a little longer. I won't elaborate on the origins, wouldn't want to spoil President Hua's mood. This is my only request. I hope President Hua can do me this favor. Chen Yuan adopted a deferential stance. He genuinely needed Hua Xiangtong's help now to eliminate the Zhuang group. He believed Hua Xiangtong must also realize he could have turned to the other two to handle this matter instead. Since President Chen puts it that way, no problem. However, I hope Mr. Chen will honor the contract and not circulate this material anywhere else. Hua Xiangtong ceased smiling, staring intently at Chen Yuan. That goes without saying. Chen Yuan stood up. Miss Hua, I look forward to your good news. Hua Xiangtong also rose with a smile and said, it won't take too long. She was quite satisfied with today's meeting. As for this so-called Zhuang Corporation, having committed such an act of betrayal by breaching contracts and reselling goods with Huacheng, they must face the consequences. Chen Yuan's request is merely a trivial matter. Dealing with such a small corporation won't take much effort. And with this leverage in hand, it's certain to cost Hua Hongkai dearly. She will undoubtedly go to the old master and make some moves. Thinking this, Hua Xiangtong smiled with satisfaction and began to feel a flicker of curiosity about Chen Yuan. Stepping back into the elevator, Chen Yuan let out a deep sigh of relief. Apart from the nervousness of facing Hua Xiangtong alone earlier, there was mostly the accumulated stress from this period of time. Although he was confident, that didn't mean he had absolute certainty. Chen Yuan left the Huacheng Group building and walked to a nearby bus stop. Sitting on the bench by the station, he suddenly felt like calling his mother. The phone dialed through, ringing several times before being answered. Little Yuan, came his mother's voice through the receiver, and suddenly Chen Yuan felt his nose sting with emotion. Mom, how have you been lately? Chen Yuan forced a smile, though of course his mother couldn't see it. Doing just fine. With all the money you've sent, how could I not be doing well? Just yesterday, I asked Auntie Zhang to buy me some meat from the city. I've already stored it in the freezer. Mom will stew some meat for you when you come back. Song Guizhi held the phone, her face brimming with smiles. Alright, my vacation is coming up soon too. Alright, I'll have your Uncle Air pick you up when the time comes. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan sat on the stool, letting his mind wander as his mother's voice washed away much of his exhaustion. After resting for a few minutes, Chen Yuan patted his pants and got up to queue for the bus. When he returned to the pizzeria again, the sky had already grown somewhat dark. The traffic in Jinghua was truly terrible. Had he not made it back to the pizzeria, he might have suspected the vehicle had come to a complete standstill. Chen Yuan felt a bit hungry, so he walked into the kitchen, ready to try making a pizza according to the recipe. The kitchen was spotless, with utensils neatly arranged, and the flour was already stored in the cupboard. Chen Yuan silently noted how thoroughly the system had prepared everything. The refrigerator was also powered on, stocked with a variety of sauces. With no fresh vegetables or meat available, Chen Yuan decided to simply spread some sauce, sprinkle cheese, and give it a try. After washing and drying his hands, Chen Yuan cleaned the machine thoroughly, placing flour and all necessary ingredients for the dough into the kneader. As the machine started working, he waited eagerly for the dough to form. This was his first time making this. Although it appeared to be just a flatbread with toppings, the taste was somewhat different from the pizza Rong Jia had ordered before. A few minutes later, Chen Yuan took out the smooth and soft dough, kneaded it a few times, and found the texture excellent. Following the video tutorial provided by the system, Chen Yuan repeatedly rubbed and flattened the dough with his hands at the center, forming several unevenly thick and barely passable round flatbreads. Make do, make do. Chen Yuan couldn't even bear to look at what he had needed, so he could only console himself. Chen Yuan set the flatbreads aside to let them continue fermenting. Then he walked to the fridge and took out a can of ketchup and pizza sauce. Delicious ketchup? Delicious pizza sauce? Chen Yuan read the names printed on the bottles. Chapter 63, The Pizza Shop. Chen Yuan stared at the words delicious on the bottle. It suddenly occurred to him that the delicious on the shop sign outside looked exactly the same. Then he looked inside the fridge. Both the upper and lower shelves held sauces of the same brand. System, is this some kind of secret sauce? Chen Yuan hesitated before finally asking. Don't tell me I have to buy it myself. After witnessing the system's stinginess, Chen Yuan couldn't help but wonder. Host guessed correctly, it's indeed the secret sauce specially crafted by this system, guaranteed to leave an unforgettable impression once tasted. Chen Yuan listened to the system's self-promotion and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Let me try the flavor first before you continue your pitch. Fortunately, these jars were free, so Chen Yuan decided he'd slather on extra later. After waiting for half an hour, the dough fermented properly, and Chen Yuan took out a fork, poking holes all over the flattened dough as per the tutorial. Then, he opened the tomato sauce and pizza sauce, spread them over the dough base, layered a thick blanket of cheese, and finally scattered thin slices of sausage on top before placing it in the oven. As time passed, the kitchen gradually filled with a tempting aroma. Chen Yuan couldn't help but take a few deep sniffs. He had to admit, it smelled surprisingly delightful. A few minutes later, the oven timer finally rang. Chen Yuan opened the oven door and pulled out the tray with tongs. Gazing at the mouth-watering pizza with its tempting golden hue, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. That actually looks quite appetizing. Chen Yuan used the knife nearby to cut the pizza into 6 slices, each slice producing a crispy crunch with every cut. He suddenly felt that with this aroma and sound alone, he could devour a whole pizza even if he wasn't hungry. Chen Yuan picked up a slice and took a bite, his eyes instantly lighting up. A few large bites later, he reached straight for the next slice. In less than 5 minutes, the entire large portion was gone. Chen Yuan licked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. This is absolutely delicious. The first time eating pizza was indeed surprising, but only because he'd never had it before. Having tasted other pizzas and now eating this homemade one, Chen Yuan grew even more confident. His pizza was absolutely unbeatable. Host, no cheating the old or the young. The ingredients provided by this system are top-notch. The system appeared at just the right moment. Chen Yuan coughed twice and asked, tell me, how much more do you want? All ingredients are permanently free to enjoy, requiring only 20 experience points, such as flour, sauces, fresh greens, meats, and more. Lastly, there's the essential insulated crispiness-preserving packaging box, allowing customers to savor the freshness of just out-of-the-oven delights. Note, every morning at 8 a.m., a system-sourced delivery truck will arrive at the store. 20 points? Chen Yuan knew the system wouldn't provide anything for free. He currently had just over 40 experience points left, and he always felt like the system was trying to drain him dry. But 20 points wasn't much. Even if he bought these materials himself, aside from the cost of ingredients, there was also the time investment, not to mention the difficulty in controlling quality, and the fact that different materials would definitely produce different flavors. This way of getting it all done at once saves him from running around. It's just the chef and the waiters. To resolve the host's concerns, the system is temporarily offering a pizzeria staff bundle. Only 15 experience points required. The bundle includes 3 chefs, 8 waiters, 1 accountant, 1 front desk staff, and 1 warehouse manager. So it's been waiting for me here. Chen Yuan chuckled and shook his head. He felt the system had changed. Previously, it was ruthless and sparing with words, rewarding him as soon as he met the requirements. Now, it seemed more like a pushy salesperson, constantly urging him to spend his experience points. But according to the conversion rate, 15 experience points only amounted to 150,000 bucks, with everything else taken care of. It was simply too good a deal. Even a capitalist would nod in approval. Buy them all. Very well, host. All service staff will arrive at the restaurant by 8 a.m. the day before opening. Chen Yuan nodded, curious about what kind of people the system would arrange. He decided not to dwell on it too deeply. The thought was somewhat unsettling. Still, having encountered a system, many things that might seem unreasonable began to make sense. Chen Yuan glanced at the 2 remaining dough rounds on the counter and suddenly felt inspired. He followed the same method as before to bake them, intending to bring them back to the dorm for his roommates to try. The eyes of the masses are sharp, so it's perfect to let both of them evaluate it. Might as well test this packaging box too. Could it really maintain freshness as if just baked? As the oven light turned off, Chen Yuan packed the steaming pizza into the box, slipped it into a bag, grabbed his keys, and headed out the door. Carrying the pizza, Chen Yuan strolled leisurely across campus, savoring the gentle night breeze. In the blink of an eye, the semester was nearly over. Finals week was just 2 weeks away, yet his C programming coursework still had 2 key sections left. The recent events have finally come to an end, and now he's just waiting for Hua Xiangtong's message. As for the 2 million tasks released by the system, he's no longer in such a hurry. In the past, lacking money, he was always eager to grasp at everything, but after going through so much, he now prefers to take things step by step. With the pizzeria about to open soon, he plans to go back during the holidays to bring his mother over. He just took a careful look around the pizzeria. The dining area is spacious, the storage area is decent sized, and there's even a bedroom suitable for living in. The interior decoration is quite nice too. Once the year-end dividends come in, he'll be able to buy a big house in the capital. He can just tell his mother the money came from the pizzeria's profits. Plus, it would make it much easier to take her to doctor's appointments. Since arriving in the capital, Chen Yuan finally understood what true disparity meant. Whether it was infrastructure or healthcare, the difference was like heaven and earth. Yet life always moves forward. Now that the path ahead was bright, things would surely get better and better. Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile slightly. In no time, he reached the dormitory building. Taking 2 steps at a time, Chen Yuan quickly ascended to the 3rd floor. Ding dong, guess what I brought you? Chen Yuan pushed open the door, beaming at his 2 roommates. Jiang Tianzi saw that Chen Yuan was perfectly fine and let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried all day, afraid Chen Yuan might do something reckless. Tan Yang's gaze toward Chen Yuan was also filled with concern. What's with all the staring? I noticed a new pizza place nearby and bought 2 for you guys to try, Chen Yuan said with a raised eyebrow, placing a box on each of their desks. I'm actually starving, Jiang Tianzi replied with a smile, reaching to open the pizza box. I want to taste too. Tan Yang also sprang into action. The moment the pizza box was opened, the room was filled with a tantalizing aroma. Holy shit, this smells incredible? Jiang Tianzi looked shocked. He'd bought other pizzas before, but none had smelled this good. Did they add something special to this? Chen Yuan smiled helplessly and said, what else can be added? Tan Yang had already started eating long ago, maintaining a similar pace as Chen Yuan, bite after bite without pausing. Jiang Tianzi watched Tan Yang's eating speed with wide eyes and couldn't help but pick up a piece to try himself. Gradually, his own eating speed started picking up momentum. I kept marveling inwardly. This crust is crispy and savory with a hint of buttery aroma, and the sauce spread on top is exceptionally delicious. In short, it's just downright delicious. Within 10 minutes, both of them had finished eating. Which shop is this? I could eat this for a whole month. Jiang Tianzi slammed the table and declared fervently. It's delicious, isn't this expensive? Tan Yang looked at Chen Yuan and asked. 30 yuan per portion, Chen Yuan replied with a smile, deliberately avoiding Jiang Tianzi's question. That affordable? Jiang Tianzi mentally recalled the pizza size. It was definitely a good 9 inches. Chen Yuan nodded with a grin. The pricing was indeed reasonable, and after accounting for ingredient costs, it was practically pure profit. Jiang Tianzi wanted to ask more questions, but seeing this, Chen Yuan immediately stood up with a towel in hand. I'm going to wash up. Chapter 64, Downfall. Unlike Chen Yuan's smooth progress, Zhuang Yehe didn't receive the message from his subordinates until the next afternoon. They said the student they had found had turned against them and issued a clarification statement. Zhuang Yehe was instantly enraged when he saw the reversal of online comments. Those who took his money dared to stir up trouble. This student had quite the nerve. But before he could arrange for someone to hold them accountable, he spotted a group of uniformed officers heading toward his father's office. A sense of foreboding struck him, and he immediately got up and pushed the door open to leave. Hello, we are from the Tax Inspection Bureau. Your company has been reported for tax evasion and falsifying accounts through a real name tip-off, the leader said sternly to Zhuang Tiancheng. When Zhuang Tiancheng first received the call and realized it was from the Inspection Bureau, his heart suddenly clenched with panic. This is a bad time for trouble to arise. How could our company possibly evade taxes? Who reported us? Zhuang Yehe stormed out from behind with an intimidating air, as if genuinely wronged. The leading official glanced at Zhuang Yehe. Please cooperate with our investigation. Several hours later, Zhuang Tiancheng finally managed to send these uninvited guests away from the company. As for his troublesome son, he had already sent him away earlier. Best keep him from adding more chaos to the situation. Zhuang Tiancheng lit a cigarette, traces of worry evident on his face. He never expected Dong Changfeng to actually report him under his real name. This Dong Changfeng had followed him for 7 years and had climbed up the ranks in his company through hard work. He recalled that some time ago, Dong Changfeng had mentioned a family emergency in his hometown and asked for leave to return, but he had denied the request. At that time, they were in the middle of handling critical overseas transactions, and he urgently needed manpower. He also couldn't risk any information leaks, so he didn't allow Dong Changfeng to leave. Little did he know that this very decision would forever separate Dong Changfeng from the grandmother who had raised him since childhood. Zhuang Tiancheng sighed. He was merely lamenting that it turned out to be this person, but he felt no remorse. After all, it was just someone who could be resolved with payment. The more pressing issue now was the investigation by the Audit Bureau. Over the years, he had indeed taken risks and evaded hundreds of millions in taxes. Currently, all the company's funds were tied up in the collaboration with Huacheng, so these hundreds of millions were genuinely troublesome. Originally, he had planned to plug this hole after completing this deal, but now it seemed he would have to carefully smooth things over. Dad, why does that scum Dong Changfeng get to report us? Zhuang Yeha burst through the door, fuming with rage. Zhuang Tiancheng shot Zhuang Yeha a sidelong glance. You'd better behave yourself these days. Zhuang Yeha plopped down on the sofa and fell silent. Little did he expect his seat to barely warm up before the phone rang again. What? Zhuang Tiancheng leapt to his feet, disbelief evident in his tone. Impossible, this can't be. He immediately hung up the phone, murmuring to himself. Zhuang Yeha was also startled by his father's reaction. Setting aside his own minor grievances, he quickly stepped forward to steady Zhuang Tiancheng. Dad, what's wrong? You're scaring me. Impossible. Zhuang Tiancheng kept repeating, then suddenly snapped back to reality, gripping Zhuang Yeha tightly. Xiaohe, you need to leave now, buy a ticket to America immediately. Sell everything under Qingmei's name at low prices. They won't be able to reach that far so fast. I'll try to stall things here at the company. Get going right now. Zhuang Yeha stared at his suddenly agitated father, momentarily startled. What's wrong, Dad? Don't scare me like this. Hurry and take your mother to buy tickets abroad. Don't waste another second. Zhuang Tiancheng's face flushed with urgency. Seeing his son frozen in place, he suddenly slapped Zhuang Yeha across the face. The blow seemed to stun Zhuang Yeha, who stammered in response, okay, I'll go right now. Then he stumbled out with unbalanced steps. The moment he reached the elevator doors, he saw yet another group of uniformed personnel stepping out. Instantly alert, he hastily entered the elevator, frantically pressing the button for basement level 1, then trembling as he opened the ticket booking app on his phone. Half an hour later, Huaxiang Tong's office. Director Tong, Zhuang Tiancheng's wife and son have purchased 2 tickets to America, Lonnie reported, glancing at the latest surveillance updates. Stop. Huaxiang Tong didn't look up, uttering the single word coldly. Yes. Zhuang Yeha sped wildly toward the airport. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning behind his father's words. Over all these years, he'd witnessed other families go through similar situations, he just never imagined it would happen to his own. His hands trembled slightly as he grabbed his phone to call his mother. Mom, no time to explain. Come to the airport immediately, I've sent you the flight details. What? Alright, I understand. I'll be there right away. Mrs. Zhuang was clearly someone who had weathered many storms. She could grasp the situation just from her son's few words. After all, wasn't being the wife of a corporate giant something no ordinary person could handle? Zhuang Yeha parked his car and strode purposefully into the airport. Little did he expect that the moment he handed over his documents, the security officer immediately shot a meaningful glance at someone nearby. Sir, please wait a moment. There seems to be an issue with your boarding pass. We'll help you reprocess it here. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Zhuang Yeha urged anxiously, though not thinking much of it. Soon Zhuang's mother arrived too. The moment she saw her son, she jogged over and patted Zhuang Yeha's shoulder reassuringly. Don't be afraid. Seeing both mother and son gathered, the security officer spoke into his phone. A group of uniformly dressed people promptly appeared in the airport. Mrs. Zhuang, young Master Zhuang, come with us. 2 days later, while Chen Yuan was in class, he received a text message from an unknown number. President Chen, you can check the news now. Looking forward to our next collaboration. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately searched for Zhuang Corporation. Breaking news, local Zhuang Corporation has been sentenced for massive tax evasion and illegal trafficking of medical equipment overseas. Relevant responsible personnel have been sentenced to 7 years in prison, with all sales proceeds confiscated and a fine of 1.1 billion yuan imposed. Holy shit, Chen Yuan murmured softly, 7 years in prison plus 1.1 billion? He once again witnessed the might of Huacheng Group, and also experienced Huaxiang Tong's swift and decisive actions. When they say they'll handle something, they really take care of it. What's up? What's up? Jiang Tianzi wasn't paying attention in class either, and seeing Chen Yuan's expression, he leaned over to look. Upon seeing those few lines clearly, he immediately snatched the phone from Chen Yuan while continuously cursing like a sailor. When Jiang Tianzi scrolled to the bottom of the page, he slowly turned his head and looked at Chen Yuan with disbelief in his eyes. I don't know, it wasn't me. Pure coincidence. Chen Yuan shook his head. He would absolutely never admit it, and besides, it genuinely wasn't his doing. Jiang Tianzi handed the phone back to Chen Yuan. Though he didn't believe Chen Yuan could have done it, he had this inexplicable intuition that it must somehow tie back to him. What was this? A man's sixth sense. Chen Yuan deliberately kept his composure as he slipped his phone into his pocket and looked toward the lecture podium, pondering his next move. Chapter 65, Completion. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Yuan turned on his computer and searched again for information about the Zhuang Group. Now, even Zhuang Group's overseas established Changmei company had been investigated, with equipment confiscated. Hua Xiangtong's moves were indeed swift. Facing such a hefty fine, you might as well serve your prison sentence honestly. Chen Yuan didn't feel particularly elated, he just thought the gambling boss got what he deserved. A person's ultimate character and moral qualities are mostly shaped by family influence. Zhuang Yeha becoming like this today can't be separated from Zhuang Tiancheng's responsibility either. Chen Yuan didn't believe he was the first person Zhou Yeha had tricked, surely many others had suffered silent losses before him. Chen Yuan closed the webpage. From now on there would no longer be a Zhou corporation. But there might be many more Zhou corporations in the future. He couldn't always rely on others to intervene, the weaker party always had less say. To strike iron, one must be strong oneself. Still, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, it had been less than half a year since he left his hometown. The journey ahead needed to be taken step by step. Now the C language progress is stuck at 99/100. He's finished all the books and lectures, yet has no clue where to proceed from here. Chen Yuan opened his unfinished C language project. Perhaps this final stretch would be the breakthrough he needed. With 2 days left before launch, he had ample time to complete the remaining portion. Jiang Tianze watched Chen Yuan return and immediately start typing code, seemingly unfazed by the Zhuang family matter. Ironically, Jiang himself appeared more shaken by it than Chen Yuan was. Is this really unrelated to Chen Yuan? Yet the coincidence seems too striking. Though he sensed Chen Yuan wasn't quite the same as before, the idea of him trying to overthrow the Zhuang family seemed far-fetched. He shook his head, dismissing his unrealistic thoughts. Chen Yuan, Tan Yang, want some fried chicken? Sure, I'll take mine with chili powder. Chen Yuan turned his head and grinned. I'll have some too, I'm not picky about taste. Tan Yang also said with a smile. Now that no fourth person had moved into the dorm, the three of them actually got along quite harmoniously. Chen Yuan didn't tell Jiang Tianze about Tan Yang setting up surveillance, afraid the kid would get scared if he knew. Later, he checked Tan Yang's desktop several times and indeed found no surveillance-like items, so he finally put his mind at ease. During this period of interaction, he also sensed Tan Yang's sincerity. Perhaps it was the disparity in their past living environments that shaped such a personality, but he could tell Tan Yang wasn't a bad person at heart. He shouldn't judge others through colored lenses. After all, none of us can choose our family background. An hour later, Jiang Tianze went downstairs to pick up the food and returned with a large box of fried chicken. He took out a small folding table he had placed to one side and set it up in the middle of the dorm room floor. Then he turned around to grab a few cans of cola from his desk. Dig in, guys. Jiang Tianze pulled out a floor cushion, plopped down casually, and waved enthusiastically for the other two to join. Chen Yuan and Tan Yang followed suit, grabbing floor cushions before the three of them gathered around the small table to start eating fried chicken. I heard them say our school will probably break for vacation by month's end. When are you two planning to buy tickets? Jiang Tianze asked casually while picking up a fried chicken drumstick. I'll go home right after finals, Chen Yuan replied around a mouthful of chicken wing, his words slightly muffled. I wasn't planning to go back. Figured I'd look for some part-time work around here, Tan Yang said after a slight pause. Chen Yuan and Jiang Tianze both turned to Tan Yang. Then where are you staying? Our school doesn't allow students to live in the dorms during holidays. Till then, I don't want to go home, Tan Yang said resolutely. He would rather sleep on the street than return to that house again. If you ever run into trouble, don't hesitate to reach out, Jiang Tianze said earnestly, giving Tan Yang's arm a hearty pat. Tan Yang gave Jiang Tianze a grateful look. Thank you. His initial thought when coming to school was simply to escape his family, never even considering making friends. So at first, he acted coldly toward his dormmates. Thus, when he unexpectedly gained the friendships of Chen Yuan and Jiang Tianze, he felt these bonds were incredibly precious, the first time he'd ever consciously desired emotional connections. This was something he had never experienced before. It also gave him hope to keep living. Tan Yang picked up another piece of fried chicken from the box, glanced at the two of them, and said, I think I can buy a wok. I make really good fried rice. Holy shit, dude. You've got skills like that? Hook me up ASAP. Jiang Tianze's eyes instantly lit up. Eating in the dorm was just too damn satisfying. He felt like a whole new world had opened up since starting college. Back in high school, his family used to deliver meals to him every day. Though the food tasted decent and the variety was good, it always seemed to lack a certain something. But ever since starting college, he's sampled all sorts of snacks, fried skewers, fried chicken, barbecue, absolutely indulged to his heart's content. Who cares if it's junk food or not? If it's delicious, that's all that matters. After feasting heartily, Chen Yuan and Tan Yang tidied up the table and dormitory floor. Then Chen Yuan returned to his computer to continue working on the project, with just the final module left to complete. Perhaps the energy boost from eating fried chicken helped, as Chen Yuan felt himself coding faster and faster. Finally, as dusk fell, he typed the last character. He then clicked to run the program. Don't freeze, don't freeze. Chen Yuan stared intently at the screen. His heart kept praying that there wouldn't be any bugs. There's a saying online, either the person or the project must be able to run. Since he can't run now, hopefully the program will run properly. Chen Yuan watched as the compiled code vanished in an instant. It worked! Chen Yuan clenched his fist. The other two were still asleep, so he could only enjoy this joy alone. Congratulations, host, for completing the C language learning task. The system also appeared at the perfect moment. Send the reward quickly. Chen Yuan silently pleaded in his heart, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. After all, even returning to the dormitory meant studying for him. Although these were things he ought to learn, having a mission at hand spurred him to put in extra effort. Naturally, he was immensely curious about what the reward would be. The system is now distributing the reward for completing the C language learning task, plus 10 Java talent points, plus 15 C language talent points, and X10 learning focus capsules. Effect, for 3 hours, learning focus is at 100%, and learning ability increases by 50%. Additionally, to encourage the host's task completion, the reward system gains 10 experience points. Chen Yuan couldn't help but scoff upon hearing this, since when did the system start taking credit for itself? Simultaneously initiating the next stage is either slash or task for the host. 1. Learn Java and embark on the Java path. 2. Continue advancing in C language. Please choose your learning direction, host. It is not recommended to pursue both simultaneously. Chen Yuan listened as the system kept chattering incessantly. What exactly are these two talents? What's the highest possible score? 100 points. Chen Yuan nodded, pondering how to make his choice. He had roughly learned about his major's curriculum for the coming years on the forum. It seemed C language would only be taught during freshman year, with the remaining time dedicated to Java, algorithms, and similar subjects. Chen Yuan barely hesitated. I choose task 1. Knowledge once learned wouldn't be wasted, and C language served as a foundation for learning other programming languages anyway. Moreover, Java remains one of today's mainstream programming languages. After researching relevant information, Chen Yuan realized that all the popular frameworks were developed by foreign programmers, while domestic developers predominantly relied on technologies created abroad. He possessed both dreams and ambitions. He believed this was precisely why the system had unlocked the learning branch for him. Confirmed. The Java learning branch is now available to the host. Primary stage mission, study Java fundamentals. As Chen Yuan scanned the extensive list of required study materials, an immediate headache began to form. You call this a beginner level task? Then what's intermediate level? Kindly complete the beginner level tasks first, host. Fine then. Chen Yuan stretched his arms, coding had left his back stiff and his neck sore. He stretched his body before grabbing his campus card and heading out of the dormitory. Chapter 66 Opening Day. Upon reaching the third floor of the canteen, Chen Yuan suddenly sniffed the air, that familiar aroma of food. This was the smell he'd longed for. Nothing brings more joy than devouring a good meal. It's the kind of pleasure that reminds you you're truly alive. Boss, 1 crispy pork hot pot for me, with 2 extra servings of crispy pork. Here you go, classmate, 18 yuan. Chen Yuan nodded, took the number tag, tapped his card on the payment terminal, then headed toward the next stall. Boss, give me 1 braised meat pancake roll, with everything. Boss, 1 cold mixed noodles, plus 2 eggs and a sausage. And just like that, Chen Yuan set up another half table. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Yuan found the burritos and mixed noodles quite tasty, so he brought some for Jiang Tianze and Tan Yang as well. Walking down the street, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel a chill as he thought about the system-assigned staff who should arrive tomorrow. He wondered, what would they even look like? Would they be like regular people? The next day, driven by curiosity, Chen Yuan went to the pizza shop first thing in the morning. At exactly 8 o'clock, a black business van pulled up in front of the pizza shop. Chen Yuan stood up upon hearing the noise. The car door opened, and over 10 people stepped out, heading straight into the shop. As if they knew Chen Yuan, the group greeted him in unison upon seeing him. Hello, boss. Chen Yuan nodded slightly, thinking to himself, they look just like ordinary people. One of the pretty-looking girls stepped forward and said to Chen Yuan, Boss, I'm the receptionist at our shop. These are our chefs, named Chef Chen 1, Chef Chen 2, Chef Chen 3 respectively. And these are our service staff, named Server Chen 1, Server Chen 2. Chen Yuan found the receptionist's words somewhat amusing. So what about you? Are you called Chen Qianyi, former Chen 1? The boss is indeed clever. I am Qianyi Chen. Ha ha. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh twice. This was just too brilliant. But then he inwardly groaned, System, couldn't you come up with names that have a bit more class? Even something like spring, summer, autumn, winter would be better. These names really made his imagination fall short. Chen Yuan carefully examined the row of people standing before him, noticing that while everyone looked somewhat different, there was an inexplicable similarity about them. I have no issues. Let's all get familiar with the environment and do some cleaning. We'll officially open for business tomorrow, Chen Yuan said while looking at the group. Yes. At his command, everyone dispersed to their respective tasks. Those assigned to the kitchen headed straight there, while others took care of cleaning. Everyone moved with remarkable efficiency. Chen Yuan sat leisurely in the hall, occasionally glancing at these people, feeling quite amazed. Sunlight gradually streamed in through the window as Chen Qianni took 2 cans of cola from the fridge and placed them before Chen Yuan. Boss, thirsty? Chen Yuan took the cola and looked at Chen Qianni. Thanks. How does it seem so human-like? Though it sounds like an insult, it was truly Chen Yuan's genuine thought. I see there are some ingredients in the fridge. I'll make pizza for lunch later, and we can all eat together. Are you guys hungry? Chen Qianni blinked his eyes, of course, then I'll go notify the kitchen. By noon, Chen Yuan had lost count of how many pizzas the kitchen had baked, feeling the entire hall was filled with their aroma. Before long, one of the catering staff brought him a slice. He couldn't recall which one it was. Boss, your pizza, they said. Chen Yuan nodded and murmured his thanks. He looked at the pizza and felt it was much better than the one he had attempted to make the day before. At least this crust looked perfectly round. The color was naturally better too. Chen Yuan was just about to pick up a slice when he heard a voice from behind. Boss, are you open yet? The smell is just irresistible. I couldn't help but come to ask. Chen Yuan turned and saw a young man walking in. With a smile, he replied, we open tomorrow. Oh, it seems I've come too early. The man chuckled awkwardly, then glanced at the pizza in front of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan noticed the man's gaze. Would you like to try some? Absolutely. With that, the man decisively took a seat. This isn't the final version yet. The ingredients will be delivered fresh tomorrow morning. We get new supplies daily, Chen Yuan explained. This could be considered the pizza shop's first customer. We certainly shouldn't leave a bad impression. No problem. It just smelled so good I couldn't help coming in to ask. The man waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind at all. Help yourself, don't be shy. Chen Yuan picked up a slice of pizza and said to the man. Thanks boss. The man smiled, took off his hat, retrieved a pair of gloves from the box by the table, and picked up a slice. Boss, your pizza is absolutely delicious. The man's eyes sparkled with delight. Pizza was his all-time favorite. He craved a slice almost every other day, truly a certified pizza addict. That's why he couldn't resist following the mouth-watering aroma that had stopped him in his tracks moments ago. Thank you, Chen Yuan smiled. He had to admit this pizza's texture was superior, the baking mastery impeccable, delivering flavors and mouthfeel that ascended to another level entirely. The man ate 3 pieces, then took off his gloves. Boss, I'll definitely be the first one here when your shop opens tomorrow. The next day, the shop opened as scheduled. Chen Yuan witnessed the delivery process. It turned out to be a large truck with a delicious pizza logo on it. To an outsider, it might have looked like a specialty supply vehicle, appearing extremely professional. The unloading workers wore uniforms matching the store staff, unloading the goods with remarkable efficiency. Chen Yuan watched crate after crate of vegetables, mushrooms, meats, and sauces coming in and couldn't help but marvel at how well spent his experience points had been. By 9 o'clock, the pizzeria officially opened for business. Chen Yuan didn't bother with any ribbon-cutting ceremony. The enticing aroma alone would draw customers in. True to his word, the young man who had promised to be the first customer yesterday arrived punctually at 9:05. Stepping into the store and giving Chen Yuan a cheerful greeting. Hi, I'd like 1 order of potato and bacon pizza, 1 shrimp pizza, and 1 cheese pizza. What? A 9-inch is only 28 yuan? And the 7-inch is just 15 yuan? The man was astonished after ordering as he looked at the prices. That's correct, sir. Today is our first day of business, and we're offering a free upgrade from 9-inch to 12-inch pizzas. Chen Qianni smiled cheerfully at the man. No need, I'll stick with the 9-inch one. The man waved his hand with a smile. He loved eating, but there was no need to force himself to overeat. The man sat down at a random table after placing his order, pulling out a tripod and camera from his bag, fully prepared with all necessary equipment. Chen Yuan studied the man with curiosity. Could he possibly be a food blogger? After some deliberation last night, he had decided to adjust the pricing. Though it was just a 2 yuan reduction, there was a significant psychological difference between 20-something and 30 yuan. After all, small profits but quick turnover was the saying. The man's pizza arrived shortly. After positioning his camera and focusing it on the pizza, he shot for less than 2 minutes before eagerly rubbing his hands together and picking up a glove. Chapter 67 Farewell. The man picked up a slice of cheese pizza first, his eyes brimming with anticipation. After taking a bite, he whispered to the camera, "This cheese pizza has incredibly rich dairy flavors with an exceptionally smooth and delicate texture. I can honestly say it's the best cheese pizza I've ever had. Guys, I'm serious, it's not greasy at all, just pure cheesy goodness. So delicious." The man shook his head in enjoyment as he spoke. Although Chen Yuan couldn't hear what the man was saying, it was evident from his expression that he was thoroughly enjoying his meal. About an hour later, the man stood up and asked for takeout boxes. He had eaten half of each type of pizza. Your pizzas are absolutely delicious. I'll definitely become a regular customer, the man said with a laugh. Thank you for your support. May I ask if you're a food blogger by any chance? Chen Qianyi inquired with a smile. I just shoot for fun in my spare time, specializing in fast food, mostly pizzas. You can follow me. I'll edit and post the video of your shop this afternoon. The man smiled as he handed his phone to Chen Qianyi, showing his account ID. Wow, you have so many followers. Over 1 million. Chen Qianyi exclaimed in surprise, jotting down the man's ID, the pizza detective. We're all just fast food enthusiasts here. I'm simply sharing what I love, the man said modestly, waving his hand. Chen Qianyi handed the man 3 takeout boxes with a smile. Looking forward to your next visit. After the other person had left, Chen Yuan walked up to Chen Qianyi and asked, is that guy a food blogger? Yes, boss, this is his account. Chen Qian handed the phone over. At just a glance, Chen Yuan realized it was the Douyin platform and couldn't help but silently marvel. The system-provided employees were truly impressive, managing to be so down-to-earth. Over 1 million followers? That's some seriously free advertising right there, Chen Yuan chuckled, never expecting that yesterday would leave such an influential guest behind. I won't be in the shop this afternoon, but I'll come by in the evening. We can close at 9. Got it, boss, Chen Qianyi nodded in agreement. Actually, there were no classes today. With the semester nearing its end, most courses had already concluded. Chen Yuan planned to visit the coffee shop. Ever since their last meeting, he hadn't seen Song Qingrong again. The two only maintained contact through WeChat. Truth be told, Chen Yuan felt somewhat conflicted inside. Last time, he had acted impulsively, without thinking. He'd instinctively hugged Sister Rong. But after experiencing so much during this period, he could naturally discern his own feelings now. Though he was deeply grateful to Song Qingrong, there were undoubtedly genuine feelings involved. It's just that he was an inexperienced young man who'd never been in love before, and faced with such a tender older sister figure, he suddenly found himself at a loss. He certainly didn't care about their age difference, but there were still many factors to consider. Song Qingrong was already 24 this year, a full 5 years older than him. He's barely a freshman. How many years could he realistically ask Song Qingrong to wait for him? These are all practical considerations that need to be addressed. It's not something that can be resolved with a simple burst of passion and a comforting hug. Chen Yuan wouldn't say he regretted it, but he did feel things had been somewhat rash. But avoidance wasn't in his nature, so he planned to drop by the cafe later to chat with Sister Rong. Approaching noon, Chen Yuan arrived at the entrance of the coffee shop. His gaze immediately found Song Qingrong bustling behind the counter. Today Song Qingrong wore a beige sweater that gave her an exceptionally gentle appearance. Chen Yuan pushed open the door, and Song Qingrong glanced in his direction. Their eyes met from a distance, countless emotions flashing silently within their gazes. "Ma sis, long time no see." Chen Yuan was the first to break the silence, walking toward the counter. "Long time no see." Song Qingrong nodded slightly. It had been over 2 weeks since they last met. Her hand trembled slightly, scattering some coffee beans. As she bent down to pick them up, her eyes inadvertently fell upon that box that had been sitting there for so long. "Would you like some coffee? I'll make you a cup," Song Qingrong asked softly with a smile, though there was a hint of sorrow in her expression that was hard to notice. "No need, I'll change and help you make it." Chen Yuan followed the familiar path, ready to put on his work clothes. "Chen Yuan, I have something to tell you," Song Qingrong called out gently, watching Chen Yuan's retreating figure. Chen Yuan paused in his steps and turned to look at Song Qingrong. "You go find a place and wait for me first. I'll make 2 cups of coffee." Song Qingrong still wore that gentle expression, making it hard for Chen Yuan to grasp her emotions. He nodded. He did want to have a talk with Rong Jie. Song Qingrong suppressed the emotions in her eyes and quietly began making the coffee. A few minutes later, she walked over to Chen Yuan with 2 cups of coffee in hand. "Here," she said, "I remember you love velvet lattes the most." After sitting down, Song Qingrong gazed at Chen Yuan, her beautiful eyes filled with hesitation. Finally, she spoke up, "Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. I'm emigrating." Chen Yuan looked up, his eyes widening in surprise as they landed on the person across from him. "I'm sorry for only telling you now." Song Qingrong lowered her head, her expression hidden from view. A few days ago, her father suddenly approached her and informed her that the whole family would be immigrating. However, he didn't explain much about the reasons. Later, when she asked her mother, she learned it was because the Zhuang family's downfall had left several closely connected families in the vicinity feeling unsettled and anxious. Only then did she realize that the accounts of her father's company hadn't been clean all these years. That was why he had arranged for Song Qingan to go abroad 2 months ago. Now he wanted her to leave first as well. However, Chen Yuan was naturally unaware of these details, and even if he had known, he wouldn't have said anything. This was her choice, and he would respect it. Don't delude yourself into thinking others will change anything for you. We're all adults, each with our own worlds. Chen Yuan didn't speak. Instead, he picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. He had come intending to discuss future plans with Song Qingrong. but now, it seemed unnecessary to bring it up. When are you leaving? Chen Yuan asked in a calm tone. The two of them indeed hadn't defined their relationship yet. He wouldn't demand anything, nor would he force anything. In the world of adults, there are only choices, and he understands them all. Next week. Song Qingrong's pale fingers traced the rim of the coffee cup. Have a safe trip. Chen Yuan smiled as he looked at Song Qingrong. No matter how things ended between them, he would always be grateful to Sister Rong for helping him when he first started out. He would cherish this warm memory forever. I'm sorry. Song Qingrong also looked at Chen Yuan, though she struggled to muster a smile. She truly agreed to the family's arrangements, but this also meant letting down another person. No need to say these things, Rong Jia. Chen Yuan shook his head and downed the remaining coffee in one gulp. Then I'll take my leave first. Chen Yuan stood up, looking at the woman opposite him whose eyes were faintly brimming with tears. He suddenly felt deeply moved. Rong Jia's demeanor now strongly resembled that of the deeply distressed Rong Jia from that night. It's just that with shifting times come changing moods, and now only the word farewell remains written between them. Chen Yuan, wait a moment, I have something for you. Song Qingrong stood up and hurried toward the counter. This was a gift I'd originally meant to give you earlier. I just never found the right moment these past days. No need, Rong Jia. Chen Yuan reflexively declined. Please take it, as a memento of our acquaintance. Song Qingrong gazed at Chen Yuan as she spoke. Chen Yuan let out an almost imperceptible sigh as he accepted the box. Goodbye. Then he left without looking back. Chapter 68, Homecoming. Chen Yuan returned to the dormitory and placed the box given to him by Song Qingrong on the desk. Yuanzi, let's go grab some food. What's that thing you brought back? Zhang Tianzi, seemingly in high spirits, patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder. Something from Sister Rong. Sister Rong? Isn't she going abroad? Chen Yuan didn't say anything. Apparently everyone in their circle already knew about it. How come she gave you a gift but not me? Sister Rong isn't treating me right. Zhang Tianzi feigned heartbreak. Probably just showing care for her employees, Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly with a chuckle. Let me see what it is. Zhang Tianzi grabbed the box and opened it immediately. Oh, a Rolex watch? Rong Jia is so generous. I remember this watch costs over 200,000 yuan, right? I heard their family made quite a profit from that big deal they recently landed. It was only through Rong Jia's efforts that the cooperation was successful. When I got home, my parents kept nagging me about it, telling me to learn from others. Zhang Tianzi laughed carefreely, clearly not taking it to heart. Chen Yuan naturally knew the reason behind it, so he casually asked, then why did she still go abroad? I heard it's related to the Zhuang family. They've had quite a few collaborations before, but I've only heard about it. Can't rely on that. Zhang Tianzi set down the watch box and waved his hand dismissively. Come on, let's go eat. Go ahead, I just finished eating outside, Chen Yuan said. Alright then. After the others had left, only Chen Yuan remained in the dorm room. Chen Yuan couldn't help but recall what Zhang Tianzi had just said. Could the Song family's company be involved in shady dealings too? Little did they know that the Zhuang family's investigation was entirely due to Hua Qing's intervention, having nothing to do with trends or the environment. While it scared everyone else out of their wits, Chen Yuan found it utterly amusing. The two of them truly had no fate between them. Chen Yuan placed the watch given by Song Qingrong into the drawer. He had no intention of wearing it now, nor would he ever in the future. In the evening, Chen Yuan decided to go check out the pizzeria. To reach 1 million in sales within 3 months, he needed to sell 400 9-inch pizzas every day. So on the opening day, he was eager to see how sales would turn out. Arriving at the store, Chen Yuan surveyed the seating situation and estimated an occupancy rate of about 2/3, not bad at all. How were sales today? Boss, we've sold 320 pizzas so far. Chen Qianyi pulled up the data and looked up to answer Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan nodded. The 9-inch to 12-inch upgrade promotion will run for a week. Put up a prominent sign at the entrance tomorrow. Got it. They made nearly 10,000 yuan in just one day. What lucrative business. The investment in experience points would be recouped in less than a month. Just as Chen Yuan was about to leave, the shopkeeper called out, Boss, that customer from this morning posted a video, and it's already getting tons of comments. Chen Xian took a small step forward to Chen Yuan and handed him the phone. Already 10,000 likes just after posting? Chen Yuan checked the time. It had only been 10 minutes. The fan engagement was incredible. He continued watching the video and had to admit that professionals really knew how to film. The perfect angles brilliantly highlighted the food's vibrant colors. The video was so well shot it made him crave the food just watching it. Chen Yuan clicked on the comments section. I need this shop's address within 1 minute. So close. Just a mere 2,000 kilometers to savor it. The ingredients are insanely generous. Holy shit, look at that overflowing filling. Is this for real? So many prawns? Last time I ate at someplace, a 9-inch dish only had 5 or 6 shrimp. This one has at least 15. It's a bit far from me, but tomorrow is Saturday. I must drive over to eat it. Working like a beast every day is all for treating myself to good food. Chen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Next time this young man comes in, give him a free meal. Got it. Chen Qianni laughed cheerfully, as if genuinely delighted by the matter. Chen Yuan glanced at her. I'm going to check on the kitchen. Keep up the good work. Not hard at all. Boss, you've got to keep going too. Let's work together to make delicious pizza shop better and better. Chen Qianni clenched her tiny fists, looking utterly adorable. Chen Yuan chuckled inwardly, suddenly feeling pumped up by his employees' enthusiasm. For the following week, Chen Yuan didn't visit the pizza shop much either, as his exams were scheduled back-to-back, morning exams followed by afternoon ones, leaving him only enough time for a quick nap. He wasn't worried about the shop at all. Sales were steadily climbing, and they surprisingly sold 800 pizzas just yesterday. He felt that maintaining this momentum would allow him to complete his mission in under 3 months. Could this be what they call losing in love but winning in business? However, Chen Yuan was also excelling in the examination hall. With the system's support, he breezed through the exam content effortlessly, hardly breaking a sweat. Finally, the last exam was over, and Chen Yuan planned to go out in the afternoon to buy some local specialties to take home. Chen Yuan was so excited yesterday that he barely slept and finished booking his ticket home for the afternoon the day after tomorrow. This was the first time he had been away from home for so long, so he naturally felt extremely eager to return. Although his family circumstances weren't great, home was still home, no place could compare to it. He also called his mom last night, thrilled beyond words, and she promised to make dumplings for him. Chen Yuan was missing his mom's cooking too. Her pickled cabbage and pork filling was exceptionally fragrant. As for the holiday, he didn't have to worry about the pizzeria at all. The dozen-plus staff ran the shop like clockwork, with rave reviews on platforms like Dianping praising their service. He could completely play the hands-off boss. On the day of departure, I'll be heading off then. Chen Yuan had packed up all his things and was holding a brand new suitcase as he spoke to the two of them. Alright, see you next semester. See you next semester. Jiang Tianzi and Tan Yang both stood up, smiling as they looked at Chen Yuan. Let's go. Chen Yuan smiled, took a big stride, and left the dormitory. As he stepped into the train station again, he couldn't help but recall how he looked when he first arrived in Jinghua. How times had changed indeed. This time, Chen Yuan bought a sleeper ticket with money in his pocket. No one likes to suffer needlessly. He hadn't forgotten the taste of nearly getting his backside torn open last time. Chen Yuan collapsed onto the bunk, watching people walk back and forth through the aisle as the train swayed rhythmically. Before long, he was fast asleep. When he woke again, night had fallen. Sparse lights flew past the window outside as home grew steadily nearer. Chen Yuan grabbed his backpack from the floor, pulling out a cup of instant noodles and 2 sausages before ambling toward the hot water dispenser. When he took the first bite of the noodles, Chen Yuan felt they didn't measure up to taste of the box Uncle Jia had given him. He wolfed it down in a few bites, then lay back on the bed again, making plans for what came next. He was planning to spend one final New Year's celebration in his hometown before taking his mother away with him, back to Jinghua. He was confident he could give his mother a good life, along with his father's share. Chapter 69 Homecoming. By the time Chen Yuan got off the bus, it was already past 10 at night. He had told his mother he wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, afraid she'd worry. These snowy winter roads could be treacherous after all. Dragging his suitcase through the station, Chen Yuan noticed only around 20 passengers disembarking from his bus. The air was filled with the sporadic scraping sounds of luggage being pulled across the pavement. Chen Yuan greedily breathed in the air. He always felt there was a certain biting quality to the winter air of his hometown that was impossible to forget. He strode out of the station, where a group of taxi drivers looking for nighttime fares had gathered at the entrance. Sir, are you going to Hongshui Township? Chen Yuan walked up to the side and inquired of one driver. Hongshui Township? That's a bit too far. You'd better ask someone else. I stick to the city routes, the driver replied with a wave of his hand, turning him down. Chen Yuan nodded and turned to walk toward the next person. By the time he asked the third person, it was a very young cab driver. Alright, but it's late. Give me 40. I won't get any passengers on the way back. Deal. Driver, could you pop the trunk for me? Chen Yuan smiled. As long as he could get back, it was fine. Finding a ride at this hour really wasn't easy. Got it. The young driver slid into the car in a flash. It's open. After getting in the car, Chen Yuan took a seat in the back. Going home, huh? The driver kept glancing back several times before finally unable to resist making conversation, as driving in silence would be too dull. Yes, going home for the holidays, Chen Yuan replied. Where do you study? Jinghua. Oh wow, Jinghua's impressive. I was never good at studying, didn't even make it to high school. Jinghua must be way better than where we are, the young driver said with a laugh, his tone devoid of any regret about lacking education but revealing a hint of yearning for life in the capital. Every place has its merits. Jinghua undoubtedly has better development, Chen Yuan replied truthfully. Is there anything better around here? Once I've saved up for a few years, I'm going out to see the world too. Ever since I became an adult, I've been driving this cab, haven't seen what's out there beyond this town. I must have come to Hongshui Township 100 times already, the driver went on. Half an hour later, we're here. Payment's been scanned, thanks, mate. Chen Yuan opened the car door and walked to the rear to retrieve his suitcase. There were only a few steps left to get home. This narrow path wasn't convenient for cars. Chen Yuan walked carefully, probably because it had been snowing heavily for days. The path was covered in thick snow, making caution necessary. Although he had changed into a thick down jacket before getting out of the car, the temperature was still unbearably low tonight. In just this short walk, his hands, clutching the suitcase, had already turned red from the cold. Finally arriving at the gate, Chen Yuan gently pushed open the courtyard door. Under the moonlight, he saw a layer of snow covering the table in the yard. The moonlight was still as bright as the night before he left. Chen Yuan trudged forward with his suitcase, the snow in the yard having been cleared away. The lights inside were off, his mother must have already gone to bed. But he couldn't stay outside all night, he had to go in eventually, so he'd just have to be as quiet as possible. Chen Yuan opened the door and turned toward his room, carrying the suitcase off the ground with only faint footsteps to be heard. Back on the heated bed, Chen Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He turned on the bedside lamp, touching the slightly chilly surface of the bed. Even his exhaled breath was cold enough to be clearly visible. Chen Yuan sighed. His mother hadn't burned much coal again, who knew how long it had been this cold. He clearly had already sent the money. 2 tons of coal weren't that expensive anyway, but she always saved every penny. Chen Yuan spread out the bedding, covering himself with both the quilt and a down jacket before settling into sleep. He'd tough it out for tonight, and from tomorrow onward, he'd be the one tending the stove. Just imagining his mother's shocked expression when she saw him in the morning made Chen Yuan stifle a laugh. It would be like pulling a rabbit out of a hat. But the house door really needed replacing. It didn't even have a proper lock, making nighttime feel unsafe. Chen Yuan gradually fell asleep while thinking these thoughts. The next day, Song Guizhi was too cold to sleep and decided to get up to light a fire. She had hauled several loads of coal back and forth the day before, planning to burn more today so her son wouldn't feel cold when he returned that evening. She wheeled her chair into the living room and noticed marks on the floor. Though dry now, several large shoe prints were still clearly visible. She was so startled that she slid back into the house, fearing the family's money might be stolen. When she opened the drawer and saw the money still inside, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then recalling the size of the shoe prints from earlier, she suddenly realized something. Has Xiao Yuan returned? A mix of shock and joy washed over her as she immediately wheeled herself toward Chen Yuan's room. When he saw Chen Yuan lying on the heated brick bed, tightly wrapped in the quilt, Song Guizhi knew her son was cold. Just like when he was a child, he would bundle himself up tightly when feeling chilled. She nodded with a quiet smile and happily shuffled toward the cooking stove to start the fire. If only I'd kept the fire burning longer last night. This silly boy still lies to me, she murmured with noticeable happiness outweighing the mild reprimand in her words. This trip away had lasted over 4 months. After tending to the fire, Song Guizhi remained busy and headed back toward the kitchen. The day before, she had pulled out a lot of pickled cabbage from the jar. This morning, she planned to make stuffed buns with pickled cabbage for her son first, so as not to wake him with the noise of chopping pork. Half asleep, Chen Yuan felt warm all over, as if he could still catch the scent of pickled cabbage dumplings. With his eyes closed, he took a deep breath of the air and nestled comfortably in his quilt for a while longer. He knew it was his mother cooking for him, and this feeling was truly blissful. Chen Yuan laced for over 10 more minutes, rubbed his face, and crawled out of the Kong bed. Mom, Chen Yuan called out, watching Song Guizhi picking up dumplings. You silly child, you didn't even call out when you came back. This morning I thought a thief had broken into the house. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. The dumplings are ready. Song Guizhi deliberately glared at her son before saying with a laugh. Mom, my bad. I just didn't want you waiting for me too long, Chen Yuan replied cheekily as he walked toward the wash basin. After washing up, Chen Yuan approached the dining table when he suddenly remembered the pile of goodies he'd brought back in his suitcase. Hold on, Mom. I got some treats for you, Chen Yuan said with a smile, rising and heading back inside. Song Guizhi's eyes brightened with warmth. Her son knew how to care for her, but she couldn't help chiding. Don't waste your money. Chen Yuan paid no mind. The older generation was always like this, so oddly stubborn. Mom, I bought some braised pork hock. I'll go slice it up. And here's some pastries from Daxiankan. Open them and try. There are so many flavors, Chen Yuan said, setting down an elegant box before heading to the kitchen. Song Guizhi eyed the fresh packaging of the box, her anticipation naturally growing. Carefully opening the box, these pastries look so beautiful. It was her first time seeing such exquisitely crafted pastries. Son, these must have cost quite a bit, right? Not at all, they're quite affordable. They're all traditional specialties from Manhwa, not expensive at all. Come on, try this braised pork knuckle, Chen Yuan said as he set down the plate, smiling at his mother. Back when they were broke, he couldn't afford to buy his mother any good food, but things would be different from now on. Chapter 70, Consideration. Song Guizhi picked up a flower-shaped pastry and took a bite, chewing a few times before frowning slightly. This pastry is rather dry, but the taste isn't bad, quite sweet actually. Chen Yuan smiled. The pastries from Daoshan village certainly couldn't be considered delicious, they were just something novel for his mother to try. Nothing compares to my mom's sour cabbage dumplings though, Chen Yuan remarked as he picked up a large dumpling, dipped it in the garlic paste and soy sauce from his bowl, and took a hefty bite. The rich, savory filling of sour cabbage was absolutely mouth-watering. That's the flavor I'm talking about. Chen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Sweetie, if it's good, have some more, Song Guizhi said with a beaming smile as she watched Chen Yuan, still chewing on the pastry she had just picked up earlier. By the way, your second uncle mentioned a few days ago that we should spend the new year at his place. Do you want to go? Chen Yuan paused, puzzled, chopsticks in hand. Why suddenly want to celebrate together this year? In previous years, it had always been just him and his mother making a few dishes at home. Why the invitation this year? Maybe they all feel it's too quiet with so few people, lacks the festive spirit, Song Guizhi replied, picking up a dumpling as she spoke slowly. Chen Yuan looked at his mother and said, Mom, if you want to go, then go. We won't go empty-handed either. Fine, we haven't bought much for the New Year's supplies anyway. Now that you're back, you can push me out to take a look today. Otherwise, the road's too slippery outside, I wouldn't dare go out by myself, Song Guizhi said with a laugh. Staying home alone wasn't much fun for her. With her bad legs, she couldn't go anywhere, she always had to rely on relatives and neighbors to bring her groceries. Even though people were happy to help, she hated being a bother, especially with the spring festival just around the corner. Now that her son was back, she could at least catch a bit of the New Year's festive atmosphere. Alright, I see there's hardly any food left in the freezer. I'll take you out to buy some this afternoon. Eat up before it gets cold. Song Guizhi nudged the plate closer to Chen Yuan. At noon, Chen Yuan wheeled Song Guizhi to the general store. Nowadays, the little shop in Hengshui Township was well-stocked, with fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits delivered daily. Given how far they were from the city and how difficult the winter roads were, nearly everyone in Hengshui Township bought their New Year's supplies here or pre-ordered meat and vegetables in advance. My goodness, Sister Song's here, and little Yuan's back too. The shopkeeper greeted them warmly as soon as they entered. Aunt Feng. Oh, going to college really changed you. Xiao Yuan looks more and more accomplished. The shop proprietress gazed at Chen Yuan with evident fondness in her eyes. Chen Yuan felt slightly overwhelmed by such enthusiastic attention. Giving the proprietress a small smile, he lowered his head and said, Mom, I'll go check out the meat in the back. You can pick whatever you'd like to buy. Chen Yuan walked over to the meat counter, pulled several plastic bags from the rack, and began filling them separately with soup bones, ribs, pork belly. He bought nearly every kind of meat he laid eyes on. With over 200,000 in his card balance, he could finally indulge in the joy of unrestrained spending in his hometown. The consequence, however, was that on their way back, 2 heavy bags dangled from either side of his mother's wheelchair. Had he not been pushing from behind, the wheelchair would surely have toppled over. Meanwhile, at second Uncle Chen Yuan's house. Young Jun, did you tell me yesterday that Xiao Yuan is coming back today? Second Aunt Su Xiufang asked her husband while looking at him. That's right, sister-in-law told me it's today. I'll ask about the timing later and go pick up Xiao Yuan this afternoon, Chen Yangjun replied while sweeping the floor with a broom. Then you can buy a chicken while you're in town. Our son will be home the day after tomorrow, and I'll stew it for him. Did sister-in-law mention whether they're coming for New Year's? Su Xiufang shook out a sheet, as if casually asking the question. She said we should ask Xiao Yuan when he gets back. Why are you making such a fuss this year? Your elder brother's been gone for years now, why didn't you include them before? Our place isn't that big. Our son's bringing his girlfriend over for New Year's, and now with sister-in-law and her husband too, where's the space? When that girl sees our whole crowded family, this bunch of... Su Xiufang trailed off, realizing how harsh it sounded, and amended, it won't leave a good impression. Her tone carried a note of resentment. I've always thought the table was too small, so this year I'll get a bigger one. Haven't I earned quite a bit recently? Tomorrow I'll repaint all the walls in the house. No one will find any fault then, Chen Yangjun muttered gruffly. Su Xiufang shot her husband a glare but said nothing more. That afternoon, Chen Yangjun picked up the phone. Sis, what time is Xiao Yuan's train arriving? Oh, I forgot to tell you, Xiao Yuan arrived last night. The kid didn't tell me the truth, afraid of troubling you. No trouble at all. Since he's already here, that's what matters. I was still thinking about going to pick him up. Chen Yangjun chuckled while holding the phone. Alright then, now that he's back, I can rest easy. Sis-in-law, why don't you come celebrate New Year's together? It'll be lively. Chen Yangjun asked again, while Su Xiufang eavesdropped from the kitchen, leaning slightly to one side. Alright, I'll have Xiufang prepare a few extra dishes then. Alright, sister-in-law, you all get busy. Chen Yangjun hung up after saying that. Upon hearing this, Su Xiufang naturally realized the new year was approaching, so she deliberately slammed the cleaver down onto the cutting board. Chen Yongjun naturally heard the noise from the kitchen too, but paid it no mind. Now that Xiao Yuan has been admitted to Jinghua University, he's bound to have a bright future. Staying in touch with him definitely isn't a bad idea, who knows, maybe we can even benefit from his success someday. He couldn't help but think of his unlucky elder brother. If he hadn't passed away and could see his son doing so well on the college entrance exams, he would have been overjoyed. Chen Yongjun sighed. Though his elder brother had been gone for years, he'd done his fair share to help the family. He felt his conscience was clear, but who wouldn't think about planning for the future? After Chen Yuan returned home, he stored all the meat in the freezer except for one perfectly marbled strip of pork belly. Xiao Yuan, just leave those after you finish organizing. I'll handle the meat, you don't know how to prepare it, Song Guizhi said, wheeling her chair closer to Chen Yuan. Mom, the skin looks clean enough. Should I just cut it into chunks? No need. I'll roast the skin in the pan later, it'll taste better that way. Don't worry about it, Song Guizhi replied, gently nudging Chen Yuan aside. Chen Yuan chuckled. Then I'll go wash some grapes. Xiao Yuan, I've finished talking with your second uncle. We'll go to his place for New Year's. Alright, I also bought some other local specialties to bring to second uncle in them. Chen Yuan nodded. He had indeed lugged back quite a few things. Good. Your aunt will be delighted to see these. Song Guizhi looked at her son with a smile, her heart swelling with pride. Her boy had truly grown up. In the afternoon, Song Guizhi fried the pork rinds, cut the meat into square chunks, and gave it a quick blanching. Then heat some oil in the wok, fry the pork until golden brown and remove. Turn the heat to low, add a handful of rock sugar, and cook until it caramelizes. Then add the pork belly to coat it with the caramelized sugar. The moment the light soy sauce is poured in, the aroma is instantly released, filling the entire room with fragrance. Song Guizhi sniffed the delightful scent, very pleased with it. She continued by adding dark soy sauce and spices, pouring in water, sprinkling some salt and MSG, then covering the pot with a lid. She wheeled her chair to the table, opened the pastry box Chen Yuan had brought back, and took out another piece, her smiling face unwavering. That evening, as Chen Yuan savored the melt-in-your-mouth braised pork, he couldn't help but exclaim how delicious it was. Everything tasted better when coming home, although he ate quite well at school too. Chen Yuan picked up a stewed egg that had taken on a rich color and popped it straight into his mouth, savoring the delicious flavor with each chew. Then he grabbed a spoon, poured a ladle of gravy over his rice, mixed it well, and paired it with a perfectly layered slab of braised pork belly, utterly scrumptious. With his lips glistening from the meal, Chen Yuan was about to get up for another serving when suddenly he remembered something. Mom, there's something I want to talk to you about. Chapter 71, The New Year Celebration. What's the matter? Song Guizhi lifted her head to look at her son. Chen Yuan touched the inner pot of the rice cooker and reflexively pulled his hand back from the heat. Grabbing a nearby towel, he lifted the pot by its rim and placed it on the table before continuing. Mom, after this New Year celebration, why don't you come with me to Jinghua? Go to Jinghua with you? Song Guizhi widened her eyes, then laughed, thinking her son was talking nonsense. Go to Jinghua with you and sleep on the streets? I haven't spent any of the money you sent me, I've been saving it all for you. Just focus on your studies, graduate properly, find a good job, and then a good wife. Your mother can wait. Song Guizhi picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Chen Yuan's bowl. She didn't want her son to rush, he'd already been sensible enough these past years. She also didn't want to burden him with too much pressure or become a weight on his shoulders. Chen Yuan naturally understood his mother's worries, so he smiled and said, Mom, there's something I haven't told you yet. I used the money I earned from part-time jobs to rent a small food shop near campus. Business has been pretty good. Song Guizhi's chopsticks paused mid-air as she was serving food. How come you're only telling me about such a big matter now? The rent in Jinghua is so expensive. Xiao Yuan, you haven't been scammed, have you? Mom, don't worry. Everything went through proper procedures with legal backing. Chen Yuan lied with a straight face. After all, it was indeed reliable reassurance. Song Guizhi's eyes darted thoughtfully, as if still processing this information. How much is the rent? How much can you earn monthly? Chen Yuan considered the location of the pizzeria. He'd have to take his mother there eventually, and quoting too low would raise suspicions. 6,000 yuan per month. Song Guizhi immediately slammed the bowl heavily onto the table, worried that her son might lose focus once he got to Jinghua. 6,000 a month, and you didn't even discuss it with me? You're still young and inexperienced. What if you get scammed in such a big city like Jinghua? Who can you turn to? Right now, studying is the most important thing for you. Seeing the change in his mother's expression, Chen Yuan quickly said, Mom, don't panic, don't you want to know how much I've earned in just these few days of opening? How much can you make? Song Guizhi asked patiently, though her expression remained largely unchanged. Chen Yuan held up two fingers. Just yesterday, we made 20,000. Song Guizhi thought she must have misheard. 20,000? Son, you're not pulling your mother's leg, are you? Restaurants in the city don't even make this much money in a single day. Mom, would I lie to you? I did my research before opening this shop. It won't lose money. Look, just a few days after opening, we've already earned back a whole year's rent. That profitable? It seems big cities really are different. Song Guizhi naturally believed her son wouldn't lie to her, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Then she continued with concern, Xiao Yuan, with so many people in the restaurant, can a child like you really manage them all? Mom, I'm the boss, the one who pays their salaries. Of course I can keep them in line, Chen Yuan replied with a beaming smile. Seeing her son's expression, Song Guizhi burst into laughter. My little boy has grown up into a boss now, she said. Chen Yuan watched his mother's happy smile, feeling his own heart swell with joy. Mom, come with me to Jinghua. I'll take you to a major hospital for another checkup. Medical technology has advanced so much nowadays, they'll surely be able to cure you. Song Guizhi looked at her son for a long moment, her eyes brimming with heartfelt warmth. All right, she said, I'll go with you. There's nothing left for her here now, her parents passed long ago, her sisters aren't that close, in this world. No one matters more than her son. Old Chen, if only you were still alive. Song Guizhi sighed almost imperceptibly. She should have been happy, yet an inexplicable melancholy crept over her. Time always flew during visits home. Chen Yuan rose early each morning to warm every corner of the house. Knowing their departure was near, Song Guizhi urged him to burn through their coal reserves, fearing any would go to waste, as if trying to make up for all the previous insufficient burning. In truth, waking up too early meant he couldn't fall back asleep easily. With nothing better to do, Chen Yuan turned on his computer to study. The internet had resources for everything. Chen Yuan often lamented how great it would have been if he had discovered the abundance of online learning materials back in high school. Their local educational resources were just too lacking. Though he had managed to excel and get into university, far more people were held back and failed their exams due to the outdated educational system. Sometimes it's not that you don't want to, but that you simply don't know. This information gap has overwhelmed far too many people. Before anyone knew it, the day of the new year arrived. Chen Yongjun drove over early in the morning. With the daytime spent preparing dishes, there naturally wasn't a spare moment. The night before, Song Guizhi and Chen Yuan had already picked out some items, supplemented by the meat bought the day before yesterday and stored in the fridge. Bringing more always makes a better impression. They were practical people after all, and letting relatives eat for free doesn't sit right. Besides, after the new year she and her son wouldn't be staying here anymore, so they needed to clear everything out properly. As for this house, just leave it vacant. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer people in the village. Those with ambition have all gone south, and hardly anyone comes here to buy houses, so there are more empty houses than occupied ones throughout the area. Mom, I'm going to pay Auntie Zhang a New Year's visit and deliver these local specialties to her, Chen Yuan said to his mother, holding two large boxes. Ah, I'd almost forgotten. While you were away, Auntie Zhang often came to chat with me and helped me with this and that. Hurry along now, and mind your manners. Song Guizhi waved her son off, urging him on. Chen Yuan nodded with a smile, pushed the door open, and left. Half an hour later, eldest sister-in-law, Xiao Yuan. Chen Yongjun opened the door directly and stomped the snow off his shoes at the entrance. He had called before coming and knew both of them were already awake. Yongjun's here. Xiao Yuan, pour your uncle a cup of hot water. Song Guizhi wheeled her chair forward and greeted the newcomer warmly. Uncle, Happy New Year. Chen Yuan flashed a bright smile, beaming with warmth. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Xiao Yuan is getting handsomer by the year, Chen Yongjun said cheerfully, his eyes brimming with festive joy. No need to pour water for me, let's get ready and leave. Xiaofang has already started bustling about at home. Xiaobin went to the city to pick up his sweetheart. Poor kid, spending half of New Year's Eve on the train. Have the two families met yet? Have you settled on a date? Song Guizhi asked with a smile. She usually didn't pry into such matters, but during the new year, chatting about these things helped soak up some festive cheer. Not yet. It's the girl's first visit, but Xiaobin really likes her. He's not getting any younger, so it'd be good if they could settle down soon, Chen Yongjun said with a laugh, genuinely pleased at heart. For him, the most important thing now was to see his son get married, and ideally hold a chubby grandson soon. Though he hadn't achieved much in life, he had no regrets either. Uncle, these are some local specialties I brought for you, Chen Yuan said as he carried several bags from inside the house and handed them to Chen Yongjun. You silly boy, why bother with all this? You and your mother should keep these for yourselves. Your uncle doesn't need them. Just having your thoughtful intentions is enough. Chen Yongjun waved his hands cheerfully in polite refusal. Yongjun, just take it, we've got plenty ourselves. Xiao Yuan bought quite a few. Chen Yongjun glanced at them both, then chuckled, in that case I'll accept it. Xiao Yuan's really becoming more thoughtful by the day, puts my little bin to shame. Song Guizhi treated it as casual banter. When Xiao Yuan graduates and brings a daughter-in-law home for me, then I'll really be free of worries. Chen Yuan grew slightly embarrassed by the remarks, scratching his head as he said, I'll go get the meat. What more meat do we need? We've got plenty at home. Let's get in the car and head back early. It's fine, it's not much. Once we get it loaded, we can get on the truck, Song Guizhi replied with a smile. Chapter 72, New Year's Eve Dinner. After getting out of the car, Chen Yuan looked at the courtyard of his uncle's house, where the snow had been swept clean and everything was neatly arranged. He couldn't help but smile and ask, "Uncle, when has been coming back?" He said the train's after 1 o'clock, yet this kid insists on going so early to wait. Chen Yongjun spoke while pulling items from the trunk, with Chen Yuan immediately stepping forward to help. "Xiao Yuan, take these bags, give them to your aunt later," Chen Yongjun said with a wink, flashing Chen Yuan a meaningful look. Instant comprehension dawned on Chen Yuan as he accepted the local specialties being handed over. "Got it. Xiaofang, sis-in-law and the others are here," Chen Yongjun shouted after slamming the trunk shut. "Coming." Su Xiaofang responded to the call, grabbing a towel to wipe her hands before heading to the door. "Sister-in-law, Xiao Yuan, Happy New Year." Su Xiaofang opened the door warmly. "Xiaofang, Happy New Year," Song Guizhi replied with a smile. "Auntie, Happy New Year. These are some local specialties I brought from Jinghua for you." Chen Yuan stepped forward and handed the bag to Su Xiaofang. "Oh my, kid, you didn't have to bring so many things just to visit." Su Xiaofang's smile brightened instantly as she took the gifts with both hands. Chen Yongjun watched from behind with an amused smile. "Look how happy you've made your aunt. Come in quickly, sister-in-law, Xiao Yuan, it's cold outside, we've got the house nice and warm," Su Xiaofang said with a laugh, shooting Chen Yongjun a playful glare before addressing the pair. Chen Yuan turned around and nudged his mother toward the house. "Auntie, I can already smell dinner." "Ha, Auntie knows you love fried mushrooms, so she made a whole bowlful. Wash your hands and help yourself to a bowl as a snack." Su Xiaofang pointed at the fried mushrooms on the table and smiled at Chen Yuan. "Thank you, Auntie." Chen Yuan felt a wave of warmth. Whenever he visited his uncle's house before, his aunt would always fry mushrooms for him. "Sister-in-law, there's fruit on the table, grapes, bananas, whatever you two want, just help yourselves. I'm off to cook now." "The new year sure keeps folks busy," Su Xiaofang remarked with a smile. Although she had said those things the other day, it was all because she was worried about leaving a bad impression on her son's potential partner. She certainly harbored no ill feelings toward Chen Yuan and his mother. Over the years, she had witnessed firsthand how hard life had been for the mother and son. During harvest seasons, she and her husband had often gone to help. They couldn't just stand by and watch the boy struggle on his own. Besides, back when their elder brother was still alive, he had helped their family countless times. One must remember kindness. "Xiaofang, let me help you with this," Song Guizhi said, pushing her wheelchair forward. "Sis, no need, Yongjun and I can handle it together, won't let him laze around." Su Xiaofang pointed at Chen Yongjun, who had just entered the room, and said, "Exactly, sis. You and Xiao Yuan just focus on eating, drinking, and having fun, leave the rest to us." Chen Yongjun closed the door, grinning as he spoke. Of course, Chen Yuan couldn't just sit idly by. He went into the kitchen too, helping out by washing vegetables and such. By 2 p.m., even the last dish was ready. The table was set with 16 dishes in total. "Only this big table could hold them all. I hauled it back from town last week," Chen Yongjun remarked, patting the table with satisfaction as he surveyed the spread. "Why isn't our son back yet? Call and check on him," Su Xiaofang urged, anxiously scanning the empty yard. A nagging worry tugged at her. "Please don't let anything happen, not during New Year's." "Alright, I'll make a call and ask." Chen Yongjun went back inside, picked up his phone, and dialed his son's number. "Hey, why aren't you home yet? Where are you now?" Chen Yongjun asked loudly. "Almost there. The taxi I took earlier had a bit of trouble, but we're on the way home now." "Geez, even taxis have issues during the new year. Hurry back, and be careful." After half an hour of waiting, movement finally came from the courtyard. Upon hearing the noise, Su Xiaofang immediately rose and went to open the door. "My, isn't this Xiajie?" Su Xiaofang exclaimed joyfully as she opened the door to see a girl dressed in a white down jacket. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Yang Jie," the girl said with a sweet smile, her tone perfectly polite. Okay, come in quickly, it's cold outside." Shen Bin, noticing he was completely ignored, jokingly said, "Mom, why aren't you telling me to come in quickly? You're a grown man already, why stand on ceremony in your own home?" Su Xiaofang glared at her son and ushered Yang Jie into the house. "Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie." Yang Jie greeted the two of them warmly, clearly having been briefed by Chen Bin on the way. Chen Yongjun grinned at the incoming guests and said cheerfully, "Good. Here, dear, take off your coat. Once you're inside for a bit, you'll warm up." Su Xiaofang warmly placed her hand on Yang Jie's arm. "Okay, thank you, auntie." Su Xiaofang found everything about her pleasing to the eye, her face lit up with smiles all the while. "Auntie, Xiao Yuan, you're here." Bin Ji, Chen Yuan nodded in greeting to Chen Bin. "Come sit down quickly, the dishes are all ready and they won't taste good once they get cold." Chen Yongjun, seated at the head of the table, beckoned to everyone. Hearing this, the gathered family promptly took their seats. Chen Yongjun's face was flushed with a beaming smile, as if he'd already been drinking clear evidence of his joy. "This is shaping up to be the liveliest New Year's celebration we've ever had. Girl, won't your parents mind you not spending New Year's at home? You're their only good daughter, Chen Yongjun asked with a chuckle. Yang Jia maintained her smile, expression unchanged. My parents don't control me. Su Xiufang nudged Chen Yongjun and shot him a glare, as if scolding him for asking something improper. Sweetheart, we'll make sure you have a good time here. If you're unhappy, I'll deal with Xiaobin for you. Mom, who's your real child here? At the dining table, Su Xiufang deliberately kept the atmosphere lively with continuous laughter and cheerful conversation. By the way, dear, I heard from Xiaobin that you attended Jinghua University of Science and Technology? Xiao Yuan is the same way. My nephew here is an outstanding student. What do you call this relationship? Alumni, right? Chen Yongjun's face grew even redder, clearly feeling the effects of the alcohol. Yang Jia, who had maintained perfect table manners throughout the meal, visibly reacted to this question. Her expression changed slightly, and she paused for several seconds before responding, yes, though I graduated several years ago. Her gaze then kept drifting toward Chen Yuan from time to time. Chen Yuan naturally noticed this, but he said nothing, continuing to listen quietly. What's your major, young lady? My nephew is studying computer science. Apparently the cutoff score was quite high, Chen Yongjun said cheerfully, his face beaming with pride. Chen Bin kept his head down and focused on eating, offering no response. His grades really weren't that good. He'd gotten his fair share of scoldings at home in the past for it. But they were in the countryside after all. As long as a kid could work and bring in money, that was enough. Eventually, his family stopped paying much attention to his grades. I studied Chinese language and literature. Chinese language? Isn't that just what we're speaking? Wife, isn't what we're speaking right now Chinese language? Su Xiufang noticed Yang Jia's troubled expression and thought her husband's remarks had upset the young woman, knowing how thin-skinned young girls could be. Just eat your food and talk less. Song Guizhi looked at the scene and stepped in to smooth things over. How did you two meet, young lady and Xiaobin? Chen Bin glanced at his father, then said with a smile, we met through work. That's right, these two kids work at the same place, Su Xiufang chimed in with a smile. Yang Jia shot a surprised glance at Chen Bin, her eyes flickering thoughtfully before she remained silent. She raised the glass in front of her to cover her face, slowly scanning the surroundings with her eyes. Chen Bin had mentioned his modest family circumstances, but she hadn't expected them to be this modest, especially since he always seemed quite generous when spending on her. It seemed this meeting would yield half the results with twice the effort. Chapter 73, The Dilemma. She never expected the school name she casually made up would actually match someone attending there. She should have picked a different one. Chen Bin even lied to his parents, they'd clearly met online. But she didn't really care, as long as it served her purpose. Yang Jia nudged Chen Bin's calf with her foot, her lips pressed against the glass, then turned her head to blink at him. Chen Bin swallowed hard. Take it easy. What do you mean, take it easy? Chen Yongjun, though drunk, had exceptionally sharp hearing. Chen Bin coughed awkwardly. It's nothing, Dad. You should drink less. Just say what's on your mind, child. Is it something about Cijie? Su Xiufang chimed in, worried there might have been some oversight in their hospitality. Yang Jia, seeing Chen Bin remain silent for so long, finally put down her chopsticks. Auntie, I don't know if Chen Bin has mentioned to you about us getting married. What? Married? Su Xiufang and Chen Yongjun were stunned. How had things suddenly accelerated to this stage? Song Guizhi was also taken aback, never expecting the girl to be so outgoing. Chen Yuan, however, remained perfectly calm, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That's right, uncle and auntie. Seems like Chen Bin didn't mention it to you. Xiaobin, what's going on here? Why didn't you say anything earlier? Chen Yongjun's head had cleared from the alcohol by now, though his face was still flushed red as he questioned his son. I want to talk to you about it in a couple of days, Chen Bin mumbled hesitantly. How can we wait another 2 days? Are we really going to let the girl say it herself? Chen Yongjun raised his voice. Why are you rushing the child? We already know now, don't we? Su Xiufang frowned. Uncle, auntie, I don't think Chen Bin has mentioned the bride price to you either, Yang Jia said, looking at the elderly couple whose hands were rough with calluses. Then I'll be straightforward. Chen Bin and I have been dating for over half a year now, and we both feel quite compatible. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. I've also mentioned the bride price to Chen Bin. We expect 200,000 yuan for the wedding, plus a down payment on an apartment in Nanjing. I'll contribute 150,000 yuan as my own dowry. Chen Bin flushed red. The truth was, he hadn't figured out how to broach the subject with his parents. Between the down payment and bride price, it would cost at least 500,000 yuan. Though he'd saved 100,000 yuan from years of working away from home, he knew his family's financial situation all too well. They simply couldn't afford it. He really liked Yang Jia, which was why he kept putting off the matter, hoping for a possible reconciliation. But just now, Yang Jia's demeanor had ruthlessly exposed all the underlying conflicts between them. Sure enough, the couple fell silent upon hearing Yang Jia's words. A perfectly good New Year's Eve dinner had unexpectedly turned sour, leaving everyone with a darkened expression. Chen Yongjun lit a cigarette, the smoke veiling his face and making his expression hard to read. Girl, Xiaobin really didn't mention this matter to us old folks, but we can tell Xiaobin likes you very much. Here's what we'll do, we parents will do our best to scrape together a down payment for you too. As for the bride price, he took a deep drag from his cigarette before continuing. About the bride price, could you consider making it a bit less? Or we can make it up to you after you're married. Chen Yongjun wiped his face, suddenly feeling like his entire life had been wasted. For his son's wedding, he couldn't even come up with the money. Yang Jia glanced at Chen Bin. Bin and I have already talked about this is my bottom line. Su Xiufang looked at her son being manipulated, her expression turning grim. Young lady, we haven't even met your parents yet. Let's discuss this after meeting them. Auntie, there's no need to consult them about such matters. Yang Jia tilted her head and smiled at Su Xiufang. No need to ask your parents? Is marriage some trivial matter? Su Xiufang couldn't restrain herself, raising her voice as anger surged through her. All her earlier warmth had been wasted. Clearly these people didn't hold her in the slightest regard. Though they're poor, it doesn't mean they don't understand things. If someone truly wants to live well with you, they wouldn't speak like this. Eat first, we'll talk after the meal. Chen Yongjun stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and took a bitter sip of liquor before speaking. Only then did Yang Jia realize her earlier approach wasn't right for this family, so she immediately softened her tone. Uncle, Aunt, I spoke improperly just now. I've actually lived with my grandmother since I was little. My parents never cared for me, so all these years I've made every decision myself. As Yang Jia spoke, she lowered her eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Su Xiufang had originally been holding on to some unresolved anger, but seeing Yang Jia like this, she didn't know where to direct it anymore. So she sighed and said, let's eat, child. The rest of the meal was far from pleasant. Song Guizhi noticed this too and spoke up, saying she was worried the fire at home might go out. So she asked Chen Yongjun to take them back. Chen Yongjun naturally agreed. Although the New Year's Eve dinner was over, it had been eaten in such a suffocating atmosphere that he also wanted to step outside for some fresh air. Song Guizhi sat in the car, glanced at Chen Yongjun who remained silent with a sullen face in front, sighed, and began to persuade him, Yongjun, don't force things too much. Even if we agree now, what about the days ahead? Some hurdles only come with the first step, but they won't stop there afterward. Some things are clear to onlookers but not to those involved. Anyone could see that girl wasn't an easy one who demands a betrothal gift and a down payment at the very first meeting. There's no sincerity in that. I know, sister-in-law, but I can see how much Xiaobin likes her. As parents, don't we understand our child's heart? Chen Yongjun sighed heavily. The expression on his son's face just now was etched in his mind, making his heart ache with unease. Song Guizhi nodded silently and didn't urge anymore. After all, it was still someone else's family matter. Chen Yuan kept his eyes closed, listening to the conversation between his mother and his second uncle. As someone younger, it wasn't his place to speak up about these things, nor was it appropriate. If things did work out in the future and they were caught speaking ill here, it would only make them look bad. As for the outcome, it's entirely a matter of personal choice. Upon returning home, Chen Yuan lit the fire. The stove had long gone out. Mom, did you eat enough just now? Chen Yuan looked up and asked. Just alright, couldn't eat any more there anyway, Song Guizhi replied, watching her son nearby. Should I cook the dumplings in the freezer then? Take a rest, we'll eat while watching the gala later. After seeing Chen Yuan and his mother off, Chen Yongjun stayed outside for over half an hour, nearly finishing a whole pack of Bailingji cigarettes in the car. The scene from dinner kept replaying in his mind. He sighed, flicked away the last cigarette butt, and started the car. Girl, you'll stay with me tonight, just for a couple of days. There are only 2 rooms at home. Su Xiufang finished clearing the table and looked at her son in Yang Jia. Right, Xiao Jia, just make do for a couple of days. I mentioned this to you before. Chen Bin gazed at Yang Jia without shifting his eyes. Su Xiufang watched her son's behavior and couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. Abin, I'm really happy to have more chances to get to know Auntie better. Auntie, I hope you're not angry. What I said at the dinner table earlier was wrong, and I don't have any elders to teach me, Yang Jia said with a pitiful expression. Su Xiufang felt somewhat awkward from Yang Jia's words, as if she were the one making a big deal out of it. She could only respond, how could I be angry with you? Don't take it to heart. As long as you and Xiaobin are happy, that's all that matters. There are some snacks here. Xiao Yuan just brought a bunch of things over. You two can take whatever you'd like. I'm going to tidy up the house. Not wanting to dwell on it, Su Xiufang turned and walked back inside. Chapter 74 Farewell. Though she claimed she was tidying up the house, what she actually did was return to her room, take out her phone, and open the contacts list. Her fingers kept scrolling up and down, repeating the motion several times. Old Chen again, still not back. Where's he hiding himself to brood this time? She sighed, closed the door, tapped through her contacts several times, and finally turned off her phone screen. Who borrows money from others during the new year? When Chen Yongjun returned, he saw his son and his girlfriend sticking close together, whispering, Where's your mom? Back inside. Chen Yongjun nodded upon hearing this and walked straight into the house. Back already? Su Xiufang glanced at the person at the door, holding 2 or 3 bank deposit books in her hands, flipping through them repeatedly. You know every penny in this house like the back of your hand. What's there to look at? Chen Yongjun plopped down onto a square stool. Just 80,000 yuan, only 80,000. Su Xiufang's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Chen Yongjun watched his wife's expression as he fished out a hand-rolled cigarette from the tobacco box on the wardrobe. I'll go see Brother Wang in a few days. What are you going there for? That black-hearted scoundrel deliberately shortchanged you by several hundred yuan last year when you worked for him, have you forgotten? Su Xiufang glared disapprovingly. There's no one else left, at least this one can still talk. We can't run away either, we'll slowly manage to repay it. After the new year, I'll start looking for work. Su Xiufang fell silent. I'll give my elder sister a call in a few days and ask. It's been so long since you contacted each other, if she lends you money, that'd be real strange. We have to give it a try. The two stared at each other, yet neither could find words to speak. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Chen Yuan left Hongshui Township with his mother. As they departed, Chen Yuan turned back several times to gaze at their house, his eyes still filled with reluctance. Who knows how many years it will be before I return. Song Guizhi had come to terms with it. She'd endured all the hardships she was meant to endure in this lifetime, experienced everything she was destined to experience, with few attachments left to hold her back. As the train set off, Song Guizhi felt a rush of novelty. This was her first time aboard a train. Had it not been for her son bringing her along this time, she might have spent her entire life in Hongshui village. Since there was no airport in town, even if Chen Yuan wanted to buy plane tickets to spare his mother the hardship, they still had to take the train first and transfer to the airport in the connecting city. This time, Chen Yuan upgraded their tickets to 2 soft sleepers, with him and his mother conveniently assigned to the lower berths facing each other. Mom, when we get to Jinghua, I'll take you to see Tiananmen Square and the Forbidden City, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Good, good, Song Guizhi nodded while cracking sunflower seeds, her face brimming with joy. Mom, your phone's lit up. Chen Yuan pointed at the mobile on the table, the one he'd bought online for his mother before coming back. Nowadays, you practically couldn't get by outdoors without a phone. It's just that his mother had never used a smartphone before, and after learning for several days, she could barely manage to use WeChat. But ironically, she figured out how to binge-watch videos like a pro. It seems that people of all ages learn quickly when they're genuinely interested. Oh, I really didn't notice, let me check. Song Guizhi picked up her phone, squinting as she tapped around the screen with her index finger. Oh, it's from your second aunt, Song Guizhi said, then tapped on the voice message. Sis, why didn't you ask Yongjun to see you and Xiao Yuan off when you went to Jinghua? Do you have enough money? The cost of living there is high. Are you sure Xiao Yuan's job opportunity is reliable? You two better not get scammed. If you run into any trouble there, don't hesitate to tell the family anytime. Chen Yuan looked at his mother with confusion. What job? I told your second aunt and the others that I've arranged a job for you at a school supermarket in Jinghua, handling cashier duties with meals and accommodation included. Otherwise, people would start speculating. You're still young and don't understand how relatives can be. Song Guizhi patted her son's hand and smiled. Chen Yuan nodded. These were considerations he genuinely hadn't thought about. Then she curiously asked, Mom, how's that matter with been going? What can we do? He's still staying at your uncle's place, driving your aunt crazy with worry. Song Guizhi shook her head, feeling somewhat helpless. She then held her phone near her chin and said, Xiufang, thanks for everything. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Schools are good places, safe. A quick reply came soon after. Alright, sister-in-law, have a safe trip. You must come back for Bin's wedding. Chen Yuan immediately perked up his ears upon hearing this. Was it settled already? Great, I'll be waiting to toast at Xiao Bin's wedding banquet. That's way too fast. They've only known each other for a week, Chen Yuan thought to himself, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Who knows? It feels rushed. At the very least, they should meet the girl's parents. The mother and son chatted until sleepiness overtook them. Chen Yuan felt an unusual tranquility in his slumber, sleeping soundly until dawn. When he woke, his bleary eyes caught sight of his mother tidying her hair before a small mirror she'd specially brought from home, a faint smile gracing her lips. As Chen Yuan gradually regained full consciousness, his gaze lingered on the mirror. Suddenly he remembered his father had bought it for his mother when returning from Shaanxi that year. Closing his eyes, a bittersweet ache welled in his chest. He turned over, waited a moment, then feigned grogginess as he asked, Mom, what time is it? We'll arrive in about an hour. I remember you said it'd be around 8 o'clock. Go wash your face when you wake up, freshen up a bit. You were snoring away. Song Guizhi carefully tucked the mirror into her bag, chuckling. Chen Yuan wiped his face roughly. Mom, my flight's in the afternoon. After we get off, I'll take you to eat. Anything you're craving? I'm not picky. Just go wherever you'd like to eat. After getting out of the car, Chen Yuan called for an accessible taxi and took his mother to a dim sum restaurant not too far away. Although he wasn't sure how authentic a northern dim sum place could be, they decided to give it a try for the novelty. Chen Yuan ordered a table full of dishes, and both mother and son enjoyed the meal thoroughly, especially the shrimp dumplings. Song Guizhi couldn't stop praising them, marveling at how delicate the dim sum was. Chen Yuan was equally delighted. After finishing their meal, they headed straight to the airport, ready to depart for their next destination. No other mode of transportation could match the speed of an airplane. In just over 2 hours, they arrived in Jinghua. After exiting the airport, Song Guizhi looked up at the blazing sun overhead and flashed a smile Chen Yuan had never seen before. It seemed to carry both a nostalgic glance at the passing years and hopeful anticipation for a new life. Upon arriving at the pizzeria, Chen Yuan stood behind his mother, gently patted her shoulder, and pointed proudly at the shop entrance nearby. "Mom, look at that delicious pizza, that's the shop I run." Chen Yuan had just checked the financial data. Having earned over 400,000 yuan in just the first month of operation, the business was incredibly profitable, far exceeding his wildest expectations. Song Guizhi looked into the shop. Although the Lantern Festival hadn't even passed yet, the place was already packed with people. "Son, your store is doing really well, but don't these people go home for New Year's?" Chen Yuan also looked around and noticed most customers were young people. Maybe their homes are too far away. In every sense of the word, too far away. Chen Yuan wheeled his mother into the pizza shop. Chen Xianyi had spotted the mother and son outside earlier and immediately came forward to greet them as they entered. "Hello boss." "Hello auntie. I'm the front desk receptionist at our pizza shop, you can call me Xiao Qian." Song Guizhi smiled at the lively Chen Xianyi. "Hello there. Mom, I'll take you to the room to rest first," said Chen Yuan, nodding at Chen Xianyi with a smile before lowering his head to address his mother. "Alright," Song Guizhi nodded. She was tired after the long journey. After sending his mother into the room, Chen Yuan walked up to Chen Xianyi and asked somewhat awkwardly, "So where do you all go after work? Or rather, where do you live?" There's only one room available for lodging in this shop, he'd have to find a place to stay. Suddenly, an idea struck him when he saw Chen Xianyi just now. Chen Xianyi's eyes flickered as he replied, "The boss could consult the system sovereign." "The system sovereign?" Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Could it be the system? And they're calling it the system sovereign? Chen Shan nodded honestly. "That's right, exactly as the boss thought." Chapter 75, Dividends. Chen Yuan was very curious about the relationship between these employees and the system, so he gave Chen Xian an okay gesture and found an empty seat to sit down. System. Oh no, System Lord. The system made no sound, but Chen Yuan could almost feel its exasperation. "System, can you arrange for me to stay in the staff quarters too?" By now, he was quite familiar with these employees and felt they weren't much different from regular people. He even ate with more gusto than him. 2 experience points, stay until school starts. Deal. Chen Yuan agreed without hesitation. There were less than 2 weeks until school started, and with only a few $100,000 on hand, buying a house was out of the question. Renting wouldn't make sense either, so it was better to let the system handle it. At 9 p.m., when the store closed, Chen Yuan gave his mom a brief rundown on where everything was, promised to take her out the next day, and then left with the employee shuttle. Chen Yuan thought the car would be driving for a long time, but surprisingly, they stopped in just 5 or 6 minutes, right in front of an apartment building. "Boss, I'll take you to your room," Chen Xianyi said, standing beside Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan nodded and turned his gaze toward the apartment, estimating it to be about 5 stories high. He followed Chen Xianyi's steps into the apartment, continuously observing the various facilities along the way, which were quite different from what he had imagined. The apartment is decorated in very vibrant colors, quite different from modern minimalist styles, but it looks more full of life, making one feel quite cheerful. "Boss, you can pick any room on the 3rd floor to stay in. We're all on the 1st and 2nd floors, but we'll have parties together in the evenings. You're welcome to come down and join us, boss." Chen Yuan found it novel and never expected them to throw parties. "What do you all do for fun?" he asked. "Singing, dancing, eating barbecue, just do whatever makes you happy. Shouldn't we enjoy ourselves more after work?" Chen Xianyi explained with a smile. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was truly how life should be lived. Yet, he still felt they possessed an extraordinary amount of energy. Ordinary folks have no energy left to play after a day's work, their vitality has been drained by the company. After entering the bedroom and lying down on the bed, Chen Yuan felt that this bed was even more comfortable than the one at the Hotel Huachang had arranged for him before. Indeed, the places arranged by the system were always the best. The next day, Chen Yuan followed the others back to the pizzeria. In the morning, the staff had even fed him and packed a portion for his mother as well. Breakfast was a variety of options, some wanted noodles, others wanted steamed buns. He basically ended up trying a bit of everything. It had to be said, the chefs made everything delicious. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw his mother holding a white cloth, wiping down each table one by one. He strode over, took the cloth from her hands, and said with a smile, "Mom, someone will clean up later." "That's right, Auntie, we clean up every day as soon as we arrive." Chen Qianni also stepped forward. Song Guizhi smiled at the group. "I just wake up early and can't sit idle." She wanted to help organize her son's shop too, doing whatever tasks she could manage. "Mom, are you settling in all right? Here's breakfast they made, still warm. Try some, it's all delicious." Chen Yuan handed her a food container. "Ah, Mom slept quite well last night, just not used to the sudden change of place." Song Guizhi took the box with a smile. "Today I'll show you around the neighborhood. Once school starts, you can just find Chen Qianni if you need anything. I'll come by the shop in the evenings or when I don't have classes," Chen Yuan said, sitting across from his mother. He was growing increasingly confident in Chen Qianni. She was efficient and thorough in handling matters, and she talked more than the other employees too. "All right, your studies come first." Song Guizhi nodded, taking a bite of the bun. "This bun is really delicious." The steamed bun's wrapper was white, plump, and fluffy, with the meat juices already soaking into the dough, making it incredibly flavorful to eat. The day passed quickly as Chen Yuan walked his mother around the neighborhood, familiarizing her with the nearby amenities. Since Chen Yuan hadn't had much time to explore before, they made up for it now. Song Guizhi even asked Chen Yuan to wheel her over near the school to take a look. Unfortunately, the school hadn't reopened yet, so he couldn't take his mother inside for a proper tour. But Chen Yuan could tell how happy his mother was, especially when she saw the school. Her face lit up with smiles as she pointed excitedly at the buildings. At night, lying on the big bed back in the apartment again, Chen Yuan couldn't help but recall everything that had happened during this period. Bringing his mother to Jinghua had made his heart more settled, and the shop was also thriving better than ever. However, what Chen Yuan didn't expect was that soon enough, things would start making him unsettled again. He heard the sound of a text message and turned over to pick up his phone. "Your bank card received a deposit of 110 million on February 14th, transferred from Huacheng Group. Your bank card received a deposit of 13 million on February 14th, transferred from Yuechang Company." Chen Yuan sprang up like a fish leaping out of water, sitting bolt upright in bed, pressing his phone so close to his eyes it was almost touching them. "Holy shit, is this for real? 100 million? Chen Yuan counted the zeros several times before clutching his phone and bursting into laughter. "I finally got it," he exclaimed. He had thought the dividends wouldn't arrive until after the school term started, never expecting them to come so soon. He was officially a billionaire now. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Yuan paced back and forth in his room, already plotting how to spend his newfound fortune. Now what he needed most was a house. It wouldn't do to have his mother stay at the shop permanently. Daily life would be too inconvenient. The sum would be more than enough to buy a 200 to 300 square meter place nearby, but dreaming of a villa would be pushing it. He couldn't possibly dump all his money into a property anyway. He was no slave to mortgages, just something suitable for him and his mother would suffice. The next day, Chen Yuan made up some excuse to his mother, saying classmates had invited him out, then headed straight for the real estate agency he'd scoped out the night before. He planned to tell his mother the place was rented after securing it. Once the deed was done, she'd have no choice but to move in. Otherwise, with Beijing's housing prices so high, even if his pizzeria was making good money, it had only been open for a month. There was no way he could afford the down payment yet. It simply didn't add up. On the way there, Chen Yuan wasn't as exhilarated as he had been the previous night. One night of indulgence had been enough to satisfy him. Upon arriving at the real estate agency, Chen Yuan had barely stepped inside with his left foot when a young agent in a white shirt hurried toward him, calling out enthusiastically, "Looking to rent, handsome?" Chen Yuan chuckled and nodded. "I'm here to buy." The agent's eyes widened slightly, thinking to himself that this plainly dressed young man could actually afford to buy property. Impressive. Yet he recovered quickly and immediately responded, "No problem at all. We've got plenty of listings. Please, come right in." After all, the capital never lacks people, neither the struggling migrants who can't afford homes, nor the wealthy who can. Chapter 76, Property Purchase. "Handsome, what kind of place are you looking for?" The agent slid his laptop toward Chen Yuan with a smile. "Over 200 square meters, near Shuefu Road." Shuefu Road, got a few listings there. Hold on a sec. The agent clicked away at his webpage as he spoke. "But between you and me, handsome, I wouldn't recommend buying on Shuefu Road. All the current listings are really old properties, not suitable for young buyers like you. Take a look at this one. It's located near Quanjiqing area, a bit of a distance but not too far. The quality of the houses there is quite good. Check out this property. The landlord just registered it with us last week and hasn't even had time to list it online yet. It was originally intended as a wedding home, but the family later decided against holding the wedding domestically, so now the place is available." "Exactly. The price certainly isn't low, but it's fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in." Chen Yuan watched as the agent cycled through interior photos of the property. The apartment did look quite nice. "How many bedrooms does it have?" Unit 5, a 230-meter luxury flat. I visited it before. The views and natural lighting are excellent, plus the complex has great greenery and security, with many young residents. Noticing Chen Yuan's growing interest, the agent continued, "How much is the apartment?" 26 million. Chen Yuan nodded, which aligned with his estimate from last night. "Can we view the place now?" "Absolutely, no problem. We've already got the keys here. Just wait a moment." The agent's eyes lit up, surprised by such straightforwardness, and immediately stood up to fetch the keys. On the way, the agent continuously pointed out the surrounding area to Chen Yuan, occasionally making small talk, and soon they arrived at the destination. "Here we are, handsome," the agent said. "Look at this landscaping, it's regularly trimmed by professionals." Chen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The residential complex's environment was indeed pristine, with spacious areas between buildings that provided ample room for evening strolls. As they stepped into the elevator, the agent pressed the button for the 23rd floor and said, "The unit we're viewing is on the 23rd floor, one elevator per household, so privacy is excellent." Inserting the key into the lock, the agent smiled and added, "This door even supports fingerprint unlocking." Upon entering the room, there's an exquisitely carved solid wood screen in the foyer, topped with an emerald green vase that exudes considerable style. "Look, this expansive horizontal living room is remarkably spacious. The decoration here is all high-end. If it appeals to you, there'd be no need for additional renovations." The agent chattered incessantly while Chen Yuan, speaking little, followed closely behind, meticulously examining every aspect of the house. Overall, he was quite satisfied with the house. It was indeed new, with no signs of wear and tear. Both the kitchen and the bedroom were clearly decorated with great care and attention to detail. "How soon can I move in?" "If you pay the deposit, you can move in within the next couple of days while we finalize the contract as usual. It should take about a week to transfer the property to your name," the agent said with a smile. This deal was looking very promising. "Alright, then arrange a meeting with the landlord so we can proceed with the formalities as soon as possible," Chen Yuan replied decisively. "Great, I'll contact them right away." 7 days later, Chen Yuan held the new property deed in his hands and broke into a wide grin. He had finally bought a house in Jinghua. With only 4 days left before school starts, he managed to settle the housing issue just in time. Chen Yuan hurried to the restaurant with joy, planning to move his mother to the newly purchased house. The constant flow of customers in the shop made it noisy and restless, hardly suitable for long-term living. Upon arriving at the shop, Chen Yuan immediately spotted his mother basking in the sun by the entrance. "Mom! Ah, Xiao Yuan is back." Song Guizhi opened her eyes, seemingly struggling to adjust to the brightness as she blinked several times. "Mom, let me wheel you back to the room. There's something I want to talk to you about." Although puzzled, Song Guizhi noticed her son's relaxed expression and sensed no troubling issue, so she set her mind at ease and allowed him to wheel her back to their room. "Mom, all my running around lately was actually to rent an apartment. You see, we've been staying here for days now, and it's not right for you to keep living here indefinitely. So I went to a nearby agency and leased a place for 6 months. Chen Yuan rubbed his hands together nervously as he spoke slowly. Though mentally prepared, he was still worried his mother might think he was being reckless with money again. Old spending habits weren't easy to shake overnight. Despite his good intentions, he wanted to respect her feelings. However, Chen Yuan never expected that his mother had been watching him all along, with a faint smile lingering at the corners of her lips. "Son, I used to worry, but I never blamed you. You've been sensible since you were little, studying diligently on your own and always volunteering to help with chores. No one knows you better than I do. Ever since coming to Jinghua, I've seen how capable you are on your own, and I know you're making good money now, better than your father and me. You've got a good head on your shoulders. Whatever you decide to do, go ahead with it. Don't worry about me, I'll always support you. Not to mention something as simple as renting a house. I know you're always thinking of what's best for me." Song Guizhi looked at her son and spoke softly, word by word. Chen Yuan gazed deeply at his mother, then stepped forward and leaned in to hug her. "Mom, thank you," he said. That afternoon, Chen Yuan packed 2 boxes of pizza, hailed an accessible vehicle, and headed to their new home with his mother. Since the house was completely empty, he couldn't very well go there and starve. Chen Yuan sat in the car, thinking that he ought to buy a car himself. It was inconvenient always taking taxis with his mother, especially now that he'd gotten his driver's license. And getting his mother's medical checkup should also be put on the schedule. Specialist appointments at major hospitals had to be booked well in advance. Chen Yuan rubbed his temples. There was just too much to do. Yet even if he were tired, he was happy. At least he still had the opportunity to be busy. Without the system, even after waiting another 10 years, he might not have been able to afford an apartment in the city, let alone the means to pay for his mother's medical treatment. Many people believe buying a house is the most expensive expense in life, unaware that medical treatment is even costlier. After arriving at their destination, Chen Yuan first took his mother to register her details with the property management and have her facial recognition recorded, making future entry and exit more convenient. Song Guizhi gazed at the fully automated gate with great fascination, never imagining that technology had already advanced to such a degree. Chen Yuan patiently explained everything to his mother, easing her sense of unfamiliarity with the city. "Mom, our apartment is on the 23rd floor, Chen Yuan said cheerfully as he wheeled his mother into the elevator. "It's so high up, I don't even dare look down," Song Guizhi chuckled cheerfully, maintaining an excellent attitude. "Mom, I'll take you grocery shopping tomorrow. There's nothing in the fridge, so let's make do with pizza for now." "This isn't just making do, your pizza crust is incredibly flavorful." Chen Yuan smiled wryly, even his pizza had earned his mother's approval. As Chen Yuan placed his finger on the door lock, Song Guizhi watched in amazement. "No key needed," she marveled. "Yes, Mom, I'll register your fingerprint in a moment." Chen Yuan opened the door. "Tada! Mom, what do you think of this place?" Song Guizhi slowly made her way toward the living room, hands gliding along the walls. "Son, this interior is absolutely gorgeous." Watching his mother alternate between stroking the sofa and touching the table, Chen Yuan chuckled as he closed the door and placed the pizza on the table. "Mom, pick any bedroom you like." "Oh, and Mom, I've arranged for a technician to come this afternoon to modify the bathroom. They'll install anti-slip flooring. I've also bought the raised toilet seat and shower chair, all of which can be installed together." "I've already checked with the landlord," Chen Yuan added. "Alright," replied Song Guizhi with a warm smile, nodding her head. Her heart swelled with gratitude. Back in their hometown, she'd never enjoyed such thoughtful accommodations. Chen Yuan also picked a bedroom, separated by one room from his mother's. As he sat on the bed, his thoughts weren't about the house at all. Instead, his mind was occupied by something far more important: upgrading the system. This house purchase had cost over 20 million in one go, which meant Chen Yuan now had over 2,000 experience points, and the system upgrade only required 1,000 points. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Chen Yuan called out, "System." Chapter 77, Spending Experience Points. "System, I'm here to show you some love. Host must spend experience points. System will automatically upgrade once 1,000 points are consumed." "Really? Can't you just level up directly instead of making me spend them all? What a hassle. This system has principles." "Alright, principles. So what can I buy? List them out, let me see." As soon as Chen Yuan finished speaking, a massive virtual screen appeared before his eyes, displaying rows upon rows of cards. Chen Yuan's eyes widened instantly upon seeing the contents on the screen. "Holy crap, what is all this stuff?" Not only were there foods displayed on the screen, but also various kinds of recipes and service industry staff. However, the most shocking thing was still the card positioned right in the center. A peerless beauty, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and dancing? Chen Yuan involuntarily read aloud. "No way, they even have this?" He suddenly felt like the system wasn't very proper. "Host, isn't it just your own thoughts that are improper?" Chen Yuan felt embarrassed and silently averted his gaze. This peerless beauty actually required 100,000 experience points, equivalent to 1,000,000,000 yuan. Just how stunning must she be? However, the card only had a description but no portrait of the person. You could say it was like drawing a blind box. Chen Yuan looked away, leaving aside whether he even had that many experience points. Even if he did, he wouldn't buy it. Surely one shouldn't bankrupt oneself just for a beautiful woman. He wasn't so foolish as to let lust cloud his judgment. His gaze swept across the shopping mall's cards, now only occupying a single page. No wonder the system hadn't upgraded yet. Yet even with just one page, they had to feature a breathtaking beauty? This system clearly has ulterior motives. Her card completely outclassed the others' experience multipliers. Chen Yuan's eyes locked onto the deep-fried delights card. The description listed numerous dishes like fried chicken, calamari rings, and French fries. For just 20 experience points, he could obtain both the recipes and a permanent supply of ingredients. The pizza shop business is thriving these days, but the flavors are rather monotonous. Adding some side dishes would surely boost sales. Chen Yuan bought it without hesitation. Next, Chen Yuan exchanged cards for drinks, ice cream, and more, but despite spending half the day, he only used up a little over 100 experience points. Progress was painfully slow. Chen Yuan's gaze shifted to the last line. Limited time system offer, veteran driver exchange card, only 200 experience points required. Description, with this card, there's no vehicle the host can't handle. Applicable scope, all types of vehicles. Chen Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. This is perfect. He was just a greenhorn who'd recently obtained his driver's license. Hitting the road directly would undoubtedly leave him feeling uncertain. Exchange it. Congratulations, host, on a successful exchange. Would you like to use it immediately? Use it. Chen Yuan nodded abruptly, decisive as could be. As soon as the words fell, Chen Yuan felt an incredibly refreshing sensation sweep through his mind, utterly soothing, yet it vanished in an instant. Chen Yuan was still savoring the moment. System, can we do it again? He tried to recall details about driving and found his mind exceptionally clear. Every nuance of operating a vehicle was now perfectly ingrained in his memory. He even felt he could handle driving a tractor if needed. Chen Yuan withdrew his smile and refocused his gaze on the marketplace. He noticed an interesting listing under the staff hiring section. Nanny card, skill description, cooking, cleaning, can soothe both children and the elderly. He couldn't stay by his mother's side all the time, so he needed someone reliable to keep her company. This nanny card happened to solve his urgent problem. He had full confidence in what the system provided. If he had to look in the domestic service market otherwise, his mother had difficulty moving about. What if she were mistreated in some way? One can only say good people exist, but you can't pin all your hopes on others. When it comes to drawing cards, the system is clearly the safer option. Exchange. Congratulations, host, on your successful exchange. The service will arrive tomorrow. Would you like to unlock the nanny card's special feature? Only 3 experience points required. What special feature? Chen Yuan asked, puzzled. This babysitter card cost him 10 experience points, which could be considered quite expensive. After all, his entire pizza shop staff was only worth 10 points. Performing Air Rinjuan, a traditional Chinese comedic song and dance duet. A distant memory suddenly surfaced in Chen Yuan's mind, how his mother used to love listening to Air Rinjuan on the radio when he was a child. He could never appreciate it himself, but if it made his mother happy, that was all that mattered. Alright, unlock it. Just as Chen Yuan was pondering how to spend his remaining points, the last row of limited-time purchases refreshed again. Limited-time exchange, 500 experience points. Top-tier Java framework source code. Note, the framework's source code will gradually unlock as the host's Java learning progress increases. The framework features modular design, MVC architecture support, cross-platform compatibility, database integration, scalability, ultimate performance optimization, and comprehensive learning documentation, multilingual edition. Chen Yu grew increasingly astonished as he examined it. This framework incorporated all the strengths of mainstream frameworks currently available, and even addressed pain points plaguing some of them. If he misses this, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Exchange. Not just 500 points, he would have exchanged even 1,000 points without hesitation. Once all the open source code was unlocked, he was confident that mainstream Java frameworks would have China's mark on them, perhaps even dominate the field. Congratulations, host, on a successful exchange. Based on your current Java learning progress, portions of the unlocked source code have been uploaded to GitHub. Account credentials have been sent to your phone. Looking forward to your unlocking the complete source code soon. Chen Yuan felt electrified. The fruit was dangling right before him. Wouldn't you want to pluck it? If he could truly unlock all the source code, given time, he would undoubtedly be considered the top expert in the country. Currently, all mainstream frameworks are dominated by foreign companies or organizations, creating an exceptionally high level of dependency. Take Vue, for example, one of the top 3 front-end frameworks. Although its founder, Evan You, is Chinese, the core development team still consists mostly of foreigners. If we could develop a top-tier framework capable of competing with foreign counterparts, it would undoubtedly give us a stronger voice in the industry. Chen Yuan felt motivated just thinking about it. Although frameworks are something only programmers use, their scope of application is incredibly broad. After all, in the internet era, everything comes down to code and data. However, although Chen Yuan felt a surge of enthusiasm, the realization that his grasp of Java was less than 1% complete instantly poured cold water on his excitement. But he wasn't in a hurry. Haste makes waste. Even if the system sent him the framework's source code right now, he wouldn't be able to handle it properly. A crash would be inevitable sooner or later. It's better to advance steadily and make solid progress, mastering this framework thoroughly. Combining fame and fortune with genuine substance is the most satisfying. Chapter 78 Upgrade. Just over 100 experience points remained before the system would level up. Chen Yuan suddenly remembered Songyuehuoding, the restaurant he'd pushed to the back of his mind. After completing the system's turnover target, a series of events had caused him to pay less attention to the establishment. With these experience points available now, he could conveniently exchange them for a senior management professional to help oversee the restaurant, a perfect way to keep Deng Feng and his associates in check. Although Songyu Huating is currently under his management, there's always been a lack of genuine closeness. It feels more like completing tasks rather than running his own pizza shop. The sentiments are entirely different. Congratulations, host, on your successful exchange. Would you like to arrange for Songyu Huating immediately? No rush. I'll drop by in the next couple of days. Just accompany me when the time comes. Although the system is reliable, suddenly inserting someone there wouldn't be as persuasive as bringing them along himself. Chen Yuan watched as he was just a few dozen experience points away from leveling up. With no patience to pick and choose, he directly pointed at several food cards to exchange them one after another. Congratulations, host, on a successful exchange. Would you like to have the crispy roast pig delivered immediately? Congratulations, host, on a successful exchange. Would you like to have the Buddha jumps over the wall delivered immediately? As the system announced each dish name one by one, Chen Yuan asked, can I have just one delivered? Food card can be retained, host can extract it at any time. Then send a roasted suckling pig first. Chen Yuan grinned. This was great. Just looking at the picture made his mouth water. Food is the paramount necessity of the people. Nothing is more important than eating. But don't deliver it yet. Haven't I already spent 1,000 experience points? Chen Yuan waved at the air and said, host, please wait. After verification, the current conditions meet the system upgrade requirements. The upgrade will take 1 hour. This is a permanent upgrade. I see. Then deliver me some roast suckling pig. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing about the permanent upgrade. He had initially thought system upgrades were a bottomless pit. At least the system is honest. Little did Chen Yuan know that after the system upgrade, it would truly become a bottomless pit. The endless stream of various goods made Chen Yuan exclaim that he was completely drained. Chen Yuan slipped his phone into his pocket and headed to the living room. After that intense mental exchange, he found himself feeling a bit hungry. Rubbing his hands in eager anticipation, he thought the delicacies exchanged through the system must be incredibly delicious. Mom, didn't you say you were afraid to look down? Chen Yuan chuckled as he entered the living room and saw his mother standing by the windowsill, gazing outside. I never knew you could see such a beautiful view from inside a house before, Song Guizhi sighed with emotion. But Xiao Yuan, isn't this rented apartment a little too big for us? The two of us don't need so many rooms. Chen Yuan chuckled sheepishly, I didn't think that much about it at the time, just wanted us to live somewhere nice. Song Guizhi gave a helpless smile. You silly child, spend where you should spend, but save where you ought to save. Alright, Mom, I just found a housekeeper online to help look after you. A housekeeper? I certainly don't need one. Song Guizhi hurriedly refused. Her whole life had gone by without being waited on. She wouldn't know what to do with that. Mom, this house is so big you can't possibly keep up with the cleaning. And once I leave for school, you'll be lonely all by yourself. I wouldn't feel at ease with you going out alone either, so we're definitely getting someone to help. Please don't refuse this, Chen Yuan said firmly, sitting on the sofa. Song Guizhi looked at her son and realized he'd made up his mind, so she decided not to keep refusing. Is he reliable? Absolutely. Not only does he cook well, but he can even perform a renzuan. Chen Yuan laughed. A renzuan? Song Guizhi's eyes instantly lit up at the mention of these 3 words. It had been ages since she'd last heard them. That's right, I specifically looked for this. Oh my, even nannies nowadays have so many requirements? Having to know how to perform a renzuan too, it's really tough. Song Guizhi suddenly sighed with emotion. During her days in Jinghua, she had observed the people around her, all kinds coming and going, everyone in a hurry and looking utterly exhausted. Many people were eating breakfast while walking, which would surely break their parents' hearts if they saw it. She thought everyone in the big city lived comfortably, but it turned out stress was everywhere. Just as she was about to say something else, Chen Yuan's phone rang. Hello? Hello sir, your food delivery has arrived at the elevator entrance. Please come and get it. Okay. Chen Yuan hung up the phone, stood up, and said, Mom, I ordered some food. I'll go get it. Chen Yuan opened the door and spotted a bag by the elevator. He walked over and picked it up. He noticed the bag lacked any store logo, bearing only the bold characters secret roast suckling pig. It felt heavy in his hands, and already, the faint but tantalizing aroma reached his nose. Mom, come quick. I got us some roast suckling pig, you have to try it. Roast suckling pig? After putting down the bag, Chen Yuan pushed his mother to the table and opened it, releasing an irresistible aroma that instantly filled the room. Both mother and son stared at the glistening, crimson-skinned roast pig, unable to suppress their salivation. They exchanged knowing smiles. Chen Yuan pulled out a chair, sat down, and put on gloves. With a gentle tug, the crispy skin cracked open, releasing juicy droplets. Mom, here, have it while it's hot, he said, handing her a piece. Song Guizhi smiled and took it, taking a bite straight away. The crispy skin and meat juices instantly burst open in her mouth. Delicious. Chen Yuan naturally didn't stop either, tearing off another leg and chewing with relish, his mouth full of the savory aroma of meat. This crispy skin is so fragrant, and the meat is quite flavorful too. How do you eat this white sugar? Song Guizhi asked curiously, looking at the small seasoning box on the table. It should be dipped. Let me try first. Chen Yuan tore off a piece of crispy, charred skin and dipped it in sugar. The moment it entered his mouth, Chen Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. He hadn't expected that dipping pork skin in sugar could create such a delicious combination. Good? Song Guizhi asked with a grin, tearing off a piece of pork skin to dip as well. After a satisfying meal, the entire piglet had been devoured. The pizza brought from the shop lay quietly on the other side. Not long after the two finished eating, the renovation workers arrived. By the time they finished, it was already dark, and his mother had gone to sleep. After washing up, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered that the system should have finished upgrading long ago, so he hurriedly asked, "System, is the upgrade complete?" "Congratulations, host. The system upgrade is complete. The industrial module upgrade function for all branch systems, progress query function, and the full product pool of the exchange mall are now available. Additionally, the consumption tenfold rebate function has been activated, which can be stacked with the random meal rebate." 10 times the rebate? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, immediately focusing on this key phrase. Doesn't that mean money breeding money breeding money? As long as he spends, it's an endless cycle of wealth. It can stack with dining rebates, and you still claim not to be a glutton system. In high spirits, Chen Yuan said with a grin. Chen Yuan's gaze shifted to other descriptions. Upgrade function? Can a pizzeria be upgraded? Could this be a real-life version of Restaurant Simulator? Yes, but the mission requirements will automatically increase after upgrading. Chen Yuan stared at the upgrade button on the screen, surprised that each click required 100 experience points. He carefully examined the upgrade instructions and discovered that after upgrading, he could open branches in other districts with prime locations, though the corresponding sales targets would also double for each additional store. Chen Yuan rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat indecisive. After all, based on current progress, completing the task was practically guaranteed. Should he really take this risk now? While greater risks often bring greater rewards. Just as Chen Yuan was wrestling with this dilemma, he noticed LV0 displayed after the name of Delicious Pizza Shop. Rise. Chapter 79, Management. The upgrade will take 2 days. Please wait patiently, host. Upon successful completion, the task amount will automatically increase to 9 million. The opening time of new stores will be recalculated. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief upon reading the final sentence. He'd initially thought it needed to be completed within 2 months. He currently only had one store open through the system, with nothing else needing upgrades, so he directly summoned the mall to see if there were any good items available. Photographic memory, 10,000 experience points. Voice of an angel, 10,000 experience points. Elite combat skills, 50,000 experience points. Top-tier hand speed, 30,000 experience points. Chen Yuan fell silent. Anything cheaper? As the words left his mouth, the interface refreshed with a whoosh. Guaranteed sweet and sandy watermelon, 0.1 experience points. 20 packs of delicious spicy gluten, 0.1 experience points. Ink never runs out, smooth gel pen, 0.1 XP. No need for that. Nevertheless, Chen Yuan still bought a pack of spicy gluten strips quite honestly. Chen Yuan closed the mall, intending to make purchases only when needed in the future. High-level stuff requires loads of experience points. If he's been a bit spendthrift, don't even think about redeeming those premium rewards. The hoarding hamster spirit possesses me. The next day, Chen Yuan arrived at Songyue, where the system-assigned management staff were already waiting nearby. As soon as Chen Yuan got out of the car, a formally dressed middle-aged man approached him directly. Could this be the management he exchanged for? Just as Chen Yuan was wondering, the man spoke up. "Boss, my name is Guansong." Chen Yuan laughed when he heard the name. It was clearly system-assigned, concise and to the point, though this time it didn't have the prefix Chen, which saved a lot of trouble. "Hello, come with me inside." Chen Yuan sized up Guansong. This person gave him a sharp yet profoundly wise impression. Meanwhile, Xinxiani's eyes brimmed with liveliness, radiating an extremely warm and enthusiastic vibe. Apparently, the differences between cards could be quite significant. Could the system really create people randomly based on its settings? This seems overwhelmingly powerful. Chen Yuan was still lost in his thoughts when the two of them walked into the restaurant. "Welcome, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation?" The staff member, Xiao Lu, glanced at them before looking down to operate the computer. Then he suddenly looked up again. "Director Chen." Chen Yuan blinked, suddenly recalling that this was the same staff member he had met during his first visit to Songyue. He smiled warmly and said, "Good morning." With that, he left with Guansong in tow. Xiao Lu watched their departing figures and hastily picked up his phone to make a call. After arriving at the office, "Sit. I need you to prepare your resume as soon as possible, the quicker and more detailed, the better." "No problem." Guansong took out his laptop from his bag and began tapping away at the keyboard. The reason Chen Yuan asked him to prepare a resume was to convince the team. Once all the business operations here were taken over, Deng Feng and the others would naturally become obsolete. Given how long he had been embezzling, he wouldn't be allowed to walk away unscathed. During the New Year break, he had a brief chat with Zhe Gaoyuan. Although many new staff had been hired in the kitchen, they were busier than ever, with the output of dishes at least double what it used to be. Yet, the performance report Deng Feng submitted only showed a little over a one-fold increase. Clearly, the numbers didn't add up. He asked Deng Feng, who gave him reasons like stricter ingredient selection standards that naturally increased costs, plus partial renovations in the restaurant that required additional spending. In short, Deng had all the accounts neatly prepared. This was where the money went. Chen Yuan naturally took mental note of Deng Feng's well-prepared accounts. He wouldn't let him strut around much longer. The decision not to directly fire this group involved too many complicated factors. It wasn't something that could be handled so simply. So Chen Yuan planned to gradually nibble away at them, ultimately swallowing the whole restaurant to truly make it his own. Deng Feng was leisurely sipping his tea while checking the stock market. Since the restaurant's innovative upgrade, performance had soared almost threefold compared to before, and the profits had made for a prosperous new year for him. Ding ling ling. His good mood disturbed, and faced with a sea of red on the screen, Deng Feng frowned and picked up his phone. Hello? Manager Deng, Chairman Chen is here. Deng Feng immediately set down his teacup. Alright, I understand. After hanging up the phone, he kept running his fingers along the handle of the teacup, wondering what had brought Chen Yuan to his door. He had expected Chen Yuan to take further bold actions after the reforms and had braced himself for battle, but the boss suddenly went silent, as if the reforms themselves were the only goal. Though puzzled, he was pleased with this development and let his guard down, slipping back into his old ways. But now that Chen Yuan was making a move again, he couldn't help but wonder. Deng Feng leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes and walked towards Chen Yuan's office. Knock, knock, knock. Boss Chen, it's me, Deng Feng. Come in. As he opened the door, a cheerful smile spread across his face. Boss Chen, Happy New Year. I've been so busy during the holidays that I didn't get a chance to pay my New Year respects to you earlier. His eyes swept across the room but didn't spot Xiao Lu or the other person he'd mentioned. Happy New Year, Supervisor Deng, you're too kind, Chen Yuan replied with a smile. Does President Chen have any instructions for us? Ever since you personally oversaw our innovative reforms last time, Songyu Huating has achieved historic performance breakthroughs. With you here, we're bound to achieve even greater success. I'll dedicate myself body and soul to the restaurant. Deng Feng delivered this speech while gazing at Chen Yuan with particularly sincere eyes. Chen Yuan chuckled twice, never expecting such a performance right off the bat. Director Deng has put in a lot of effort, I've seen it all. That's why I've specially brought you an assistant this time. Just as Chen Yuan finished speaking, the door opened, and Guan Song walked in with a document in hand. And this is? Deng Feng's eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. Let me introduce you. This is Guan Song, someone I specifically recruited. Manager Deng, please meet him. Chen Yuan stepped between the two men and made the introduction with a smile. Hello, Director Deng, I've heard so much about you. Guan Song stepped forward professionally and extended his hand. Deng Feng looked at Guan Song, pausing for a moment with a barely perceptible flicker of emotion in his eyes. He stepped forward and greeted with a hollow smile. Hello, pleased to meet you. May I ask where you used to work before? Manager Chen must have gone out of his way to recruit you. Chen Yuan glanced at the two men and gave Guan Song a meaningful look. Manager Deng, here's my resume. I've long heard from President Chen that Manager Deng treats the restaurant as his own, dedicating himself wholeheartedly. With no real skills, I naturally wouldn't dare to stand shoulder to shoulder with Manager Deng. Guan Song smiled as he handed over his resume, adopting a very humble posture. Deng Feng took the document silently, his mind not relaxing in the slightest despite the courteous words. Chapter 80, Emerging Clues. He opened the file and was immediately met with prestigious academic qualifications, including degrees from top-tier domestic universities as well as overseas study and further education experiences. Looking further down, he saw an impressive wealth of work experience. Though there were only 2 employment records, each spanned over 5 years with promotions to senior management positions. Combined, these 2 roles amounted to more than 15 years of catering industry management experience. He didn't need to read further, he couldn't possibly find any flaws in it. Truth be told, Chen Yuan had instructed Guan Song to prepare this resume in a race against time. It had been completed merely 3 minutes before Deng Feng's arrival, meaning Chen Yuan himself hadn't yet seen the resume or knew its specific contents. But from Deng Feng's rather unpleasant expression, Chen Yuan already knew the outcome. Congratulations, President Chen, for recruiting such outstanding talent. I should also learn more from Mr. Guan. You're too kind, Manager Deng. Seeing the two strike up a conversation, Chen Yuan smiled inwardly. Manager Deng, since you're familiar with the restaurant operations, you can handle the handover with Guan Song here. You mentioned before that the purchasing volume was overwhelming, so from now on let Guan Song handle that. You excel at personnel matters, we'll each stick to our specialties and do our parts well. Mr. Chen, the purchasing pipeline is quite complex, I'm afraid. How about letting Guan Song get acquainted with personnel work first to familiarize himself with our restaurant operations? No need. Proceed as I've arranged. Chen Yuan raised his hand, cutting off Deng Feng's attempted elaboration. Deng Feng glanced at Chen Yuan, then at Guan Song who stood nearby with a faint smile, and his heart sank. Alright, he said. How could he accept losing the most lucrative portion of the deal? What was rightfully his, he would take back. After watching the two depart, Chen Yuan relaxed and leaned back into his chair. Though the work had been split for now, splitting didn't mean surrendering control, there were still many matters left to handle. However, he believed Guan Song could handle the restaurant's affairs well. His only concern was that Deng Feng might resort to underhanded tactics. After all, with such a substantial profit vanishing overnight, even a cornered dog would leap over a wall. Over the next few days, Chen Yuan spent most of his time at Songyuehuoding as a way to quietly bolster Guan Song's presence while also keeping an eye on Deng Feng and familiarizing himself with the restaurant's operations. Fortunately, things remained relatively calm, though he couldn't shake the feeling it was merely the lull before the storm. By March 1st, the new school semester had begun. Chen Yuan carried his most loyal companion, the laptop that had accompanied him through countless nights, and returned to school once more. As soon as he entered the dormitory, he spotted Tan Yang arranging his bedding. "Morning." Chen Yuan pushed the door open with a smile. "Morning." Tan Yang paused making his bed and smiled back at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan spotted a spiky cactus on the windowsill and asked curiously, "Did you bring this cactus back?" "Yeah, my boss at work gave it to me. He said this thing is hard to kill." "Makes sense." Chen Yuan nodded with a silent chuckle as he walked inside. He'd truly seen it now, this guy really had an obsession. Chen Yuan picked up the slightly dusty tissue box on the table, pulled out a few sheets, and wiped the table down. "How was your vacation?" "It was great. The boss is really nice." Listening to Tan Yang's uplifted tone, quite different from his usual low voice, Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile. It seemed his vacation had treated him well. Shortly after 8 p.m., the door swung open again. "Ding dong, long time no see, boys." Chen Yuan turned his head at the sound and exclaimed, "Damn, where'd you get that haircut? It was almost too painful to look at." "How is it? Handsome, right?" Jiang Tianzi theatrically smoothed his hair with exaggerated narcissism. "Very." Chen Yuan gave him a thumbs up, genuinely impressed by his taste. Jiang Tianzi's hairstyle strongly resembles Zhuang's mom from the cartoon Big-Eared Tutu that he'd been watching these past few days at the restaurant to make up for his childhood. "Pfft, you're so two-faced. Tan Yang, you judge? Handsome." Tan Yang kept a straight face, though internally he was already bursting with laughter. What kind of ridiculous hairstyle was this? Tan Yang really has good taste. Jiang Tianzi laughed heartily. Let's go eat." "I deliberately skipped breakfast this morning just waiting for this campus specialty." Tan Yang nodded vigorously upon hearing this. "Meat buns it is." "Let's go. We have class second period, we should just take our things straight to the classroom," Chen Yuan added, standing up as well. The three of them made their way to the cafeteria. In the afternoon, they lay lazily on their dorm beds, the room unusually quiet. "Holy shit, the university actually sends out report cards? That's insane." Jiang Tianzi suddenly sat up, staring at his phone in disbelief. Hearing this, Chen Yuan also opened the class group chat and clicked on the document Chen Yang had just shared. He was very confident about his grades, so he scrolled up with his finger. But before he could even reach it, he heard, "Holy shit, did you get first place in the whole grade? Are you even human?" Jiang Tianzi's eyes widened. He knew Chen Yuan was a good student and had seen how hardworking he was, but there were over 200 students in their major who hadn't worked hard to get in. Chen Yuan also saw his own grades. His programming courses were basically all perfect scores. Stay humble, stay humble. Chen Yuan grinned, anything but humble. "Congratulations, the biggest academic ace is in our dorm room." Tan Yang also sat up, smiling as he looked at Chen Yuan. Jiang Tianzi scrolled down a few times but still couldn't find his own grades, so he simply closed the page. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as he didn't fail any courses, that was enough for him. His ambitions lay elsewhere, so his standards weren't high. Meanwhile, in a certain girl's dormitory. Sure, the grades are out." "Is that so? Let me check." Qiangshi opened her phone and saw the grade document posted in the group chat. "Xiaoran, you're amazing, ranking 6th. A flash of pride flickered in Fengran's eyes. "It's alright. I didn't even study that hard." Sure, if you ask me, you should focus on studying too. What's more important than studying, really? "Yeah, I'll study hard this semester." Qiangshi smiled casually, clearly marking this as yet another empty promise she wouldn't keep. Is Chen Yuan actually first? His grades are this good? Qiangshi looked down at her phone and sighed in amazement. Maybe boys are just naturally better suited for computer science? Fengran stared at Qiangshi and said slowly. "I don't think so at all. Look how many boys are in our major. And you're ranked 6th, that proves you're excellent too." Thinking Fengran was disappointed with her own results, Qiangshi smiled encouragingly. Fengran didn't respond. Instead, she gave an enigmatic smile, picked up her phone, and tapped on a male profile picture. At home, Fanhao was still lovingly stroking the new car his dad had just bought for him when his phone suddenly dinged with a notification. Fengran? Fanhao thought carefully for a moment before realizing this was Qiangshi's roommate. "Haoji, I didn't want to bother you, but the grades just came out." Sure praised Chen Yuan for being studious and impressive, "but I think your grades are just as good. You got first place in linear algebra in the whole department. I don't get why Sure never notices you." After reading the message, Fanhao pressed his lips together in silence and turned off his phone. He couldn't help but feel increasingly irritable, and his originally fresh excitement about the car had faded away. He recalled the scenes from their holiday trip with Hee Cheongshur, how happy they both had been. He couldn't understand why upon returning to school, her gaze had inevitably fallen upon Chen Yuan once again. Where exactly did he fall short compared to him? Damn it, Fan Hao cursed bitterly under his breath. Now that he had developed some feelings for Hee Cheongshur too, he naturally wouldn't confront her over such trivial matters. Instead, all his resentment was redirected towards Chen Yuan. But the seeds of discord had already been sown. Chapter 81, The Storm Rises Again. Fan Hao returned to the living room looking visibly upset. Noticing his son's demeanor, Fan Zhengan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Aren't you happy about getting a new car?" He had been so excited when he went out earlier. "You've been going on about this car for almost half a year now, haven't you?" "It's fine," Fan Hao mumbled in response. "If it's fine, then hurry up and eat. I'll drive you to school this afternoon." Fan Zhengan picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and said without lifting his head, "Dad, how's Yua Chang as a company?" "Oh, so you're in the mood to pay attention to these things today?" Fan Zhengan looked up at his son with a smile, clearly surprised. "Yes, I want to understand more." Fan Zhengan gazed at his father. "Alright, then I'll give you a quick analysis." Fan Zhengan wiped his mouth. When it came to his son, he could never say no. As for Yuancheng Company now, the major shareholder has changed hands. It's no longer the core personnel from Huacheng anymore, so you can tell Huacheng's emphasis on Yuancheng isn't as strong as it used to be. At the same time, the business lines have been tightened up. Overall, it's much worse than before, and the future development might even deteriorate further. Moreover, there are rumors that Huacheng is planning to heavily invest in core technologies like artificial intelligence and chips. Small companies in traditional industries like ours won't be part of their development plans. "Dad, what about our family's company?" Fan Hao's eyes instantly lit up as he listened, eagerly awaiting his father's next words. "Ours? You haven't been paying any attention at all, kid. I asked you to come with me to discuss business and broaden your horizons earlier, but you refused. Next month, you'll accompany me to a banquet. I'll introduce you to a few gentlemen there, and we'll discuss a potential collaboration. Learn as much as you can. Once we finalize these current deals, within 2 years at most, we'll at least reach the scale of two Yuchengs," Fan Jing'an declared with unwavering confidence. "What about now?" Fan Hao pressed relentlessly. "Now, Yu Chang isn't even good enough anymore. One must always look forward." Fan Jing'an stood up and patted his son's head. "Hurry up and eat before the food gets cold." Fan Hao's mood instantly brightened. He grabbed his chopsticks and began enthusiastically serving himself dishes. His mind kept fantasizing about upcoming plans. Ding dong. Fan Hao's phone chimed again, and he opened it with visible irritation. "Let's go to the cafeteria together for dinner tonight." It was Hee Cheongshur. Fan Hao's fingers paused for a moment. For the first time, he hesitated at Hee Cheongshur's invitation. Perhaps he was still nursing a little grievance, as he unusually refused. "I'm gaming with my roommate tonight." "Alright then, this gorgeous girl will go eat alone." Fan Hao didn't reply. He turned off his phone and, after barely eating a few bites, went back to his room to pack his things. Meanwhile, in the dorm room, Hee Cheongshur was still waiting for a response from the person on the other end. After several minutes of silence, she found herself staring blankly at the small teddy bear stuffed animal placed on the desk, a souvenir from their holiday trip together. Hee Cheongshur wasn't upset about being turned down, assuming it was just because they hadn't played games together with her roommate in a while after the long holiday. She hadn't noticed Fan Hao's mood at all, because it never crossed her mind that her own roommate would tip off her boyfriend. That night, Fan Hao stared blankly at the computer screen, completely unable to focus on whatever so-called game he was supposed to be playing. To say he'd been together with Hee Cheongshur for a whole semester, plus holiday time, they'd known each other for nearly half a year, there was no reason for him to get so upset over a single sentence. Yet that was precisely the case. The thorn in his heart had been lodged there all along, never removed. He took a deep breath and pulled out a business card from the drawer. The name printed on it was unmistakably Huang Duang, manager Huang of Songyue Hooding. A quiet week passed as Chen Yuan immersed himself completely in studies, occasionally going home to share meals and chat with his mother. The housekeeper assigned by the system was not only highly competent but also articulate, flawless in every aspect. He never went back to Sister Rong's coffee shop again, nor did he know if it had changed hands. The last chat record between them was Song Qingrong sending Chen Yuan his wages, but he didn't accept it, and the system automatically refunded the money. Other than that, there was nothing else. One afternoon, Chen Yuan received a call from Deng Feng, who sounded extremely anxious. "Mr. Chen, do you have a moment? Something terrible has happened at the restaurant. Chef Jia, we really need you to come over. We're currently trying to calm down the family members." Without hesitation, Chen Yuan shut down his computer and stood up to leave, tossing back just one sentence. "If there's a roll call this afternoon, cover for me. I'll treat you all to dinner in a couple days." Jiang Tianzi stared blankly at the fleeing figure. Where's he rushing off to? Tan Yang shook his head. No idea. Chen Yuan kept replaying Deng Feng's words in his mind during the ride. Chef Jia, comfort the family members. Could something be wrong with the food? Did someone get sick from eating it? Driver, please hurry up. Despite rushing as fast as they could, by the time they arrived at the entrance, the ambulance had just left. Chen Yuan's heart sank immediately. This situation wasn't looking good. He strode into the restaurant, finding the dining hall completely empty of customers. Mr. Chen, you're finally here, Deng Feng said, deliberately wiping sweat from his brow. That Chef Jia you valued so much. The family members were particularly emotional. Some dining guests even recorded videos earlier, although we stopped them, but, Deng Feng spoke while carefully observing Chen Yuan's expression. His face showed urgency, but inwardly he sneered. Let's see how you handle this one. Where's Guansong? He went to negotiate with suppliers. He hasn't been here for days. You wouldn't know, but ever since Guansong took over, he's been changing suppliers left and right without considering costs. And now such a big mess has happened. He even tell me exactly what happened and the current condition of the customers. I want facts. Chen Yuan interrupted Deng Feng's explanation, speaking sternly. A mother and daughter came to dine around 9 o'clock tonight. One of their dishes contained wood ear mushrooms. Shortly after eating, the young woman turned pale and complained of stomach pain. The mother became extremely agitated, threatening to sue our restaurant and demanding compensation. Did you arrange for someone to accompany them to the hospital? Chen Yuan frowned. Yes, Huang Guang was sent with them. Mr. Huang? Chen Yuan pondered for a moment, recalling that this was the manager Huang who had initially tried to kick him out. Right, he's quite meticulous. I've already instructed him to inform me immediately if there's any news. Has the food been sent for testing? After all, it was necessary to consider every possibility. Yes, and the results came back quickly. The wood ear mushrooms had spoiled and produced toxic substances. Has this dish had issues before? Chen Yuan asked suspiciously, wondering how it could suddenly cause food poisoning. No, but I'm not sure if it's because Guansong switched suppliers. Ultimately, it's all because Chef Jia wasn't careful enough. After so many years as a seasoned chef, how could he make such a mistake? If you ask me, people shouldn't get too carried away, it makes them impractical, Deng Feng said with an earnest expression. Call Chef Jia to my office, Chen Yuan said sternly, then strode off toward his office. Understood. Deng Feng watched Chen Yuan's retreating figure, somewhat unsure of his thoughts. But with the facts laid bare, even if you wanted to keep employing this person, his title would have to be stripped. Chapter 82, Deterioration. Back in his office, Chen Yuan called Guansong. Go to People's Hospital immediately. Contact Huang Guang when you arrive. Inform me the moment you get any news. Comfort the family members and cover all medical expenses. After hanging up, Guansong maintained his smile and extended his hand to the person before him. Pleasure doing business. Then he drove off at high speed, heading straight to the hospital. How's the person? As soon as Guansong and Huang Guang met, he activated the voice recording function on his phone. The family's making a scene. A whole crowd of them showed up. Huang Guang inwardly groaned. Why did this miserable job have to fall on him? One person is more troublesome than the last, and now a formidable figure has arrived. He hadn't even had the chance to warn Brother Feng yet. At first, when he heard a new manager had arrived, he didn't take it seriously. But to his surprise, this person acted with lightning speed, shutting down the most profitable suppliers under supervisor Deng one after another. He couldn't help but admire the move, so much so that even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare try to fool around. How's the patient? The situation isn't very optimistic, he replied truthfully. Several doctors had just gone in for consultation. The condition seems quite serious. He was secretly praying the guest wouldn't actually take a turn for the worse. If something happened, he'd be finished too. Guansong nodded, having grasped the general situation, and headed toward the hospital room. An elderly woman in a camel-colored coat spotted Huang Guang following behind someone exquisitely dressed and immediately recognized this as a person with greater authority, so she rushed over frantically. Pay me back for my daughter. Pay me back for my daughter. She ate one meal at your place and got food poisoning. What kind of heartless business are you running? Pay me back for my daughter. I'm going to sue you. You'll have to compensate me too. If anything happens to the daughter I've raised for so many years, none of you will get away with this. Huang Guang's heart tightened at the sight of the old woman. She'd already left him traumatized after attacking him relentlessly by himself moments ago. That's right. My sister will be earning money in the future. You'll have to compensate us for all her future wages. A young man standing behind the old woman indignantly declared. Exactly. You're all responsible for this. You've ruined my daughter's entire life. You've destroyed our whole family. Guansong's expression remained unchanged. Please rest assured, everyone can rest assured, we will absolutely take responsibility for this matter. We will cover all medical expenses. Of course you should. Not only should you pay, but you also owe us compensation. The old woman spat angrily, her face flushed with agitation. We will determine specific compensation details after the hospital's final diagnosis. Please rest assured, we will take full responsibility. Bullshit. How long will we have to wait for the hospital results? You need to pay our family right now, the young man continued shouting. Fine, we'll talk when your sister wakes up, came an angry voice. The elderly woman and the young man exchanged glances, nudged each other's arms, and fell silent. Only then did Guansong notice the person standing behind them clad in a faded black down jacket, with graying hair and an extremely unpleasant expression. Wait here for a moment. Tell me immediately when the doctor comes out. Guansong turned and said to Huang Guang. Guansong walked to the stairwell and gave Chen Yuan a call, reporting on the current situation. After hanging up, Chen Yuan felt heavy-hearted. Though everything appeared reasonable, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Half an hour earlier. Uncle Jia, have a seat, Chen Yuan said, looking at the visibly uneasy man across from him. When Jia Gaoyuan heard Chen Yuan's form of address, he immediately felt somewhat relieved. Although he had helped Chen Yuan before, human gratitude is easily exhausted. Now that such a major incident had occurred, he feared there was no escaping it. Uncle Jia, I'm sure you know why I've called you here. Tell me what you know. President Chen. I really don't understand what's going on. I've made this dish countless times, there's no way I could have messed it up. Jia Gaoyuan's tone suddenly grew urgent. He had no evidence, and he'd said this countless times, but who would believe him? Even if they did, what good would it do? The facts were staring everyone in the face. The customers fell ill after eating his dishes. I remember you had someone assisting you with the food prep, didn't you? This morning was hectic, and Xiao Gao was helping me with other dishes. I just casually soaked the wood ear mushrooms in water like I always do. Never had any issues before. Jia Gaoyan slammed his thigh in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Uncle Jia, don't panic yet. Let's wait for the hospital's update first. Jia Gaoyuan nodded, knowing in his heart that this was the only way. Then he suddenly remembered something and was startled. How come I didn't see Xiao Gao just now? Chen Yuan also looked at Jia Gaoyuan and said, go call him here. Right as Jia Gaoyuan nodded in agreement and was about to open the door to leave, there was a knock at the door. Jia Gaoyuan opened it in one smooth motion. Oh, Chef Jia is here too. I've come to deliver a document to President Chen. What document? Chen Yuan looked up at Deng Feng, sensing this guy was up to no good. I've compiled a list of staff involved in the incident. After what happened, I've already dismissed all of them. People who could cause such serious repercussions must not be kept at Songyue. Deng Feng declared with righteous indignation. Jia Gaoyuan's footsteps halted. He knew those words were meant for him. Chen Yuan opened the file. This many people? His gaze swept downward until he spotted a kitchen hand surnamed Gao listed at the very bottom. Instinct told him this was the person old Jia had mentioned. Chen Yuan closed the file, his expression unchanged. Supervisor Deng, you've worked hard. You've done well. I'll handle this matter. You focus on running the restaurant's daily operations. If anything related gets posted online, take the initiative to contact them, Chen Yuan remarked coolly, observing Deng Feng's expression. At this moment, it was crucial to keep Deng Feng from interfering further. Given his desire to prove himself and reclaim his authority, he would inevitably put his utmost effort into managing other tasks properly. Understood, Deng Feng responded promptly, though internally, he sneered. The person they were looking for had probably already boarded a train back to their hometown by now. Whether you're Guansong or Jia Gaoyuan, you're going down. This juicy piece of meat has been in his possession for so long, it's not something others can just snatch away when they please. After seeing the others leave, Chen Yuanjian picked up his phone and sent Jia Gaoyuan a message, telling him to stop looking elsewhere and come to his office immediately. A few minutes later, Jia Gaoyuan stared at the name on the list, his eyes widening. He wasn't a fool. How could this person have vanished right after the incident? Now there wasn't even anyone to question him. All he could do was lift his gaze to Chen Yuan, silently hoping he would believe him. I have no doubt about Uncle Jia's character, but we need facts right now. Don't worry too much yet, there might still be room for maneuvering, Chen Yuan reassured him. Of course he knew what this job meant to Jia Gaoyuan. Whether it was for the sake of the restaurant or for Uncle Jia, he would uncover the truth and resolve the matter properly. Chapter 83 Deadlock. Hospital. Huang Guang watched as the person left and didn't return for a long while, his mind starting to churn with unease again. He always felt this new administrator wasn't on the same page as them. Though seemingly friendly during daily interactions, there was consistently an undercurrent of cold detachment that unsettled him. Just as his thoughts were spiraling, a young doctor hurried past clutching medical reports, heading straight for the ward. Dr. Liu, Dr. Zhang, the results are in. It's confirmed as black fungus poisoning. The dish the patient consumed indeed contained Pseudomonas cocovenens and produced trace amounts of buncrecic acid toxin. The toxins have now accumulated in the liver, causing acute liver failure. Dr. Liu took the test report, his brows furrowing tightly. This was a life and death situation. Then he immediately turned serious and said, inform the family to prepare the procedures and get ready for hemodialysis. Okay. Who is Dai Qian's family member? I am. Dai Qian's mother and younger brother hurried forward, while his father stood up upon seeing the doctor emerge. Hello, here's the situation. The fungus Dai Qian consumed has produced toxins, causing acute liver failure. The patient is in critical condition and requires immediate hemodialysis. A family member needs to come with me to sign the consent form. Acute liver failure? That's dangerous? Dai Qian's mother's eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief. She immediately turned toward Guansong, who had just returned, shouting, "Did you hear that? This is your restaurant's fault. My daughter's life is in danger. You're going to pay for this, pay for my daughter. Pay me compensation." The young doctor, witnessing this scene, felt a headache coming on. "Madam, please calm down. The most important thing right now is getting your daughter treatment without delay. You'll need to come with me to sign the consent forms, and you're paying every cent of the medical bills. Don't worry, we'll follow through the entire process and take full responsibility for your daughter." Dai Qian's mother glared fiercely at Guansong. "Let's go. If my daughter suffers because of this delay, I'll sue your hospital." The young doctor wore a mask that obscured his expression. Since joining the hospital, he'd witnessed similar scenes more than a few times. "Evening. Mom, they've already paid all the treatment fees for my sister. I asked the doctor myself. They're being honest, at least." Mother Dai sneered coldly. "Son, bring the report with you tomorrow. We're going out. If anything happens here at home, just call me. I'm heading back to the construction site tomorrow." Father Dai finished his last cigarette at the stairwell before returning to the hallway to address his wife and son. Even in the capital, it was still a cage. "Go on, you've already wasted a whole day's work today. Make the most of it while you still can. How else will we pay for our son's wedding?" Mother Daiqian glared at him, her tone brimming with dissatisfaction. "Who knows if there'll even be any money left after paying for the treatment. If there is, I certainly won't be returning it to them." Chen Yuan dragged his exhausted body back to the dormitory. His eyes were nearly worn out from straining all afternoon, glued to the kitchen surveillance footage in hopes of finding some trace of evidence. But unfortunately, until the very last second before the deadline, he still hadn't discovered anything. He even carefully checked the surveillance timestamps. They were all continuous without any segments being cut off. Xiao Gao in the footage was just normally washing vegetables, with no suspicious movements whatsoever. Though he remained suspicious, everything had to be based on facts. "Back already?" Zhang Tianze looked listless, lacking his usual vitality. Chen Yuan responded casually as he returned to his seat. He planned to order takeout for a quick meal, then go back tomorrow to see if he could find any leads. Losing money wasn't really his concern. What really pissed him off was Uncle Jia's pleading expression and the feeling of being deliberately given the runaround by others. So he had to uncover the truth. Moreover, he sensed this might also be a chance to uproot everything completely. "Mom, tell Dad to drink less." Zhang Tianze's voice suddenly rang out in the dorm room. "Alright, I'll sell the car tomorrow. Keep an eye on my dad for me," Zhang Tianze added with concern, unable to fully relax. Chen Yuan looked up at the voice. "What's wrong?" He still remembered how happy Zhang Tianze had been when he first got the car and went out to eat with him, so why the sudden talk of selling it now? "Nothing." Zhang Tianze hesitated, then held back and didn't explain. He didn't want to trouble others, and even if he told them, they wouldn't be able to help. Chen Yuan was about to say something more when his phone rang. The food delivery had arrived. He had no choice but to go downstairs first to get the food. Whatever needed to be said could wait until he returned. When he came back, Tan Yang was still lying in bed asleep, while Zhang Tianze stood on the balcony, his silhouette looking somewhat desolate. Chen Yuan set down the takeout, opened the balcony door, and then closed it. "What's wrong? If there's something on your mind, talk to me. Keeping it bottled up will only make you feel worse." Chen Yuan patted his shoulder reassuringly. Zhang Tianze remained silent, letting out a sigh. After a long pause, "My dad's company is in trouble. The funding chain has snapped. A few months ago, our family's new product sales surged, and we made a good profit. That's when I bought my car. Seeing potential, my dad increased investments and expanded production, shifting almost the company's entire focus to the new product. The initial sales were decent, but gradually lost momentum, and now most of the inventory is just sitting unsold. We couldn't even pay last month's employee salaries, and several staff members have already started arbitration. My dad had hoped this new product would pull the company up a notch, but..." Zhang Tianze took a deep breath. He continued slowly. "Turns out, the initial surge in sales was a scam. It was all just bait to lure my father into investing all his funds. A company with an unstable cash flow isn't capable of competing or cooperating. My father borrowed from every relative and friend possible, but I'm planning to sell my car. Should fetch over $1 million. Which might ease the burden somewhat." Zhang Tianze lowered his head with a sigh, his voice betraying no regret. "How much more is needed?" Chen Yuan turned to look at Zhang Tianze. He couldn't help with anything else, but when it came to money, he could lend a hand. He was already having a rough time himself. No way was he going to let his buddy suffer too. What? You'd actually lend me money? Jiang Tianzi was amused by Qing Yuan's offer, though his laughter wasn't meant to belittle him. Never told you before it used my savings to rent a storefront near campus. Selling pizzas now. Ha, you opened a business? Jiang Tianzi was completely thrown. Since when had this kid become an entrepreneur? Chen Yuan nodded slightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. With the money I earned, I opened several more branches. He had visited them a few days prior. Each branch was roughly the same size as the first, and their revenue was exceptionally impressive. To put it plainly, he was now netting over 100,000 a day. But with so much going on recently, he genuinely hadn't found a place to spend it. Not bad, bro. You're way ahead of me. Jiang Tianzi's eyes sparkled with admiration, his gaze filled nothing but respect. But there are quite a few pizza shops around here too. Can we really make money? Not bad. You still haven't told me how much more you need? Jiang Tianzi smiled faintly, not holding out much hope. Over 5 million. But if I sell my car, then about 3 million should be enough. Chen Yuan nodded. Selling the car was his responsibility. I'll lend you the rest. Chen Yuan gazed toward the playground nearby, where crowds swarmed, and no one cared about a stranger's joys or sorrows. Chapter 84, Suspension of Business. You'll lend me? Jiang Tianzi was utterly stunned. I've made some money from this shop. Once things settle down in a few days, I'll take you to see it. Chen Yuan smiled and patted Jiang Tianzi's arm. What? Over 3 million in just a few months? His father barely cleared 8 million in annual net profit after years of hard work. This completely defied Zhang's understanding. You'll understand when you try it yourself. Chen Yuan chuckled. There was no way to explain this, nor was there any need. 3 million might be an exaggeration, but the pizzeria alone had already earned him well over 1 million. However, Jiang Tianzi didn't actually know the duration of the business's operation, so any explanation would suffice. Moreover, he was now the one extending a helping hand. Adding flowers to brocade may not be remembered, but offering charcoal in snowy weather truly touches the heart. Yuan, this money, is it legal? Can I really borrow it? Jiang Tianzi still couldn't quite believe it. Don't worry, don't you know what kind of person I am? Chen Yuan laughed. Jiang Tianzi stared fixedly at Chen Yuan before abruptly pulling him into a tight embrace. Bro, I won't forget this kindness, he said. Ahem, let me go first. Chen Yuan coughed twice from the impact, then turned his head to see Tan Yang staring wide-eyed at them from the bunk bed, his expression utterly incredulous. Holy shit, Tan Yang's watching. Chen Yuan froze in awkward realization. Completely oblivious, Jiang Tianzi continued sullenly, Yuanzi, from now on wherever you need me, I won't so much as make a peep of refusal. I need to call my family. Jiang Tianzi suddenly came back to life, no longer as downcast as before. He had just pulled out his phone when he froze, then lifted it to show Chen Yuan, his eyes gleaming. Sister Rong transferred me 500,000. Chen Yuan stiffened upon hearing this, surprised to hear Song Qingrong's name mentioned again. But then it occurred to him that was just like Sister Rong. Dad just borrowed money from Uncle Song a few days ago, but I never expected Sister Rong would actually transfer it to me. Give me your card number, and call your family back. Chen Yuan patted Jiang Tianzi's shoulder, then turned to open the door and returned to the dormitory. Great. Beep, beep, Dad. What's up, son? The voice that came through the phone was a bit hoarse, brimming with exhaustion. Just now, Sister Rong transferred me 500,000. That little Rong girl? Ah, give her our heartfelt thanks. Keep this 500,000 carefully and spend it wisely. Find a good job later and return it to Rong's girl. Jiang Tianzi noticed something off in his father's tone. Dad, what's wrong? Dad's fine, Xiaozi. Jiang Xingde paused for a moment. Live well, don't follow in my footsteps. At this point, Jiang Xingde's heart had already died. With the capital chain broken, what lay before him was an endless cycle of debt, growing larger by the day. He felt powerless to turn things around. After all these years of painstaking effort, he never imagined it would come to this. He didn't want to drag his wife and son down any further. Dad, I've raised the money, over 5 million. Jiang Tianzi, being sharp, sensed something was off the moment his father spoke and quickly clarified. How much? Jiang Xingde shuddered, thinking he must have misheard. I'm planning to sell the car. I've already found a buyer. A friend lent me 3 million, plus Rong Jie's. Son, you'd better not have gotten involved with loan sharks. Jiang Xingde's voice was urgent, genuinely afraid his son had done something reckless. Dad, don't worry. Would I lie to you at this critical moment? Jiang Tianzi smiled reassuringly. What he feared most was his father losing hope. If something really went wrong, what would become of him and his mother? Your friend? What friend? Jiang Xingde still couldn't relax. My roommate. He's making money opening a pizza shop. Maybe I should follow his lead and open my own store. Jiang Tianzi deliberately said jokingly to lighten the mood. Really? Really? Son, bring your classmates home for a meal this weekend. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xingde took several deep breaths. In reality, the company's capital chain had broken, leaving a gap of 10 million yuan, but he had only told his family about 5 million. After pooling resources now, they could scrape together 7 million, a completely different situation from before. He was confident he could revive the company again. His face radiant with joy, he rushed out of the study and suddenly embraced his wife upon seeing her. "Sihui, you've given me such a wonderful son. What's going on?" Sihui laughed along when she saw her husband in such high spirits. Lately, her husband had been out of sorts, and she had to tread carefully and observe everything around him. Now, seeing him all smiles, perhaps there was good news? Her mood instantly lifted as well. "My son said he has a classmate who can lend us 3 million, and Rome girl also transferred 500,000. Oh, and the car I bought for my son, he said he's selling it. Once I get the company's cash flow sorted this time, I'll buy our son an even better one." Jiang Xingda's tone lightened, and a sense of determination emerged, sweeping away the gloom from before. "Don't get too happy just yet, I've got another piece of good news for you." Sihui poured herself a glass of water and settled onto the sofa. "What good news?" "I managed to raise another 2 million for you. It's from an old friend of mine. She's been abroad for years and only recently returned home. Not only that, but she's really interested in our new product. She thinks it has great potential and is very willing to invest. Isn't there a banquet next month? She'll be there too. I'll introduce you then." At night, Jiang Tianze lay in bed. An hour earlier, he had received a transfer notification message, 3 million yuan. In the pitch-black dorm room, he turned his gaze toward Chen Yuan's direction, his heart overflowing with gratitude. He never expected Chen Yuan to have that much money, nor did he anticipate his courage, using earnings from the coffee shop to rent a storefront and start his own business. He used to think Chen Yuan would just be a hard-working university student who'd graduate and land a job at a big company, which would already be a bright future. Who knew this guy wouldn't just excel in his major but also make so much money from starting a business? Add to that the previous online harassment and slander he faced calmly, plotting something in his mind, plus the vanishing of the market manipulator. He always felt it was connected to Chen Yuan. He truly felt he didn't understand Chen Yuan at all, even harder to understand than his own father. But no matter what, he hadn't made the wrong friend. He was endlessly grateful for the help he'd given Chen Yuan at the start of the school year. Back then, there'd naturally been no ulterior motives, just the whims of fate leaving him with nothing but gratitude now. The next day, just after class ended, Chen Yuan received a call. Upon arriving at Songyue Wooding, a crowd of people stood in the lobby. "Mr. Chen, you're finally here." Deng Feng stood aside, looking at Chen Yuan with the eagerness of a child spotting milk, his gaze burning with anticipation. "Hello, I'm the owner of Piney Joy Court." "Hello, Mr. Chen. We're officials from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. There's been a real name report against your restaurant with substantial evidence, so we'll need to conduct a suspension inspection." Before the Commerce Bureau officials could finish speaking, the next group started their speech. "Hello, Mr. Chen. We are inspectors from the Food Hygiene Supervision Bureau. We need to conduct a comprehensive inspection of your restaurant. Please cooperate with our investigation." Chapter 85, A Turn of Fortune. Inspect it thoroughly, leave no stone unturned. "Don't worry, you'll get everything promised to you." Fan Hao hung up the phone, feeling exceptionally pleased. "So what if you've transformed yourself? Aren't you still inferior to me?" Fan Hao stood up, straightened his collar in the mirror, picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to He Qiangshi. "Darling, I'll take you to a 3 Michelin star restaurant tonight." Deng Feng hung up the phone. Although he'd heard the other party's promise, he still felt somewhat uneasy in his heart. This approach seems a bit too risky. But he doesn't regret it. Chen Yuan pushed him to this. Right now, Chen Yuan is still reviewing surveillance footage, but it's not yesterday's recording. This footage was secretly installed by Guan Song after Chen Yuan arranged for him to enter Songyue Wooding, all under the radar. Every corner of the kitchen was visible from all angles, with surveillance covering even the dead zones. Although he had already reviewed yesterday's footage, Chen Yuan played it smart this time. He projected 2 surveillance feeds simultaneously and cross-referenced them once more. As for why he hadn't produced this footage earlier, the truth was Chen Yuan had completely forgotten about it. Had Guan Song not reminded him, the matter would never have crossed his mind again. After all, he'd merely mentioned it in passing before tossing it to the back of his mind. Chen Yuan poured himself a glass of water and began staring at the surveillance footage. Fortune favors the persistent, and after 3 long hours, discrepancies finally appeared between the 2 surveillance screens. Yesterday, Chen Yuan had failed to notice because the footage had been edited. The timing and visuals appeared perfectly normal, only the crucial parts had been cut and replaced with unrelated content. Without careful scrutiny, it would have been impossible to detect. Chen Yuan immediately copied this different segment of footage and then proceeded to retrieve the surveillance room's recordings. In the blink of an eye, it was already dark. Chen Yuan rubbed his eyes and let out a big yawn. He kept replaying the 2 videos he had copied, one showing Xiao Gao replacing the wood ear mushrooms in the kitchen, and the other of Huang Guang going to the surveillance room. He couldn't figure it out. He simply couldn't understand why Huang Guang would do such a thing. After arriving at Songyue, Huang Guang came to him repeatedly to pledge his loyalty, speaking with sincere and earnest words. Apart from expressing his allegiance, he also shared much about Deng Feng's affairs. This was the main reason Chen Yuan had guarded so vigilantly against Deng Feng. Later, he never troubled Huang Guan either, so long as he performed his duties well under his command. He didn't mind too much and wouldn't waste his energy on such insignificant people. I never expected these two would collude again. Looks like we're in for a dog-eat-dog showdown between them. Chen Yuan shut down his computer and left the office. Right at the doorway, he coincidentally ran into Deng Feng. President Chen, I didn't expect you'd still be here this late. Chen Yuan nodded faintly. Supervisor Deng, you should head back early too. Too exhausted today, let him enjoy himself a few more days first. President Chen, you've worked hard. The Industry and Commerce Bureau and Food Supervision Bureau came for inspections today. I was with them the whole time. The results should be out in a couple of days, but I don't foresee any major issues. Deng Feng took 2 steps forward, grinning with exaggerated eagerness. Actually, as you can see, the restaurant never had such major issues before. Manager Chen, I'm not trying to boast, but I believe the right person should do the right job. I promise to be even more dedicated than before. Chen Yuan curled the corner of his lips slightly, staring at him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I'm well aware of Manager Deng's capabilities. After this matter is settled, I'll naturally give it due consideration. Though I do agree with Manager Deng's point, such matters should indeed be handled by the right person. If unsuitable people handle them, the results will inevitably be unsuitable. With that, Chen Yuan gave Manager Deng a nod before turning and walking away. Deng Feng stood there smiling, thinking Chen Yuan had genuinely taken his words to heart. Early the next morning, Chen Yuan summoned both Jia Gaoyuan. Last night, Manager Deng's words reminded me. Our Songyue has never faced such a severe food safety issue before, and now we have guests lying in the hospital. Chef Jia, considering your years of service at Songyue, you won't be held responsible for the medical expenses. Pack your things, collect your N+1 severance from accounting, and leave on your own. Director Deng, please help him go through the procedures. President Chen, I really didn't mean to do it. Please let me explain. Jia Gaoyuan suddenly panicked, slapping his thigh in frustration. Seeing this, Deng Feng's eyes lit up. Chef Jia, don't be ungrateful. President Chen isn't even making you pay the medical fees, you should be thanking him. I've never had this issue before. I swear I'll be extra careful from now on. As he spoke, Jia Gaoyuan's eyes began to redden. Chef Jia, let's not waste President Chen's precious time. Deng Feng's tone carried a faint hint of smugness. Chen Yuan lowered his head to drink water, keeping silent and not even glancing at Jia Gaoyuan. Jia Gaoyuan's clenched fist gradually relaxed as he sighed and ultimately walked away. President Chen, I'll go handle Chef Jia's resignation procedures then. Deng Feng couldn't conceal the glee in his voice. Next is Guansong. Chen Yuan, looking at the closed door, leaned back in his chair with some exhaustion. Jia Gaoyuan, covered in dust, packed his belongings. When leaving Songyue, he carried a somewhat tattered black backpack. He glanced back one last time. He sighed, not knowing how to bring it up with his family. He didn't blame Chen Yuan. When it came down to it, it was his own carelessness. He walked a short distance forward, preparing to take the bus back to his rented apartment. But before he could reach it, his phone rang. Uncle Jia, it's me. Xiao, Director Chen, I've already completed my resignation. I still want to thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten promoted. This incident has also caused trouble for the restaurant, and I hope you won't hold a grudge. Jia Gaoyuan's voice carried a hint of suppressed emotion. Uncle Jia, I did that on purpose earlier. I need you to help me find someone. Shortly after Jia Gaoyuan left, good news arrived from the hospital within a couple of days. They said the patient's condition had temporarily stabilized, and after some rest and recovery at the hospital, they could be discharged. Chen Yuan had Guansong handle matters at the hospital. In addition to covering the medical expenses, they also compensated the family with tens of thousands of yuan, which finally calmed the family down enough to stop making trouble. Meanwhile, the investigations by the Commerce Bureau and Food Supervision Bureau found no regulatory violations. In fact, the inspection report showed the restaurant's various indicators were significantly better than average establishments. It can be said the black fungus poisoning incident was purely accidental. The only necessary action is to properly compensate the affected customers. It looks like everything is coming to an end, and all is moving in a positive direction. Chapter 86, Breaking the Deadlock. After handling matters at the hospital, Guansong and Huang Guang also returned to the restaurant. In front of everyone, Chen Yuan handed back the work related to the supply channels to Deng Feng. As for Guansong, Chen Yuan arranged for him to learn well under Deng Feng's mentorship. Xia Changming also reasserted his dominance in the kitchen. For a time, both men were unrivaled in stature. Chen Yuan simply watched all this with a smile. To destroy someone, first make them mad. A week later, Chen Yuan received a call from Jia Gaoyuan. Xiao Yuan, I've brought someone back. Alright, Uncle Jia, you've had a long and tiring journey. Just give me 2 more days. Bring your people this afternoon, I'll have Guansong arrange it, go straight to my office. Chen Yuan rubbed his phone and walked out of the pizza shop. In the afternoon, Chen Yuan waited in the office for the arrival of the two. Earlier, he had dismissed Jia Gaoyuan in front of Deng Feng precisely to lower the latter's guard. Subsequently, when he handed over work responsibilities to Deng Feng and consistently adopted his suggestions, it completely disarmed his vigilance. Emboldened, Deng Feng gradually became more reckless, letting his corrupt tendencies surface. Meanwhile, Guansong quietly gathered evidence in the shadows, including records of Deng Feng's earlier embezzlements. As the saying goes, if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Every action leaves traces, and Deng Feng was no exception. Master Jia, can General Manager Chen really help me? The speaker was none other than Xiao Gao, who had previously assisted Jia Gaoyuan with vegetable prep. Of course, Manager Chen is covering for you right now. You know how to behave later, don't you? Jia Gaoyuan said expressionlessly. Yes, Master Jia, I understand. Both men wore hats and masks as they strode purposefully into the restaurant. 10 days ago, he had been deliberately fired by Chen Yuan to send him in search of Xiao Gao. At first, he didn't understand, but after Chen Yuan patiently explained, he learned that the wood ear mushrooms had been secretly replaced by Xiao Gao. His suspicions had been correct all along. His dismissal had also been orchestrated by Deng Feng. Had Chen Yuan not found the evidence, he would have been left holding the bag for everything. The search for Xiao Gao wasn't easy. The address Chen Yuan provided wasn't exact, so it took several days of asking around before he finally tracked him down. When little Gao saw him, he bolted like a startled hare. Jia Gaoyuan chased relentlessly until both were exhausted. Through sheer willpower, Gaoyuan finally caught little Gao, who in his eyes wasn't just little Gao, but his own innocence incarnate. The first words out of little Gao's mouth were apologies to Jia Gaoyuan. Whatever wrong he'd committed, he knew full well. He'd never imagined Gaoyuan could track him down. Terror had nearly scattered his soul to the winds. Jia Gaoyuan was a man of few words but ruthless actions. He went straight to the point and delivered Chen Yuan's message. Now that the guest is dead, the police are after you. Xiao Gao was so terrified his mouth hung open in a soundless scream. The double threat made him wet his pants on the spot. Master Jia, I didn't mean to do it, please, save me. Xiao Gao's mind went blank as he dropped to his knees before Jia Gaoyuan. If Jia Gaoyuan could find him, something had truly gone terribly wrong. He was also blinded by greed at the time. Now that he heard someone had died, he was naturally scared out of his wits and filled with regret. Jia Gaoyuan observed Xiao Gao's expression, never expecting this person would be so easily fooled. Keeping a stern face, he continued, the only reason I came to find you was because Mr. Chen arranged it. Right now, only Mr. Chen can save you. So Xiao Gao obediently followed Jia Gaoyuan back to Jinghua. I kept apologizing to Jia Gaoyuan the whole way, even spilling everything. The door was knocked. Chen Yuan immediately stepped forward to open it, and seeing Uncle Jia and the person behind him, he instantly let out a sigh of relief. Come in. Xiao Gao shot Chen Yuan a timid glance, then kept his head bowed. Have a seat first. Xiao Gao, right? Speak up. Tell me everything you know, Chen Yuan said solemnly. That's how it happened, President Chen. This is the transfer record Supervisor Deng gave me. Xiao Gao timidly slid his phone across the desk to Chen Yuan, who glanced at it, a mere 20,000 yuan. What a simple-minded fool. If anything really went wrong, he'd definitely be the one taking the fall. Do you have any other evidence showing he instructed you to do this? Yes, he even gave me instructions on how to prepare the wood ear mushrooms, Xiao Gao said, pulling out a slightly crumpled paper from his pocket. Chen Yuan was left speechless after hearing this, unsure whether Xiao Gao or Deng Feng was the bigger fool. But this also made it easier for him to handle. The next act of the show was about to begin. Guansong, go call Deng Feng and Huang Guang over here. Yes. Chen Yuan adjusted the camera position, waiting for the fish to bite. A few minutes later, the door was knocked on again. Come in. When Deng Feng entered, he still carried an air of arrogance, his head held high, hair meticulously combed with a slight sheen. Director Chen, I didn't expect. Before he could finish, his gaze shifted slightly and landed on the two people standing beside them. He recoiled in shock, stepping back 2 paces before accidentally stepping on Huang Guang's foot. Ouch! Manager Deng, Huang Guang cried out in a hushed voice. Why you? How did you get back? Weren't you fired? Deng Feng's finger trembled slightly as he pointed at Xiao Gao. Then he suddenly whipped his head around to glare at Chen Yuan, feeling an icy dread creeping into his chest. Did he find out? Mr. Chen, his words can't be trusted. He has no diploma, his words lack logic, and most importantly, they carry no credibility, Mr. Chen. Deng Feng urgently exclaimed. At this moment, Huang Guang also spotted Xiao Gao, his eyelids and heart skipping a beat simultaneously. Supervisor Deng, don't be so hasty. I haven't even said anything yet. Though Chen Yuan smiled, his tone sent chills down Deng Feng's spine. Let me show Supervisor Deng something first. Chen Yuan handed little Gao's phone to Deng Feng, on which Deng Feng's transaction records were prominently displayed. Chen Yuan then pulled out a clear plastic folder containing a single sheet of paper. He held the paper up directly in front of Deng Feng's eyes. Familiar with this, Supervisor Deng? President Chen, I don't know what this is. Deng Feng's eyelid twitched slightly, but he continued to deny knowledge. In his heart, he began cursing, this idiot. Back when he called to explain, the guy had claimed he didn't understand and was afraid of messing up. He insisted on having printed instructions, and now, of course, it had blown up in their faces. To make matters worse, this was the same person Xia Changming had deliberately foisted upon Zhe Gaoyuan just to spite him. It's fine if Supervisor Deng doesn't know. I'm confident the Fingerprint Analysis Institute will provide me with a satisfactory answer. Huang Guang swallowed hard at the sight, and then Guansong slammed the door shut behind them with a loud bang. The abrupt noise made both men jump. Manager Deng, instigating others to commit poisoning is a crime. Chen Yuan returned to his seat and said, looking at Deng Feng, if you still refuse to admit it, I'll have no choice but to report it to the police. With both witnesses and evidence in hand, do you really think you can escape? If you tell the truth, maybe I can still consider leniency. After all, you're also a long-standing employee at Songyu Huating. I'm not someone who disregards personal ties. Deng Feng's gaze flickered between Chen Yuan and Xiao Gao. After several minutes of silence, he finally spoke, Boss Chen, it's not entirely my fault. Huang Guang kept egging me on, promising money. I was just momentarily blinded by greed. Please give me another chance. Director Deng, how did I incite you? Wasn't it you who rushed to contact Fan Hao immediately after seeing the message? You even said you'd fire me if I didn't let you get your share of the money. Huang Guang blurted out anxiously. This was clearly an attempt to pin all the blame on him. Chapter 87 The Root Cause. Fan Hao? Chen Yuan asked in bewilderment. He thought he'd misheard. How could someone else be involved in the restaurant matter? Mr. Chen, please let me explain. Huang Guang pushed past those blocking his way and approached Chen Yuan's desk. At the beginning of the month, young Master Fan Hao contacted me to tamper with some dishes and cause you trouble. He promised me 200,000 yuan if it worked. But unexpectedly, Supervisor Deng found out. He took over and even threatened to fire me if I spoke up. I knew you didn't think much of me, so I had no choice but to stay silent. I never imagined things would turn out this way later, and I couldn't stop it either, so, Huang Guang couldn't go on. No matter how he explained it, there would be no good outcome for him in this matter. You're full of shit. Wasn't it you who came crawling to beg me for this partnership? Deng Feng retorted furiously, stepping forward. You say I'm threatening you, but are you any kind of saint yourself? What kind of rotten things have you done all these years? Don't you know them by heart? Chen Yuan watched the two arguing, raising an eyebrow. Seems these two had quite a few secrets between them. But now that another person has been dragged into this, it's become more troublesome than before. Still, since he's been made to suffer, he won't let others get away unscathed. If you keep arguing, I won't mind calling the police to listen to your squabble. The two immediately fell silent upon hearing this. Deng Feng's eyes darted, sensing there might be wiggle room in these words. Director Chen, it was my foolishness before. When you took away my duties, I worried I hadn't performed well. I was just too eager to devote myself to the restaurant. So I temporarily lost my senses. Chen Yuan nearly laughed at such shameless audacity, yet maintained patience. Naturally, I understand. Now I'm offering both of you two paths. The first path, you tell the complete truth, providing all records of your dealings with Fan Hao. The second option is to let the police handle everything. Option 1. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for giving us this opportunity. Deng Feng and Huang Guang hastily replied to Chen Yuan. Good. Start searching here. You can leave only when you've found everything, Chen Yuan said, looking at the two men. He wouldn't give them any extra time. A few more days of delay could lead to unexpected complications. Mr. Chen, what about it? Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes at the two of them. Nothing, it's nothing. 2 hours later. Chen Yuan looked at the documents and USB flash drive. Guansong handed him precisely the transaction records and audio recordings. I hope both of you hold nothing back. Huang Guang, stay for a moment. Chen Yuan glanced at Huang Guang before putting away the documents. Deng Feng hesitated in his steps, not expecting Chen Yuan would keep Huang Guang behind. Numerous questions immediately arose in his mind. He wanted to say more, but seeing Chen Yuan's expression, he stopped himself. Before leaving, he gave Huang Guang a look, his eyes carrying a warning tone. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Huang Guang nervously grabbed the hem of his clothes. However, Chen Yuan didn't say anything to him, keeping him waiting for over an hour until Guansong finally opened the door to let him leave. What's said doesn't matter, only what's thought truly counts. The next morning, a group of people in police uniforms arrived at Songyu Huating. Xiao Lu at the entrance was utterly terrified when he saw them. He had thought the previous inspection had already cleared everything, never expecting the police to show up now. He immediately began dialing Deng Feng's number with trembling hands. After hanging up the phone, Deng Feng's heart started racing uncontrollably. He couldn't help but recall everything that happened yesterday. Strangely, the first person he suspected wasn't Chen Yuan, but Huang Guang. But now he had no choice but to go out. He still didn't know the exact situation. If he ran away directly, it would only make things harder to explain. He picked up the water glass on the table, gulped it all down in several big swallows, then walked out of the office. Are you Deng Feng? It is. Someone has reported you for embezzling company property by taking advantage of your position. Please come with us. Xiao Lu's mouth fell open in shock. He never expected Supervisor Deng to be involved in embezzlement, let alone get caught. Officer, there must be some misunderstanding? Deng Feng's heart sank. Nervousness made his breathing quicken slightly, but he still tried his best to deny the accusation. Whether there is a misunderstanding or not, you'll find out when you come with us, the lead officer said sternly. Every criminal claims to be innocent before getting caught. Just like that, Deng Feng was taken away. Meanwhile, Huang Guang was watching everything unfold from some hidden corner. Of course he couldn't know what the police had said to Deng Feng, but now his mind was consumed with thoughts of impending doom. Visions of Xiao Gao being found, visions of both him and Deng Feng confessing to the truth kept flashing through his mind. So he got scared. He didn't even dare to ask Xiao Lu what was going on. People can lose their minds in extreme fear. When Chen Yuan received the message from Guansong, he was in class. Seeing the results, he curled his lips slightly. This was just the first course. Continue according to the plan. In the afternoon, Chen Yuan was leisurely eating some duck snacks in his dorm room. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the hallway. Curious, Zhang Tianze opened the door to take a look. The sight that greeted him startled him, and he quickly shut the door. Holy shit! The police are here! Zhang Tianze exclaimed in disbelief. Chen Yuan looked up with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Is it because you were watching adult films at night and the police came to arrest you? Get lost, get lost! Zhang Tianze shouted at Chen Yuan. Then, as if his limbs had a mind of their own, he opened the door. In that moment, thrill and curiosity overpowered fear. All the male students from the computer science department were on the same floor, and none were far apart, so Zhang Tianze could naturally see everything clearly. Holy shit, it stopped at 310. Isn't that class 2's dorm? Zhang Tianze tiptoed to close the door, reported the progress quietly, then carefully opened it again. Who is Fan Hao? Two police officers stood outside the door of room 310 and asked. Fan Hao skipped class in the morning, so without even grasping the situation, he stepped forward with his messy hair. That's me. When he saw the person at the door wearing a police uniform, he instantly snapped to attention. We currently have reports accusing you of instigating others to commit poisoning. You'll need to come with us. Poisoning? Fan Hao repeated in bewilderment, then suddenly remembered what he had done some time ago. Not me, I go to school every day and stay there. When would I have time to poison anyone? Do you even have evidence? Still playing dumb, huh? Let's see if you keep that attitude once we get you to the station. The young officer grew irritated as he watched Fan Hao's defiant look directed at his senior partner. Xiao Zhou, watch your tone. He Xingtian frowned at his apprentice. Xiao Zhou saw his master's expression and swallowed his words. We've received a report with relevant evidence. Please come with us. Fan Hao's eyes darted as he realized something had happened. Then he said, Officers, let me change clothes first. It wouldn't look proper going with you in my pajamas, would it?